Chapter 1. The mission begins. Money really does let people trample morality into the dirt. Yunnan watched as Fong, clad in a tight dress, wound herself around Mr. Wang's arm like a snake. He tore his gaze away in a hurry, but his knuckles whitened as he gripped the steering wheel. 23 years old, Yunnan was Mr. Wang's full-time driver. But this respectable job felt more like a secret witness role forced to watch his boss cheat on his wife over and over again. Back to the company. Mr. Wang pulled open the car door, his tone lazy with the afterglow of intimacy. Even through the open door, Fong Tingting's perfume wafted into the car. "Yes, Mr. Wang," Yunnan replied, his head bowed. As he started the engine, a glance in his peripheral vision showed Fong Tingting leaning on Mr. Wang's shoulder, a brand new LV bag swinging from her hand, a reward for the day. He remembered clearly. 3 months ago, Fong Tingting had been a bumbling intern who couldn't even work the printer. Now, she strutted through the company in high heels, acting like she owned the place, like she was already Mrs. Wang. And Yunnan? He was the only one who had seen her climb from accepting perfume gifts to sitting on Mr. Wang's lap and cooing. The car glided smoothly down the road. In the rearview mirror, Yunnan watched Mr. Wang pinch Fong Tingting's chin and tease her. But his thoughts drifted to Mrs. Wang Yishufan. The first time Head met her, she had been wearing a simple floral dress, smiling and calling him Xiao Yu Little Yu in a voice so gentle, Head wanted to protect her dignity right then and there. "What do you think of Secretary Fong?" Mr. Wang suddenly spoke up, shattering the ambiguous in the car. "She's nice." Yunnan's voice was tight. What else could he say? "Mr. Wang, you're married, this is wrong?" He was just a driver. His paycheck was in Mr. Wang's hands. 2 years earlier, had fallen off a construction site and split his head open. It was Mr. Wang who had kindly pulled him from his backbreaking labor as a site worker and made him a driver 6,000 yuan a month, plus a year-end bonus. That so-called kindness had become a chain Mr. Wang used to control him. "Hell, would you want her as your wife?" Mr. Wang scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. "Don't act like you're too country to deserve her. I came from the countryside too, and look at me now, nice car, nice house." Yunnan stared at the BMW logo on the steering wheel. He forced a stiff smile. He wanted to say, "You know you already have a wonderful wife," but the words died in his throat. "Secretary Fang's pregnant." Mr. Wang's voice dropped suddenly, dropping a bombshell. Yunnan spun around, his eyes wide with shock. "Then what do we do?" Mr. Wang rolled down the window, tossed Yunnan a cigarette, and lit one for himself. He blew out a ring of smoke. That woman's crafty, she pricked holes in the condoms. He flicked ash from his cigarette, no guilt in his tone, only calculation. "I've been married 10 years and have no kids. I want this baby, but my wife can't find out. Adultery in marriage? She'd take half my assets." Yunnan clutched the unlit cigarette. The paper dug into his fingertips, so hard it hurt. Had never imagined his boss could be this calculating. "Remember who took you to the hospital 2 years ago?" Mr. Wang suddenly changed the subject, his eyes sharp with threat. "You did, Mr. Wang. You gave me a chance, I'll never forget it." Yunnan hurried to say, but a bad feeling coiled in his stomach. "A chance?" Mr. Wang repeated the words, his smile turning malicious. "Now's your chance to pay me back. I want you to seduce my wife." "While what?" Yunnan felt like had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and the cigarette slipped from his hand, landing on the floor mat. Who in the world forces their employee to seduce their own wife? This was throwing him straight into the fire. "You don't want to?" Mr. Wang's face turned cold instantly, his voice laced with menace. "Then get out. There are plenty of people who'd kill for this job." Yunnan's heart felt like it was being squeezed in a fist. He thought of his parents' hopeful faces back home, of the villagers gushing about how he drove a BMW in the city, of the money he sent home every month on time he couldn't lose this job. MMR. "Wang, I don't have a nerve for that," he stammered, his last attempt to resist. "Then learn." Mr. Wang cut him off, impatient. "If you can get her to cheat, I can divorce her fair and square. And hey, maybe you can marry her afterward. Skip decades of struggling. Isn't that better than being a driver your whole life?" Mr. Wang pushed open the door and strode away, leaving Yunnan in the car, his blood turned to ice. Outside the window, the gray sky suddenly spat rain. Droplets hit the windshield, as if tapping on his pride. Yunnan picked up his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed Mr. Wang's number. "Made up your mind yet?" Mr. Wang's voice sounded annoyed. "He'll do it." Yunnan said the 3 words firmly, even as something inside him felt like it was breaking. "Pack your bags. You're staying at my place tonight." On the other end of the line, Mr. Wang's tone was triumphant, playful. The dial tone that followed was like a hammer, slamming into Yunan's chest. Chapter 2. Making the first move. Okay. Yunan hung up the phone and let out a long breath. But his shoulders stayed tight, saved his job, but the road ahead was full of thorns. He went back to his rental apartment to pack a tattered suitcase, stuffed with just a few changes of clothes. That was all he owned in the city. He looked at himself in the mirror, wearing a cheap t-shirt, and suddenly felt ridiculous. Mr. Wong saw him as a pawn, and he didn't even have the right to say no. When he returned to the company, Yunan pulled the car up in front of Mr. Wong. He opened the rear door automatically, his hand hovering over Mr. Wong's head out of habit after 2 years. Had grown used to this kind of humility. I told Shufan you're staying with us tonight, Mr. Wong said casually as soon as the car pulled away, like he was talking about the weather. Mrs. Wong, what did she say? Yunan's heart raced. He couldn't bear to imagine the look on the graceful Mrs. Wong's face when she heard that. What would she say? Mr. Wong scoffed, his tone full of disdain for his wife. I run this house. Yunan said nothing. The silence in the car was suffocating. His mind kept replaying Mrs. Wong's face. Every time Mr. Wong got drunk, she'd bring out hangover soup, hand him a warm towel, and say softly, "Shall you must be tired." The thought of having to seduce a woman like that made his throat feel tight. The car drove into a villa complex. Grand houses glowed coldly under the streetlights. As soon as Yunan parked, he saw Yi Shufan standing at the villa's entrance. She was wearing a simple floral dress, her hair falling gently over her shoulders like a soft painting come to life. Welcome home, honey. Yi Shufan smiled and walked over. When her eyes met Yunan's, she just nodded slightly, saying nothing. But Yunan could see the faint confusion in her eyes. Mr. Wong put an arm around Yi Shufan and walked into the living room. Yunan followed, dragging his suitcase, his hands and feet feeling out of place. The first time Head come to this villa, Head secretly envied Mr. Wong. When would he have a house like this? A wife as gentle as this? But now, he was moving in under such a dirty pretense. Shall you? I've got a room ready for you. Come with me. Yi Shufan turned around, her smile warm again, but her tone was less familiar than before. Yunan followed her inside, only to realize she was leading him to a small room next to the living room. It was clearly the former maid's room, cramped and dim. What room is that? Mr. Wong's voice came from behind, sharp with displeasure. That's the maid's room. Xiao is here to help. He stays on the second floor with us. Yi Shufan's body stiffened visibly. Her fingers tightened around the hem of her dress for a split second. Then she smiled again. They'll go clean up a guest room upstairs right away. Watching her walk up the stairs, Yunan felt a strange ache in his chest. Mr. Wong was obviously making things hard for her, but she didn't even dare to argue. Sit down. What are you standing around for? Mr. Wong sat down on the sofa, propping his feet up on the coffee table. He peeled an orange, and juice splattered on his expensive suit pants, but he didn't care. Shufan's a looker, isn't she? I tell her what to wear, and she does it. Even a maid's outfit she wouldn't dare say no. Yunan's face burned. He couldn't bring himself to imagine the elegant Mrs. Wong in a maid's outfit, but his heart raced uncontrollably. Quit being such a wallflower. Mr. Wong tossed the orange peel onto the coffee table, his tone urging, almost coaching. Women stuck at home all day get lonely. Talk to her more. Buy her small gift, she'll warm up to you in no time. Yunan stared at his feet, picking at the seam of his pants. He couldn't say a word. Just then, Yi Shufan came back down the stairs, carrying clean bed sheets. Her dress swayed gently with each step. Is dinner ready? Mr. Wong looked up, no warmth in his voice. Just one more soup left to simmer. I'll be ready soon. Yi Shufan said, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Yunan's eyes followed her automatically. The cheongsam she was wearing hugged her slim waist and full hips. His mouth went dry. Mrs. Wong was like a ripe peach, tempting but impossible to reach. Well, go on. Mr. Wong nudged him with his elbow, his eyes urging him on. Yunan took a deep breath and mustered up his courage, walking toward the kitchen. The closer he got, the stronger the faint gardenia scent of Yi Shufan's perfume became. His heart thumped so hard, it felt like it would jump out of his chest. Mrs. Wong, let me help you serve the food. He stood in the kitchen doorway, his voice shaking. Up close, he noticed how her skin was as smooth as porcelain. She wore light lipstick, and when she smiled, 2 tiny dimples appeared. She was holding a plate of sweetened sour spare ribs, and steam curled around her face, making her look even softer. You could take these out first. She stepped aside to let him in, her voice as soft as cotton. Yunan reached for the plate. His fingertips brushed her hand accidentally. Her skin was cool, but made his fingers burn instantly. "Why are you sweating so much?" Yi Shufan frowned. She lifted her hand and touched his forehead. The warmth of her palm made Yunnan freeze. I am fine." He grabbed the plate in a hurry and hurried to the dining table in the living room. When he set it down, he realized his palms were soaked with sweat. Mr. Wong watched him fumble, a mocking smile tugging at his lips as if saying, "Is that all you've got? You think you can seduce my wife?" Yunnan forced himself to stay calm. When he went back to the kitchen, Yi Shufan was ladling soup. The neckline of her Chong Sam was a little low, and when she bent over, he could see her delicate collarbone. His gaze felt like it was burning, looked away quickly. "The soup's still hot. Use these mitts." Yi Shufan handed him a pair of cotton oven mitts, her tone careful. "Thank you." Yunnan took them, and again, his fingertips brushed hers. Another wave of heat rushed through him. During dinner, Yi Shufan kept piling food onto Yunnan's plate, saying softly, "Shall you eat more? You're too thin." Her kindness felt like a needle, pricking his heart. Come here to hurt her, but she treated him like a friend. The meal tasted like sawdust in his mouth. After dinner, while Yi Shufan cleaned up the table, Mr. Wong pulled Yunnan up to the second floor. "Shufan and I stay in the next room. This one's yours." He pointed to a guest room, his smile strange. "Tonight's going to be one you'll never forget." Yunnan stared at Mr. Wong, a terrifying thought popping into his head. Was Mr. Wong going to make him sleep with Mrs. Wong tonight? Chapter 3. The Unexpected Encounter. Yunnan shook his head violently, pushing the absurd thought away. Mrs. Wong was so graceful. She'd never given that easily. He opened his suitcase and put his few clothes into the wardrobe, moving slowly, as if trying to delay the inevitable. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant, nothing like the gardenia scent in the living room downstairs. It made his chest feel tight for no reason. He walked out onto the balcony. The evening breeze brushed his face, cool and sharp, and he felt a little calmer. The garden below was lit up, the lawn neatly trimmed. Laughter drifted over from a villa nearby. Everything here felt like a world away from his own. He looked up at the next balcony, the one attached to Mr. Wong and Yi Shufan's room. The gap between the two balconies was no more than 2 meters. A dirty thought crossed his mind. If he jumped over, could he see what was happening inside? The idea made his heart race, but reason quickly took over. It was too risky. If he got caught, everything would be over. Just then, his eyes were drawn to the clothesline on the next balcony. Hanging there was a bright red lace bra, its gold embroidery glinting under the lights. The size made Yunnan's face burn. "That's Mrs. Wong's." He stumbled back 2 steps, his back hitting the cold wall. His heart thundered in his chest. He thought of Yi Shufan's gentle smile, of how careful she'd been when handing him the mitts. A sudden wish welled up in him. If he could spend the rest of his life with a woman like her, he'd give up 10 years of his life without hesitation. "Shall you make sure you take a shower at 8:30 tonight?" Mr. Wong's voice suddenly came from the doorway, making Yunnan jump. "Yes, Mr. Wong." He spun around in a hurry, too scared to meet Mr. Wong's eyes. "Use the public bathroom down the hall," Mr. Wong added, then turned and left no chance for Yunnan to ask why. Yunnan stood frozen. Confusion swirled in his head. The villa was so big, every room had its own bathroom. Why force him to use the public one? And why 8:30 exactly? He went back to the balcony, hoping for answers, but the next balcony was empty now. Only the red lace bra swayed in the evening wind. Time dragged by, every minute feeling like an hour. Finally, at 8:30, Yunnan grabbed his change of clothes and dragged his feet out of the room. The public bathroom was at the end of the hallway. As he walked past Mr. Wong and Yi Shufan's room, he heard the TV inside and every now and then their voices. Yi Shufan's voice was soft, like a feather brushing his ear. He slowed down without realizing it. "Isn't it awkward having Shall you stay here? What are you thinking?" Yi Shufan's voice sounded a little wrong. "Awkward? I'm out drinking every night and leaving early for business trips. He's here to help. What's the problem?" Mr. Wong's voice was annoyed. "But he's staying next door. What about us at night?" Yi Shufan's voice grew quieter, embarrassment lacing her words. "Well, just be quieter. Problem solved." Mr. Wong's tone was dismissive, like it was no big deal. Yunnan's throat went dry. He suddenly understood Mr. Wong's plan. He wanted Yunnan to listen to them. The realization made him angry and ashamed, but his feet felt glued to the floor. He stumbled back a few steps, then fled into the bathroom. As soon as he shut the door, he let out a shaky breath. The bathroom was spotless. Yi Shufan's skincare products lined the sink, her towel and bathrobe hung on the rack. The air was filled with that faint gardenia scent. Yunan picked up her towel, his fingers brushing the soft fabric. A silly thought crossed his mind. What did she wipe it when she used it? He shook his head to clear it, tossed his dirty clothes into the laundry basket, and stepped into the shower. Warm water poured from the shower head, soaking his body, but it did nothing to calm him, because Ed just realized the shampoo smelled exactly like Yi Shufen's perfume. He squeezed a little into his hand and lathered it into his hair. The foam carried that familiar gardenia scent, and for a second he felt like he was close to her, really close. He couldn't help but wonder, when Yi Shufen used the shampoo, did she lather it into every strand of hair, just like he was doing now? Did she use the same body wash on every part of her skin? This was the most nerve-wracking shower Yunan had ever taken. Every second felt like torture, and his mind was filled with images of Yi Shufen. When he finished, he slipped on just a pair of shorts. Head barely picked up the hairdryer when the bathroom door clicked open suddenly. A slim figure stepped in, and that gardenia scent wrapped around him instantly. Yunan looked Yupan, found himself staring straight into Yi Shufen's shocked eyes. In her hands, she held a bright red mesh nightgown, and under that, a black lace pair of panties with a tiny bow on the waist that stood out like a beacon. Xiao Yi Shufen's voice was full of shock. The nightgown slipped from her fingers, hanging precariously in one hand. Yunan's face burned. Blood rushed to his head, hot and fast. He tried to cover himself instinctively, but his hands were empty. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Chapter 4. First intimate encounter. This was the hardest moment for me. I couldn't bring myself to look directly at the boss lady. My gaze inadvertently swept over her seductive thighs, adorned with pink flip-flops, and her fair feet made my heart race. Her dainty toes were painted bright red. "I'm ready," I said nervously, eager to leave. Perhaps it was my anxiety that caused me to accidentally brush against something soft as I passed by her. The fleeting sensation sent my blood pressure skyrocketing, as if I had just scaled a mountain. I hurriedly dashed into the room and locked the door behind me. Breathing heavily, I felt my face flush, and my arms trembled involuntarily. The hallway outside was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. I tried to steady my breathing, wondering how the boss lady ended up in the shower. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. I never expected to run into her in the bathroom. Glancing at myself in just a pair of shorts, my heart raced. She had seen me. She had seen me like this. What would she think? I considered myself to have a decent physique. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-defined musculature, and having previously worked as a part-time fitness instructor. I was quite confident about my body. Though my time spent exercising had dwindled while driving for Mr. Wong, I was still far from developing a beer belly. Compared to Mr. Wong's rotund figure, I felt I looked pretty good. My chest and abs were quite defined, and my legs were muscular, giving off a sense of security. With a heavy sigh, I was just about to sit on the bed when I heard a light knock on the door. "Xiaoyu." It was the boss lady. I quickly snapped to attention, taking a deep breath as I opened the door. "You forgot your clothes," she said, handing them to me. "Thank you," I replied gratefully. "Make sure to wash them and hang them out to dry," she continued. "Okay," I nodded in agreement, silently cursing myself for being so careless. How could I forget to grab my clothes on the way back? As I watched her leave, I found myself momentarily entranced by her alluring figure. With her curves perfectly accentuated, she was a stunning woman. "Mr. Wong, how could you let someone like her slip away? Just because Fong Tingting, that vixen, can give you children? Is that really worth it? What are you staring at?" Mr. Wong suddenly appeared in front of me, while the boss lady had already retreated into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. "And nothing," I stammered, forcing a stiff smile as I hurried to put on my shirt. "Don't rush to get dressed. Let me take a look," Mr. Wong said, closing the door as he scrutinized me from head to toe. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, I stepped back, sensing his gaze was a bit too intense. "Not bad, kid. Those muscles, that physique, wow." Mr. Wong crossed his arms, as if I were a piece of art on display. "I just ran into the boss lady in the bathroom," I blurted out. "Really? How was it? Exciting?" Mr. Wong grinned widely. "Why was the boss lady showering outside?" I asked. "The master bedroom next door has a private bathroom, but our shower is broken. We've been using the outside bathroom these past few days," Mr. Wong explained. Hearing what Mr. Wong said, I began to understand. The sly grin on his face hinted at what was going on. Mr. Wong had asked me to take a shower at 8:30, clearly anticipating that the boss's wife would be showering at that time too, which explained the scene that had just unfolded. "Your wife must have seen everything just now, right?" Mr. Wong chuckled. I had just finished my shower and was in my shorts. "What?" Mr. Wong looked at me in surprise and then scolded. "How come you finished so quickly? It's only been a few minutes." "I usually shower pretty fast," I replied awkwardly. "But it's fine. Leaving her with a bit of mystery is good." The fact that she brought you clothes shows she's not angry. You're tall and strong. Way better built than I am. It's been a long time since she's seen a young body, let alone touched one. Mr. Wong laughed. Was that a bit awkward? Do you think the boss's wife is angry? I asked. What is there to be angry about? She is looking at you. Not the other way around. If anyone should be angry, it's you. Mr. Wong retorted immediately, feeling a bit embarrassed by Mr. Wong's words. I realized he was right. If anything, it should be the boss's wife who felt awkward after catching me in the shower. If I had known she would come in, I would have gone completely nude. I was really curious about her reaction upon seeing me. I considered my physique to be decent, and I had some confidence in that area, at least better than Mr. Wong's. There was a time when Mr. Wong was out socializing and got drunk. He urgently needed to relieve himself, and I helped him out. Plus, I witnessed everything when Fong Tingting helped him with his difficulties in the woods by the roadside during the day. Good lad, being big makes a difference. Mr. Wong glanced at my thighs, causing me to quickly cover up with my hands. Shy, are we? You're not a virgin, are you? Mr. Wong laughed. My face flushed red and white, and I didn't know how to respond. I had a girlfriend during school, and we planned to get married after graduation, but it eventually fell apart. The reason was simply that I couldn't find a good job or afford a house. When I saw her get into a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, I finally understood the harshness of reality. So, you really are a virgin? Mr. Wong asked. I've had a girlfriend, but we broke up later, I replied. Did you get dumped? Mr. Wong pressed. Yeah, I nodded. It was a painful past that I didn't want to revisit. Is it because you didn't have money that you got dumped? Mr. Wong said. His gaze was sharp. He seemed to see right through my expression. He continued. Xiao Yu, this world is very realistic. When you have money, you can command the winds and the rain. But if you don't have money, you won't even have basic dignity, let alone the ridiculous notion of love. Is money really that important? I asked, feeling foolish for even voicing that thought. While it's true that money can't buy everything, being broke is a serious problem. Everything in this world costs money. Buying a house, buying a car. Doesn't it all require money? Do you know how much it costs to get married? How many men have watched the women they love walk away just because they didn't have money? Mr. Wong continued. Hearing this made me silent. He was right. Without money, you don't even have dignity. What is there to talk about when it comes to love? Don't go to bed so early tonight. You'll thank me tomorrow. Mr. Wong patted me on the shoulder. Watching him leave, I pondered his words. He told me not to sleep too early. Could it be that he was planning to spend the night with the boss's wife? Cautiously, I made my way to the door and peeked through the crack. The bathroom door was firmly shut. I knew the boss's wife was inside taking a shower. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Chapter 5. Caught the scene froze as a seductive figure emerged, clad in a red nightgown. Her hair was damp, and her profile was stunning, with skin that glowed a delicate pink. She held a towel, drying her hair, and her ample bosom was accentuated as she moved, her long legs glistening with droplets of water. Boss lady, I swallowed hard, trying to widen my eyes. The red nightgown was slightly sheer, revealing hints of the lingerie underneath. I had never seen such beauty, even in dreams, and I longed to rush over and embrace her, to experience the essence of life. The boss lady was oblivious to my presence, her steps graceful, and with each movement, her curves swayed gently. As she entered the room, I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Those few seconds of her coming out of the bath felt like an eternity to me. I genuinely envied Mr. Wong, wishing I could be him, married to such a goddess. He was the epitome of a life winner in my eyes. But then, the thought of her possibly being abandoned by Mr. Wong made me feel pity for her. Just moments ago, the boss lady had reminded me to wash the dirty clothes I had changed out of. I walked into the bathroom, placed the dirty clothes in the sink, and began washing. Summer clothes only needed a bit of detergent and a quick rinse. They didn't require thorough cleaning. As I finished washing and was about to leave the bathroom, I spotted the boss lady's clothes in the laundry basket. The qipao and lingerie were separated into two baskets, and I ignored the qipao, focusing on the lingerie. This was something the boss lady had worn, still carrying her scent. Quietly closing the door, I found myself inexplicably drawn to a blue bra. It was quite large, and when I opened my palm, I realized it was about the same size as my hand. Back in school, I loved playing basketball and could easily hold a ball with one hand. My hands were big. But now, I truly understood the boss lady's impressive proportions. Humans have desires. Even when they attain something, they want more. Just like how my gaze had shifted to a pair of black panties. As I picked them up, my hands trembled, and I examined them closely, imagining the boss lady wearing them. Cautiously cradling them in my hands, my heart raced, and my palms began to sweat. The fabric was smooth, adorned with beautiful patterns. Just as I was about to take a delicate sniff of their fragrance, the boss lady walked in. The air froze as I stared at her, the panties just inches from my nose. Oh no, I quickly threw the panties back into the laundry basket. The boss lady, who had been smiling, suddenly lost her smile. I felt like I could sink into the floor, helplessly staring at her, my face burning with embarrassment. You. The boss lady trembled with anger. I stammered, desperate to explain, but the words wouldn't come out. How could I be so foolish? This was the boss lady's home, and here I was, about to smell her lingerie. I was such a creep. No, she wouldn't think of me as a pervert, right? This was all a misunderstanding. How could you do this? The boss lady's face turned crimson. I wanted to help you wash your clothes too, I blurted out, grasping at straws. No, this isn't a moment of quick thinking. I'm just flustered. How could the boss lady possibly believe me? She didn't say a word, just stared at me, making me feel incredibly uncomfortable. I didn't know how to explain myself in a way that would convince her. I need to hang the clothes, I said, trying to find an escape. The boss lady remained silent, still just standing there, looking at me. As I picked up the freshly washed clothes, I couldn't bring myself to meet her gaze, but I caught a glimpse of a bruise on her thigh. Could it be that the boss lady got hurt while being with Mr. Wong? Mr. Wong is the real pervert. I can only imagine how he treats her. Wan Ting is just a product of his influence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted that way in the woods. I rushed out of the bathroom, but slipped and fell hard on the ground. The pain in my knee nearly brought me to tears. I hadn't expected to be so clumsy. Xiao Yu, what happened? Are you okay? Mr. Wong came over after hearing the commotion. I'm fine. I gritted my teeth, trying to stand up despite the pain. Fine. Look at you. Your knee is all scraped up, Mr. Wong said, concern etched on his face. I forced a smile and noticed the boss lady standing at the bathroom door. Her expression was complicated. I couldn't tell what she was thinking, but at least she wasn't laughing at me. If I had fallen like that outside, I would probably have been the subject of ridicule. Wife, go get a first aid kit and help Xiao Yu with his wound, Mr. Wong instructed. His words seemed to make the boss lady uneasy. She looked like she wanted to say something, but held back. Hurry up, Mr. Wong said, supporting me as he helped me into the room. I felt uneasy. I didn't want to trouble the boss lady. I wondered if Mr. Wong's earlier comment would upset her. What is going on? What happened? Mr. Wong asked as he helped me onto the bed. I ran into the boss lady while doing laundry in the bathroom, and I got a bit nervous, so I tripped when I came out, I explained awkwardly. Why are you so nervous? She's not a tiger, Mr. Wong said, a bit annoyed. I don't know. I'm fine now, I replied. Fine. You're actually in a perfect position to get closer to my wife. You need to seize this opportunity, Mr. Wong said, patting my shoulder. Closer to the boss lady? I pondered his words, and before long, the boss lady appeared in front of me with a first aid kit. Xiao Yu's knee is scraped. Can you disinfect it while I hang up the clothes? Mr. Wong said. Okay, the boss lady replied, placing the kit on the nightstand before picking up my clothes. As I watched her walk to the balcony to hang the clothes, I glanced at Mr. Wong. Stop daydreaming. You'll see her every day from now on. He reminded me before leaving the room. With the door closed behind him, I looked back toward the balcony. This is the boss lady, my goddess. And here she is helping me hang my clothes, especially my underwear, which she also hung out on the balcony. I never expected the boss's wife would hang my clothes for me. What did a simple worker like me, coming from the countryside, do to deserve such treatment? Does it hurt? She asked softly as she approached me. Not too bad, I replied, forcing a smile while sitting on the bed. Why did you touch my underwear? She continued, calmly taking out a bottle of red medicine from the first aid kit. I looked at her, feeling embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. I just knew that some things had to be faced, no matter how uncomfortable they were. Chapter 6. Madness for love. If my husband finds out, he will definitely fire you. The boss lady continued. I didn't mean to, I stammered anxiously. Who would dare to touch the boss lady's lingerie? If that ever happened, they would surely be out the door. But what did it mean that she was saying this now? I know it's not easy for you. But this is a one-time exception, the boss lady said. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, I replied, my words stumbling out. Hearing this, the boss lady nodded. She picked up an alcohol swab and dipped it into some antiseptic. Ouch, I grimaced. Just hang in there, she said gently. As the boss lady tended to my wound, I felt a warmth inside. I noticed how particularly tender she was. When she said it was not easy for me, did that mean she was forgiving me? Gradually, I began to observe the boss lady more closely. Her hands were very fair and soft, and she was careful while disinfecting me, afraid of causing me pain. Slowly, my gaze started to wander, and my heart began to race. The boss lady had to bend down to disinfect me, and coincidentally, she was wearing a deep-necked nightgown. Through the neckline, I caught a glimpse of her alluring cleavage, and beneath it, a pair of generously proportioned breasts wrapped in lingerie. They were so large and perky, I couldn't help but swallow hard. I suddenly realized the boss lady was a stunning seductress. A woman like her, if I could have her beneath me, that would be a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Unconsciously, I felt a heat rising in my lower abdomen, and I realized my body was reacting. This was an embarrassing feeling. I was only wearing a pair of shorts. What would I do if the boss lady saw? All done, the boss lady said, applying a band-aid with a smile. Thank you, I instinctively replied, unable to tear my gaze away. At that moment, the boss lady's expression changed. She noticed something was off. I hurriedly adjusted my shorts, feeling extremely anxious. You, the boss lady exclaimed, covering her chest, her face pale. Why yes, I'm sorry, boss lady. I stammered. Are you sick? How could you be so indecent? She scolded, clearly angry. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. I wanted to reach out to her, but I hesitated, fearing it would only make her angrier. Are you crazy? The boss lady stormed out of my room in a fit of rage. Standing there in a daze, I wished I could just punch this pathetic part of myself. How could I be so indecent? How could I react while the boss lady was treating my wound? My mind was in turmoil, and I wanted to explain to her. But she had already gone back to her room, and I had no chance. What should I do? I had left a bad impression on the boss lady. What was I going to do? Would she tell Mr. Wong? Would she tell him I had just stolen her lingerie from the bathroom? Would she tell him about my reaction? Would Mr. Wong fire me? My heart was a mix of emotions as I thought about the possibility of her telling Mr. Wong, who would surely come to confront me. An hour, 2 hours. By 11 o'clock at night, I hadn't heard any sounds. Perhaps the boss's wife concealed what just happened, which is why Mr. Wong didn't come looking for me. Lying on my bed, I couldn't shake off my insomnia. My mind was in turmoil. Gradually, I recalled Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting from earlier in the day, particularly the scene in the small grove that afternoon. Slowly, I felt a reaction stirring within me. Fong Tingting was about my age, with delicate features and a tall figure. When she smiled, her 2 small canine teeth showed. And the first time I saw her, I thought she was a beautiful and charming girl. We were probably the only 2 close in age at the company, and she always liked to talk to me. It wasn't until she became Mr. Wong's secretary and his mistress that a rift formed between us. No, to be more precise. After Fong Tingting became the mistress, my dislike for her grew. But the thought of such a young and beautiful woman being underneath Mr. Wong stirred something within me. I couldn't sleep, my brain was flooded with hormones, and gradually, I thought I heard some noises. Mr. Wong had just told me that tonight would be unforgettable. What could it be that would leave such an impression? As I pondered this, the sounds returned. It was coming from the next room. I jolted upright in bed. My hearing is sharp. I wouldn't mistake it. There were noises from the next room. It was Mr. Wong and the boss's wife. They weren't asleep yet. I cautiously got out of bed, tiptoeing barefoot to the corner by the TV cabinet to avoid making any noise. My heart raced faster as I leaned in to listen, hoping to catch a clue. Honey, I miss you. Oh no, Xiaoyu lives next door. It would be bad if he heard. What time is it? Xiaoyu must have been asleep for a while. What if he overheard? The conversation continued, and my throat went dry. I realized Mr. Wong was with the boss's wife, and they had just begun. Don't make a sound. Don't do that. I heard Mr. Wong's voice. While the boss's wife seemed to act shy. No wonder Mr. Wong said tonight would be unforgettable. It turned out he intended to create some noise for me to hear. A series of rustling sounds confirmed they were undressing. I felt a rush of heat all over. Biting my lip, I couldn't believe the boss's wife, such a goddess, was now with Mr. Wong. Just thinking about it made me uneasy, but I was also incredibly excited. This feeling was indescribable, and I couldn't resist the urge to sneak a peek into the next room. The balcony. Yes, I thought, making my way toward the balcony. I prayed the curtains in the next room weren't drawn, and I wished time would slow down. Upon reaching the balcony, a cool breeze brought me back to my senses, but at that moment, I had to take the plunge. This was the only chance to see the boss's wife and Mr. Wong being affectionate. I couldn't let it slip away. If I missed this opportunity, it would haunt me for the rest of my life. Carefully, I stood on the railing and looked across. In school, I had a standing long jump of 2.7 meters, the best in my class, so making the jump to the opposite balcony wouldn't be difficult as long as I was careful. With a gentle breeze at my back, I silently recite 3 numbers and leap into the air. Chapter 7. The water heater is broken, boss lady. I'm here. Facing the night breeze, I leapt onto the opposite balcony with a speed that would make your head spin, landing with a roll. What was that sound? A voice came from inside the room. It was the boss lady's voice, and upon hearing it, my face went pale. If I'm discovered, it's game over. Mr. Wong's voice sounded puzzled. I'll go take a look, the boss lady said. Oh no, I didn't expect her hearing to be this good. Nervous and anxious. I felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantically searching for a place to hide. The balcony only had a sofa. Yes, the sofa. I quickly ducked behind it. But at that moment, a little wild cat darted out, startling me. Just as the cat appeared, the balcony door opened. I nervously hid in the shadows, peeking through the gaps between the wall and the sofa. I saw the boss lady step onto the balcony. My heart raced, and I stared, mesmerized. Was this really happening? She was like my moonlight. So beautiful, breathtakingly gorgeous. The moonlight spilled over her, making her look incredibly alluring in her black lace lingerie. Her curves and smooth abdomen were mesmerizing, and those long, luscious legs were enough to make anyone's heart race. With a figure like that, she could easily make it to the top 3 in a Victoria's Secret show. What is going on? Mr. Wong stepped out. Just as he did, the little wild cat let out a meow, looking pitifully at the boss lady and Mr. Wong. I was terrified. It was just a cat. The boss lady patted her chest, causing a ripple of anxiety in me. My mouth was dry, and I wished time could freeze so I could rush over, pull her into my arms, and push her down onto the sofa. This cat probably came from somewhere nearby, probably in heat, Mr. Wong chuckled. What are you talking about? The boss lady shot him a glare. In the next moment, they both walked back into the room, and the balcony door closed again. I cautiously exhaled. Thank goodness I wasn't discovered. If I had been, I wouldn't be able to wash my hands of it, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. We might as well stay on the balcony. It's not cold out here. It would be bad if someone saw us. What time is it? There's hardly anyone around. No way, this can't happen. Little you is right next door. Absolutely not. The continuous conversation from inside made me feel uneasy. Mr. Wong was quite the scoundrel, trying to get close to the boss lady on the balcony. Carefully peeking out from behind the sofa, I leaned against the windowsill, nervously trying to look inside. If only I had night vision. After a few minutes, Mr. Wong tightly embraced the boss lady. Staring at this scene, I realized Mr. Wong lacked the vitality of youth. Such a waste. It was a total waste. Being with Mr. Wong would never make the boss lady happy. I'm suddenly feeling sorry for the boss lady, but the reason has nothing to do with Fong Tingting. It's actually due to Mr. Wong's personal health issues. The two of them lay down shortly after, and there was no more noise. I didn't rush to leave. I felt I should wait until they were sound asleep before I could go. After about half an hour, I made my way back along the same route to my balcony. Once I returned to my room, I felt more at ease. Tonight was truly unforgettable for me as I witnessed everything that happened between Mr. Wong and the boss lady. Unfortunately, I couldn't see clearly, and that's my biggest regret. Reflecting on the boss lady from just moments ago, I realized she's a very open-minded woman, especially in the darkness of night. Tossing and turning, I found it hard to fall asleep, and it wasn't until around 10 in the morning that I started to feel drowsy. In a hazy state, I dreamed of the boss lady. I dreamed of our intimacy, and she was so gentle. Oh my. I sat up straight in bed, only to realize it was already bright outside. Feeling embarrassed, I rushed to the bathroom to change into shorts, washing my dirty pants and hanging them on the balcony. I never expected to dream about the boss lady. It truly is said that what you think about during the day can manifest in your dreams at night. The morning sunlight bathed me, almost as if it were telling me that all of this was just a fantasy, while reality remained so harsh. Shall you? It's almost time for breakfast. Let us head to the company early. Mr. Wong's voice rang out from outside the door. Okay, Mr. Wong. I replied as I put on my clothes. After washing up, I went downstairs and saw breakfast laid out on the dining table in the hall. The boss lady was in her pajamas, her hair a bit messy. This was the first time I'd seen her without any makeup. Even without it, her skin looked great. As I walked past her, I caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, her unique scent. Shall you? If there aren't enough fried eggs, let me know. And make sure to eat plenty of bacon, the boss lady said with a smile. Sure. I nodded eagerly as I sat down at the table. The boss lady was so gentle and nurturing. Having a woman like her as a wife is truly a blessing. Eat more eggs, you know how it is. A man should eat what he needs, Mr. Wong said with a laugh as he sat down across from me. What are you talking about? The boss lady interjected. Nothing much, Mr. Wong chuckled, picking up his chopsticks and starting to eat. I managed a weak smile, picked up a fried egg, and when I bit into it, the yolk oozed out. I can honestly say that this was the best fried egg I've ever had. Not only were the eggs delicious, but the millet porridge was also quite good, especially when paired with some pickles that hit the spot. Your knee is feeling better, right? The boss lady asked as she sat down across from me, smiling. It's fine, I replied. Good. She nodded and started eating with us. Watching the boss lady savor her food made me think back to what I'd seen on the balcony the night before. My heart raced again, imagining if it were me in that situation. Before I knew it, I felt a warmth rising in my lower abdomen. I finished eating, put down my chopsticks, and wiped my mouth. Did you eat enough? The boss lady asked. Yeah, I nodded shyly, just then noticing my shoelaces were untied. As I instinctively bent down, I caught a glimpse of the boss lady's long legs beneath the table. The legs were slightly apart, revealing a glimpse of spring beneath the hem of the skirt. However, the landlady suddenly closed her legs, and I noticed some faint bruising on her knees. When I looked up, I saw that her cheeks were a bit flushed. Had she sensed my intentions? Honey, could you have someone fix the shower in our room? It's quite inconvenient to shower in the bathroom outside, the landlady suddenly said. Shall you? I'll leave this matter to you, Mr. Wong said lightly. Oh, I felt a bit dazed, but Mr. Wong's words were like an imperial decree. With payday approaching, I had to comply with his request. Chapter 8. She's doing yoga. Can Xiao Yu fix water heaters? The boss's wife asked in surprise. His previous job was installing water heaters on site, Mr. Wong replied. You used to do that? The boss's wife asked me, intrigued. Seeing her question, I quickly responded. I did it for a while. I had never actually done that, but since Mr. Wong said so, I had to go along with it. Even though I had no idea how to fix a broken water heater. I told you Xiao Yu could do it, Mr. Wong chuckled. When will it be fixed? The boss's wife inquired. It was clear she was quite concerned about getting the water heater repaired. I sensed she didn't want to take a shower in the bathroom outside, especially since I would be using that bathroom too. It would be quite awkward if we ran into each other. How about in the afternoon? Xiao Yu will take me to the company in the morning. And he'll be free in the afternoon, Mr. Wong said. All right, the boss's wife nodded. And just like that, it was settled. After lunch, I headed to the company with Mr. Wong. Afterward, you'll take me back to the company, Mr. Wong instructed. Didn't we agree on the afternoon? Why are you going back so soon? I asked, confused. My wife practices yoga every morning, usually from 9 to 10. You'll get to see her in her yoga pants, Mr. Wong grinned. I was momentarily speechless. I hadn't expected Mr. Wong to arrange this. I had never seen the boss's wife in yoga pants before, and I figured I might just end up with a nosebleed. I really couldn't imagine what she'd look like doing yoga. Are you looking forward to it? Let me tell you, my wife is very flexible. If you succeed, you might unlock a lot of her poses, Mr. Wong continued. But Mr. Wong, I don't know how to fix water heaters. What if I can't do it? I asked. I had no idea how to fix a water heater. Would Mr. Wong really put me in such a tough spot? If I messed up, I'd embarrass myself in front of the boss's wife. The shower head of the water heater is blocked. You just need to change the shower head and the hose. And it'll work. Don't tell me you can't even handle that. Mr. Wong laughed. Oh, okay, I nodded instinctively. The stuff is in the trunk. If my wife asks, just say I sent you back, Mr. Wong added. But that doesn't make sense, Mr. Wong. I don't even know what's wrong with the water heater. If I suddenly change the hose, the boss's wife will definitely find it suspicious, I said. I believe the boss's wife was a meticulous woman. She would surely notice something was off. If she asked about it, how would I explain myself? Figure it out yourself. I don't have the energy to think about all that, Mr. Wong said, closing his eyes and falling silent. I glanced at Mr. Wong in the rearview mirror, feeling a bit anxious. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the company. Mr. Wong got out and headed straight for the entrance. Once he entered the company, I opened the trunk. Sure enough, there was a brand new shower head and a stainless steel hose, along with all the necessary tools. It seemed Mr. Wong had come prepared. I had only agreed to help him yesterday, yet he had everything ready in advance. Mr. Wong truly was no ordinary person. It was as if he had known I would agree all along. I closed the trunk, got into the car, and was just about to drive out of the company when I saw a white Mercedes C-Class pull into the parking lot. To my surprise, Fong Tingting was driving a Mercedes. It was clear that the car was brand new. With Fong Tingting's salary, how could she afford a Mercedes? I vaguely remembered her mentioning to President Wong that she liked Mercedes, and back then, he just smiled without saying anything. I didn't expect him to buy her a car so soon. Fong Tingting stepped out of the car, looking glamorous, and strutted into the office with her new handbag from yesterday. She walked with such confidence, like a proud princess. Is money really that easy to earn? Does being pretty really make you a winner in life? Watching her flaunt her success, I pressed the gas pedal and drove away. A Mercedes C-Class costs at least 300,000 yuan. With my current income, I couldn't even dream of affording it. My monthly salary is 6,000 yuan, which totals just over 70,000 a year. Earning 70,000 and saving 70,000 are two completely different things. If I saved diligently, I might manage to save 40,000 in a year, which means it would take me 7 years to buy this car. How many 7-year periods are there in life? Just this one car is the ceiling for an ordinary person. No wonder Fong Tingting clung to President Wong. Being with him could save her decades of hard work. First, it's a car. I can only imagine she'll also get a house. She is going to be a wealthy woman for sure. It's no wonder she struts around the office. She indeed has something to brag about. As I drove towards President Wong's house, I couldn't help but feel sorry for his wife. All this money should have been hers, but now it was being divided up. When I returned to President Wong's house and stepped out of the car, I saw his wife. Xiao Yu, why are you back so soon? She called from the balcony, clearly having heard the noise. Indeed, she was home practicing yoga. In her pink sports bra and white yoga pants, she looked stunning. I was almost mesmerized. If it weren't for the distance, I would have loved to take a closer look. President Wong said there was nothing much to do this morning, so he asked me to go home and fix the water heater. I replied. Come on up, she nodded. I walked into the living room, and before long, I found myself in her room. The last time I was in her room was when President Wong got drunk, and I carried him back. I remembered that day when she even wiped my sweat and said it was a hassle for me. I noticed a yoga mat on the floor, and her face was flushed with beads of sweat at her temples. The tight yoga pants accentuated her beautiful figure, and I couldn't help but glance at her well-rounded backside. The pink sports bra had some sweat stains, indicating she had worked up quite a sweat, and her ample chest was quite eye-catching. Shall you? Come take a look. She called me over, leading me into the bathroom. Following her, I couldn't help but admire her slim waist, thinking how wonderful it would be to embrace her from behind. As we entered the bathroom, I immediately spotted the shower. This shower isn't working. Can you take a look? She said, crossing her arms and standing to the side. Sure, I replied, stepping into the shower area. Does the boss usually shower here? My breathing became heavy. This was definitely not where I was meant to be. If it weren't for Mr. Wong giving me this opportunity, I wouldn't even have stepped through this door. This is the shower switch, but no matter how I try, it just won't work. The boss lady continued speaking. I went back to twist the faucet, then picked up the shower head to take a look. How's it going? The boss lady asked. The air felt thick, and we were very close to each other. I could smell her sweat, and that scent filled my mind. I instinctively glanced at the top of her thigh, and my heart jolted. Chapter 9. I'm sorry, worry. Why is the boss lady so attractive? This moment is one for the history books. The boss lady's allure has left an indelible mark on my heart, I said as I began to take a look. The boss lady nodded, seemingly in no rush to leave, instead staying close by to watch. I detached the shower head and then unscrewed the water pipe. Is it broken? The boss lady asked. As I turned on the faucet, water gushed out, and I realized that Mr. Wong had planned this intentionally. He had been strategizing for days. There happened to be a hose and a shower head in the car, so I brought them over to make the switch. Why don't you change it? I still have a few moves left to finish, the boss lady said as she left the bathroom. Stepping out of the bathroom, I saw her continuing her yoga practice. Her graceful posture was a stunning sight. I took the tools and parts from the car and returned to the boss lady's room. As soon as I entered, I was taken aback. There she was, kneeling on the floor, maintaining her position with her hands stretched out on the yoga mat, her chest almost contorted, and her alluring curves facing me. I swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. The view was beautiful, but I needed to exercise restraint. I walked into the bathroom, and soon I had connected the hose and shower head. Is it ready? The boss lady walked into the shower room. She seemed very concerned about the shower head, clearly preferring not to take a shower in the outside bathroom. I felt a bit disappointed. If she showered in the room, I wouldn't be able to see her in the outside bathroom. All right, I said. I'll give it a try. As she spoke, the boss lady turned on the switch. Just like that, water sprayed out of the shower head, soaking both of us. Ah! She screamed, caught off guard by the cold water, her full chest bouncing slightly. I quickly turned it off, but she was already drenched, looking like a drowned rat, her workout tank top and yoga pants completely soaked. Because her clothes were tight, I could see her figure more clearly. Are you okay? I hurriedly said, it's okay. The boss lady's cheeks flushed, and she tried to avoid my gaze as she turned to leave. Just then, she slipped on the floor. Ah! The boss lady fell back, her face filled with shock. If she hit the ground, it would definitely be the back of her head. I quickly reached out to catch her. The air seemed to freeze as I held her, my hands resting on her chest. It was so large and soft. My heart is racing. I never imagined I would have this moment with the boss. Oh my. The boss lady stood up, suddenly breaking free, her face flushed all the way to her neck. I awkwardly looked at her. For a brief moment, it felt like a dream come true. I never expected the boss lady to be so impressive. You. The boss's eyes were fixed on the waistband of my pants. You. The boss was so angry that she was shaking all over. Why yes, I'm sorry. I felt extremely embarrassed and didn't know what to do. In front of the boss lady, I couldn't stay calm. I just accidentally had some intimate contact with her, and my instinctive reaction was beyond my control. How could you be so shameless? The boss lady was so embarrassed that she started stomping her feet in anger. I didn't even know how to explain. I never expected fixing a shower would turn out to be so awkward. Just get out, she insisted. Oh, okay. I picked up my tools and awkwardly left that place of trouble. As I stepped out of the boss lady's room, I couldn't help but want to slap myself, cursing my own cowardice. I'm a man, strong and upright. I'm not a wimp or a sissy. Why did I feel so guilty facing the boss lady? What was I even feeling guilty about? Just as I was contemplating whether to head back to the office, I heard footsteps, followed by the door to the bathroom opening. Within minutes, the sound of water splashing echoed from inside. The boss lady was taking a shower. Images of her bathing flashed through my mind. If I burst into the bathroom right now, she'd be completely exposed, unable to resist me. In my mind, she would be mine, there was no doubt about it. What are you thinking, Yunnan? This is a crime. It's not allowed. There are laws in this world. My mind wrestled with two conflicting voices. And in the end, I chose to side with reason. Just as I was mulling over these thoughts, a call from Mr. Wong came in. Hello, Mr. Wong, I answered. Is it a good time to talk? He asked. Yes, I nodded. What's the situation? How is the progress? He inquired. I recounted everything that had just happened, omitting the part about the boss lady falling down. You say she's in the shower now? How long has it been? Mr. Wong asked. She just went in. I replied. When she comes out, make sure to talk to her more, he advised. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I hesitated. You just fixed her shower. She must have a good impression of you. You know, relationships need nurturing. It's summer. Wear something lighter and get closer to her, he continued. I'll give it a try, I said. All right. Then, Mr. Wong concluded. After hanging up, I returned to my room and opened the closet. This morning, I had left for work in a shirt and dress pants. But since Mr. Wong suggested I wear less, should I switch to a fitted tank top and casual shorts? I thought to myself, quickly walking to the bathroom to change my outfit. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I let out a small sigh. When I noticed the sound of a hairdryer coming from the boss lady's room, I knew she had finished her shower. Timing it just right, I walked into her room. The boss lady was wearing a black nightgown, and because of the fabric's lace design, I could vaguely see her red lingerie underneath. Why are you still here? She frowned upon seeing me. I came to apologize. I'm really sorry about earlier. It wasn't intentional, I stammered. Her legs looked so fair. That knee-length nightgown was simply too tempting. How wonderful it would be if I could lift it and take in that delicate fragrance. What happened earlier was my fault for tripping, but thankfully you caught me. I'm not upset with you. I trust that you only bumped into me by accident. The boss lady said. Oh, I nodded. Don't you need to go to the office? The boss lady continued. Then I'll head to the office now. I replied with a forced smile. She was clearly giving me the hint to leave, and if I lingered any longer, it would show that I was being dense. Once downstairs and seated in the car, I sighed in resignation. It seemed the boss lady had no feelings for me. She hadn't even glanced my way just now. I'm generally quite confident in my looks and figure, but her indifference had left me feeling defeated. Just as I was about to start the engine, I heard a loud shout. Hey, Xiao Yu, wait up. I turned off the car and got out. Come up for a moment. The boss lady waved to me from the balcony, and from this angle, I could catch a glimpse of something intriguing beneath her skirt. Sure, I said, my eyes lighting up. Chapter 10. Why are you so timid? Does the boss lady need my help with something? She was wearing a sexy nightgown. And with just the two of us, one man and one woman, couldn't we spark some chemistry? As I entered the boss lady's room, I saw her approach me, holding a bottle of medicine. What is this? I asked, surprised. My husband has some business to attend to tonight. This is a hangover remedy. When you finish work, make sure he takes one. Just leave the bottle in the car. Okay, I nodded in agreement. It seemed the boss lady was concerned about Mr. Wong, and I was overthinking things. After all, they had just spent a romantic night together yesterday, so it was only natural for her to care about him. Come back early tonight, the boss lady continued. I glanced at her and nodded before leaving. Tonight, Mr. Wong didn't have any business to attend to. He was taking Fong Tingting to look at some properties. Upon arriving at the company, I headed to the driver's office. I hadn't even taken a sip of water when Fong Tingting strutted in, full of herself. She was dressed casually in a bohemian-style long dress, complete with sunglasses and high heels, exuding goddess vibes. She was in a great mood, holding a cup of bubble tea and sipping leisurely. That little mouth of hers sure knew how to suck. No wonder Mr. Wong was infatuated with her. I thought to myself, not wanting to engage with her. It's rare to see you in a tank top. Your figure isn't bad. Fong Tingting smiled. Is there something you want? I replied coolly. Ever since Fong Tingting became Mr. Wong's mistress, I had kept my distance. I knew the saying, don't mess with the boss's woman. Did you see everything yesterday? Fong Tingting asked. I don't know what you're talking about, I said. Yesterday afternoon in the Grove, were you spying on us? Fong Tingting set her bubble tea aside, leaning on the table, looking straight at me. What a seductress. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of her cleavage and said, I'm not interested in that. You must be dying for me to serve you like I do for Mr. Wong. Fong Tingting suddenly squatted down in front of me, her legs together. This angle gave me a clearer view of her neckline, and indeed, she had the confidence to flaunt it. Fong Tingting, please mind your manners, I said, feeling irritated. What is wrong with what I said? Why are you so timid? Fong Tingting mocked, her delicate hand suddenly resting on my thigh. Looking at her sexy lips, I recalled the scene I had witnessed in the Grove yesterday afternoon. Do you like me? Fong Tingting bit her lip. Not at all. I rolled my eyes. Seeing my reaction, Fong Tingting burst into laughter, pointing at me and saying, "Yunnan, stop pretending. Just look at yourself. How could this woman be so shameless? Did she not fear being discovered by Mr. Wong? Even teasing me, a mere driver? I know you're single. You must be pent up, right?" Fong Tingting laughed. "Fong Tingting, watch your tone," I warned. "Of course, with a salary of only 5,000 a month, how could you afford a girlfriend? You still have to pay rent and send money home," Fong Tingting continued. "That's enough," I snapped. "Are you jealous of me?" Fong Tingting took a sip of her milk tea and continued, "That Mercedes in the parking lot outside is mine. Boss Wong even bought me a house. Do you know Nanjiaopin? It's a 150 square meter apartment in my name. Impressive, right? You're pretty amazing, I guess," I replied. "You could do it too. You're so handsome. Just find yourself a rich woman." Fong Tingting chuckled, eyeing me for a moment before adding, "How about I support you? I could give you a monthly salary of 5,000. With that plus a driver's wage, you'd be making 10 grand a month. You want to support me?" I frowned. "Are you tempted?" Fong Tingting laughed. "Just get back to whatever you were doing," I scoffed. "Ha." She laughed, strutting out of my office moments later. "Enjoy your little victory, Fong Tingting." I gritted my teeth but felt my brow furrow just a few minutes later. Was she joking, or was there some truth to what she said? What intrigued me wasn't the 5,000 a month, but the idea of her supporting me. Being with Fong Tingting behind Boss Wong's back might be unethical, but it was undeniably thrilling to think about. Especially after what happened yesterday in the Grove. If only Fong Tingting had. Just thinking about it made my heart race. In the past few days, I had seen too much of what I shouldn't have. First Boss Wong and the owner's wife last night. And now Fong Tingting today. I opened my phone and clicked on a video. Just as I reached the exciting part, my phone suddenly rang, startling me. "Hello, boss." I answered. "Are you at the office yet?" Boss Wong asked. "Yeah," I replied. "Have you made any further progress with my wife?" He pressed. "Not that quickly," I said awkwardly. "I can't wait, and neither can Fong Tingting." Boss Wong reminded me. "I'll do my best," I assured him. "If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else," he said quickly. Hearing that made me anxious. "Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely try harder. Meet me at the office entrance at 1 this afternoon," Boss Wong instructed. After promising him, I hung up and reopened the video. Just as I was getting to the good part, I suddenly heard a rattling at the doorknob. "Who's there?" I grumbled, opening the door. "Why did you lock the door?" Fong Tingting walked into my office. "Why are you here again?" My eyes darted away nervously. Good thing I locked the door, otherwise it would have been a disaster. "What do you need the paper for?" Fong Tingting frowned, but soon a smile crept onto her face. "Is it wrong for me to have a cold?" I defended myself. Her smile only widened. Chapter 11. A woman's heart. Isn't it a bad idea to have such a fiery temper? I argued. "Are you watching adult films?" Fong Tingting laughed. "That's nonsense. Don't say such things," I denied. Hearing my words, Fong Tingting sat down on the sofa in front of me, crossing her legs, the hem of her skirt hinting at the beauty beneath. "Why ignore a gorgeous woman like me just to watch those films?" she teased, biting her nails. Her nails were beautifully manicured, adorned with pink petals, as if they were whispering that she embodied femininity. "Stop talking nonsense. I need to go meet Mr. Wong at the door." "I don't have time to chat with you," I said. "Really?" Fong Tingting chuckled, then added, "I think you're either foolish or pretending to be. Mr. Wong is going home to spend time with his wife tonight. He won't have time to come over to me. If you're interested, you can come to my place." What? My expression changed, and my heart raced. Was Fong Tingting out of her mind? Did she really want to have an affair with me behind Mr. Wong's back? If Mr. Wong found out, wouldn't her plan be in vain? This woman was clearly trying to manipulate the situation to make Mr. Wong divorce his wife and marry her. Her intentions were obvious. Mr. Wong had already bought her a house and a car. What more could she want? "Are you worried I might get pregnant and that it would be inconvenient for you to be with me?" Fong Tingting continued. "I told you I'm not interested." "Stop saying such ridiculous things," I hurriedly replied. Although I did have concerns about her getting pregnant, even if she wasn't, it was impossible for us to be together. I was just an employee. My primary focus was to work and earn money. I had no desire to play around like Mr. Wong did. I couldn't afford it. Nor did I dare. "Look at how nervous you are. It's so boring," Fong Tingting said, standing up from the sofa, as she walked out of the office. She seemed to remember something. "By the way, don't tell anyone what I just said, or you might find yourself out of a job." I didn't respond to Fong Tingting. Did she think I was a fool? How could I possibly spill the beans? If I did, it would be like walking into a trap. Mr. Wong wouldn't believe me over her. At 3 in the afternoon, I arrived at the company entrance to pick up Mr. Wong right on time. He got into the car and instructed me to head to the south suburb Ping. It was an upscale community with an average price of 21,000 yuan per square meter. A 150 square meter apartment would cost around 3 million. The boss's wife just gave me a pack of hangover pills. She said you should take one during your evening engagements, I said. Today, we'll look at the apartment. And after that, we'll go out for dinner. We should be back home by 9, Mr. Wong replied. Okay, I nodded. Does my wife look good in yoga pants? Mr. Wong continued. Very nice, I answered. Make it quick. Fong Tingting can't wait, Mr. Wong said. I understand, I nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the new apartment building. As I watched Mr. Wong get out of the car, I parked in the designated spot. 5 minutes later, I saw Fong Tingting. She parked her Benz and stepped out, clearly in a great mood. With a light step, she glanced my way as she walked past and entered the building. I don't know what Wong and Fong Tingting are doing in the house. When they reappeared in my line of sight, I noticed Fong Tingting's knees were red. Let's go to Wanda Plaza, Wong said, getting into the car with Fong Tingting. Sure, I replied, starting the engine and driving towards the nearby shopping mall. In the rearview mirror, I saw Fong Tingting linking arms with Wong. At this point, it seemed she had successfully climbed the social ladder. In her 20s, with a car and a house, she truly was a winner in life, but her happiness was built on the ruins of someone else's family. Upon arriving at the mall, Fong Tingting dragged Wong into a jewelry store. Just yesterday, Wong had bought her a bag, and now he was back to buy her jewelry. The gold necklace, gold bracelet, gold ring, and gold earrings cost around 50 to 60,000 yuan. Wong also took Fong Tingting to buy clothes before they finally entered a restaurant. I had already eaten a light meal at a snack shop, so I waited outside the restaurant. Just then, the boss's wife's call came in. Hello? I answered the phone. Xiao Yu, is your boss too drunk? Why isn't he answering my calls? The boss's wife asked. He's negotiating a business deal and can't take calls right now, I replied. Make sure to remind him to drink less, she continued. Okay, I will, boss, I promised and hung up. Watching Wong and Fong Tingting laughing together inside the restaurant, I stood up and walked in, feeling a mix of emotions. Wong had a devoted wife waiting for him at home, yet he was out with his mistress, buying her cars, houses, and luxury items. How could he be such a scumbag? I felt genuinely sorry for the boss's wife, but there was nothing I could do. I realized that the boss's wife must divorce Wong. A man like him wasn't worth her lifelong commitment. Now do you believe me? Fong Tingting said, pointing to the test results on the table. You're having twins. You're really my lucky star. Wong exclaimed excitedly. I haven't confirmed yet if it's a boy or a girl, Fong Tingting said, tucking the report away. What is up? Wong asked, looking at me. The boss's wife just called, asking why you weren't answering. She told you to drink less, I said, leaning closer to him. This woman is so troublesome. I told her I was busy with a client and not to disturb me, Wong said, downing his drink in one gulp. I awkwardly glanced at Wong and Fong Tingting. You go wait in the underground garage. We'll be down in a bit, Wong instructed. I nodded and left the restaurant. In the underground garage, I pulled out a cigarette and lit one, thinking that Wong and the boss's marriage was as good as over. With Fong Tingting pregnant with twins, there was no way Wong would let her terminate the pregnancy. Can you stop bothering me? How many times do I have to tell you? We broke up, Lily shouted. But we agreed, right? The house and the wedding are not an issue, he replied. Are you out of your mind? Does taking out a loan to buy a house even count? The new apartment is only 80 square meters. Are you kidding me? Also, my mom said the betrothal gift is 580,000 yuan. But you tell me your family can't afford it and can only give 200,000? Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you waste my time? My parents are just regular workers. Where would we get that much money? I'll work hard and earn it myself, can't I? Look at you, driving a beat-up Volkswagen worth over 100,000. I'm embarrassed for you. My best friend's boyfriend drives an Audi A6. Do you know what that is? As the argument continued, I turned to see a familiar face. Suli, my college classmate, the beauty of our class. She was still in the middle of arguing with a man when she spotted me, and her expression turned to one of surprise. Flicking away a cigarette, but I quickly got into my car. You, Yunan, what are you doing here? Suli came up to my window, her gaze full of confusion. Chapter 12. Don't mess it up. It's an undeniable fact that I came from a poor family, but today I find myself sitting in a BMW, which any of my old classmates would find unbelievable. This isn't just any BMW. It's a 7 Series, worth over 1 million yuan. Far more luxurious than an Audi A6. I'm just out for a drive to clear my mind. I try to calm myself down and start the engine. This BMW isn't mine, and I don't want to create an awkward situation. I just heard Suli belittling her boyfriend, and he's looking right at me. See that? My classmate drives a big BMW. Now you know just how pathetic you are. Suli turned to the man as she spoke. His face turned crimson. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he drove off in his Volkswagen from the underground garage. Thank you, Yunan, Suli said as soon as her boyfriend left. It was only then that I started to take a good look at her. Suli was wearing a beige bodycon dress that hugged her curves, with the hem just above her knees, showcasing her long, shapely legs. Her long hair flowed down, and she had a designer handbag. The combination of her alluring figure and wavy hair made my heart race a little. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I live nearby. I work in sales at a company. How about you?" Suli replied with a smile. "Me?" I frowned. "Well, I'm just a regular worker. What can I do?" Suli raised an eyebrow at my response. "You're being too modest. How can someone who drives a BMW call themselves just a worker? You're impressive to have a BMW just 2 years after graduation." "I really am just a worker," I said awkwardly. "Can you give me a ride home?" "I live alone," Suli said. My brain went blank. Suli had always seemed so out of my league. Back in college, she had many admirers. And someone like me, a poor guy, was hardly on her radar. I never imagined she would ask me for a ride home. "You're not married, are you?" Suli continued. "No, I'm single," I quickly replied. "Then take me home," Suli said, suddenly opening the passenger door and sitting down. My heart raced. I didn't expect her to be so forward. Was she still the same proud goddess from before? It seemed that wealth could indeed make one feel untouchable. To ordinary people, a woman like Suli is a goddess, but to the wealthy, perhaps she is just a plaything. "I live in Nanjiao Ping," Suli urged. In a moment of impulse, I pressed the accelerator and drove off. As I left the underground garage, I regretted my decision. Mr. Wong had asked me to wait for him there, but here I was, trying to impress my former goddess by giving her a ride home. As I glanced over at Suli, who was touching up her makeup, I fell silent, while she chatted about her school days. "Yunnan, you've really changed. I never noticed it before. I remember you're from a rural area, right?" Suli said. "Yeah," I nodded, hoping we would reach our destination soon. "What business are you in now? I haven't heard from you in 2 years. How have you been?" Suli continued. "In the past 2 years, I've worked as a construction worker, part-time as a fitness coach, and now I'm just a driver. What face do I have to reconnect with old classmates?" I felt a pang of bitterness inside. How could I compare myself to you city folks? "Let's leave it at that," I said vaguely. Suli looked at me in surprise, then took out her phone to snap a few selfies. "You're just like you were in school, still so shy," she remarked. "Up ahead is your neighborhood," I said as I pulled up to the entrance. "My home is in the first building on the 10th floor. Want to come up for a bit?" Suli asked. "Is that really okay?" I cleared my throat, my eyes catching a glimpse of Suli's fair thighs. "I'm living alone. Just come say hi," she insisted. "No, I have things to do tonight," I replied, parking the car alongside the curb. I couldn't forget the look in Suli's eyes as she got out of the car. She seemed genuinely surprised, as if she didn't recognize me anymore. Or perhaps I seemed very unfamiliar to her. "All right, could I have your WeChat?" Suli smiled. "Sure," I agreed. After we exchanged WeChat info, I hit the gas and disappeared from the neighborhood entrance. In the rearview mirror, I saw Suli standing there for 5 or 6 seconds. Not long after, I returned to the mall's underground parking lot. Just as I parked, I spotted Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting approaching. I opened the door and watched them get in before driving off. "What's that smell?" Mr. Wong frowned. "Is there?" Fong Tingting wrinkled her nose, trying to sniff. My heart raced. It was the scent Suli left in the car. I had forgotten to air it out. "Shall you take Secretary Fong home first?" Mr. Wong instructed. "Okay," I nodded in agreement. After finally dropping Fong Tingting off at her building, I hurried back home with Mr. Wong. "What did you think of that neighborhood?" Mr. Wong asked. "Pretty good," I replied. "Starting tomorrow, Secretary Fong can move in. Remember to help her with the move," Mr. Wong added. "Got it," I nodded. Fong Tingting is really lucky. She is about to live in a spacious 150 square meter apartment all by herself. A country girl really can transform into a city lady. "By the way, what did my wife say when she called you earlier?" Mr. Wong changed the subject. "The boss lady said you should drink less." "I just told her you were busy with work. Nothing else," I said. "All right, tonight I'll create an opportunity for you. We'll see what you're made of," Mr. Wong said. "Create an opportunity for me tonight? What does he mean by that?" I wondered. Could it be that I might have a chance to get closer to the boss lady? In the middle of the night, while the boss lady is asleep, Mr. Wong sneaks out to switch places with me. And then I end up in the dark with her? No, that is impossible. If the boss lady finds out it's me, she would definitely call the police. Such a ridiculous idea. How could someone like Mr. Wong ever think of it? "Let's put on a good show together later. Don't mess it up," Mr. Wong reminded me. "Sure thing, boss," I replied. As the car pulled into the villa, I noticed the lights in the hall were on. The boss's wife was sitting on the sofa. And when she saw our car, she hurried out to greet us. "Honey, you didn't drink too much, did you?" she asked as she approached the front of the car. "No, the clients wanted to go karaoke, but I told them I needed to go home to be with my wife, so they let me off," Mr. Wong chuckled. "Is this a bad time? Am I interrupting something?" The boss's wife inquired. They're all regular clients. They know I'm a family man, Mr. Wong said, taking her hand as they walked into the villa's hall. I silently followed behind, admiring the boss's wife's alluring figure. Chapter 13. Walking on thin ice. As I entered the hall, I saw the boss's wife preparing some detox tea for Mr. Wong. Her thoughtful gestures made me want to hit someone. What a wonderful woman, yet she ended up with a scoundrel like Mr. Wong. Xiaoyu, you must be tired today. Get some rest early, the boss's wife said to me. Okay, I nodded in agreement, knowing that this was now Mr. Wong and the boss's wife's private world. And I was not meant to be there. As I walked up the stairs, I couldn't help but glance back. The boss's wife was giving Mr. Wong a shoulder massage, her voice gentle. Her grace and poise contrasted sharply with Mr. Wong's actions. He showed no signs of guilt or remorse. What kind of man could be so heartless? Mr. Wong and the boss's wife had been married for 10 years. Did they truly have no feelings for each other? Was it all because of that vixen, Fong Tingting, who barged in? Was Mr. Wong just playing along? When I got to my room, I stepped out onto the balcony to collect the laundry. Under the night sky, the lights were on in the neighboring balcony, and the boss's wife's lingerie was still hanging there, but it was not the same set from last night. While I was lost in thought, my phone buzzed. I opened it to find a WeChat message from Fong Tingting. What the hell? My eyes widened. It was a selfie, and Fong Tingting had just taken a shower. Her hair was still damp, and she was wearing a lace nightgown. The neckline was quite low, revealing a deep cleavage, and it seemed she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Do you think I look good? What are you doing alone in your rental? Want to come over to my place? Fong Tingting asked directly in a voice message. She had no idea I was staying at Mr. Wong's place. She didn't know Mr. Wong had asked me to seduce the boss's wife. And her audacity to flirt with me behind Mr. Wong's back was astonishing. Are you crazy? Don't act all flirty in front of me, I replied. I had no interest in Fong Tingting. Although she was young, I knew she was manipulative. Getting close to her would only end badly for me. Yunnan, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Don't think I don't know you'll save my photo, Fong Tingting said. Boring, I responded. I know you look down on me, but it's fine. My family is counting on me to succeed. I have younger siblings to support. And if I don't climb up the ladder, who will pay for their tuition and living expenses? My parents are farmers, and they've exhausted themselves raising us 3 kids. Fong Tingting continued. I don't look down on you. Everyone has their own path. Just take care of yourself. I replied. Deep down, I did look down on Fong Tingting. I felt she relied on her looks to get ahead. She was the mistress, the third party who broke up a happy family. But then again, flies don't buzz around an egg without cracks. Even if Fong Tingting hadn't appeared, I believed other women would have come along eventually, especially since the boss's wife couldn't have children. The boss's wife couldn't have children? I suddenly found this strange. Mr. Wong had said they had been together for 10 years without having kids, yet he was able to get Fong Tingting pregnant. Didn't that imply the boss's wife was infertile? But the boss's wife looked perfectly healthy. How could she not have children? Mr. Wong said for you to help me move tomorrow, so don't forget to be on call, Fong Tingting said. Got it, I replied, deleting the chat with her. Suddenly, I felt a pang of regret because I hadn't zoomed in to examine the photo Fong Tingting had sent me earlier. What was I thinking? I scolded myself for being so useless, just as I happened to see Su Li's WeChat. Su Li's WeChat name was Disney's Escaped Princess, and I had no idea why she chose that name. Her profile picture was of a cute pink bear, which was a bit whimsical. Driven by curiosity, I clicked on Su Li's moments. As soon as I opened it, I was greeted by a flood of her life updates. Su Li's posts were either selfies, food pictures, or travel photos. One particular 9-grid collage was shot at the beach, and when I clicked on it, I saw Su Li in a revealing swimsuit. Oh my, that swimsuit was way too revealing for her. How could she post such a 3-piece swimsuit photo online? What was she thinking? If I were Su Li's boyfriend, I definitely couldn't tolerate her posting things like this. But then again, that guy probably had no say in front of Su Li, so it's no wonder they broke up. Scrolling further through her moments, I spotted another college classmate, Wang Yin, Su Li's close friend from university, who had a dining photo with Su Li at a restaurant. Is Wang Yin working in this city too? I mentally noted the question mark, but hadn't scrolled further when the door swung open. Why haven't you taken a shower yet? Mr. Wong asked as he walked into the room. I'll wash up in a bit, I replied, putting my phone away. What do you mean in a bit? Go wash up right now, Mr. Wong insisted eagerly. Seeing his urgency, I hurriedly pulled out my pajamas from the wardrobe. Mr. Wong's word was law. Whatever he told me to do, I had to comply, especially since tomorrow was payday. I'll come find you after you're done, Mr. Wong said, giving my shoulder a pat. Okay, I quickly left the room and headed to the bathroom. Having learned from last night's experience, I took a swift shower. finishing up in about 10 minutes and hanging my clean clothes on the balcony. All done. Mr. Wong walked into the room. Yeah, I nodded. At that moment, I was just in a tank top and shorts, wearing flip-flops. Later, you'll come with me to the room, and you'll hide under the bed, Mr. Wong said softly. I was taken aback. Hide under Mr. Wong in the boss lady's bed? I couldn't have heard him right. What did Mr. Wong want? Why did he want me to do that? What do you mean, I'll let you touch my wife, he continued. Touch the boss lady? You can't be serious, right? What if she finds out? I said nervously. When I accidentally brushed against the boss lady while fixing the water heater during the day, that feeling had elevated me, and tonight, she definitely wouldn't be wearing any underwear to sleep. It's dark at night. You won't see anything. Now hurry up and get over here. My wife just went in to take a shower, Mr. Wong said. Oh, I felt incredibly nervous, my breathing becoming heavier. Take off your shoes, Mr. Wong instructed. I took off my shoes and followed Mr. Wong into the room. I had been here during the day, the soft bed, the comfortable sofa, and a beautiful photo of the boss's wife on the nightstand. I walked barefoot, taking careful steps. I could hear the sound of water running from the bathroom, knowing that the boss's wife was taking a shower inside. Get under there, Mr. Wong pointed to the space under the bed. As soon as I heard his words, I quickly knelt down and crawled under the bed. The moment I got in, Mr. Wong turned off the lights, leaving only the glow from the television screen illuminating the room. My heart raced as I lay flat on the ground, feeling as if I was walking on thin ice, uncertain of how long I would have to wait. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, and I caught a glimpse of a pair of fair, long legs. Chapter 14. A confused heart. It's the boss lady. She just walked out of the bathroom. I swallowed hard, and sweat started to bead on my forehead. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The boss lady was getting closer and closer, and soon her legs were right in front of me. Her delicate feet were clad in flip-flops, with a few droplets of water glistening on her fair skin. She stood by the bedside and asked, Honey, why did you turn off the lights? The TV was still on, after all. Mr. Wong said something and walked into the bathroom. Just as I was thinking about whether the boss lady would join me on the bed, she suddenly squatted down. Oh no. My heart jumped into my throat. Why was the boss lady squatting down? I turned my head away, not daring to look at her legs. But I was unwilling to miss this chance. Through the hem of her skirt, I caught a glimpse of something beautiful. Although the room was dimly lit, I could still make out some details. How beautiful. How could she be so stunning? I marveled inwardly, while the boss lady seemed to be rummaging through the drawer of the nightstand. A few seconds later, she sat down on the nearby sofa and placed a bottle on the small table. I looked at her with curiosity, unsure of what she was about to do. But then it hit me. I watched as she lifted her skirt and poured some contents from the small bottle onto her thighs. Is this something I can see? My mind went blank, and I couldn't resist pulling out my phone to start recording. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, rarer than a solar eclipse for me. I had always considered myself a gentleman, but tonight I realized I was crossing my own limits. Sneaking a peek like this was something I never thought I would do. The boss lady moved gracefully and gently, applying the substance inch by inch. Thighs, calves, arms, even her neck, and yes, even inside her skirt. My mouth went dry, and I finally understood Mr. Wong's intentions. He was setting me up. He wanted me to fall for her, to serve him loyally. Women like the boss lady are highly sought after by many men, and I was no exception. If I failed to perform, Mr. Wong would surely find someone else. Once that happened, I would regret it immensely, and I could lose my job. After finishing up, the boss lady finally climbed into bed to rest. She must have been right above me, sitting on the bed while I lay below. Although we weren't in the same space, on some level, it felt like we were intertwined. Oh no, I almost forgot the most important thing. I quickly silenced my phone, wiping the sweat off my forehead. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if someone had sent me a message or called. Just as I was lost in thought, Mr. Wong walked out of the bathroom. He swaggered over to the bed, as if to declare that this was his territory. It's getting late. Let's turn off the TV, Mr. Wong said. Okay, the boss lady replied, and in the next moment, the room plunged into darkness. In the gloom, I tried to steady my breathing, knowing that even the slightest movement could alert the boss lady. Honey, your skin is so smooth. It seems that Mr. Wong has embraced the boss's wife. Boss, you must be tired today. You should rest early. Her voice remained gentle as she appeared to turn over. Tired? Never when I'm with you, Mr. Wong replied. With those words, I noticed that the bedboard above me felt the weight, as if the air had been compressed. Was Mr. Wong really lying on top of the boss's wife? I gritted my teeth, keeping my eyes wide open even though I couldn't see what was happening above me. I felt a mix of tension, anxiety, excitement, and impulse. My emotions were all over the place. I never imagined I would be hiding under the boss's bed, and tonight was destined to be sleepless. "Oh, honey, stop messing around." The boss lady let out a soft hum, her voice filled with shyness. "Stop teasing, you're mine." Mr. Wang's shameless words pierced my heart deeply. Just then, I vaguely saw a hand waving at me. With the moonlight streaming in from the window, I noticed that the hand was rough, and there was a square ring on one of the fingers. It was Mr. Wang. He was giving me orders. What did he want me to do? I inched my way closer to Mr. Wang, moving just an inch every 5 seconds, slowly crawling out from under the bed. As I peeked out, I saw the boss's wife lying on her side, while Mr. Wang had his arms wrapped around her waist in the same position. At such a close distance, I could see everything clearly. Suddenly, Mr. Wang turned his head and flashed a sly smile at me. It was a playful smile, and he beckoned with his hand, as if suggesting that I should try to wrap my arms around the boss's wife's waist. I nervously shook my head, making no move. Then, abruptly, Mr. Wang frowned, his eyes glinting with a cold light, as if to say that if I wasn't willing, I would have to pack my things and leave by tomorrow. How cruel. So harsh on himself, and even harsher on his wife. This animal actually wants other men to hold his wife. Is this even human? This is simply despicable. Sigh. I let out a deep sigh, feeling a wave of self-reproach wash over me. Who told me to rely on this scoundrel for my livelihood? If I don't go along with it, I risk losing this job, one that is extremely respectable in my eyes. Yunnan, you're really impressive. You've been driving a big BMW just 2 years after graduation. Can you give me a ride home? Or how about coming over to my place for a visit? Gradually, Su Li's figure appeared in my mind. Today, she left a deep impression on me. For 4 years in college, Su Li treated me like air, but today, for the first time, she was friendly towards me, even asking me to take her home and inviting me to her place. Such treatment was unimaginable before, yet it happened today. If I hadn't been driving the BMW, would Su Li have taken the initiative to talk to me? The answer is no. I fully understand and appreciate how hard-earned all of this is. Just as I was lost in thought, Mr. Wang pinched me, and his expression was quite grim. Normally, he would have already unleashed a torrent of curses at me. Watching him gesturing wildly, I steeled myself and slowly got up from the floor. Seeing my movement, a smile appeared on Mr. Wang's lips as he glanced at the boss lady. Swallowing hard, I cautiously climbed onto the bed, trying my best to make no noise, my outstretched arm trembling slightly. As the distance between us closed, I noticed the boss's wife breathing steadily. Her profile was beautiful, and with her eyes closed, she lay in a side position. Just as my hand was still a short distance from her waist, suddenly, Mr. Wang grabbed my hand and placed it on her waist. Wow, I froze in place, trying to lower my body, feeling so tense that I could barely breathe. The boss's wife's waist was delicate, and her dress was silky. This was, without a doubt, the first time I had ever held her in this way. I didn't know how to feel. All I could hear was the pounding of my heart, and I was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, her palm rested on the back of my hand. Chapter 15. The poor woman, are you still awake, dear? The boss lady asked. I felt incredibly nervous as I looked at her profile. Did she just call me dear? Did she think I was Mr. Wang because I had my arm around her waist? I like to hold you while I sleep, Mr. Wang said. Upon hearing this, the boss lady shifted her position and suddenly grabbed my hand, placing it against her chest. My mind, which had been somewhat rational, instantly reacted. I couldn't believe how much the boss lady adored Mr. Wang, even going so far as to place his hand on her chest while sleeping. I glanced over at Mr. Wang, who maintained a smile, appearing like a ghost in the dark, lingering ominously. I felt an overwhelming urge to take Mr. Wang's place. Shaking off my gaze, I closed my eyes and tried not to think too much. Maintaining that position, I couldn't help but pull my hand away from the boss lady's grasp, growing bolder. Since she hadn't noticed, I thought, why not? As my palm brushed against her curvy backside, she suddenly turned over and lay flat on her back. Oh no! I gasped and instinctively tried to retreat, noticing Mr. Wang's expression had also changed. Just as I was contemplating how to escape, I saw that the boss lady had her eyes closed and seemed unaware of my presence. Mr. Wang was sweating and gestured for me to hide. Carefully, I slipped out of bed, and Mr. Wang shifted to embrace the boss lady, providing me cover. After about a minute, I managed to crawl back under the bed. Letting out a sigh of relief, I felt as if I had just escaped a thrilling yet perilous situation. If there were a next time, I wouldn't dare go through with it again. The risk was too great. If the boss lady found out, it would be over for me. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until I heard the boss lady's steady breathing that I confirmed she had fallen asleep. Mr. Wang's hand appeared at the edge of the bed again, signaling me that it was safe to leave. After all, one joke was enough. If things went awry, it would surely expose us. Emerging from under the bed, I cautiously twisted the doorknob, and moments later, I was outside. Back in my room, I finally felt at ease. It was as if I had broken free from life's shackles and stepped into a brand new world, all thanks to Mr. Wong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Mr. Wong a scoundrel, yet he still left a little room for others. I truly had no idea what kind of demons were lurking in his heart. He was becoming increasingly difficult to read. As dawn broke and a ray of sunlight streamed into the room, I opened my eyes. After changing into a new outfit and brushing my teeth, I made my way to the villa's hall. Xiaoyu, why are you up so early today? The boss lady was surprised to see me. It was just past 6 in the morning, yet I had risen early. I couldn't sleep, so I got up, I replied with an awkward smile. The boss lady was still in the same nightgown from last night, seemingly unaware that I would be up early and not having changed clothes. Did your boss go out to dinner with some clients last night? The boss lady suddenly asked. Just a few regular clients. Didn't your boss mention it? I replied, feeling a chill run down my spine. Was it Mr. Zhang and the others? The boss lady continued. Mr. Zhang? Did Manager Wang lie last night about having dinner with Manager Zhang and the others? I thought to myself, how could he not rehearse this with me? If I say something wrong, it would be exposed. Xiaoyu, I'm asking you a question. The boss's wife spoke up again. My face stiffened, and I glanced at her, avoiding her gaze. Just as I was pondering how to defuse the situation, I suddenly spotted a cockroach scurrying out from the gap in the cupboard. Cockroach. I pointed to the floor. The boss's wife instinctively looked down, and then she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah," and hugged me tightly. Cockroach, kill it, quickly, she said, clearly panicked. Holding onto me tightly, I instinctively stepped on it, and was about to speak when I realized she was pressed up against me. If I could control time, I would make this moment last forever, but unfortunately, in the next second, she released me and patted her chest. You scare me to death. How could there be cockroaches in the house? She gasped, and as she looked at me, her face turned red. I'll go get the broom, I said, quickly turning around. The thought crossed my mind that she might not have been wearing a bra when she hugged me. Oh my, I'll have to wake up early every day from now on. I hurried to grab the broom and dustpan to clean up the cockroach. Xiaoyu, you can go out to the garden for some fresh air, the boss's wife said as she quickly walked up the stairs, giving off a feeling of wanting to escape. I glanced at the rice cooker plugged in, knowing it was cooking porridge. Originally, there were 2 maids in the house. But the boss's wife told Manager Wang that since she had nothing to do at home, she might as well take care of the housework and cooking. At first, Manager Wang was reluctant, but he couldn't resist her insistence. She said hiring a maid costs over 10,000 a month. So he finally agreed to give her the money instead. What surprised me was that not only was she a good cook, but she also kept the house spotless. It wasn't just talk. Unfortunately, her frugality ended up saving Manager Wang money, which he gave to his mistress. A house costs 3 million. A Mercedes-Benz costs 400,000, and with the luxury items he bought over the past few days, he has spent nearly 4 million in just half a year. 4 million? What does that even mean? If the boss's wife found out, wouldn't she be furious? No. What's even more infuriating is that once the mistress takes her place, the boss's wife will be kicked out of the house. At that point, what will happen to her after not having worked for 10 years? Will her future be in ruins? Will she have the face to return to her family? All of this made me realize, in a moment of reflection, that the boss's wife is a pitiful woman. In the garden outside the villa, I looked at the big BMW in the garage. Besides this BMW, there was also a Volkswagen Golf, which belonged to the boss's wife. Last time when I helped her with the car inspection, I asked her why she didn't get a new car. She said this car was a gift from Manager Wang when they got married, right after his business started to pick up. So even after 8 or 9 years, she couldn't bear to part with it. How could Manager Wang be so foolish, with his wife driving a Volkswagen while his mistress drives a Mercedes? There was also an old Audi in the garage, which was the car Manager Wang used when he was working on construction sites in his early years. I averted my gaze, realizing that there was another Bentley in the company used for client receptions. Now that was a real showpiece. Xiaoyu, don't overthink what just happened. I heard the boss's wife appear behind me. No, I'm not, I stammered awkwardly. You're not a kid anymore. It's about time you found a girlfriend, she continued. I was taken aback, wondering why she was suddenly interested in my personal life. I'm not in a hurry, I replied. Has your family set you up on any blind dates? She asked. No, I shook my head. Upon hearing this, she looked me over, then stepped closer, her gaze landing on my hands. Oh no. I quickly pulled my hand back, worried that she might have noticed something. Last night, when I had my arm around her, her hand rested on mine, and if she was observant, she would definitely catch the inconsistency. Mr. Wang's hands were chubby and fleshy, while mine were bony, with less flesh but more aesthetically pleasing. Did you sleep well last night? The boss's wife said slowly, her gaze suddenly sharpening. Chapter 16. Look at the hand. I slept quite well last night, all the way until the next morning, I said busily. Some people are particular about where they sleep. But you seem to be able to sleep anywhere, the landlady continued. Sleep anywhere? What does she mean by that? I felt a bit uneasy, but I pretended to be nonchalant. Yeah, I can fall asleep anywhere, as long as there's a place to sleep. You young people really know how to sleep, unlike me. Sometimes I struggle with insomnia, the landlady laughed. Insomnia? Really? I looked at her in surprise. If she had insomnia last night, she would definitely have noticed me leaving her room. Oh my God, if that's the case, I could be in big trouble. While I was lost in these thoughts, a voice came from downstairs. Hey, Xiaoyu is up too. Mr. Wang came down the stairs. Honey, why are you up so early? Can't you sleep a little longer? The landlady quickly turned to greet him. Why sleep so long? There's plenty of time to sleep when you're dead, Mr. Wang said, swaggering over to the sofa in the hall. What are you talking about? That is such an unlucky thing to say. The landlady hurriedly replied. Xiaoyu, did you sleep well last night? Mr. Wang looked at me. Pretty well. I just lay down and fell asleep, I said. You young folks really know how to sleep. Sometimes I can't fall asleep, Mr. Wang chuckled. Boss, you shouldn't say that. You and the landlady are still young, I replied. Honey, didn't you sleep well last night? Is it the pressure from work? The landlady asked with concern. Of course there's pressure. A man without pressure is no different from a useless person, Mr. Wang said casually, glancing at me as if I were that useless person he mentioned. Don't let the pressure get too heavy. It's fine as it is now. You can never earn all the money in the world, the landlady comforted him. That's true, but being broke is absolutely not an option. Xiaoyu, don't you agree? Mr. Wang looked at me. Of course, I agree. Being broke is definitely not an option, I replied. In business, I admire Mr. Wang. It's not easy to achieve what he has after all the struggles. Most people wouldn't be able to do it. However, in terms of character, I look down on him. I've long thought of him as a scumbag. See, even Xiaoyu understands this, Mr. Wang laughed. Honey, I just hope you don't feel too much pressure. Haven't we been doing just fine before? The landlady said. All right. I got it, Mr. Wang responded, strolling over to the dining table as the landlady busily prepared breakfast. Seeing the landlady working so hard, I quickly offered to help. The landlady was quite attentive and knew Mr. Wang would wake up for breakfast. So, just a little while ago, she had specially gone upstairs to change her clothes to avoid any misunderstandings. The nightgown from half an hour ago had disappeared, replaced by a long dress that covered her up completely. Honey, do you have any social engagements today? I had Xiaoyu bring you some hangover medicine yesterday. If you drink tonight, remember to take one in advance, the landlady reminded Mr. Wang as she served him a bowl of rice porridge. I have a drinking event tonight. I must go, Mr. Wang said. Okay, the landlady nodded awkwardly. I sat quietly on the side, scooping a bowl of porridge for myself and eating. Xiaoyu, drive a bit slower and be careful, the boss lady reminded me. Okay, boss lady, I replied with a smile. After finishing breakfast, I left the villa with Mr. Wang under the watchful eye of the boss lady. Was it exciting last night? Mr. Wang grinned as soon as we left the house. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if the boss lady finds out? I said awkwardly. You're tall and strong. Why are you so timid? Mr. Wang teased. Last night, when the boss lady suddenly laid down, it really scared me. I exclaimed. At that moment, if I had been caught, I would have been mortified. Thankfully, the boss lady had her eyes closed. I almost forgot about that. I was pretty scared too, Mr. Wang chuckled. But then he added, I have to say, you've got some guts to touch my wife's backside. What? I froze, shocked that such a subtle action had been noticed by Mr. Wang. You were so close. Just a little bit more and you would have succeeded, he continued. I wished I could just disappear into a crack in the ground. That old scoundrel. If I didn't rely on him for a living, I would never dare to do something so outrageous. Today, when you get to the office, just help Secretary Fong move. Come back after you're done. Mr. Wang shifted the topic. Okay, boss, I nodded. Xiaoyu, you have no idea. Secretary Fong is pregnant with twins. Aren't I impressive? Mr. Wang laughed. Today, Mr. Wang was clearly in a great mood, wearing a proud expression as if he was about to start a new chapter in his life. The probability of having twins is very low. You're really something, boss, I said, eager to flatter him. Who knows if those twins are even his? Of course, I'll tell you. If it weren't for being with Secretary Fong in the new house yesterday afternoon, I would definitely have been with my wife last night, Mr. Wang continued. No wonder. No wonder when Fong Tingting came out of the hallway, her knees were all red. What a shameless woman, always eager to please the old man. I secretly looked down on Fong Tingting. She had sent me risque photos last night, utterly lacking in shame, completely forgetting traditional values. You couldn't resist last night, could you? Let me see your hand, Mr. Wang said. My hand. I spread my palm. Look at those calluses. You're still young. I advise you to hold back a bit, or by the time you reach my age, you'll have no place to cry. Mr. Wang pushed my hand back, as if he had seen right through me. Oh. I nodded awkwardly. The car soon arrived at the office. Watching Mr. Wong walk in, I got out and lit a cigarette. Just halfway through my smoke, Fong Tingting called. Hello? I answered. Where are you? She asked. Just dropped Mr. Wong off at the office, I replied. Get over to my place right now and help me move. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off by Fong Tingting. This woman was getting bolder by the day, ever since she became Mr. Wong's mistress. She acted like she owned the whole company. I got back in the car, started the engine, and pressed the gas to drive off. Fong Tingting rented an apartment in the old district, which is currently undergoing renovation, with scaffolding everywhere. Upon arriving at the designated hallway, I parked my bike and walked inside. I reached the security door on the 3rd floor and rang the doorbell. When the door opened, I saw Fong Tingting. Where's breakfast? She extended her hand. What breakfast? I frowned. Did you not check WeChat? I asked you to bring me breakfast. Fong Tingting said coldly. Are you out of your mind? Can't you just go buy it yourself? I retorted angrily. Yunnan, get a grip on the situation. I'm about to become the boss lady. Are you really going to talk to the boss lady like that? Fong Tingting said, standing with her hands on her hips, looking quite proud. At that moment, I noticed Fong Tingting was wearing a pink nightgown that barely reached her knees. Her hair was a mess, and without makeup. She didn't look particularly striking. What are you staring at? Fong Tingting frowned. I didn't realize your figure was actually pretty good, I smirked. I had to admit. Fong Tingting's figure was quite nice. She had long, straight legs, and she hadn't even put on a bra after getting up late. Of course, Fong Tingting smiled, twirling in front of me. For a moment, I saw her skirt flutter up, revealing a glimpse of what was underneath. Chapter 17. Coincidences make a story wow. No wonder this woman has Wong under her thumb. She truly is an enchantress. I finally understand that Fong Tingting is not as simple as she seems. She knows exactly what men want. She is a woman who understands men very well. Do you think it looks good? Fong Tingting twirled around and smiled at me. I averted my gaze and walked into the living room, feigning indifference as I asked, Are you ready? I'm not ready yet. Hurry up and buy me breakfast. I'm starving. Fong Tingting plopped down on the sofa, crossing her legs, and once again, a glimpse of springtime peeked from under her skirt. What a temptress! Cursing silently in my heart. I looked around the house. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, around 70 to 80 square meters. The rent for such a place is usually around $2,000, which is quite a bit more than the $600 I pay for my single room. Hurry up. I still need to wash my face and brush my teeth. And I have to tidy up. Fong Tingting continued. Are you seriously asking me to buy breakfast? Have you lost your mind? I thought to myself, recalling the past. Back in college, I often bought breakfast for my ex-girlfriend, but what good did it do? That woman still ran off with someone driving an Audi A6. Can't you just order from Mate One yourself? I walked out to the balcony and lit a cigarette. You. Fong Tingting snapped. What do you mean, you? In front of Wong. You're a beauty. In front of me, you're nothing. I replied. Just wait until I marry Wong. You'll see how I deal with you. Fong Tingting said angrily. Seeing her flustered, I couldn't help but smile coldly. I obey Wong because he pays my salary. As for Fong Tingting, what is the point in trying to please her? Can she give me a raise? Noticing my silence, Fong Tingting picked up her phone and tapped a few times before heading into the bathroom. The sound of running water confirmed she was washing up. I turned my head and spotted some clothes drying on the balcony. One particular set of bright red lace underwear caught my eye, not because it was particularly sexy, but because of its size. It seemed Fong Tingting was not lacking in that department. I stretched out my hand to measure. While it wasn't as large as the boss lady's, it certainly had its merits. By the time I finished my cigarette, Fong Tingting had emerged from the bathroom and headed to her bedroom. I knew she was going to change clothes. I'm not a peeping Tom. I don't have a habit of watching women change. But then Fong Tingting suddenly called out, Yunnan, can you help me collect the clothes from the balcony? Can't you do it yourself? I instinctively resisted. Will you die if you don't contradict me? What did I ever do to you? Fong Tingting retorted. Fine. I gathered the clothes from the balcony, not because I was compromising with her, but because I wanted to feel the texture of the underwear. The fabric was nice and smooth, adorned with some embroidery, and I guessed this set must have cost several hundred yuan. When I entered Fong Tingting's room, I found clothes scattered all over her bed, and the wardrobe by the bed was already empty. Here, I handed the clothes to Fong Tingting. She took the clothes and glanced at me, then laughed. What is this? Are you planning to watch me change? Are you scared? I'm not scared, I replied. What do I have to be afraid of? Fong Tingting suddenly lifted her skirt, as if she really was going to take it off in front of me. Damn. I turned around and walked away. I'm really amazed at how bold she is. After leaving the bedroom, I started to regret it. I realized Fong Tingting was right. I was being a bit pretentious. Why not look at a beautiful woman changing clothes? What was I trying to prove? Even a fool knows that if you have the chance to look, you should take it. Yet here I was, acting all high and mighty. Not long after, I I saw the delivery guy bringing breakfast. I took it and closed the door. The next time I saw Fong Tingting, she had changed into a light blue bodycon dress and had done her makeup. Suddenly, she looked stunning. It turns out that makeup and outfit coordination are a woman's secret weapons. Just a moment ago, she was a 6, 8 out of 10. And now she was an 8, a significant upgrade. And surely Mr. Wong appreciated that. Too bad Fong Tingting was in it for the money. How could she possibly have a baby for Mr. Wong without it? I've packed everything into the suitcase. You can move downstairs and wait for me in the car, Fong Tingting said as she sat down on the sofa to eat her breakfast. I nodded and took a few steps back to the bedroom. Sure enough, there were several suitcases here, 2 large ones and a small one, and they were quite heavy. I made 3 trips back and forth. And by the time I loaded everything into the car, Fong Tingting had finished eating. She twirled the car keys, pressed a button, and got into a nearby Mercedes. The car started up, and I followed her. Mr. Wong had bought Fong Tingting a new apartment in a high-end area in the southern suburbs. I had been there yesterday. Upon arriving at the designated building, I opened the trunk and took out the luggage. 10th floor, 1001. Don't go to the wrong door, Fong Tingting said as she slung her bag over her shoulder and walked into the hallway. Watching her strut confidently, I hurried to take the suitcases to the elevator. As I waited for the elevator, I felt a bit angry. This woman really did treat me like a laborer. Just then, the elevator dinged open, and I saw a familiar figure. Suli. Of all the times to run into her, it had to be when I was in such a predicament. Suli was carrying a designer handbag and wearing a business uniform. She had seemed a bit indifferent, but upon seeing me, her expression changed to one of surprise. Yunan, what are you doing here? Suli exclaimed. It hit me then how foolish I was. Last night, when I dropped Suli off at her home, she had told me her building number, but I hadn't paid attention to the details. I stammered awkwardly. No way. You didn't buy a place here, did you? Oh my God, you live here too? What a coincidence. Suli said eagerly. You live here? I asked, surprised. Yeah, I live on the 10th floor, Suli replied. What the heck? Suli and Fong Tingting live on the same floor. What a small world. Just as I was about to explain myself, Suli received a phone call. She frowned and then pressed her phone to her ear. Let us talk on the phone, she said. All right, I nodded in agreement. Watching Suli hurriedly leave the hallway, I saw an Audi A6 pull up and open the passenger door. And then Suli got in. It's the Audi A6 again. It seems Suli has quite a few backup options besides her ex-boyfriend from yesterday. After all, with Suli's looks, it's hard to believe she wouldn't have admirers. As I pondered these thoughts, I loaded my suitcases into the elevator. When I reached the 10th floor, I saw Fong Tingting. Why are you so slow? She crossed her arms. What a woman who can just stand there and talk without feeling any discomfort. I suppressed my anger and moved the suitcases into the new apartment. I didn't go upstairs yesterday, but I knew that after Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting came down, her knees were red. And today, it was just the 2 of us in the new place. This is a 150 square meter apartment, beautifully decorated. And I couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at living in such a nice place. Unfortunately, I could only stay at Mr. Wong's place. Renting would be too expensive, and I couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom here. While I was lost in these thoughts, my phone buzzed with a text message. My salary had arrived, 6,000 yuan, and after deductions for Social Security, I was left with just over 5,000. The stark reality of that number hit me hard, making me acutely aware of my own insignificance. This apartment is nice, right? Fong Tingting smiled. It's not like you bought it, I scoffed. The title deed is in my name. Fong Tingting corrected me. Seeing her smug expression made me wish I could just push her down and make her kneel. Why don't you come over to my place tonight to warm up the new apartment for me? Fong Tingting seemed to read my mind, her smile teasingly ambiguous. Chapter 18. Turns out I'm the clown all right. What time tonight? I fixed my gaze firmly on Fong Tingting. Shall we go for the real thing? Do you think I'm afraid of anyone? I said confidently. You really are coming, huh? Looks like you still like me, Fong Tingting replied with a smile. I like you. How could I not when you're so beautiful? I said as I closed the door and stepped closer to her. My action made Fong Tingting's face flush instantly, and her eyes darted away. Was Mr. Wong mean to you yesterday? I asked as I wrapped my arms around her waist. Just the 2 of us in a room. Let's see how long you can keep up that bravado. Fong Tingting was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I frowned. Are you curious about what Mr. Wong and I were up to yesterday? She teased. I saw you coming down the stairs yesterday with a red knee. So it must have been something like that time in the little grove, right? I remarked. You. Fong Tingting pushed my hand away. But then again, you and Mr. Wong are about to achieve something significant, so it's all normal. I sidestepped her and sat down on the large sofa in the living room. You envy Mr. Wong, don't you? Fong Tingting casually followed me. Why would I envy Mr. Wong? I asked. Because he's rich. With money, he can have beautiful women at his service. Don't you envy that? She replied. Yeah, I do, I nodded. It was true, Mr. Wang's wealth allowed him to win over someone like Fong Tingting and even have her bear his children. After all, Mr. Wang was over a decade older than her. And such an age gap could only be bridged by money. Do you want to give it a try? Fong Tingting suddenly sat next to me and grabbed my hand. I was taken aback by her boldness. Her hand was pale and smooth. I didn't know how the rest of her body felt. But it seemed a waste for such a woman to be with a 40-year-old man. But what could I say? That old man had money. Indeed. Money could make anything possible. No, I don't have money, but I'm young. Youth is my asset, even if I'm broke. In an instant, it felt like I had an epiphany. Everything suddenly made sense. Hey, are you feeling shy? Fong Tingting laughed. You said you'd support me with 5,000 a month. Is that true? I quickly asked. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. I'm not that naive. She scoffed. Support you? You really think too highly of yourself. You're going to make me laugh. As she released my hand and stood up from the sofa, her expression was full of sarcasm. What did you say? My eyes flickered, sensing something was off. You think I do want you to support me? What gives you that idea? Just because you drive Mr. Wang's BMW, you think you're something special? Fong Tingting laughed derisively. You. I was infuriated. What about me? If you want to be a kept man, you better meet the standards. With your dark and unremarkable looks. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Fong Tingting continued. I glared at Fong Tingting, my anger boiling over. Wishing I could pin her down on the couch and ravage her, making her understand why flowers bloom so brightly. But then, I quickly reined in my fury. Why should I be angry? Did I really want to get worked up over a woman who sold her body? Such women grovel in front of money. Willing to flatter someone like Mr. Wang for cash. I shouldn't stoop to her level. All my years of education would have been for nothing. What's the matter? Lost your voice? Are you finally coming to your senses? Fong Tingting continued. Why should I be upset? In this world, people laugh at the poor but not at the prostitutes. If I'm going to get mad, will that lead to a raise? I replied. What did you say? Who are you calling a prostitute? Yunnan, you better clarify your words. Fong Tingting grabbed my collar, clearly stung by what I said. Why are you so worked up? Don't take it personally, all right? I pushed her hand away. My dad became disabled on a construction site over a decade ago. The contractor ran off without compensating him a dime. He still needs my mom's care at home. During my college years, I worked various jobs, even as a waitress at a KTV. But let me tell you, Yunnan, all my money is clean. I've never sold my body. Every penny I have is earned honestly. Fong Tingting seemed to be getting angry, but her eyes were gradually filling with tears. Then why are you still with Mr. Wang? I asked. I came for an interview for an assistant position. Who knew he would pursue me and take care of me? Fong Tingting's eyes glistened with tears. Yes, I know he has a wife, but his wife can't give him an heir. He has his own troubles. Do you think he wants to be with me? I'm more aware than anyone, but my bargaining chip is the child I'm carrying. I know you look down on me, but I warn you. Don't impose your views on me. My relationship with Mr. Wang is consensual. If his wife can't have children, she shouldn't drag him down. If I were his wife, I definitely wouldn't hold him back. I would surely divorce him. Staring blankly at Fong Tingting, I suddenly realized she had a point. Is it true that without children, one doesn't deserve a marriage? Rationality compelled me to ask. Of course, you can have a marriage without children. But if a man's heart isn't at home, what's the use of that marriage? Fong Tingting replied. Can you guarantee that you'll marry Mr. Wang? Do you really think his heart will be with you? I pressed on. I have children, 2 of them. Why should I care about what he does outside? I have a big house, I drive luxury cars, and I can focus on raising my kids. My life can be easygoing, so why should I worry about so much? Fong Tingting said. What? I was a bit stunned. A woman's greatest success is living a fulfilling and quality life. I have money to travel anywhere, to Hulunber, to Tibet. I can even support a younger man. I don't have to work if I don't want to. I can return to my family in style. And my friends and relatives will look up to me. Fong Tingting continued. Staring at Fong Tingting, I realized this was her true voice. She wouldn't admit her mistakes. In other words, anyone who tried to stop her was blocking her path to wealth and happiness. You really are something. I said. Yunnan, do you want to live your life quietly as a driver? Take off your facade, step down from your BMW, and what do you have left? You don't own a house or a car. What girl would want to be with you? Fong Tingting continued. Her words reminded me of Su Li, whom I had just encountered at the elevator. She wasn't wrong. Without this exterior, what do I really have? If Su Li knew I was just a driver without a house or a car, would she even give me the time of day? She had just gotten into a luxury car, after all. Is there nothing left to say? Fong Tingting added. I looked at her with a complicated expression and walked towards the door. Helping Fong Tingting move was over, and it was time for me to leave. I had no reason to stay in a place that didn't belong to me. Are you leaving? Fong Tingting's voice called out from behind. Without turning back, I opened the door and hurried downstairs. It suddenly struck me that I was the real clown in this world. What had started as a sunny day had turned into a stormy one, and soon, heavy rain began to pour. Standing in the parking lot, I couldn't help but scream. "Ah!" I cried out in despair, my voice echoing in the empty space. A few minutes later, I shakily pulled out a pack of cigarettes and took one out. It was a white leaf, a far cry from the flashy brands I usually smoked during celebrations. When I went home for the holidays, I would smoke Zhonghua, but only when I was alone in my room did this cigarette provide me with any comfort. "Yunnan, what is wrong with you? Are you crazy?" Fong Tingting suddenly appeared at the stairwell, looking at me with a complicated expression. "I'm such a loser," I croaked. The heavy raindrops hitting me made me feel even more awake. "You'll catch a cold like this. Come back," Fong Tingting urged. Looking at her, I suddenly realized that a person drenched in rain could never compare to those wealthy individuals. Isn't this the gap between people? Chapter 19. Inescapable. I returned to the company, throwing a brief comment over my shoulder as I opened the car door and got in. As the car pulled out of the parking space, I caught sight of Fong Tingting, looking somewhat lonely. For some reason, I felt like a wanderer, lost and adrift. Back at the office, I let out a sigh. At last, I was beginning to calm down. For the poor, changing one's fate is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Perhaps Fong Tingting had managed to do it, but she had paid the price with her youth. And what about me? Resting my chin on my hand, I gradually thought of the boss's wife and Mr. Wong. Just seduce my wife and get her to divorce me, and you'll have the chance to save yourself decades of struggle. Isn't my wife pretty enough? If you can't handle it, find someone else. Mr. Wong's words echoed in my mind, but just then, my phone rang. "Hello?" I answered. "Where are you?" Suli asked. "I'm at the office." "What is up?" I replied casually. Suli's words had brought me back to reality. A woman like her wouldn't even glance my way once I shed my outer facade. "Sorry, Yunnan. I had some urgent business at the company. That's why I left in a hurry," Suli explained. I frowned, surprised that Suli would call to explain herself. What was she trying to say? "The supervisor who picked me up just now is a woman. We have an urgent sales meeting to attend," Suli continued. "Oh, I see," I nodded, realizing. "Are you free? It's raining heavily right now. Could you come to my company to pick me up after work? I have a high-speed train ticket for 4 this afternoon, and I'd like to see you before my business trip," Suli said. "See me before your trip?" Suli wanted to meet me. I hesitated, but her professional outfit from earlier in the elevator was still vivid in my mind. "Come on. Having lunch with an old classmate isn't too much to ask, is it?" Suli pressed. "All right then, send me your company address." I reluctantly smiled and agreed. "Okay, I'll send it to you on WeChat," Suli said before hanging up. Looking at the address location in the WeChat chat box, I glanced at the car keys in front of me. Just as I was about to head out, Mr. Wong walked in. "Boss," I quickly stood up. "Got everything sorted?" Mr. Wong asked, patting my shoulder. "Moved everything. Secretary Fong is still tidying up the new house," I replied. No wonder she didn't answer my call. "She's busy setting up the new place," Mr. Wong nodded, but then suddenly remembered something. "After you have lunch, can you help me grab a USB drive from home?" "A USB drive?" I was surprised. "I'm giving you the USB drive to create an opportunity for you to spend time with my wife." "Are you just going to sit here all day?" Mr. Wong urged. All right," I nodded. "Be bold and seize the chance. Go for a kiss. I'll give you a month at most." After a month, Secretary Fong's pregnancy won't be hidden anymore. "Do you understand what I mean?" Mr. Wong continued. I understood. "Don't worry, boss, I promised." Seeing my agreement, Mr. Wong didn't say anything more and left the office. It was still pouring outside, and I wondered what the boss's wife was doing at home alone. She must be pretty bored, right? "Oh, Suli." I suddenly realized something and quickly grabbed my car keys before leaving the office. Based on the address Suli gave me, I knew she worked in a women's clothing company. When I arrived at the company's parking lot, I called Suli. It wasn't long before she appeared at the entrance of the building. I stopped the car, and Suli got in. Her cheeks flushed under the gaze of a few colleagues. "So you work here?" I asked. "Yes, I've been here for a year," Suli replied as she opened her handbag to touch up her makeup. Suli is about 5 feet 6 inches and a little over 100 pounds. She has a tall and slender figure. I had quietly admired her during our school days, thinking I would never see her again, but here we were, reunited. "It's still early. Can you take me home first, and then after dinner, drive me to the high-speed train station?" Suli said. "Sure," I replied. But as soon as I agreed, I felt a sense of unease. Suli and Fong Tingting lived on the same floor. What if Fong Tingting saw me? Would she tell Mr. Wong that I was using the company car to chase girls? What are the odds? Surely, it wouldn't happen. But then I realized, my car is quite recognizable in the parking lot. If Fong Tingting steps out, she would definitely see it. I started to feel anxious and didn't know what to do. Yunnan, do you also live in Nanjiaoyi Pin? I saw you with several suitcases this morning. Suli noticed my silence and opened up the conversation. I was helping a colleague move. He lives in your neighborhood. I replied honestly. At this point, I didn't want to hide anything from Suli. I hoped she wouldn't only be interested in me because I drove a BMW, so I thought it best to be straightforward. Did your colleague buy the house? Suli continued. Yes, he just bought it, I said. So where are you living now? Suli nodded slightly and asked. Her question caught me off guard. I had moved out of my rental a while ago and was currently living at Mr. Wang's place. I'm temporarily staying in overseas Chinese town, I said. Overseas Chinese town? That's a villa area. Yunnan, you're impressive. Suli's eyes lit up. But it's not my house, I quickly explained. Renting a villa is still impressive. What industry are you in now? Suli's interest in me seemed to be growing. Our company is in construction, I replied vaguely. The word driver stuck in my throat. That's great. You're doing well. Suli smiled, glancing at me before looking out the car window. The rain outside was still pouring, and my car was moving slowly. As we drove into the community, Suli suggested we park in the underground garage. Hearing that made me breathe a sigh of relief. If Fong Tingting were to discover this car, it would be much harder for her to do so now. After getting out of the car with Suli, we walked into the elevator. I live on the 10th floor. Suli pressed the button. My heart started racing. I felt like a thief with a guilty conscience. The 10th floor wasn't just home to Suli. Fong Tingting had just moved in there too. What are the odds? How could it be possible to run into Fong Tingting right after getting off the elevator? With such heavy rain outside, Fong Tingting definitely wouldn't go to the office. And besides, she's too lazy to go out for lunch. I was silently hoping not to run into her in the elevator, my mind completely off Suli. When the elevator dinged and opened, Suli and I stepped out. Time seemed to come to a standstill as I cautiously glanced towards Fong Tingting's apartment. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the doors suddenly swung open, and Fong Tingting stepped out with her bag. Oh no! She was walking right towards us, and there was no way to avoid it. In a panic, I turned around and hugged Suli tightly. Whoa! Suli's body jolted, and she looked at me in surprise. Fong Tingting strolled over casually, getting closer to us, and in my desperation, I leaned in and kissed Suli on the lips. Chapter 20. A reluctant situation. Suli's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at me, and I held her even tighter. I could clearly feel her heartbeat. Her face was flushed, but gradually, she began to respond, and we kissed. Just then, Fong Tingting passed by us and seemed quite disdainful. Not long after, she walked into the elevator. I glanced at the elevator, and as the numbers kept decreasing, I let go of Suli. You were just blushing, I said. Which apartment is yours? This way, 1005, Suli replied, taking her keys out of her bag and walking towards her home. Watching her curvy figure, I followed her inside. As I stepped into Suli's apartment, I let out a sigh. It was a close call. We almost got caught by Fong Tingting. I realized I was playing with fire. If this continued, I would definitely be exposed. Why do you look so pale? Suli asked, touching my forehead. That kiss had brought us closer, and perhaps she thought I really liked her. Of course, I did like Suli, but I felt unworthy of her. Her ex-boyfriend had a house and a car, while I had nothing. I'm fine, I said, hiding my embarrassment as I took in the apartment's decor. The rent here is $2,500 a month, and I've been living here for 6 months, Suli explained, changing into a pair of slippers. When she bent down, her alluring figure caught my eye. With a graceful figure, Suli had certain expectations from men, which was understandable. After all, beautiful women have a certain degree of choice. Here, Suli handed me a pair of slippers. Thank you, I quickly accepted them. I have a business trip to Thai City this afternoon, and I'll be back on the high-speed train tomorrow morning at 10. Suli walked into the kitchen, seemingly boiling water. As I took off my shoes, I noticed a hole in my sock, with my big toe sticking out. I had grown accustomed to being frugal and hadn't even thought of buying a new pair. Instead, I simply took off the sock and stuffed it into my pocket, then looked around the apartment. On the living room's TV backdrop, there was a large artistic photo of Suli, capturing her against the sunset by the coastline. Absolutely stunning. I'll show you around the apartment, Suli said, walking towards the bedroom. Sure, I followed her into her room. There was a soft, large bed next to a double sofa, and the bedside table held some cosmetics. Various brand bags were neatly placed on a shelf, and the wardrobe was half open, revealing many beautiful clothes. If only this apartment were mine, Suli said as she stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the gentle rain outside. By this time, the rain had lightened. We're still young. We can definitely buy a house, I said, walking over to her. What have you been doing since graduation? You're not in the class group anymore. We've had 2 gatherings. Suli turned to ask. I had to work. My family's situation is average, I replied. I never said I worked as a laborer in a construction company. Nor did I mention that I'm currently a driver. I don't know why, but I feel like sharing that would ruin the mood, Suli said. My family isn't well off either. We only have one apartment in Jiangxing, just a 2-bedroom unit. In the past, my brother and I shared a bedroom while my parents slept in the living room. Now, I've moved out to give them more space. Oh, I see, I replied, my gaze drifting. I hadn't expected Suli to open up about her family situation. I always thought she was from a well-off family in the city. It was only today that I realized she also had her struggles. With her parents and brother living in the house, she had to move out. After all, it wouldn't be fair to have her parents sleep in the living room forever, especially since her brother was growing up and would soon want to date. The rent here is a bit high, but it's quite comfortable living here. My study is right next door. Let me show you, Suli said, leading me to the adjacent room. Following her, I entered the study. There was a laptop on the desk and a bookshelf filled with various books, including several about fashion. After graduating from university, I worked for a while as a freelance model, doing some promotional shoots for women's clothing. That's how I met our supervisor and ended up at this clothing company, Suli explained. How's the sales performance? I asked. I'm hoping to close a deal with a client in Taichung tonight. My monthly salary is only around 7,000 to 8,000, which isn't enough to maintain a car like yours, Suli said with a self-deprecating smile at the end. Don't say that. That car isn't mine, I replied. Huh. Suli furrowed her brow, staring at me in surprise. But she quickly added, if the company provides you with a car, it means you have the capability. Yeah, I guess, I said with a stiff smile. The car was indeed provided by Mr. Wong, but of course, a driver needs a car. What kind of driver wouldn't he have one? Why don't you come over for lunch at my place? Suli suggested. Do you need my help? I asked. You're a guest. I can't let you help me, Suli replied, already heading to the kitchen to prepare. My impression of Suli had always been stuck in our university days, but today I found her quite approachable. She didn't give me any uncomfortable vibes at all. After about half an hour, she had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. I didn't make much. I was afraid of wasting food, so just make do with this, Suli said as she served me a bowl of rice and handed me chopsticks. This looks great. I sometimes cook for myself too, I said as I took the chopsticks. The dishes included spicy scrambled eggs, kung pao chicken, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes, along with a tomato and egg soup. They were all very appetizing, and before long, I had finished 2 bowls of rice. Are you going home for the holiday? Suli asked, chewing her food slowly. Noticing I had finished. It depends on the situation. What about you? I asked. My family's right here. I'll probably just have a reunion dinner during National Day, Suli explained. I nodded slightly at her response. After lunch, I sat down on the sofa, feeling a bit uneasy. Suli asked me to take her to the high-speed train station, but it seemed like she wasn't in a hurry. Want some tea? She offered. Suli smiled as she approached me, handing me a cup of tea. Just as I reached out to take it, she suddenly leaned forward, spilling the tea from her hand. In a split second, I hurried to catch it, but not only did the tea splash all over me. Suli ended up leaning on top of me, soft and warm like jade. Being pressed against her made my heart race. I could sense that Suli was quite nervous too. She blinked her big eyes and just stared at me. The image of us kissing outside flashed in my mind. And now, Suli's breathing was quickening as she slowly closed her eyes, as if waiting for me to give her an answer. Chapter 21. Do you want to lie down for a while? The once exalted goddess, Suli, was waiting for my response. At a moment like this, I believed no man could refuse her. With her long eyelashes, delicate features, and charming dimples when she smiled. She was so beautiful that I longed to hold her close and cherish her. Memories flooded my mind, and I thought that if I didn't kiss Suli, she would surely be upset, right? Just as I was about to lean in for a kiss, Suli's phone rang. Sorry, I need to take this call, she said, pulling out her phone and walking over to the balcony. Watching her stand gracefully there, I took a deep breath. I was so close. Just a moment away from acting on my impulse. Glancing down at my pants, I awkwardly crossed my legs, hoping to hide the embarrassment of the moment. Our supervisor asked me to meet her at the high-speed train station at 3. We'll be going on a business trip to Tai City together, Suli explained after hanging up. All right, let us head to the station at 2:30 then, I replied. I'm really sorry for spilling tea on your shirt. Do you want to take a shower? Suli said apologetically. It was only then that I noticed the tea stain on my shirt, the result of Suli accidentally spilling it on me earlier. Oh no, just take off your shirt. I'll wash it for you. It looks quite expensive, Suli said as she realized how messy I was. She quickly grabbed some tissues to help wipe off the stain. It's fine, I said with a forced smile. Just take it off and go take a shower. Hurry, Suli urged. Her insistence left me feeling flustered. A shower? In the middle of the day? Come on. I'll wash your clothes and dry them with a hairdryer, she continued. Oh, okay, I replied, awkwardly removing my shirt. Great, Suli said, taking my shirt and heading towards the bathroom. As I watched her walk away, I stood up from the sofa. In that brief moment when I took off my shirt, I noticed her nervousness, but she managed to hide it well. Yunan, you can shower here. After that, you can rest in my room. Suli's voice came from the bathroom. As I entered, I saw Suli diligently washing my shirt at the sink. She was very focused on her task. The bathrobe and towels are here, and there's shower gel and shampoo over there, she said before closing the bathroom door behind her. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a hairdryer from the bedroom. Clearly, Suli was helping to dry my clothes on the balcony. My heart raced. I initially thought my visit to Suli's place would just be a simple meal before heading to the train station. But now I was going to take a shower. I should definitely take a shower. I got caught in the rain today, I thought to myself, loosening my belt. I stepped into the shower and turned on the hot water. The water in Suli's home was gentle, like basking in warm sunlight. After about 10 minutes, I dried my hair and recalled Suli's words. She had told me to rest in her bedroom and that I could put on my clothes once they were dry. Wrapping myself in a bathrobe, I made my way to the bedroom. Are you done? Suli looked at me and asked. I nodded shyly. Sit for a while. I'm going to take a shower. With that, Suli closed the bedroom door and walked into the bathroom. Her actions felt so natural, so much so that I thought it was supposed to happen. But something was off. What did she mean by that? Why was she taking a shower at this time? As the sound of running water filled the bathroom, my heart began to race. No way. Was Suli planning to define our relationship? I recalled what she had said to me earlier that day, how she wanted to see me before her business trip. Was this what she meant? I found myself in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave. Should I just get dressed and walk out? It was still raining outside. And since I had promised Suli to see her off, how could I just bail? As my gaze fell on a selfie on Suli's bedside table, I took a deep breath. It was a fitness shot. In the photo, Suli was running on a treadmill, glistening with sweat, her smile radiant. Looking closer, I noticed how well the tight workout pants accentuated her figure. Before I knew it, I had plopped down on the bed. I realized Suli's bed was incredibly soft, and the blanket smelled delightful. Perhaps it would feel warm and cozy to sleep here? My mind drifted back to memories of Suli from our university days. On the first day of school, I was captivated by her. It was a sunny day when she emerged from the girls' dormitory, passing by the basketball court, where she drew cheers and countless admiring glances. Everyone's eyes were on her, dressed in a blue sundress and white shoes, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. Her hair swayed as she walked, textbooks in hand, her smile bright. She was a goddess, absolutely stunning. I thought to myself, I would give up 10 years of my life just to have her as my girlfriend. I recalled her name, Suli. She introduced herself during the freshman orientation. She was too beautiful. She was the most popular girl in our class, the campus beauty, no less. I was entranced by her figure as she walked gracefully, friendly to everyone. At one moment, I could have sworn she smiled at me. But those beautiful memories took a turn a week later when I was mocked by a group of classmates while eating in the cafeteria. Coming from a rural background, 1,000 yuan was my living expense for the entire semester. I could only spend 10 yuan a day on food, surviving on steamed buns and pickles, which were free at the school. I knew I had to save money for study supplies and not add to my family's burden, as I was aware of how hard it was for them to earn a living. I remember that lunchtime vividly when I was laughed at in the cafeteria. Suli, the center of attention, looked surprised but eventually joined in the laughter. At that moment, I realized that Suli and I were from entirely different worlds. I began working part-time jobs to earn some money. Gradually, my situation improved. I no longer just ate steamed buns. I could afford rice bowls and noodles, treating myself to some of my favorite foods. It was around that time that I also got my first girlfriend. Suli had always held a lofty place in my heart. Even though we had little interaction during our 3 years of college, I had always kept a quiet watch on her. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. In an instant, I was pulled back to reality. Suli was wrapped in a towel, her face flushed, and she seemed hesitant to look at me. She quickly drew the curtains in the room. My world came to a standstill as I watched Suli approach me step by step, seeing her lift the corner of the blanket and slowly lie down. My mind was a whirlwind. I didn't know what to do, and I could barely bring myself to look at her. I caught a glimpse of Suli covering herself with the blanket, and she pulled the white towel away. She was completely naked. My breath became heavy, and a warmth spread through my lower abdomen. Do you want to lie down for a while? Her voice was soft and gentle. I wasn't sure how I ended up lying down. After hesitating for a few seconds, I set my robe aside. Chapter 22. Why are you so fast? Under a single blanket, Suli and I lay side by side. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the sound of her steady breathing, trying to stay calm. I slowly turned my head to look at Su Li. Her profile was beautiful. She had a straight nose and long eyelashes that fluttered like butterfly wings with each blink. Gradually, I caught a whiff of her fragrance, a fresh scent that filled my mind and made my breathing heavier. If I were to embrace Su Li right now, I believed she wouldn't resist. Suddenly, I noticed Su Li shift slightly closer to me, her breath now nearer. My heart raced. I realized my arm seemed to brush against hers. Just as I thought about turning over, the doorbell rang. I sat up abruptly, surprised. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be Su Li's ex-boyfriend? I wasn't expecting any packages or takeout. What was going on? Su Li, somewhat displeased, wrapped herself in a towel and got out of bed. Watching her walk towards the living room, I breathed heavily. I was so close, just a little bit closer, and I would have succeeded. Was it right for me to be doing this with Su Li? I had no car, no house, and my salary wasn't high. Could I really make her happy? I had deceived her. I wasn't who she thought I was. If she knew the truth, she would surely be angry. I didn't want to deceive Su Li. I still vividly remembered her words in the underground parking lot. Are you out of your mind? Does getting a loan to buy a house count? Your new place is only 80 square meters. My mom said my bride price is $580,000. And you? You told me your bride price is only $200,000. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you waste my time? Look at you, driving a beat-up Volkswagen worth just over $100,000. I'm embarrassed for you. My best friend's boyfriend drives an Audi A6. Do you even know what that is? And look, my classmate has a big BMW. Now you see how incompetent you are, right? Unconsciously, my face burned with shame. I realized Su Li's insults about that man were directed at me, as I was even less than he was. That man at least had a car and a house. At least he was local. But me? I was broke and had nothing, yet here I was, dreaming of sleeping with Su Li. It was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, wishful thinking. Yunan, are you out of your mind? Do you really think you can achieve this with nothing to offer? But another voice in my mind countered. What are you afraid of? Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. Su Li came to you. Why not take advantage of it? You didn't force her. She reached out to you. Why waste such a good opportunity? Women like her are materialistic. You must act first and let her learn her lesson. What woman brings a man home for the first time and lies on the bed? Do you think Su Li is some pure fairy? Do you believe if another man drove a luxury car, she wouldn't do the same? Who are you? I just moved in next door. My name is Fong Tingting. Is there something you need? Our power is out. I wanted to check if yours is out too. A string of voices jolted me, and all the chaotic thoughts in my mind vanished. A few seconds later, I realized we had power at home. Oh, do you know the property management's phone number? Just then, I heard the living room door slam shut, and Su Li walked into the room. Who is it? I asked deliberately. It's the new neighbors from next door. Their power is out, and I gave them the property management's number, Su Li replied. Oh, I nodded. We're leaving at 2:30, so we still have an hour. Su Li burrowed under the covers and removed her bath towel again. An hour? Su Li seemed to be reminding me to hurry up. Yunan, Su Li suddenly took my hand in the blanket. Looking at her affectionate expression, I cleared my throat. I had been single for several years, and what Boss Wong said was true. Relying on my hand wasn't the way to go. Now that a stunning beauty was throwing herself at me, if I didn't act, I would be a fool. This was a crucial moment. I had to seize the opportunity. Just as I was about to make a move, my phone suddenly rang. Damn. My expression changed, and even Su Li, who had been looking forward to my response, frowned in surprise. I picked up my phone and saw it was a call from Fong Tingting. Is this woman crazy? Why is she calling me at this time? I hung up the phone and set it aside. Why didn't you answer? Su Li noticed my action and asked curiously. Just a colleague from work. It's probably nothing urgent. I forced a smile. Hearing this, Su Li smiled back and placed her hand on my chest. My heart raced as I grasped her hand. Su Li's hand was soft and smooth, making my heart beat even faster. Suddenly, my phone rang again. Damn, I was about to curse, but my self-control told me I couldn't do that in front of Su Li. Hello? I answered the call, a bit impatient. If you hang up on me, you must be crazy. Fong Tingting's frantic voice came through, and I quickly distanced myself from Su Li. What's going on? I asked quietly. The power is out at my place. You need to help me check it out. I warn you, you have to come over, or I'll tell boss when you harass me. Su Li's tone turned serious at the end. I was nearly losing it, but when I saw Su Li's gaze, I said, okay, I'll come over now. Beep, beep, beep. Fong Tingting had already hung up, and I glanced apologetically at Su Li. Is there something at the company you need to handle? Su Li asked. I awkwardly nodded. Then hurry up. I'll just go to the train station by myself later. No need to trouble you, Su Li said. Damn it. Fong Tingting, I'm going to get you back. You're ruining my chance with my college goddess. I was fuming inside, but on the surface, I said, I'll check at the company, and if I have time, I'll come pick you up. Okay, Su Li smiled. Wrapped in a bathrobe, before I could even get out of bed, Suli handed me a shirt from the balcony. Seeing her alluring figure wrapped in a towel made my heart ache. I was just one step away from being with Suli, but because of Fong Tingting's interference, I had to back off at the last minute. This would be the biggest regret of my life. I'll wait for your message. Suli gently rose on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on my cheek. Okay, I nodded in response. After putting on my clothes, I left Suli's place, pretending to head to the elevator. Since Suli was watching me leave from the door, I had no choice but to press the elevator button. Less than 3 seconds into the descent, I pressed the button for the 10th floor again. Exiting the elevator once more, I saw that Suli's door was closed. I let out a sigh of relief and hurried to Fong Tingting's door, ringing the doorbell furiously. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Who is it? An impatient voice came from inside as Fong Tingting opened the door. Are you crazy? Why not just call the property management about the power outage? I stormed into the living room, exasperated. How did you get here so fast? Fong Tingting looked at me in surprise. Chapter 23. The nervous breakdown in an instant. I was frozen, my face flushed. What would Fong Tingting think if she knew I had just been in the neighboring room of tenderness? I could only imagine her reaction. Would she be fuming? I bet she wouldn't dare to provoke me again. Suddenly, Fong Tingting burst into laughter. Seeing her reveling in my embarrassment nearly made me explode with anger. The property management's phone line was down, and who knows if that sly vixen gave me the right number. After Fong Tingting closed the door, she scoffed. What sly vixen? I frowned. The one next door. There's a woman who was taking a shower in broad daylight. Fong Tingting quickly replied. Next door? You mean Suli? This woman is truly scandalous. I saw her kissing a guy at the elevator entrance when I left for lunch. As Fong Tingting was speaking, she suddenly looked at me and said, Hey, your outfit today looks a lot like that guy's. What do you mean? A white shirt and black slacks are everywhere. I quickly defended myself. Damn. How did Fong Tingting notice that? I almost gave myself away. Honestly, with your looks, how could you ever land that girl? She's drop-dead gorgeous. Fong Tingting rolled her eyes, crossing her legs on the sofa. You said your power went out, and you couldn't find the property management? I walked over to Fong Tingting. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you for help. She replied. Why don't you ask President Wang? I'm not your boyfriend, I said, feeling a bit annoyed. I did ask him. He said he was busy and told you to come help me. Fong Tingting continued. He really said that? I frowned. Of course, he wouldn't just leave me hanging. Fong Tingting shot back. Given that it was President Wang's request, I couldn't refuse. I turned on the lights in the living room, and as expected, they didn't come on. Gradually, I surveyed the room. Suddenly, I spotted a kettle on the TV stand, plugged in at the back. Walking over to the TV stand, I exploded. Fong Tingting, are you out of your mind? The water is spilling everywhere. Why didn't you unplug it? I shouted. What are you yelling about? Fong Tingting came over, squatting down to take a look. That scheming girl, wearing a low-cut dress, deliberately squatting to give me a view. Who knows how many men have fallen for that trick? I forgot I was boiling water. I was just tidying up my clothes, thinking of making a cup of coffee, Fong Tingting said, standing up, a bit embarrassed. All right then. I yanked the kettle's plug out and turned to the electrical box. I pushed the switch up, and the living room lights flickered on instantly. Is it fixed? Fong Tingting asked, surprised. Yep. I replied impatiently, checking the time on my phone. It was 1:45 p.m., and I had 45 minutes until 2:30 p.m. There was still enough time to go next door to Suli's place. I guess she wouldn't have gotten dressed so quickly. She'd probably only put on clothes before heading out. Who knew you were actually quite capable? Fong Tingting said as she fiddled with some switches and then dashed into one of the bedrooms. Well, I'll head out now, I said, walking toward the door. Wait, the main bedroom light is off. Can you check it for me? Fong Tingting jogged over, a ripple of urgency in her voice. I found myself distracted, struggling to pull my gaze away from Fong Tingting and looking towards the bedroom. Quick, help me check it out, she said, tugging at my hand and pulling me towards the bedroom. Following her, I reached the door and pressed the switch. It's not working, right? Can you check it for me? What am I going to do tonight? Fong Tingting asked. I walked into the bedroom, somewhat annoyed, and saw a large 2-meter-wide mattress. This was the new apartment of Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting, and this bed might very well become their wedding bed. I took off my shoes and stepped onto the bed. At my height of 183 meters, I could easily reach the lampshade. I turned on my phone flashlight and shone it at the light bulb. How is it? Fong Tingting asked. You see, the filament in the bulb is burned out. I pointed to the bulb. Hearing this, Fong Tingting kicked off her slippers and stood next to me. What happened? This is a new house, and everything is supposed to be new, she exclaimed, puzzled. It's probably because when you boiled water earlier, some splashed out, causing a short circuit. The light was on at the time, and the voltage became unstable, which burned it out, I explained. Wow, the quality is so poor. What should we do? Fong Tingting asked anxiously. I'll just take down the bulb, and you can go to the hardware store to buy a new one and replace it, I suggested. Then you should go buy it and install it, she quickly replied. Seriously, Fong Tingting, you're so lazy. Why do you always bother me? I glanced at my phone. It was still 40 minutes until 2:30. If this dragged on, I'd have to wait for Su Li to come back from her business trip. Opportunities are fleeting. I was too tired to argue with Fong Tingting. I needed to get away from her as quickly as possible. I swiftly unscrewed the bulb. And just as I turned around, Fong Tingting suddenly leaned back and hugged me tightly. Ah, she screamed, with one hand holding the bulb and the other holding my phone. I stared blankly at her as she fell back onto the bed. In that moment, I found myself on top of her. Oh no, this woman is pregnant. Instinctively, I arched my back. If she fell to the ground, it would be a disaster. Luckily, Fong Tingting instinctively laid down. Supporting myself with my hands on the bed, I looked down at her and felt a wave of tension. Fong Tingting's eyes were wide open, and after a few seconds, she suddenly leaned in and kissed me on the lips. Are you out of your mind? I quickly rolled off the bed, cursing under my breath. Fong Tingting was taken aback and then smiled mischievously. Could it be your first kiss? What first kiss? I've been in relationships before. I corrected her. If I'm not nervous, why are you so tense? She laughed. I'm warning you. Fong Tingting, you're a pregnant woman, do you understand? I stated firmly. So what? Can't pregnant women kiss? She tilted her head, looking at me curiously. Are you seriously that clueless? If I had pressed down on you too hard just now, you could have lost your baby. Do you even understand? I continued. Huh. Fong Tingting touched her belly and then glanced at the bed. You're crazy, I rolled my eyes. Are you crazy? You're acting all shocked and surprised. I'm only 2 months pregnant, okay? The ultrasound shows the baby is only 2.5 centimeters long. Do you know what 2.5 centimeters means? It's just the size of a peanut. Fong Tingting crossed her arms and looked like she understood everything. No, it seemed like she really did understand. So a 2-month-old fetus is that small? Another strange piece of knowledge added to my repertoire. For a single guy like me, I probably wouldn't have known this for many more years. Oh, I see. I let out a sigh of relief. Look how scared you were. Fong Tingting licked her lips and suddenly laughed. But kissing you felt pretty good. I was nervous just now. Don't you feel nervous around President Wang? I blushed and quickly replied. Just go buy me a light bulb. Fong Tingting immediately shot back. I shot her a cold glance, opened the door. And just as I was about to step out, I saw the door next door open. Su Li was pushing a suitcase out. Aren't you leaving yet? Fong Tingting quickly said. Nervously, I closed the door, feeling puzzled. Didn't she say she was waiting for me? Why was Su Li leaving so early? You hiding out here playing spy, Yunnan? Fong Tingting laughed. Shut up, I snapped, wondering if Su Li waiting for the elevator outside could hear me. You dare to scold me? As Fong Tingting continued to call my name, I pulled her close and kissed her on her sharp lips. Chapter 24. Playing the victim. As I was kissing Fong Tingting without a moment's pause, I suddenly heard the elevator ding outside. To my shock, I noticed Fong Tingting sticking out her tongue. Damn it. I pushed her away. What was that for? Fong Tingting frowned. What are you doing? I took a couple of steps back. Fong Tingting looked at me, her eyes filled with confusion, as if she were looking at an idiot. A few seconds later, she exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? You want to kiss me, then you don't? What do you think I am? I was too irritated to argue. I opened the door and rushed into the hallway. When I reached the window, I looked down. There it was, the Audi I had seen this morning picking up Su Li. A middle-aged man opened the trunk and helped Su Li put her suitcase inside. How dare she toy with me? I gritted my teeth as I watched Su Li get into the passenger seat and leave with the man. The anger boiling inside me was palpable. I thought I had found true love, that I could win over the campus goddess, but it turned out the fool was me. Su Li, how could you play me like this? I returned to the elevator and took it down. Are you still at home? I sent Su Li a WeChat message. After about 10 seconds, she replied, Yes, but I called a taxi. I'm about to head out. Seeing her response, I continued, Are you coming back tomorrow? Yeah, taking the high-speed train tomorrow morning. I should arrive in Jiangcheng around noon. Noon, perfect timing for me to rest. I decided to finish what I hadn't completed today tomorrow. Su Li wanted to play games with me. All right. Yunnan, would play along to the end. I wanted to see who would come out on top. Do you miss me? What a pity. I was hoping you'd keep me company today, Su Li continued. Well, we can meet tomorrow. I'll pick you up at the train station, I replied. Sounds good. It's a deal, Su Li agreed. I put my phone in my pocket and walked towards the entrance of the community. I bought a light bulb of the same model at the hardware store and returned to Fong Tingting's place. As soon as I stepped inside, I heard a loud slap. Fong Tingting caught me off guard and slapped me. What was that for? I shouted angrily. Do you think I'm just your toy? You kiss when you want and don't kiss when you don't want? Fong Tingting glared at me. I was at a loss for words. If it weren't for Fong Tingting being pregnant, I would have definitely given her a taste of her own medicine. What else with the attitude? Hurry up and change the light bulb, then get out of here. Fong Tingting continued. Just wait. I glared at her and walked into the bedroom. After changing the bulb, I left Fong Tingting's house without looking back. As I started the car in the underground garage, I received a call from Boss Wong. Hello, boss. I answered the phone. Secretary Wong said there's a power outage at home. Did you take care of it? Boss Wong asked. Yes, just finished, I replied. I have some things I can't get away from today. You haven't gone to my house yet, have you? Boss Wong continued. I'm on my way now, I said. Today's most important task is to go back to the villa to get the USB drive, as instructed by Mr. Wong. Getting the USB drive is just a pretext. The real goal is to get closer to the boss's wife. Mr. Wong has given me a month, and this month is crucial for me. At this time, my wife should be taking her afternoon nap at home, which is a perfect opportunity. It all depends on how I seize it, Mr. Wong reminds me. I nod in agreement. Women are emotional beings. Your background, your childhood. Do you know what it means to evoke sympathy? Only when you've suffered enough will women's compassion overflow and lead them to care for you. Mr. Wong continues. All right, I force a smile. After all, Mr. Wong is an experienced hand. He thinks of everything. How can I portray my suffering? How tragic is my life? My family was poor when I was a child, and I had to borrow money for tuition. After graduating from college, my girlfriend left me, and with no connections, I became a construction worker and even ended up with a head injury. Am I really that unfortunate? Besides being poor, is my life truly tragic? I start to doubt myself. I have no idea how to face the boss's wife or how to evoke sympathy from her. As the rain lightens, I drive into the community and hit the brakes. I take out some eye drops from the glove compartment and apply them to my eyes. I feel a tearful sensation as I pull into the villa. My entrance catches the boss's wife's attention, and she walks over to the balcony. Didn't Mr. Wong say she had a habit of taking afternoon naps? Why is she so alert? Xiaoyu, why are you back? The boss's wife calls out. I pretend not to hear and rush into the hall, heading straight upstairs toward Mr. Wong's study. I open the study door and see the designated USB drive on the desk. Why are you back so suddenly? I hear the boss's wife's voice behind me. She clearly followed me. I close my eyes, and 2 tears flow down my cheeks, which I wipe away with my arm. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? The boss's wife approaches me, looking surprised. I'm fine. Mr. Wong asked me to come back to get the USB drive. He said it would be useful for dinner with clients later, I say, turning away sadly. Why are you crying? Did my husband scold you? The boss's wife grabs my hand, asking with concern. Indeed, playing the victim can awaken a woman's nurturing instincts. But how should I explain this? No. The boss didn't scold me. I raise my hand to wipe away the other tear. You're crying and saying you're fine. Is something happening at home that requires money? What difficulties are you facing? The boss's wife holds my hand. Her concern genuinely makes me want to cry. She is so kind, such a good woman, and Mr. Wong actually wants to abandon her. What a scoundrel. How can he not feel pain? My mind races. And for a moment, I don't know how to explain. I'm not a good liar. When I lie, I stutter and blush. I have no acting skills, and my attempts at deception are clumsy. Come on, just tell me. You're making me anxious. The boss's wife urges. Boss's wife. I finally can't hold back and hug her tightly. What's wrong? She pats my back, comforting me. Oh my gosh. I just gotta hold the boss lady like this. I can actually embrace her openly. I never even dared to think about this before. Even last night. It took Mr. Wong's careful assistance for me to get close to her. But today, I did it all on my own. Gradually, I noticed that the boss lady was only wearing a nightgown. She was really taking a nap, and she wasn't even wearing a bra. My heart was racing, and I could feel her soft warmth against me. She was pressed tightly against me. Xiaoyu, what's going on with you? Can you talk to me about it? Maybe I can help, the boss lady said. What should I do? What on earth should I say? How do I come up with a story? How do I play the victim? I was in a panic, knowing that what I said next was crucial. Everything depended on this moment. Chapter 25. A twist of fate. What on earth happened? The boss lady patted me on the back. I could feel her breath. Her voice was right next to my ear, and we were pressed closely together. Unknowingly, I found myself reacting. My lower abdomen felt hot, but I had to restrain myself. As I was trying to think of a story to tell, the boss lady suddenly gasped, then hurriedly pulled away and took 2 steps back. You, Xiaoyu, she exclaimed, her face full of shock. Looking down, I instantly blushed. Damn, what is going on? How could I react in a situation like this? I cursed myself for being so pathetic. I wished I could just disappear into a crack in the floor. I bent down quickly and stuffed the USB drive into my pocket. The boss lady's expression became complicated. It was as if she was deep in thought. Her legs tightly pressed together, an instinctive reaction of her body. I felt uneasy under her gaze, so I hurriedly said, I'm fine now. I'm heading back to the office. Wait. The boss lady called out to me. What is up? I looked at her. You definitely have something going on. Your expression doesn't lie. She closed the door to her study and continued. What happened? Why were you so sad just now? I was surprised that she would dig so deep. My eyes shifted uncomfortably, but reluctantly, I spoke up. I got cheated on. You got cheated on? Do you have a girlfriend? The boss lady frowned. Does she see me as single? Would she think I can't get close to her if I said I had a girlfriend? One misstep leads to another. I really am terrible at lying. She is not my girlfriend anymore. She ran off with someone else, I said. Ran off? The boss lady seemed intrigued as she sat down on the sofa in front of me. On my way back, just now, I saw her with an older man. He had his arm around her waist, and they got into a car together. Could it be her dad? The boss lady asked. No. We're both from out of town. That old man bought her a purse, a very expensive one, I replied. I see. The boss lady looked at me thoughtfully. I called her, and she cursed at me, saying I couldn't even afford that purse with 3 months' salary. She said I have no car, no house, and that my family can't even come up with a 50,000 yuan betrothal gift. She has been wanting to break up with me for a long time, I said sadly. That's so unfair. How could there be such a woman? The boss lady exclaimed angrily. And then she blocked me. I added, Xiao, you take relationships too seriously. Don't be too upset, the boss lady sighed, taking my hand and patting my back. Seeing her comforting me made me feel a bit guilty. I hadn't expected her to believe me so easily. Women like that don't deserve love, Xiao. You will definitely meet a good woman who loves you, the boss lady said. Yeah, I nodded firmly. Let go of my hand, the boss lady said as she sat back down on the sofa, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. When I was with your boss, he had nothing. Back then, he was working with a construction team. Later, he became a contractor. And it was I who helped him borrow money from relatives and friends to pay wages. I never left him during his toughest times. I always supported his career. Up until now. So, when you look for a woman, find one who can share both joys and hardships with you. Someone who will strive alongside you. You're still young, with a bright future ahead. You can't stay stagnant forever. I was taken aback by the boss lady sharing her story with Mr. Wang. It turned out she was by his side as he built his success from scratch. She was the supportive wife behind his rise. How could such a wonderful woman face the possibility of being abandoned by him? Why is the world like this? You really should find a girlfriend, she continued. Why do you always leave me hanging with half-finished thoughts? She glanced at my pants, and I felt extremely embarrassed. This was the second time. The last time was in the bathroom while fixing the water heater, and I remembered how angry she was that day. Xiao, do you see other women behaving like this? She asked. Caught off guard, I quickly shook my head. No, not at all. Then why do you always react this way when you see me? She pressed on. I hadn't expected her to ask such a question. Perhaps she hadn't had someone to talk to at home for so long that today she felt like chatting with me. Because you're very beautiful, especially beautiful. I replied, my face turning red. Really? She asked, surprised. You have maturity and grace, a great sense of style, and a beautiful figure and skin, I hurriedly added. I'm not good at complimenting women. I lack fancy words to embellish my thoughts. I admit, I'm a bit clumsy with my words. And it's a weakness of mine. But to my surprise, her face turned red upon hearing my words. Do you really think so? She asked, standing up with bright eyes. Yes, I nodded. Thank you, Xiao. Thank you for the compliment. She smiled. I didn't flatter you. It's the truth. You're the most beautiful and kindest woman I've ever met, I quickly said. Staring at me in shock, she suddenly burst into laughter. And after a moment of swaying, she said, you should say such things to your future girlfriend. You can't say them to me. Why not? I asked, puzzled. Because I have a husband, and if he knew you said that, he wouldn't be happy, she explained. Oh, I nodded in understanding. Breaking up isn't a bad thing. It's not worth being sad over someone like that. Don't let it affect your work, she continued. Can you keep it a secret for me? I don't want the boss to know, I said awkwardly. Don't worry, I won't say a word. She assured me. Okay, I nodded in agreement. As I was leaving, the boss lady reminded me to drive safely, and soon after, I returned to the company. I walked towards Mr. Wang's office. I had just knocked twice when he told me to wait a moment. After a few seconds, the door finally opened. Zhao Fong, upon seeing me, gave an awkward smile as she left Mr. Wang's office. Zhao Fong, the company's accountant, is in her early 30s, with a sweet appearance and a curvy figure. It is said that she is divorced and single, with a 7-year-old child studying back home. Don't come to my office again without my orders, President Wang said coldly. I looked at President Wang sitting on the sofa and replied, I'm sorry, President Wang. So, how was your trip? He asked. His tone was somewhat icy, as if I had upset him. It was strange, I was just here to see him. So why was he so angry? I began to recall what had just happened. I remembered that when Zhao Fong left President Wang's office. Her hair was a bit messy, and there seemed to be something at the corner of her mouth. Wait a second. Could it be that President Wang and Zhao Fong had something going on? I was taken aback. In the company, apart from Fong Tingting, Zhao Fong was the only one who stood out in terms of looks. Fong Tingting was young and beautiful, while Zhao Fong had a mature charm. I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent? President Wang kicked me. Oh, just now the boss's wife hugged me, I said, suddenly feeling a jolt and leaning closer to President Wang's ear. What? President Wang suddenly stood up, looking at me in disbelief. Chapter 26. The temptation really, I exclaimed. Based on what I know about my wife, she could never embrace another man besides me. How did you manage that? President Wang's eyes were fixed on me. I glanced outside the office and whispered, didn't you just tell me over the phone to play the victim? So you played the victim in front of my wife? President Wang asked with interest. Yes, I nodded shyly. Good for you. You're teachable. Just a little push and you light up. President Wang patted my shoulder and pulled out a cigarette from his pack, handing it to me. I accepted it with both hands, smiling awkwardly. Every beginning is difficult. You've taken a bold step. I believe that within a month, you can win over my wife. President Wang lit the cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Right. I nodded. I have a dinner meeting with General Zhang tonight. Normally, I would have arranged for Secretary Fong to accompany me, but since she's pregnant, I asked Zhao Fong to fill in. President Wang's tone shifted. Having a finance person accompany you for drinks? I can't believe President Wang Wunti offers Zhao Fong any benefits, since that's not her job. This is exactly what I just discussed with Zhao Fong. President Wang continued. Understood, boss, I said. The dinner is at 6:30 p.m. at the Jiangxing Grand Hotel. I need to be in the private room by 6 o'clock p.m. Tonight is a big deal. If we close this deal, our targets for the year will be met. If you can seduce my wife and catch me in the act, I'll give you 500,000. President Wang added, extinguishing his cigarette and fixing his sharp gaze on me. 500,000. Oh my God, that has 500,000. I thought. I could work for 10 years and might not even save that much. My breathing became heavy as I realized President Wang was my benefactor. I'll also give you an extra 2,000 in salary each month. President Wang smirked. I won't let you down, boss. I felt invigorated, standing tall and confident. If you don't succeed, I won't keep you. President Wang continued. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. I promised. Faced with the allure of such a large sum of money, if I turned it down, I would be a fool. Remember to pick me and Zhao Fong up at 5:30. President Wang patted my shoulder. Back in my office, I closed the door and jumped in place. Wow, 500,000. With that money, I could buy a 100 square meter apartment back in my hometown, and it would be all paid for. After buying the apartment, I would still have some savings left. I could take out a loan for a car, and then I would have both a house and a car. I was getting excited, but gradually, my brow furrowed. The image of President Wang's wife appeared in my mind. If President Wang caught me cheating with her, then in a divorce, he would definitely be the one benefiting, living a good life with Fong Tingting. But what about his wife? How heartbroken would she be? In a marriage, the one at fault would be the wife, who wouldn't even know that everything was meticulously planned by President Wang. And what about me? Am I the most despicable person? How would I face her? If she found out, would she be incredibly disappointed? My heart raced faster as I found myself caught between money and human nature, suddenly feeling indecisive. Just then, the boss's wife sent me a WeChat message. Xiao Yu, remember to give the boss some hangover medicine later. Don't let him drink too much. Okay, don't worry, boss lady, I replied. The boss's wife, completely unaware, still cared about Mr. Wang, while Mr. Wang was only thinking about making big money and spending time with other women. It seemed unfair to me that the loyal wife was being abandoned like this. I believed that if the boss's wife knew what kind of person Mr. Wang was, she would surely initiate a divorce. As it approached 5:30 p.m., I picked up Mr. Wang and Zhao Fong and headed to the designated restaurant. Usually, Zhao Fong dressed conservatively and appropriately, but tonight she seemed to have made a special effort. She wore a black leather skirt paired with Balenciaga stockings, and her strapless top accentuated her allure. Her wavy hair cascaded over her right shoulder, and even while sitting in the car, she was professionally touching up her makeup. Mr. Zhang is a big boss. You must make sure to entertain him well tonight. Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best. Xiao Yu, where's the hangover medicine the boss's wife gave you? I quickly handed the medicine to Mr. Wang. Through the rearview mirror, I saw Mr. Wang and Zhao Fong already taking a pill. When we arrived at the restaurant, I promptly opened the back door for them. Wait for my call, Mr. Wang instructed as he and Zhao Fong got out of the car. Okay, Mr. Wang. I nodded in agreement and parked the car in a nearby lot. Having accompanied Mr. Wang for some time, I knew his business dinners lasted 2 to 3 hours, and if he was singing with clients, it could stretch until midnight. With some free time on my hands, I opened the car door, planning to find something to eat nearby. Just as I stepped out, I noticed a mini car pulling into the space next to mine. Yunnan, a fashionable woman wearing sunglasses, closed her car door, looking surprised to see me. Do I know you? I asked, confused. She was dressed in a brown bodycon dress, black high heels, and carrying an expensive handbag. What a coincidence to run into you here. Don't you recognize your old classmate? She took off her sunglasses, revealing a familiar face. Wang Yan? I exclaimed in surprise. You remember me? Wang Yan looked me up and down, then glanced at the car keys in my hand. You've changed a lot, I said, recalling the last time I saw Su Li's social media posts, where I spotted Wang Yan in a group photo with Su Li at a restaurant. I had wondered if Wang Yan might also be in this city, but I never expected the world to be so small. Have I changed much? Wang Yan turned around confidently in front of me. I remembered her as a rather introverted girl in college who struggled to fit in with Su Li and her friends, who were all glamorous and beautiful. Time had transformed Wang Yan. She had grown taller and seemed to have had some work done on her face. I recalled that her nose wasn't so prominent, and her chest wasn't this ample, but now she appeared sexy and stylish. Is this your car? Wang Yan asked, looking at me with interest. I pressed the car key, and the headlights blinked in response. Wow, this car costs over $1 million. You've really changed, Yunnan, Wang Yan exclaimed. Let's keep it that way, I replied stiffly, forcing a smile. It's not even my car, so what do I have to be proud of? But I do agree that a car is indeed a man's business card. Haven't eaten yet? Want to join me? Wang Yan offered. Is that okay? I wouldn't want to disturb you, I quickly asked. I just happened to be planning to eat nearby, and Wang Yan's invitation was just what I needed. I have a VIP card here, so we'll get a discount, she said with a smile. Hearing about the VIP card surprised me, but then I thought about how much we could save. How much could 2 of us eat? All right, I nodded, seeing my agreement. Wang Yan pressed the car key, and we walked together into the hotel's revolving door. Welcome. 8 hostesses and Kipeos greeted us in unison, and as they bowed, I straightened my posture. Miss Wang, please come in, the lobby manager said politely upon seeing Wang Yan. I couldn't help but wonder what she did for a living to receive such courtesy from the hotel manager. Come have a drink with me later. There's no rush. Just stay here, Wang Yan said, crossing her arms. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped in first. I caught a glimpse of her curves accentuated by her fitted dress and quickly followed her inside. Chapter 27. Her purpose. What a coincidence to run into you here. Wang Yan pressed the elevator button and turned to look at me. She had a tall and graceful figure, and she looked quite different from the impression I had of her. I remembered that Wang Yan also came from a rural background, similar to mine. But in just a few years, how had she changed so much? The Mini parked in the lot was a top model, worth over 300,000 yuan. What kind of job did she have that paid so well? What business are you in Jiangxing? Wang Yan asked first. Construction, I replied, glancing awkwardly at the elevator's digital display. Are we going to the top floor restaurant? You really are different now, Wang Yan remarked. And you? I countered. I work at a financial advisory company. This is where we receive clients, Wang Yan said casually. Oh, I see. I nodded. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Wang Yan stepped out first. A waiter hurried over to greet her and showed us to a window-side table. As I watched Wang Yan expertly flip through the menu, I glanced out the window. The Jiangxing Grand Hotel was one of the few landmark buildings here, and the 42nd floor restaurant offered a stunning view of the city at night. Although I often saw it in videos, this was my first time dining here. What do you want to eat? Wang Yan asked, showing me the menu. When I saw the prices, I was taken aback. A steak was priced at 388 yuan. What kind of steak costs that much? This place was definitely out of my league. Besides the steak, everything else was also pricey. Gradually, I noticed fried rice for 78 yuan. I'll have the fried rice, I said. Huh. Wang Yan was surprised. Well, Mr. Yu, you must be tired of delicacies. Something lighter is fine too. Mr. Yu? I'm just a worker, I quickly replied. Come on, Yunnan, you don't need to be so modest with me, Wang Yan laughed. Let me add a steak for you. Their steak is quite good. And how about we share a glass of red wine? I'll pass on the wine. I don't drink, I hurriedly declined. Okay, how about the steak cooked medium? It's really tender here, Wang Yan suggested with a smile. Sure, I nodded in agreement. After we ordered, Wang Yan took out her phone and snapped a few selfies. Then suddenly aimed the camera at me. Hey, what are you doing? I exclaimed, flustered. It's not every day we meet as old classmates. Let me take a picture of you. What are you nervous about? Afraid I'll post it in the class group? Wang Yan chuckled. Please try not to, I said. Got it, I'll keep it low-key. Wang Yan took a sip of her tea, then opened her purse and pulled out a business card. Here, my business card. I reached out to take it and glanced at it. Dingxing Investment and Financial Advisory Company, Financial advisor, Wang Yin. What about your business card? Wang Yin asked, looking at me. I don't have one, I replied. Right, regular folks don't usually carry business cards. I guess I'm the only one who does. Wang Yin shrugged, then continued. Come on, you have to have WeChat, right? Oh right. I quickly took out my phone. We exchanged WeChat IDs, and before long, the waiter brought out our food. Clumsily picking up my knife and fork, I glanced at Wang Yin and started cutting into my steak. What kind of beef is this? It's bleeding everywhere. Is this really worth 388? I thought to myself, but I still put a piece in my mouth. Suli is also in Jiangqing. She lives in a high-end neighborhood called Nanjiaoyiping. She's impressive for having bought a place there. Wang Yin chatted while eating. Didn't Suli say her place was rented? Why does it sound like she bought it from Wang Yin? No. Suli told me it was rented and that she moved out, with a rent of 500. What about you? I asked. How could I afford to buy a house? It's only been a bit over 2 years since we graduated. Am I making over $1 million a year or something? Wang Yin scoffed, but then suddenly turned to me and asked, by the way, Yunnan, where are you living now? Me? I was surprised. Yeah. Where are you living now? Wang Yin continued. I live in overseas Chinese town, I said. Wow, you live in a villa? Wang Yin exclaimed. Yunnan, you're so low-key, making a fortune without anyone knowing. Not really. I'm just renting, I replied awkwardly. Renting a villa is still impressive. Driving a luxury car and living in a villa. If our classmates found out, they'd be so envious. Wang Yin laughed. It's not that great. I continued eating. On the surface, I looked successful, driving a fancy car and living in a villa, but all of it belonged to someone else. Wang Yin has a big appetite. After finishing her meal, she ordered some fruit, while I polished off my steak and fried rice and got up. That's enough, Wang Yin smiled. That's embarrassing. I said awkwardly. I was about to pay the bill, but to my surprise, Wang Yin had already settled it. I have a VIP card, she said, wiping her mouth. She picked up her bag and smiled. So, how about coming to my place for a bit? Your place? I asked. I have a long-term rental room in this hotel. Sometimes when I'm tired from meeting clients, I can go there to rest. Want to come? Wang Yin suggested. Is that okay? I replied. What is wrong with that? Yunnan, you're not planning to have a little girlfriend here tonight, are you? Did you rent a room here too? Wang Yin said with a teasing smile. Of course not. I shook my head. Maybe she was suspicious because my car was parked here? Then let us go, Wang Yin said, walking towards the restaurant exit. As she walked, her skirt fluttered, revealing her long, fair legs, attracting quite a few glances. Some diners pointed and whispered, as if they disapproved of Wang Yin's outfit. We stepped into the elevator together, and soon we arrived at the 38th floor of the hotel. When Wang Yin swiped her card to open the door, I took a look inside and was a bit surprised. I had never stayed in a 5-star hotel before, and this place was lavishly decorated. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of Jiangqing, and the soft, comfortable bed looked like it would be great to sleep in. However, the room was a bit messy. I noticed a lot of snacks on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and there were even some bottles of alcohol. Also, there was a suitcase by the wardrobe. Let me tidy up a bit, she said. Wang Yin took off her high heels and slipped on a pair of pink slippers. Do you live here often? I asked curiously. Sometimes, when I'm tired from work, I stay here, Wang Yin replied. Hearing this, I nodded, feeling even more curious about her job. Recently, our company launched a product with a very high return rate. You know, you could invest 500,000 to test the waters and make 200,000 in 3 months, Wang Yin said while tidying up. Investing 500,000 to earn 200,000? I frowned. I have a client who invested 5 million and got back 7 million, and that was just in 3 months, Wang Yin continued, pouring me a cup of tea. As I took the tea, I glanced at Wang Yin. She was bent over, her back to me, and her appearance was alluring, though her intentions were clear. 500,000. I don't have that much money. Even if I did, I wouldn't invest in any financial products. Come on, let me tell you about our product. Wang Yin grabbed my hand and sat down on the sofa. Looking at her long legs peeking out from under her skirt, my gaze traveled upward, through her neckline. I caught a glimpse of her deep cleavage. Chapter 28. Racing Against Time. This is our product information. You can take a look. Wang Yin crossed her legs and professionally handed me a brochure. I flipped it open and glanced through it. It was a project about some kind of fund, filled with numerous numerical references. Hongjing Fund. I asked. Yes, our product is in collaboration with a publicly listed group company in Port City. This company has a market value of several hundred billion, and we are backed by Gangshan Bank. Do you know Gangshan Bank? Wang Yin replied with a smile. I'm not familiar with it, I admitted. That makes sense. After all, you're in construction, so how would you know much about financial companies? Wang Yin continued, placing her hand on my thigh. While I pretended to listen to her enthusiastic explanation, my gaze was fixated on her thigh and curves, and I felt an involuntary reaction. I glanced over at the soft, inviting bed and swallowed hard. Are you getting tired of sitting? Wang Yin suddenly paused her spiel, blinking her large eyes and staring at me. I'm fine, I said, forcing a smile as I returned my gaze. How about lying down for a bit? Wang Yin stood up from the sofa, smoothed out the bed, and left me with a seductive view of her back. I longed to wrap my arms around her slender waist and lift her skirt. I struggled to suppress my discomfort, my mind racing with chaotic thoughts. You must be tired after a long day, right? Wang Yin opened a corner of the blanket and sat down on the edge. Seeing her seemingly ready to serve me, I felt an inexplicable urge to walk over to her. Hesitating about whether to lie down, Wang Yin suddenly knelt on one knee and grabbed my calf. What are you doing? I was startled. I'm just getting your slippers for you. Why are you so nervous? Wang Yin laughed. My heart raced as she took off my shoes, and then she suddenly paused. Oh. I instinctively pulled my foot back, feeling embarrassed and wanting to escape. These socks are quite funny. Wang Yin chuckled as she held my foot. Damn, how did I forget I was wearing these holy socks? I thought I had passed one test only to stumble on another. Your feet are a bit smelly. You must be tired from working on the site. Wang Yin remarked as she helped me remove my socks and then headed toward the bathroom. Looking at the discarded holy socks, I was at a loss about what to do next. Suddenly, I heard water running from the bathroom. And then Wang Yin appeared in front of me with a foot basin. No way. Is she really going to wash my feet? I stared at her in disbelief as she carefully placed the basin in front of me and gently set my feet into it. How's the water temperature? Is it okay? Wang Yin asked. Yeah, it's fine, I replied bashfully. You construction workers have it tough on the site. Soaking your feet at night can be quite relaxing, she said as she began to wash my feet. Seeing her kneeling in service, I felt embarrassed and stammered. I can do it myself. You want to do it yourself? Wang Yin looked at me in surprise. Yeah, I nodded. All right, then I'll go take a shower, she said, placing a towel aside and walking straight towards the bathroom. Shower? Wait, what? Wang Yin want to take a shower? I stood there, somewhat dazed, watching her walk into the bathroom, glancing at the foot bath on the floor. Oh my, what on earth is Wang Yin planning? Looking back at the bathroom, I noticed it had glass walls. Although the glass was frosted, I could vaguely see Wang Yin taking off her dress, and then it seemed like she was removing her underwear as well. My breathing grew heavier as I recalled the afternoon at Su Li's place. Before long, I saw Wang Yin turn on the shower. She was already washing herself. You should soak a bit longer. It feels much better, she reminded me while showering. Okay, I replied, feeling the water temperature. After you finish soaking your feet, you should take a shower too, Wang Yin continued. I should shower too? Did I hear that right? At that moment, I was sure it would be easy to get close to Wang Yin. Oh my, this afternoon it was Su Li, and now it's Wang Yin. Are these beautiful women, whom I usually wouldn't dare to think about, actually throwing themselves at me? What have I done to deserve them? My mind was racing with thoughts. About 20 minutes later, Wang Yin appeared before me in a pink nightgown. I had already dried my feet, and I watched as she took away the foot bath and tossed my holy socks into the trash. I'll stuff these socks in your shoes, she joked, placing a new pair of socks inside. Looking at Wang Yan's delicate profile, I noticed she wasn't wearing a bra. Go wash up, she said. Her cheeks flushed as she handed me a pair of slippers. Staring at her beautiful face, I found it hard to refuse, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Take a nice hot shower. Wang Yin smiled, helping me put on the slippers and gently pushing me towards the bathroom. I was almost shoved into the bathroom. She closed the door behind me and went outside to dry her hair. Standing there in the bathroom, I looked at myself in the mirror over the sink. I felt awkward and a bit anxious. I raised my hand to check the time. It was exactly 7:30 p.m. The manager's drinking party started at 6:30, and based on the usual timeline, it would wrap up in about 2 hours, around 8:30. That meant I had an hour left to spend with Wang Yin. A 10-minute shower would leave me with 50 minutes, which, while a bit tight, should be enough. Taking a deep breath while staring at my reflection, my gaze shifted and landed on the underwear Wang Yin had discarded. It was a sexy purple set, and the cups were quite generous. Forget it, I'll have to shower when I get back. I took off my shirt and unbuckled my belt. Stepping into the shower, I started rinsing off. After about 10 minutes, I finished my shower, wrapped myself in a towel, and carefully walked back to the room. The lights were dimmer now. Wang Yin had turned on the lamp on the bedside table, and the TV was on, playing a variety show. Over here, she called, patting the pillow next to her. Wang Yin seemed to be creating a relaxed atmosphere, making me feel at ease, yet my heart was racing. I took slow steps to the edge of the bed, kicked off my shoes, and crawled under the covers. As soon as I sat down next to Wang Yin, she wrapped her arm around mine and switched the channel. I tried to keep my breathing steady and stole a glance at her. She was naturally leaning against my shoulder, her gaze still fixed on the TV screen. I subtly cleared my throat and checked my phone. It was 7:50 p.m., and there were still 40 minutes until 8:30. Although 40 minutes wasn't a lot of time, it should be enough. But with Wang Yin being so forward, would she have second thoughts? I pondered this and took the initiative to hold her hand. The moment I grasped her hand, I felt her body tremble slightly. And then she suddenly turned toward me and hugged me tightly. Chapter 29. The fox's tail. Nervous to the point of almost suffocating, I struggled to suppress my impulses, but in the next moment, Wang Yin kissed me on the lips. My body jolted. Her boldness caught me completely off guard. Why was Wang Yin being so forward? Why was she being intimate with an old classmate she had just met? My mind went blank. Gradually, it seemed I began to understand something. Wang Yin was not the type of woman to be casual. Unless a man held some value for her, she wouldn't be interested. The moment she walked into the room, she had recommended the financial products from her company to me, and her enthusiasm was clearly aimed at getting me to buy something. So, Wang Yin's goal was to extract cash from me. Driving a BMW and living in a villa, that was the impression I gave her. She saw me as a big fish. In an instant, it all clicked into place. Wang Yin was very proactive, and her kiss was intense. Yunnan. She called my name, pushing me down onto the bed. I knew this was all an illusion. Once Wang Yin learned the truth about my situation, she wouldn't even bother to look at me. It wasn't just Wang Yin. Su Li was the same. They were both women who looked down on people from lower social strata. Only the wealthy could attract their attention. I felt a surge of anger. Ugh. Wang Yin let out a soft grunt. How long has it been? She whispered in my ear. A long time, I replied. I had no idea what she was trying to do. It felt like the whole world was spinning around me. I turned my head away as I watched her toss a few crumpled tissues into the trash can. Do you smoke? Wang Yin offered me a cigarette. You smoke too? I took the cigarette, surprised as I looked at her. I smoke when the work pressure gets too high. In our line of work, making money isn't easy, unlike you guys. Who can earn 6 months or even a year's worth of income from just one project? She said, lighting my cigarette for me. She got off the bed and sat down on the sofa, crossing her legs. You seem to be doing pretty well. That car of yours isn't bad, I commented. I bought it secondhand, just over 100,000, Wang Yin replied with a smile. Oh, I showed a look of realization. So how about it? Why not buy one of our company's products? Invest 50,000 to test the waters? Wang Yin suggested with a grin. The fox's tail had indeed been revealed. Wang Yin's intentions were crystal clear. Whatever she did, her ultimate goal was to squeeze money from me. If I actually had money. Her earlier behavior would have convinced me to invest in her. Of course, I would think 50,000 was a bit much. Maybe 20 or 30,000 would be acceptable. The problem was, I had no money. How could I afford to buy any financial products? I'll think about it, I forced a smile. Think about what? My sales for this month aren't even up to standard. I'm counting on this deal. Wang Yin extinguished her cigarette and playfully came over to my side, wrapping her arm around mine. I felt a bit embarrassed. I'm begging you, please help me, she pouted, leaning against me. Seeing the affectionate look on Wang Yin's face, my thoughts raced. I had taken advantage of her quite a bit, dinner and all. Logically, I should be willing to spend a little, but unfortunately, I was broke. The 5,000 yuan salary I received today isn't even enough for Wang Yin's dental floss. Let me think about it, I said. What's there to think about, Yunnan? Don't hesitate. Wang Yin's flirtatious demeanor made my heart race again. I recently took on a project, and the upfront costs are quite high. I really don't have much money on hand. I said, don't you have at least 100 or 200,000? Wang Yin frowned. Her confusion made me feel awkward. If I told her that my total assets barely add up to a few tens of thousands, I wonder what she would think. I do have some, but most of it is debt that I haven't collected yet, I said. Debt? Wang Yin's brow furrowed. The projects contracted by General Manager Wang often have many outstanding payments. Third-party contractors have it tough. They usually run on cash advances, and not many can settle their final payments. I remember General Manager Wang mentioning that he still has over 3 million in debt to collect. Right, I nodded. Wang Yin looked at me thoughtfully and continued. How much debt do you have? Over 3 million, I replied. Over 3 million? Wang Yin was surprised. Yes, I nodded. Go collect it. Why aren't you going after it? That's over 3 million. You could buy a nice big house in Jiangxing with that. Wang Yin said immediately. It's hard to collect. We third-party contractors have a tough time, I replied, as if sensing my predicament. Wang Yin's eyes darted around before she said, then when you have time, let us go collect the debt together and get that money back. Huh? I was taken aback. What do you mean, huh? Aren't you going to collect such a large amount? This is your money. Wang Yin continued. Oh, I nodded. Yunnan, you're really something. I didn't expect you to have over 3 million outside. Wang Yin said as she hugged me and kissed my lips again. Just now with Wang Yin, nothing had happened. Just as she was about to kiss me, my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen and jolted. Who is it? Wang Yin looked at me in surprise. I made a shushing gesture and answered the call. Where are you? General Manager Wang asked. At the hotel, I replied. Come to the entrance to pick me up, he continued. Okay. As soon as I hung up, I hurried to get dressed. Is it that urgent? Wang Yin covered her chest, looking at me in astonishment. The client has arrived at the hotel. I need to go down, I said. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin quickly brought me my shoes, pulling out a pair of socks from inside and helping me put them on. Thank you, I said. What are you saying? Wang Yin smiled. I nodded slightly and walked to the door. Wishing you success. Wang Yin opened the door and gave me a peck on the cheek. All right. I nodded in agreement and stepped outside. Time seemed to freeze as I saw Zhao Fong being embraced by a man, holding a room card in her hand as she searched for the room number. Are we here? The man leaned in and kissed Zhao Fong's cheek, looking quite lecherous. Almost there, Zhao Fong replied awkwardly, her gaze locking onto me. Chapter 30, It's up to you, Zhao Fong, and that General Manager Zhang? I looked at Zhao Fong in surprise. She suddenly turned her head, looking as if she was afraid of being recognized, and quickly swiped into the room across the hall. Watching Zhao Fong and General Manager Zhang enter the room, I hurried towards the elevator. A few minutes later, I spotted General Manager Wang at the hotel entrance. Why did you take so long to come out? General Manager Wang asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. I was just in the restroom, I replied awkwardly. Go get the car, he instructed. Nodding in agreement, I dashed to the parking lot and drove the car to the hotel entrance. I opened the back door and rested my hand on the top of the door. After General Manager Wang got in, I closed the back door and returned to the driver's seat. Why does it keep raining in this dreadful weather? General Manager Wang remarked casually. It's been raining for the past couple of days, I said. Go home, he ordered. What about Zhao Fong? I pretended to ask. Zhao Fong is currently in a hotel room with General Manager Zhang. I just saw them, but I still wanted to ask General Manager Wang. She took a cab back. He replied. As expected, General Manager Wang didn't want outsiders to know about the project. Oh, okay, I nodded, pressing the gas pedal. While driving, I glanced at General Manager Wang through the rearview mirror. His face was flushed. He had clearly drunk quite a bit. As for Zhao Fong and General Manager Zhang, they also seemed to have had their fair share of drinks. Zhao Fong's cheeks were rosy, making her look incredibly alluring. I knew that after tonight, the collaboration would surely go smoothly. My wife hasn't contacted me today. She must be paying more attention to you, General Manager Wang said. Huh, I replied, surprised. When a woman starts to reduce her contact with a man, it usually means she has found a new interest, General Manager Wang explained. Is that so? I asked. You'll understand someday, he continued. Nodding slightly, I seemed to recall something. By the way, General Manager Wang, you mentioned last time that the company still has over 3 million in debts that haven't been collected. Is that true? I inquired. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? General Manager Wang asked, surprised. Why haven't we collected it? I was curious. It's not that easy. Many of those debts are bad debts. Take General Manager Zhang today, for instance. He handed the project over to us, but in the end, he'll likely delay part of the payment, General Manager Wang explained. Then aren't we at a loss? I quickly asked. We make some profit. But some companies are truly shameless. Even for very small projects, they still delay our payments, General Manager Wang continued. I see, I said, starting to understand. What? Do you want to help me collect the debts? General Manager Wang laughed. In the past, I would have thought it was better to avoid trouble. If General Manager Wang couldn't collect, there was no way I, a small fry, could do it. But today, after Wang Yin mentioned it, I suddenly wondered if I might have a chance. 3 million isn't a small amount. If I could really collect it, General Manager Wang might reward me. I'm just curious about it, I said. If you can recover it, I can give you 30% as a reward, General Manager Wang chuckled. 30%? I exclaimed in surprise. 30% of 3 million is 900,000, which is quite a sum. If you add the 500,000 from enticing the boss's wife, it means I could have over 1 million in a short time. Collecting debts isn't easy. Even collection agencies struggle with it. Do you really think an ordinary person can handle it? Mr. Wang continued. Uh-huh. I nodded. I'm going to Ningxing tomorrow. Please take me to the airport at 9 in the morning. Mr. Wang changed the subject. Ningxing? Really? I asked, surprised. Yes, I'll be back the night after tomorrow, he said. I glanced at Mr. Wang, but chose not to say anything further. When we arrived at the villa, I saw the boss's wife coming out to greet us. Honey, you didn't drink too much, did you? She asked with concern. Uh-huh, we finalized the project today. I need to fly to Ningxing tomorrow, and we'll be back the day after, Mr. Wang replied. Why the sudden trip to Ningxing? The boss's wife asked, surprised. The new project needs funding, and I have to go see old Lin in person to hope for a loan, Mr. Wang explained. Upon hearing this, the boss's wife nodded. But then she seemed to think of something. Is Xiaoyu going? He doesn't need to go, Mr. Wang said. Oh, the boss's wife looked at me, as if pondering something, but soon she fetched Mr. Wang a cup of tea to sober him up. After escorting Mr. Wang home, I went upstairs. At home, I wouldn't act as a third wheel between Mr. Wang and the boss's wife. I needed to maintain some distance. Once I got to my room and sat down, I saw a WeChat message from Wang Yan. Yunan, I'm so bored. How did your meeting with the client go? Wang Yan's message was accompanied by a selfie, showing her with a mask on her face, clearly alone in her room. Instead of replying directly, I set my phone aside and walked towards the bathroom. After a quick wash-up, when I returned to my room, Mr. Wang was already there. I want to be home for the next couple of days. Let us see how you perform, Mr. Wang said. Okay, Mr. Wang, I nodded. Get close to my wife and create more opportunities, he instructed. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I replied. My wife is conservative, so it's quite a challenge to win her over. But if you put in sincere effort, there are opportunities. I hope when I return the day after tomorrow, you have good news for me, Mr. Wang continued. Got it, I nodded. Get some rest early tonight. Take me to the airport in the morning, Mr. Wang reminded me before leaving my room. With Mr. Wang away tomorrow, it meant I would be alone with the boss's wife. Plus, the weekend would follow, and I wouldn't have to work, making it a great opportunity. But how could I get closer to her? Should I act pitiful again? I thought to myself. After about 20 minutes, I heard a knock on the door. When I opened it, I saw the boss's wife. She appeared to have just finished showering, dressed in a relatively conservative loungewear outfit, clearly thinking it inappropriate to wear a nightgown in front of me. Hello, boss's wife, I smiled. Is your boss going to Ningxing alone? She asked. Yes. Why do you ask? I replied. The boss lady forced a smile and said, Xiaoyu, have you been spending much time with Zhao from the finance department lately? Zhao? Not really. We hardly see each other, I replied, furrowing my brow. Zhao Fong was single and quite pretty, and she was around the same age as Mr. Wang. Was the boss lady worried that Zhao Fong might get involved with Mr. Wang? Was that why she was asking me today? The boss lady nodded, then suddenly said, By the way, Xiaoyu, you're still young, so don't get too caught up in thoughts about me. Huh. I was taken aback. Did she somehow notice my feelings? Why was she saying this? You're young. It's normal to have strong reactions, but you must keep it in check, she added, her face turning red by the end of her statement. Staring blankly at the boss lady, I realized she wasn't wearing a bra. Although she was dressed in a conservative loungewear, it couldn't hide her impressive figure, especially her curvy hips. Every time I saw her, I wished I could hold her close. What are you looking at? The boss lady frowned. Struggling to pull my gaze away from her, I stammered, and nothing. Nothing, you say? Then why are you acting like this again? She glanced down at my pants. Chapter 31. The terrifying woman looking down, my face flushed red. How embarrassing. Why am I like this again? Watching the boss lady leave, I closed the door. I realized something. The boss lady seemed very concerned about my reaction. Was she feeling lonely? It made sense. Over the past few months, President Wang had been spending time with Fong Tingting. And today I even caught a glimpse of Zhao Fong in President Wang's office. It seemed that President Wang was involved not just with Fong Tingting, but also had something going on with Zhao Fong. There were only two beautiful women in the company, and both had ties to President Wang. Although the boss lady was somewhat suspicious of Zhao Fong, she seemed completely unguarded when it came to Fong Tingting. After all, Fong Tingting was just in her early 20s, such a young and beautiful girl. How could the boss lady think she wouldn't be entangled with President Wang? As for Zhao Fong, her suspicions seemed a bit stronger. Lying in bed, I switched between a few TV channels out of boredom. As it neared 11 at night, Wang Yan called. Hello? I answered the phone. Still busy? Wang Yan asked. I just got home and took a shower, I replied. It felt like Wang Yan was being a bit too nosy. Did she think I was somehow involved in today's events? How was your meeting with the client? Wang Yan inquired. It went okay. Why aren't you asleep yet? I asked. It's the weekend tomorrow. I can stay up a bit later, Wang Yan laughed. Oh, I see, I said, understanding. Do you want to come over? Wang Yan asked. My heart raced at her question. I could vaguely recall the moments we shared in the room earlier, if it weren't for that phone call from President Wang. Wang Yan and I might have already confirmed our relationship by now. It's too late. I've been pretty tired these past couple of days, I declined. If I weren't staying at President Wang's place, I might have actually gone to stay with Wang Yan, but the current situation didn't allow for that. Well, make sure to rest well. Wang Yan seemed a bit disappointed. Yeah, you should get some rest too. I hung up the phone, turning off the lights. I rolled over and fell asleep. The next morning, I saw that the boss lady had prepared a suitcase for President Wang. After breakfast, I left the villa with President Wang. All the way, President Wang was trying to cheer up Fong Tingting. While it seemed that Fong Tingting was warning President Wang not to fool around when they got to Ningxing. Women are such a hassle, President Wang said, hanging up the phone impatiently. I glanced at him, but didn't say much. Today it's just you and my wife at home. What are your plans? President Wang asked. I'll ask the boss lady if she wants to go out for a walk when we get back home, I replied. My wife hasn't been out in a while. It would be nice for you to take her to the park to relax. She loves taking photos. So help her take some pictures to strengthen your bond, President Wang suggested. Sure, I nodded. Remember to get close. Feelings are cultivated over time. Don't act like a fool, President Wang continued. Agreeing with President Wang, I drove him to the airport. Just as I was about to head back, my phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, I frowned. Zhao Fong. Why is she calling me so early in the morning? Zhao Fong never takes the initiative to contact me. Could it be that I caught her in a compromising situation with President Zhang? Hello? I answered the phone. Xiao Yu, where are you? Zhao Fong asked. I just dropped the boss off at the airport. Is there something you need, Zhao Jia? I replied. How did you end up there yesterday? Who was that woman you were with? Zhao Fong continued. That woman? Which woman? I frowned. The woman you were with. I saw you coming out of her room. Zhao Fong insisted. You know her? I frowned even more. How about you come to my place? Zhao Fong suggested. After checking the time, I replied, sure. Soon. Zhao Fong sent me her location. As I drove toward her place, I was puzzled, wondering if Zhao Fong knew Wang Yan. Is the world really that small? Zhao Fong lived in an old residential complex. I parked in front of the designated building and walked into the hallway. I pressed the doorbell twice and saw Zhao Fong. Her hair was damp, and she was wrapped in a white bathrobe. Upon seeing me, she handed me a pair of slippers. I rarely interacted with Zhao Fong at the office. This was my first time at her home. The apartment was a one-bedroom, not very big, but nicely decorated. Come in and have a seat, Zhao Fong said with a smile. I looked at her in confusion, wondering if she wasn't being careful. Why was she showering when I came over? Zhao Jia, why are you showering so early in the morning? I asked as I put on the slippers. Xiao Yu. I have my reasons for what happened last night, Zhao Fong said slowly after closing the door. Reasons for being with President Zhang? I asked in disbelief, hoping to find some indication of dishonesty in her expression. This project is very important to the boss. If it succeeds, our company will meet its targets for the year, Zhao Fong explained, gesturing for me to sit on the sofa in the living room while pouring me a cup of tea. So the boss asked you to entertain him? I inquired. Secretary Fong and the boss are in cahoots, so I had to step in, Zhao Fong said with a wry smile. You could have refused if you didn't want to, I replied. Manager Wang promised me 100,000 for facilitating this project. Do you think I have a reason to refuse? Zhao Fong countered. 100,000? I looked at her in shock. Originally, no one would have known about this. I had no idea I would run into you, Zhao Fong said helplessly. I could only smile bitterly. My daughter needs to go to school back home. And my parents aren't capable of supporting her. If I don't earn money, no one will, Zhao Fong continued. I understand. Don't worry, Zhao Jia. I won't say a word, I assured her. The rumors at the company are rampant, and some even say I'm having an affair with the boss. If this gets to the boss's wife, I'll definitely be fired, Zhao Fong added. I hesitated, realizing that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Secretary Fong also wants to get rid of me. She thinks I'm a threat to her. You should know about Secretary Fong's relationship with the boss, right? Zhao Fong continued. You know about it too? I asked. Isn't it obvious? Who in the company doesn't know about the almost affair? She has started to act like the boss lady, barking orders every day. Zhao Fong continued. So what do you mean, Sister Zhao? I asked. I don't want to lose this job. If it comes to that, I will meet with the boss lady, Zhao Fong replied. You want to meet the boss lady? I stood up in surprise. I never expected Zhao Fong wanted to meet her. Was she planning to tell the boss lady that Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting were having an affair? Did she intend to use the boss lady's influence to get rid of Fong Tingting, the mistress? These are the photos taken by the private investigator I hired. Take a look. Zhao Fong suddenly pulled out a file and took out a stack of photos. Picking one up, I saw Mr. Wang and Fong Tingting in a jewelry store, with Fong Tingting linking her arm through Mr. Wang's. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles, suddenly realizing how deep the waters were in this company. Everyone was more complicated than they seemed. No matter who it is, as long as they infringe on my interests, I won't let any of them go. Zhao Fong's expression suddenly turned icy. Chapter 32. No one is innocent. Fong Jia. If you tell the boss's wife, the boss will definitely fire you. I hurriedly said. Mr. Wang asked me to seduce the boss's wife and promised to give me 500,000. If Zhao Fong and the boss's wife spill the beans, not only will Mr. Wang be finished, but I will lose my benefits too. I've said it before, unless I'm forced, I won't betray the boss, Zhao Fong replied. Looking at Zhao Fong with a complex expression, my mind raced, thinking about her relationship with Fong Tingting and her connection to Mr. Wang. I still haven't received the money from President Zhang for last night. He said he would give it to me after the contract is signed and the project starts. Zhao Fong continued. Are you talking about that 100,000? I asked. Yes, Zhao Fong nodded, taking a deep breath. I picked up my cup and took a sip of water. You are an outsider and have no vested interest in this, but I want you to help me. Zhao Fong said. Help you? I frowned. I know you've been staying at Mr. Wang's house these past few days. You have plenty of opportunities to get close to the boss's wife, Zhao Fong stated. I felt a chill run down my spine. How did Zhao Fong know that I had moved into Mr. Wang's house? Why are you living at Mr. Wang's house? Zhao Fong looked at me, puzzled. My rented place is far from Mr. Wang's house. It's inconvenient for picking him up and dropping him off for work and business trips. So he asked me to stay at his place. I stammered, trying to explain. Oh, I see. Zhao Fong squinted her eyes, as if trying to ascertain the truth of my words. Yes, that's how it is, I nodded. So what is your relationship with Wang Yan? Why is this con artist hanging out with you? Zhao Fong pressed on. You know Wang Yan? My eyes widened in surprise. Oh my god, Zhao Fong knows Wang Yan. What kind of woman is she? Isn't she just the accountant in the company? How does she know so much? Wait, why did she call Wang Yan a con artist? Has she been scammed by her? If it weren't for that woman, I would never have divorced my ex-husband. Zhao Fong gritted her teeth, staring blankly at Zhao Fong. I recalled how she looked last night at the hotel room door, afraid of being recognized. I became even more certain that she was avoiding not me, but Wang Yan. Wang Yan hadn't seen Zhao Fong. She was standing in the room at that time. Is this woman your girlfriend? Zhao Fong asked. No, she is my college classmate. I replied. Xiao Yu, it's not easy for you to make money. Don't get close to this woman. She's a femme fatale, Zhao Fong warned me. I awkwardly smiled. This woman must have treated you to a meal. Her skills in bed must be pretty good, right? Zhao Fong said with a smirk before continuing. She even scams her college classmates. This woman has some vicious tactics. I felt my face flush with embarrassment. After realizing that Wang Yan was a con artist, I suddenly recognized her as a dangerous person. As for Zhao Fong, from the way she spoke, it seemed her divorce from her ex-husband was also because of Wang Yan. Just how powerful is Wang Yan's charm that it can destroy Zhao Fong's family? Did Zhao Fong's ex-husband end up losing all his money to Wang Yan? Sister Zhao, was your ex-husband's money ever scammed by her? I probed. Let's not dwell on the past. Her team behind her is quite formidable. Once the money reaches their company, there's no way to get it back. I'm here today not only to warn you to stay away from this woman, but also to propose an alliance. Zhao Fong sighed and then continued. What do you mean? I asked. If President Wang doesn't give me this money and goes back on his word, I will confront him directly, Zhao Fong said, pausing for a moment before adding, at that point, I need you to get close to the boss's wife and tell her the whole truth. I have evidence of the boss's infidelity during marriage. We could ask the boss's wife for some benefits, and even if we leave this company afterward, it won't matter. Watching Zhao Fong strategizing, I fell silent. Was it really as simple as Zhao Fong thought? Would President Wang truly go back on his word and refuse to give Zhao Fong that 100,000? After all, Zhao Fong had already been involved with President Zhang, and they had secured the project. Did President Wang really have a reason to refuse her? On the other hand, if Fong Tingting married President Wang, she might actually eliminate her rivals and fire Zhao Fong. In the end, Zhao Fong was focused on self-preservation, but what about me? What benefit would I gain from this alliance? Why should I agree to team up with Zhao Fong? Was I just going to be her pawn? I stared intently at Zhao Fong. Gradually, I noticed that she had a voluptuous figure, with curves in all the right places. At just over 30, she looked remarkably youthful. Little you, do you think Wang Yan is prettier, or am I? Zhao Fong sat down beside me. I was taken aback by her question. Wang Yan has had work done on her face and her chest. What do you like about her? Zhao Fong continued. I didn't know how to respond. Although Wang Yan was quite beautiful, Zhao Fong had a point. I was all natural, aside from age. I'd say I was just as good as Wang Yan. Zhao Fong leaned closer, her breath fragrant. Up close, I caught a glimpse of her alluring cleavage through the neckline of her robe. I had to admit, Zhao Fong was indeed stunning. If we set aside her age and her divorce status, she was definitely more appealing than Wang Yan. Sister Zhao, you are very beautiful, I said, recalling how she looked when she walked out of President Wang's office yesterday. If you help me, I might let you in on some secrets, Zhao Fong teased, deliberately keeping me in suspense. I swallowed hard, glancing at her long, bare legs beneath her robe. My goodness, this woman was truly a seductress. On the surface, Zhao Fong appeared very composed at the company, but privately, she was full of charm. No wonder not just President Wang, but even President Zhang had fallen for her. What do you mean? I blurted out, almost against my will. As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. I realized I was coming off too eager. Why couldn't I keep my composure? You can be with me. You can even move in with me. I know you're single, Zhao Fong smiled broadly. Really? I asked, unsure. Why not start with a little interest? Zhao Fong suddenly flipped over and sat on my lap. My heart raced to my throat as I looked at Zhao Fong, who was now so close. I could hardly resist the urge to tear open her robe and take her right then and there. Zhao, did you take a shower so early because I'm here? I stammered a bit. Yes. Zhao Fong wiggled her waist. I was so dry-mouthed that I wished my eyes could see through things. Is Fong Tingting pregnant? Zhao Fong suddenly asked. Frowning, I pushed Zhao Fong away. What's wrong? Zhao Fong adjusted her clothes. I scrutinized Zhao Fong, glanced around the room, and then pulled out my phone to check the time. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? Zhao Fong looked at me, puzzled. Is Fong Tingting pregnant? I countered her question. I don't know, that's why I asked you. You're the closest person to Mr. Wong in the company, Zhao Fong replied. How did you come to the conclusion that Fong Tingting is pregnant? I asked curiously. She just got a new Mercedes, and I can't believe Mr. Wong is that generous. After all, he and the boss's wife have been married for 10 years without kids. Zhao Fong said. I smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly. I'm not sure about that. Chapter 33. Not even heaven can help you. Why is this woman so clever? What kind of person is she? I frowned. Just about to respond when my phone rang. Hello? I answered the call. Yunnan, I'm about to arrive at the high-speed train station. Are you coming to pick me up? Su Li's voice came through the line. After a moment's hesitation, I glanced at Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong looked stunning right now. If I wanted to, I believed it wouldn't be a problem to take things further. But once I got involved with her, it would be like we were tied together on the same boat. Just thinking about this made me say, sure, I'll wait for you at the exit. Once the call ended, I turned to Zhao Jie and said, Sister Zhao, I need to head back. You're in such a hurry? Do you have something else to do? Zhao Fong frowned. She probably thought that after taking a shower, she should be able to keep me around. Yeah, I have some matters to attend to, I replied. Realizing I had something to do, Zhao Fong said, remember to keep it a secret. If I hear any rumors in the company that I got the project from President Wong because I slept with President Zhang, don't worry, I won't say anything. I promise, I assured her. Hearing my promise, Zhao Fong sighed in relief and put away the file. After leaving Zhao Fong's place, I headed straight to the high-speed train station in Jiangqing. On the way, I reflected on the events from last night to today, feeling reassured that everything was fine. Half an hour later, I arrived at the train station. After parking the car in the underground garage, I made my way to the exit. About 20 minutes later, I spotted Su Li. She was pushing a suitcase and hurried over to me when she saw me. Today, Su Li was wearing a short white skirt paired with a black cardigan, looking elegant and eye-catching, her shapely legs drawing the attention of many. Yunnan, Su Li said as she reached me, taking my hand. Weren't you supposed to be on a business trip with your supervisor? Why didn't she come with you? I asked. I knew Su Li was lying, but I pretended not to notice. Yesterday, I had learned from Wang Yin that Su Li had claimed her house was purchased, but told me it was rented. Our supervisor said she needed to stay another day, so she asked me to come back first, Su Li explained. I took Su Li's suitcase and led her to the parking garage, where I placed her luggage in the car before getting in myself. Before I could fasten my seatbelt, Su Li suddenly hugged me tightly. I missed you, she said, leaning in to kiss me. Is this woman feeling guilty about being out with someone else? I thought to myself as I started to kiss her back, and we fell into a passionate embrace. At this point, I decided to play along. Since you're lying to me, I'll let you have your way. I wanted to see just what you could get from me. A few minutes later, Su Li's hand wandered to my belt. You. I looked at her in surprise. Are you going to drive or not? Su Li blushed and smiled. As I started the car, I realized I didn't even know how to get to Su Li's place, but I knew this ride would be unforgettable. Is this what it's like to live the life of the wealthy? I suddenly realized how vibrant and colorful the world of the wealthy is. Just as I felt like I was soaring high, Su Li was there to safely guide me back down to earth. The piles of paper in the storage compartment were quite shocking, and as I got out of the car, Su Li stuck out her tongue at me, giving me a playful expression that almost made me want to leave a deep impression on her. However, reason prevailed over impulse. The car stopped at the entrance of Su Li's building, and as I unloaded my luggage, I told her, I'm not coming up today. Aren't you going to come to my place for a bit? I want to spend the whole day with you, Su Li said, pouting slightly, looking a bit disappointed. I have to go to the construction site today and meet with a client. I can't delay any longer, I replied. Upon hearing this, Su Li understood, and she gave me a quick peck on the cheek before waving goodbye with my luggage in hand. Letting out a heavy sigh, I got back in the car and pressed the gas pedal. Just as I was about to leave the community, I spotted a familiar figure. I was surprised to see Fong Tingting in front of me. Through the rearview mirror, I saw Su Li already walking into the building. Slowing down, I noticed Fong Tingting approaching and standing by my window. What are you doing here? Su Li looked puzzled, but then she suddenly exclaimed, Is it because of President Wang? Is he asking you to keep an eye on me? What nonsense. Who do you think you are? Why would I monitor you? I replied, my eyes darting nervously. If Fong Tingting found out about my connection with her neighbor, it would be a disaster. If President Wang got wind of me using his car to pick up women and Fong Tingting told him, I would definitely regret it. Then why are you in my community? Fong Tingting pressed on. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know how to explain. Can't say anything now, can you? It's because President Wang asked you to watch me, right? He is afraid I might find a man while he is away on business. ISNT? Fong Tingting sneered. Stop it. President Wang has never said anything about monitoring you. I quickly retorted. Then what are you doing here? Fong Tingting insisted. I thought to myself, how am I supposed to explain this? Looking at Fong Tingting in her little leather skirt, I felt myself blush and said, I just dropped President Wang off at the airport, and on my way back, I suddenly thought about coming to see you, but then I changed my mind. So I was leaving. You came to see me? Fong Tingting's eyes widened. Is there a problem with that? I replied, somewhat insincerely. Fong Tingting paused for a moment, then laughed. Yunan, do you have a crush on me? You kissed me yesterday. If it weren't for your connection with President Wang, you would probably want me to be your girlfriend, right? Absolutely not. I exclaimed immediately. Stop pretending. I know you want to. I say you have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Fong Tingting said, puffing out her chest at the end. Think whatever you want. I rolled my eyes. Now that you're here, why not come to my place for a bit? Fong Tingting laughed. That is probably not a good idea. What if President Wang finds out? I said awkwardly. Right now, there is only one important thing to focus on. Going home to accompany the boss's wife. No matter what I do, I have to recognize priorities. Really not coming to my place. Fong Tingting tilted her head. Yeah, I nodded. Do as you wish. You're such a coward. I'm telling you, because of your timid nature, you'll miss out on a lot. Fong Tingting said, stomping her foot as she left. Watching her walk away, my gaze lingered on her curves for a moment before I finally pressed the accelerator. I sped towards the villa owned by Mr. Wang. When I arrived, I saw the boss's wife. Xiao Yu, you're back? She greeted, wearing an apron, clearly having been tidying up since early morning. A glance at the bedding hanging on the balcony confirmed my assumption. What a virtuous woman, I thought to myself, but still said, yes, the boss is at the airport. Come in and rest for a bit, she invited as she walked into the hall. I followed, taking in her curvy figure. In the hall, she handed me a bottle of mineral water and continued, Xiao Yu, you should stay at a hotel tonight. Huh. I looked at her in surprise. Your boss is on a business trip, and you know how it is, just the two of us here, it might raise some eyebrows. I worry your boss would think otherwise. She explained. My heart sank. I hadn't expected her to be so conservative, outright refusing to share a room with me. Just as I was about to concede, a sudden clap of thunder roared outside. Boom. The boss's wife's face paled, and she instinctively hugged me tightly. The unexpected turn of events made my heart race, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around her. Boom. Another thunderclap followed, and she clung to me even tighter. Want me to leave? It seems like even the heavens aren't on your side. Chapter 34. My heart-throbbing boss. The weather forecast said there would be thunderstorms all day today. I was holding my boss, feeling quite content. What? Thunderstorms all day? My boss's eyes widened in surprise. Look, it was just fine a moment ago. And now it's all gray. I pointed to the sky outside. The sky was indeed covered with dark clouds, and in the distance, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Before long, a heavy downpour began. What are we going to do? Why is it raining so heavily? My boss exclaimed in alarm. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I reassured her. In times like this, my protective instincts for my boss intensified. I couldn't help but wish I could hold her close all night long. You? My boss released me and looked me up and down. Well, with me around, you don't have to be afraid of thunder. What if it thunders tonight, and you're alone? I continued. Xiao Yu, stop overthinking. I'm scared of thunder, but we need to keep our distance. My boss's face turned red, yet she maintained her composure. Just as I was about to agree with her, a sudden clap of thunder accompanied by a flash of lightning struck. Crack. Boom. My boss screamed and immediately clung to me tightly. Seizing the moment, I opened my arms and wrapped them around her slim waist, pulling her closer in the most comfortable position. Today, my boss was wearing a pair of white yoga pants, and her curvy long legs were already etched in my mind. Although she had on an apron, underneath she only wore a sports tank top. It was her yoga time in the morning, and she had just finished tidying up. Now she should be getting ready to practice. Don't be afraid, I'll always be here. I comforted her, whispering softly in her ear. She nodded, burying her head deeper into my embrace. She agreed. That meant I wouldn't need to stay in a hotel tonight. I had to be careful and protect my position by her side, looking for every opportunity to get closer. I thought to myself and continued, Boss, you go ahead and practice yoga. I'll make lunch today. You can cook? My boss looked up at me, surprised. I've been cooking since I was a child. Kids from poor families learn to fend for themselves early. I chuckled. Who would have thought you could cook? My boss laughed in response. I promise I won't disappoint you, I said confidently. Then I'll show you what's in the fridge, she said, separating from me and leading me to the kitchen. As I watched her sexy curves, I couldn't help but admire her movements. These ingredients are all fresh. This is seafood, and the seasonings are here. Let me tell you. It was as if we had entered her area of expertise. She began to explain everything to me, and gradually, I realized how many qualities my boss possessed. While she might not be able to help Mr. Wong in business, at home, she was the heart of the household, the one in charge. Got it? My boss asked a few minutes later. I nodded earnestly. Make a little less food. Cook fresh rice for dinner. I don't like leftovers. Every meal must be fresh. The boss lady reminded me. I nodded in agreement, and she handed me her apron before finally heading up the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, I couldn't help but smile triumphantly. I managed to stay, thank you God. Without you, I would have been lost. To leave a good impression on the boss lady, I drew on all my culinary skills, meticulously carving and plating to achieve perfection. I had only one chance to show her that I, Yunnan, was not just an average cook. I wanted to make a memorable impact. Even if I wasn't skilled at plating, I could always watch videos for tips. As time passed, dishes began to emerge from the kitchen. Steamed sea bass, beef with potatoes, and stir-fried broccoli, all garnished with carved carrot flowers. Even the borscht had my own unique twist. Everything was set, and I glanced at the red wine and 2 tall glasses on the wine rack. If the boss lady had a bit to drink, would it make my task easier? Yes, if only there were a thunderstorm to set the mood. If she stumbled into my arms while tipsy, I could kiss her, and if she rejected me, I'd just claim I was drunk. Step by step, I plotted to invade her space and break down her defenses. Gradually, I found myself smiling. I grabbed a bottle of opened red wine and carefully placed the 2 glasses on the dining table, feeling confident before I ascended the stairs. As I neared the top, I slowed my pace and cautiously approached the door to the boss lady's room. Clearing my throat, I peeked inside. What I saw left me stunned. Oh my God. The boss lady was doing the splits on her yoga mat, and the sight was incredibly alluring, with even a glimpse of what lay beneath her skirt. I was taken aback. I nearly crossed my eyes. She was so beautiful. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? If I could have her, I would sell my blood to support her. No, if I won her over, my family's ancestors would probably be turning in their graves. Shall you? The boss lady looked surprised as she spotted me. Boss lady, dinner is ready. I awkwardly smiled, scratching the back of my head. You go ahead. I'll take a shower and come down, she replied with a smile. That's when I noticed she was glistening with sweat from her yoga session. Okay, I said. Watching her pull out a change of clothes from the closet, I hurried downstairs. It would be unethical to peek at her while she showered. If she caught me, I would surely be kicked out. I wasn't the type to spy, but what if she invited me to watch? How could I make her want me to see? I pondered this question in the living room, racking my brain. Suddenly, I had an idea, and my eyes lit up. I turned to the nearby water tank and formulated a plan. In a flash, I rushed to the kitchen, opened the small door to the water tank, and turned off the already open valve. Haha, this will be fine. The boss lady must be in the middle of her shower and will definitely call for me. With that thought, I settled onto the couch and crossed my legs. Time passed slowly. About 10 minutes went by. Shall you, shall you? It was the boss lady's voice, sounding quite anxious. I quickly ran upstairs and burst into her room. What's wrong, boss lady? I called out. Can you help me see why there's no water? Her voice came from the bathroom. Hearing this, I dashed forward, nearly sliding to the bathroom door. The air felt thick as I took in the sight before me. The boss lady wrapped in a towel, her face flushed. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her smooth, fair arms made my heart race. Those long legs, as delicate as jade, stirred my heart even more. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This was my crush. The boss lady. Chapter 35, Self-Directed Drama, Is the Water Out? I wondered as I walked over to the sink, my gaze lingering on the landlady. I had been enjoying a nice shower when suddenly the water stopped. Can you take a look? The landlady appeared somewhat distressed. Anyone would be frustrated if their shower was interrupted like that, and she was holding up surprisingly well. Let me check, I said, turning on the faucet. Unsurprisingly, no water came out. How strange, why would the water just stop? The landlady continued. I turned off the faucet, furrowing my brow. Watching her anxious expression, I felt a wave of satisfaction. This was the first time I had seen the landlady wrapped in a towel, and she looked incredibly alluring. As I contemplated my next move, a rumble of thunder echoed outside. Boom. Ah! The landlady gasped and instinctively hugged me, her face filled with fear. Being embraced like this, I discreetly tugged at the towel around her, hoping that when she pulled away, it would fall off. Don't be scared. I'm here, I said gently. The landlady managed a weak smile, and from her expression, I could tell she had let her guard down. If it weren't for the thunder, she likely wouldn't have clung to me like this. She seemed to realize that being so close wasn't appropriate. "I'm sorry," she said, releasing her hold. At that moment, the towel slipped from her body. Just as the towel was about to hit the floor, she quickly grabbed it to cover her chest. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of her perfect figure. Wow, she was both large and firm. I was completely stunned. I never expected the landlady to be this captivating. My heart raced, and my breathing became heavy. I felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and savor her sweetness, but I managed to restrain myself. "Let me check what the issue is," I said, bending down to inspect the pipes under the sink. "Should we call maintenance?" the landlady asked, relieved that I hadn't reacted to her towel slipping. "I'll go check downstairs," I replied. "Okay," she nodded in agreement. She still had shower gel on her skin and foam in her hair, so she needed to rinse off quickly. I was well aware that I was there to help her solve this problem, even though I was the one who had inadvertently caused it. Arriving at the water tank downstairs, I turned on the valve and quickly headed back upstairs. As I approached the top of the stairs, I intentionally slowed my pace. Not entering the landlady's room. Splash. I heard the sound of water in the bathroom. I knew the water had returned. Shall you? There's water in the bathroom," the landlady shouted from inside. I deliberately ignored her, smirking to myself as I waited. After a few minutes, I noticed she hadn't called for me again. She must have turned off the sink faucet and stepped into the shower. The next moment, I could hear the sound of water splashing. I was sure she had started her shower. The boss lady just needed to rinse for 10 minutes, and the shower would be over. At that moment, I had to gauge the timing just right. After about 5 minutes, I felt it was time and cautiously made my way to the bathroom door. "Is the water ready?" I shouted as I opened the door, pretending to be out of breath. The boss lady was still in the shower, and she got startled, slipping slightly and paling. "Boss lady," I exclaimed, rushing forward. I couldn't let anything happen to her. I had to make sure she didn't hit her head. I shouted in my mind as I hurried to catch her. Just as she was about to fall, I caught her, my hands landing on her chest. At the same time, we both fell to the ground, but she landed on top of me, while I took quite a hard hit. The pain in my back didn't make me cry out. Rather, the sensation was something I would never forget. "Oh my God, this is insane." The boss lady seemed to realize I was there, struggling to break free and standing up. I caught a glimpse of pure whiteness. "You need to get out," she said, shivering in the corner of the shower. I quickly stood up and intentionally closed the bathroom door behind me. I let out a heavy sigh. Although my heart was still racing, everything that had just happened was already etched in my mind. I hurried downstairs, understanding the importance of discretion. That intimate moment with the boss lady must have scared her, but she should know I didn't mean any harm. I was just trying to check if the water was running, and that's what caused the accident. After the incident, I protected her. There were some mishaps while doing so, but I believed she would forgive me. Sitting at the dining table in the lobby, I began to wait. After about 10 minutes, when I heard her footsteps, I quickly made my way to the stairs. The boss lady had changed into a more conservative outfit. Her hair freshly dried and draped to one side. Upon seeing me, her face flushed instantly. "I'm sorry, boss lady. I didn't mean to. I didn't know the water was on," I stammered anxiously. The boss lady slowed her pace, looking at me without saying a word. Sensing the awkwardness, I knelt down in front of her with a thud. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Her expression changed as she noticed me kneeling. "Boss lady, I beg you. Please don't tell the boss. This job is really important to me. I didn't mean to. It was my fault," I pleaded urgently. "Get up, Xiaoyu. Don't do this." She hurried to help me up. "Please don't tell the boss, okay? I really didn't mean any harm," I continued. I know you didn't mean to. Just get up," she replied. Hearing her say that, I finally got back on my feet. "Thank you, boss lady," I said gratefully. As long as she was willing to forgive me and understood that I didn't intend for any of this to happen, I could proceed with my plan. Mr. Wong had told me about how women can be overly sympathetic, and this tactic really did work. "Just now, I called out to you to let you know the water is here. Didn't you hear me?" the boss lady asked. "I didn't hear you. The kitchen hood was a bit noisy," I replied awkwardly. Hearing this, the boss lady glanced at the dining table not far away and suddenly exclaimed softly. Walking over to it, "Did you make this?" she asked. "Uh-huh," I nodded nervously. "You really can cook. Impressive." The boss lady smiled. "I'll go serve the food," I quickly said. "But we have red wine and wine glasses. Why do you need to serve food?" she said, looking at me with a teasing smile. I was a bit confused. I increasingly didn't understand the boss lady. "I was afraid you wouldn't be happy," I said. "I haven't had wine in a long time," the boss lady said as she poured herself a glass of red wine, then poured one for me as well. "My boss often has business dinners. I've always been alone. Who do you think would drink with me?" she continued. "Then I'll keep you company for a bit," I asked tentatively. "Well, We can't waste these dishes. The boss lady replied. You should sit down, I said excitedly, pulling out a chair, fully embracing my gentlemanly persona. Chapter 36. I think I might be falling for you all right. The boss lady replied as she sat down. Go ahead and try it. I encouraged her enthusiastically. The earlier incident was behind us, and it was time for the boss lady and me to reconnect. I believed that after what just happened, we had become closer. To win a woman over, you need to gradually test her boundaries. Only by approaching her just right can you gradually earn her affection. I remembered what Mr. Wong taught me. I couldn't let him down, and I certainly couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Wow, I didn't expect your cooking to be this delicious. The boss lady exclaimed as she picked up a piece of fish. Please, enjoy it if you like it. I replied. You can even carve vegetables? This carrot looks amazing. She continued. I glanced at the scratch on my middle finger and inwardly groaned. I had imitated a vegetable carving video to create it, and I had even bled a little in the process, though the wound had healed quickly. I think the presentation looks pretty good, I said. Come on, let us raise a glass. The boss lady picked up her wine glass. Seeing her action, I hurriedly grabbed mine as well. Watching her down her drink in one go made me wonder. Who would have thought she could handle her liquor so well? That glass must have been at least 2 ounces. Yet she gulped it down effortlessly. I couldn't fall behind, so I downed my glass too. This broccoli is delicious. Is this borscht? The boss lady enjoyed her meal as if my cooking was truly delightful. Yes, this is how we make it back home, I nodded. I'll give it a try. The boss lady spooned some soup and took a sip, her eyes lighting up. Wow, Xiaoyu, your cooking skills are really impressive. Just okay, I chuckled, my gaze lingering on her chest for a moment. The sensation from before was still fresh in my memory. If time could stand still, I would need to seize the moment. How long has it been since you went back home? Gradually, the boss lady and I began to chat, and I shared everything I could. After about half an hour, I noticed her cheeks were flushed, clearly tipsy, while I felt a bit dizzy myself. Xiaoyu, you don't need to worry about cleaning up. I'll do it. The boss lady finished her last sip and started tidying up. I'll take care of it. Boss lady, you should rest. I quickly grabbed the dishes. Just as I picked up the dishes, the boss lady happened to reach for the same ones, and her hand brushed against mine. Oh, the boss lady quickly withdrew her hand, her face turning even redder. I'll handle it, I said shyly. Okay, she nodded, allowing me to take over. I swiftly gathered the dishes and started wiping the table. Any girl who marries you will be lucky, the boss lady laughed. Why do you say that? I asked in surprise. You can cook, clean up, and you're handsome, she replied. I knew she might have been joking, but it felt like honey was smeared on my heart. This clearly indicated her growing fondness for me. Just as I finished cleaning up, my phone vibrated. When I saw the message from Mr. Wong, I stepped aside to check it. So, are you still with my wife? She didn't kick you out, did she? I quickly replied. Actually, the boss lady suggested I stay at a hotel. She said that if I stayed with her, you would be unhappy and that she wanted to draw a clear line between us. What did you do? Mr. Wong responded eagerly. Then there was a thunderstorm, and the boss lady got scared. She hugged me. I said, well, it seems even the heavens are on your side. Let me tell you, my wife is terrified of thunder. You'd better stay by her door tonight. If it thunders in the middle of the night, you have to protect her. She's definitely going to be really scared, and that's when you'll have your chance. As I looked at Mr. Wong's reply, I felt a rush of heat in my lower abdomen. But when I saw the boss lady sitting gracefully on the sofa, I realized how despicable Mr. Wong was for even thinking about me sleeping with his wife. What kind of man thinks like that? I just checked the weather in Jiangxing. It's going to be thunderstorms all day long, so you'll have plenty of chances. You need to get as close to her as possible. Mr. Wong continued. Got it, I replied, shoving my phone into my pocket. Who are you chatting with? The boss lady asked. My ex-girlfriend added me on WeChat, I said. There's no one looking for me. I just said that because I couldn't think of a better explanation. Aren't you two broken up? Why would she be looking for you? The boss lady frowned. Sure enough, women are naturally curious. As soon as I mentioned my ex, she became very sensitive. She wants to get back together. She said she broke up with that old man. I forced a smile. Xiaoyu, you can't be foolish. Betrayal can happen once or countless times. Your ex has already betrayed you. You can't agree to get back together. The boss lady stood up, as if reminding me from her own experience. Seeing how concerned she was about me, I said, I told her I have a girlfriend now. What did she say? The boss lady looked at me in surprise. She asked me to send her a photo, saying my new girlfriend must be uglier than her. I continued. And then? The boss lady asked eagerly. I said, don't get mad. I stiffly smiled, feeling a bit hesitant to answer. Why would I be mad? Just tell me, she said. I sent her your photo. I said anxiously. You sent her my photo? Xiaoyu, how could you send my photo? Where did you even get my photo? The boss lady's expression turned displeased. I saved a photo from your moments and sent it to her. And then I got blocked by her, I explained. She blocked you again? The The boss lady frowned. She probably saw your photo and felt you were way better looking than her, so she got upset and blocked me. I scratched the back of my head. Flattery has to be done right. Complimenting someone on their looks requires finesse. Today, I used the comparison method, highlighting the boss lady's beauty while downplaying my ex-girlfriend's looks. This back and forth allowed me to fully showcase my flattery skills. Neural, you can't send me any more photos from now on. Hurry up and delete mine. The boss lady pretended to be angry, but I could tell she was secretly pleased. Fine, I replied reluctantly. I hope you forget what happened in the bathroom just now, as if it never happened. The boss lady crossed her arms and said coldly, What happened in the bathroom? I frowned. Don't play coy. You can't possibly be that forgetful. She continued. But I'm a bit at a loss for words. I stammered. But what? The boss lady raised an eyebrow. But I think I might have developed feelings for you. I blurted out, looking at her with innocent eyes. Chapter 37. Impulse is the devil what? What did you say? The boss lady looked at me in shock. I like you. I found it hard to look her in the eye, but I still managed to say it. After holding back my feelings for so long, I finally expressed what was in my heart. As long as she agreed, I would spend my life with her, never to part ways. How can you like me? You can't like me, do you understand? The boss lady seemed flustered, her face turning bright red. I know you're married, but I just can't help it, I insisted. You're still young, only 23. You have your whole life ahead of you. I'm in my 30s. We're not suited for each other. She said anxiously. I know it's impossible, but I still need to say it. I replied, Do you know what my husband would think if he found out about this? Do you understand the consequences? You're his driver, but you like his wife? You even live in our house. Do you think that's appropriate? You must have gone to college, right? You know. The boss lady was losing her composure, and she began to lecture me. Seeing her earnest expression, I couldn't help but embrace her. At this point, I had to fulfill the mission that Mr. Wong had given me. Wow, what are you doing? The boss lady's face changed dramatically as she resisted. I like you. I pressed my lips against hers, holding her tightly. No, stop. The boss lady struggled fiercely, but I pressed on, extending my tongue. Just as I was about to savor her sweetness, a sudden pain shot through my tongue. Ah! I cried out as she pushed me away. You jerk. The boss lady slapped my face hard. The sting of her slap brought me back to my senses. It was true. Alcohol can lead to reckless behavior. I had almost pushed her down onto the sofa to take control. How could you do this to me? She glared at me and turned to walk up the stairs. Staring blankly at her retreating figure, my heart was a tumult of emotions. I suddenly realized I was wrong, terribly wrong. Yes, I liked her. But how could I force my feelings on her like that? That slap had been justified. It had brought me back to reality. Wiping my mouth, I recalled the laughter we shared during dinner, only to realize I had ruined everything. The boss lady had been drinking, but she hadn't lost her sense. It was I who had lost my way. What should I do now? Would she throw my belongings out and tell me to leave? My heart raced with anxiety as I stood there, unsure of how long. With heavy steps, I climbed the stairs. I had to apologize to her, to explain that my actions were impulsive, that I had lost my senses due to too much to drink. When I reached the door of her room, I found it firmly closed. It seemed she was very angry and wanted to be alone for a while. Sighing, just as I was about to head back to my own room, I noticed a surveillance camera peeking through a gap at the top of the door. How could there be a camera installed in the house? What on earth is Mr. Wong up to? Could it be that he's monitoring this villa? The thought made me hurry downstairs to the hall. I pretended to walk around the hall, but I didn't find any cameras there. This means Mr. Wong is monitoring the second-floor hallway, and maybe even the mistress's room. No, the mistress must be under Mr. Wong's surveillance. She just doesn't know it. Back in my room, I discovered another camera hidden behind a chandelier. My heart raced. I never expected Mr. Wong would be monitoring me too. Did he know I jumped from the balcony to the next one? And did he see me watching adult films in my room? Is that why he mentioned wanting to see my right hand that morning? I suddenly realized that I had lost all my privacy. I was completely under Mr. Wong's control. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, my phone rang. Hello? I answered. Are you home? Wang Yan asked. With this heavy rain, of course, I'm at home. I replied. I happen to be near overseas Chinese town. Mind if I come over to see you? Wang Yan laughed. Huh. My expression changed as I rushed to the balcony to check the weather outside. It was still raining, yet Wang Yan was saying she wanted to come to my place. I have someone at home, I said. Does having someone mean I can't come? You're not hiding a beautiful woman, are you? Wang Yan joked. There's no beauty here. I just don't want to disturb anyone, I awkwardly replied. Why don't you come out? If you don't, I'll just come in, Wang Yan chuckled. Hearing that she might come in made me anxious. All right, let us meet at the community entrance then, I quickly said. After hanging up, I left the villa. A few minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of the community. Wang Yan's car seemed to have been waiting for me. She waved as soon as she saw me. Yunan, Wang Yan called out. What are you doing here? I walked over. I happened to be having a meal with a friend nearby, and then I remembered you lived here, so I thought I'd come by. Wang Yin said with a smile. What is so interesting about me? I glanced at her outfit and quickly added, you're wearing bright orange yoga pants and a white sports bra today. Your curvy figure is quite distracting. Suli is home too. Do you want to join me at Suli's house? It's rare for old classmates to meet, Wang Yin suggested. In this heavy rain. It's not necessary to disturb her, is it? I said, stealing a glance at Wang Yin's thighs. I've already called her. She's waiting at home. Come on. Let us surprise her. She doesn't know you're coming too, Wang Yin insisted. No, I want to go, I replied. Didn't you say you had nothing to do at home? Do you have some kind of secret? Or are you afraid to see Suli? Wang Yin asked. I don't have any secrets. Why would I be afraid? I hurriedly defended myself. I even told her I ran into you at the hotel yesterday. Wang Yin said with a smile. What did she say? I quickly inquired. She was surprised. It seems she didn't know you were in Jiangcheng, Wang Yin replied. Oh, I see, I sighed in relief. Sure, let's go. It's great to catch up with an old classmate. I have to say, her place is really nice. I want to buy one just like it when I have the money. Wang Yin opened the passenger door. I hesitated for a moment as I glanced back at the neighborhood, but seeing what Wang Yin was wearing, I decided to get into the car. This feels right. After all, we're old classmates. There's no need to be so formal. Wang Yin took the initiative to fasten my seatbelt, leaning a little closer to my chest. Looking at her delicate profile, I couldn't help but recall what happened last night in the hotel room. And just the thought of it made me feel a rush of heat in my lower abdomen. Chapter 38. Why haven't you come yet? Wait. I just saw Suli this morning. Suddenly, I remembered I had something else to do, so I quickly said, I can't go. What do you have to do? Didn't we agree? Wang Yin frowned. I really have something important, I insisted again. All right, you do you, Wang Yin said helplessly. As I got out of the car, I watched Wang Yin drive away, feeling a sense of relief. I had almost been led by the nose by that woman. The outfit she wore earlier had me all flustered. I nearly lost my resolve. What a temptress. How can she dress like that when going out? If it weren't for the incident with the boss lady earlier, I might have impulsively acted on my feelings for Wang Yin. I wondered what the boss lady was doing alone in her room. I should go back and check. With that thought, I walked into the community and, after a few minutes, arrived at my room. Where did you just go? As soon as I entered, the boss lady walked in. I went for a walk, I replied awkwardly. Out for a walk in this heavy rain. The boss lady looked at me in confusion. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's my fault, I said. I knew that Boss Wang had surveillance set up in the room, so everything that happened here was known to him. Do you usually drink? The boss lady asked. I don't drink. I've been working as a driver for Boss Wang and don't really know how to drink, I replied. If you can't drink, then don't drink at home, the boss lady warned. Got it, I said, feeling embarrassed. I've thought about it, and you can't stay here tonight. I want to be alone. The boss lady continued. Hearing this made my heart sink. It seemed I had messed up again and made her wary of me. Pack a couple of clothes. You need to go sleep out tonight. You can come back once my husband is home, the boss lady said with a strong tone of command. Looking at her, I could only agree. I packed a couple of clothes, and as I stepped out of the room, I noticed the boss lady's door was still closed. It seemed she was determined not to let me stay at her place. I had overestimated myself. Imagining things was beautiful, but reality was harsh. What made me think I could win her over just because she was a little tipsy? Nonsense. She had just bitten my tongue. The boss lady was loyal in her feelings. If she didn't pity me, she would have likely told Boss Wang to fire me long ago. Yunnan, just enjoy your little victory. Not getting fired is a win in itself. I booked a room at a hotel near the community and sat in a daze. As dinner time approached, I grabbed a quick meal at a nearby fast food restaurant, and just then, Su Li's call came in. Hello? I answered the phone. Yunnan, what are you doing? Are you done? Su Li asked. I'm at home. I finished up. What's up? I replied. This afternoon, Wang Yin came to my house. She mentioned you, saying she saw you at the Jiangxin Grand Hotel last night, and that she saw you again today at Huqiao City. She wanted you to come to my place, but you didn't want to, right? Su Li said. Yeah, I replied. Did you really meet with Wang Yin? What else did she say to you? Su Li asked. Not much. She mentioned that she wants to buy a house like mine, and that was about it. I replied after thinking for a moment. I deliberately said that I bought my place, but I didn't realize she took it seriously. She keeps bragging about making tens of thousands a month, claiming that during good times, she can earn over 100,000 on a single deal. Who would believe that? Su Li explained. Well, I guess she wants to save face, I said. I miss you. Can you come over to my place? I'm so bored being alone. Su Li said with a hint of longing. I hesitated. The landlord had kicked me out, telling me to stay in a hotel. I couldn't follow through with the plans arranged by Mr. Wang, and now I felt like a free agent. I could go to Su Li's place, and I might even get to sleep next to a beautiful woman. Yet, I felt a bit anxious. Su Li and Wang Yin were both deceiving each other, one claiming to have bought a house, the other bragging about making a fortune each month. They were both exaggerating. But they saw me as a wealthy man. Being rich isn't as easy as it sounds. One lie requires countless others to cover it up, and that's just too difficult. Anyway, tomorrow is Sunday. You don't have any evening engagements, do you? Su Li continued. All right. I thought it over and finally agreed. When are you coming over? Su Li asked excitedly. I'll come over in a bit, I replied. Great, I'll wait for you. Su Li said before hanging up the phone. I lay back on the bed, thinking about what was about to happen that night. If I really went to Su Li's place, I would definitely end up sleeping with her. Facing the alluring Su Li, I knew I wouldn't be able to resist. And once that happened, many things could unfold. Just as I was lost in those thoughts, Mr. Wang's call came through. Did you get kicked out? Mr. Wang asked. How did you know? I asked, my expression changing. But then I realized, if Mr. Wang was monitoring me, he would surely check the footage. No matter how busy he was. Weren't you saying my wife kept you there? How did you end up getting kicked out? Mr. Wang inquired. Everything was fine at first. I even cooked a few dishes and had a drink with the landlord, I explained. And then, Mr. Wang's curiosity piqued. I recounted the whole story to him. Ha. You really are bold. You actually had the guts to kiss my wife while you were tipsy. She was too kind not to report you. You should consider yourself lucky she just slapped you. Mr. Wang laughed heartily. What? I was taken aback. Good thing my wife has a good heart and knows you have it tough. Mr. Wang continued. What should I do now? I asked hurriedly. What do you mean? What should you do? I haven't even finished asking yet. Mr. Wang replied. Boss, what do you think? I pressed. When you kissed my wife, did you stick out your tongue? Did she stick out hers? Mr. Wang seemed particularly invested in the kissing part. I reached out, but the boss lady didn't. She bit my tongue and then slapped me. I bitterly said. Ha 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 ha. President Wang laughed heartily, reveling in my misfortune. Laugh all you want, you old beast. If you keep laughing, I swear I'll have my fun with your wife. I thought to myself, vowing to take my revenge. I said, Yunan, you have the heart of a thief, but no guts. I really didn't expect you to dare to kiss my wife. Don't worry. I'll cover your expenses for staying out tonight, including your meals. President Wang chuckled. Thank you, President Wang. I pretended to be grateful. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll arrive in Jiangxing at 4 tomorrow afternoon, so come pick me up. President Wang concluded. I agreed and hung up the phone. Sure enough, a few minutes later, President Wang sent me a red envelope with 500. Yunan, why haven't you come yet? I've already taken my shower. My heart raced again as I opened the voice message Su Li sent me. Chapter 39. Dream fulfillment. I'm on my way now, I replied. Okay, moi. Seeing Su Li's quick response, I tidied myself up and left the hotel. I hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed towards Su Li's neighborhood. I hadn't driven tonight, nor could I, since I had been drinking. Of course, I had been kicked out by the boss's wife today, so I couldn't drive Wang's car. Plus, it wouldn't be wise to park Wang's car in Su Li's neighborhood. It could easily be spotted by Fong Tingting. When I arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, I got out of the taxi and glanced around. Fong Tingting's Mercedes C-Class was parked in its spot, and I was certain she was home. On a rainy night like this, Fong Tingting wouldn't go out, so I shouldn't run into her. With these thoughts in mind, I walked into the building and pressed the elevator button. In just a few seconds, the elevator dinged and opened. As the door slid open, I purposely shielded my face with my hand, fearing an unexpected encounter. Seeing that the person stepping out of the elevator wasn't Fong Tingting, I felt relieved and stepped inside. Before long, I reached the 10th floor. I glanced at Fong Tingting's door and pressed the doorbell for Su Li's place. She's here. As the door opened, I saw Su Li. She was wearing a bright red nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. My heart raced at the sight of her. A woman like this was going to sleep with me tonight. Was I about to be the groom? A woman that others would pay 580,000 yuan in betrothal gifts for was inviting me to her home. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I stepped inside. Quick, change your shoes, Su Li said, closing the door behind me and handing me a pair of slippers. Okay. I slipped on the slippers and walked into the living room. Just now, Wang Yin said you live in overseas Chinese town and that you play it low-key. She said you can afford a villa but told her you're renting one. And that there are other people living there too. She even mentioned you have millions in debt that you haven't collected back, Su Li said, linking her arm with mine and naturally pulling me to sit on the sofa. I did mention that to her, I replied. Why didn't you tell me this? I almost got jealous, Su Li pouted. She was trying to sell me their financial products. I told her I didn't have money, and when she pressed me, I just explained a bit, I explained. Oh, I see. Su Li blinked her big eyes and laughed. Looks like you're not interested in buying her products. She kept insisting I buy them too. She kept calling me little rich woman. I don't have money. Even if I did, I wouldn't buy. Mainly because she was hyping up their products too much, and I felt it wasn't necessary, I said. Right. Exactly. She's not reliable, Suli said as she peeled an orange, dividing it into 2 segments and popping them into my mouth. Looking at Suli, I noticed she wasn't wearing a bra. Do you want to take a shower first? Suli asked. Isn't it too early? I replied awkwardly. After you shower, we can go to the room and binge watch a show. There's a really good drama out recently, Suli said, pulling me up, her cheeks flushed. As I looked at Suli's fair, long legs peeking out from under her dress, I swallowed hard. Am I pretty? She asked, noticing the look in my eyes. Suli quickly asked, how do you like it? It's nice, I replied. You gave me a ride home this morning, and I took a nap. I was so tired yesterday. Suli laughed. Tired from yesterday? Were you out having fun with some wild man? Is that guy driving the Audi your boss? I pondered this in my mind, but kept a smile on my face. Are you still tired now? I'm all good now. We can stay up late tonight. Suli said. Stay up late. Does that mean we can go all out tonight? I glanced at Suli's curvy figure and then at the direction of the bathroom. After you shower, I'll help you wash your clothes so you can wear them tomorrow morning, Suli continued. Sounds good, I said, loosening the buttons of my shirt. Do you think Wang Yin has changed a lot? Suli suddenly asked as she helped me take off my top. She seems different from college. Her face looks more defined, I commented. She had plastic surgery, and it seems she spent quite a bit of money. She got her nose done and had her chin reshaped, Suli added. No wonder she looks better than before, I mused. I would never get plastic surgery. Being natural is great. What if I accidentally stepped out one day and my nose got crooked? Suli laughed. When Suli was in college, she was the class beauty, exceptionally good looking. Wang Yin back then couldn't compare to her, but now Wang Yin is very fashionable and has changed a lot. You've always been beautiful. You don't need any surgery, I said as I unbuckled my belt. Suli smiled, removing my pants and said, all done. Go take your shower. As I walked towards the bathroom, I suddenly realized how considerate Suli was. Once in the bathroom, I closed the door and noticed the laundry basket by the sink filled with Suli's clothes. Besides the outfit she wore this morning, there was also a set of sexy lingerie. I didn't linger over it as if I had never seen a woman before. I stepped into the shower and started washing up. About 10 minutes later, I came out and began to dry my hair. Are you done? Suli called from the door. Yeah, I said, wrapping myself in a towel and opening the door. Suli walked in, gave me a once-over, and then picked up the laundry basket. I'll wash the clothes first. You hurry to bed. Don't catch a chill. Okay, I replied. Looking at Suli's curvaceous figure wrapped in her nightgown, I knew tonight would be sleepless. As I stepped into the bedroom, I caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. The curtains were drawn, and only a lamp on the nightstand was lit, casting a soft pink glow. The entire room felt romantic and cozy. Gradually, I noticed a box of Xiaojing on the other nightstand. I picked it up and saw it contained 5. Suli really thinks highly of me, but then again, with my physique, it shouldn't be a problem. A few minutes later, Suli walked into the room. I've washed the clothes and hung them on the balcony, she said, closing the door and quickly diving under the covers to sit beside me. Up close, I could smell a faint fragrance on Suli. Her face was flushed, and I knew she was probably just as nervous as I was. What was the play you just mentioned about? I opened up the conversation. If I were to push her down as soon as she got into bed, would that be too much? In my opinion, since we had the whole night, it was better to take things slow. I miss you. Suli suddenly hugged me tightly. With that embrace, I finally lost control and turned to kiss her on the lips. Wow. Suli held me tightly, and in the next moment, we were locked in a passionate kiss. This was the goddess of my school days, the beauty of our class. If I could win her over, wouldn't that fulfill my dream from my student years? Chapter 40. Have you missed me? I was so nervous that I was shaking a little while kissing Suli. She was more proactive than I was, removing the towel from my body. Yunan, I miss you, Suli said, blinking her big eyes and gazing at me. Just as I was about to make a move, the doorbell rang. Lily, open the door. I know you're home. The voice was quite jarring, and my expression changed instantly. My mom, Suli exclaimed. Your mom? I looked at Suli in disbelief. How did her mom show up? Quick, hide. If my mom sees you, it'll be a disaster, Suli urged. But my clothes are still wet, I protested. Suli anxiously tossed me a towel. You can hide in the bathroom. Just don't come out. Okay. I wrapped the towel around myself and hurried into the bathroom. Lily, open the door. What are you doing in there? About 10 seconds later, I heard the living room door open, clearly indicating that Suli's mom had come in. Why are you taking so long to open the door? I can hardly hold it anymore, her mom said, her footsteps getting closer. Oh no. I rushed into the shower and pulled the curtain shut. I was only wearing a towel, and if Suli's mom saw me, it would be a disaster. I didn't even dare to breathe. I swore this was the most nerve-wracking moment of my life. As soon as the bathroom door opened, I heard Su Li's mom lift the toilet seat. And then a few seconds later, there was a sound of pitter-patter. Holding my breath, my heart raced. Put the grapes in the fridge. And the cured meat can go on the balcony, Su Li's mom instructed. Got it, Su Li replied. After a few minutes, I heard the sound of running water, which meant Su Li's mom was done, but the smell in the bathroom was still quite unpleasant. Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Su Li asked. I just wanted to check if there were any men in the house since you refused to go home for blind dates. I don't like blind dates. The people you introduced me to are terrible, Su Li retorted. What do you mean by terrible? The guy you dated wasn't great either. He couldn't even come up with a betrothal gift. Let me tell you, this time your aunt introduced a good guy. He's 40, a leader at a government job. Has a 120 square meter marriage home in Jiangcheng, and both his parents work stable jobs. He has a car and a house. And you're going on a blind date with him tomorrow. Mom, you're introducing me to a 40-year-old? I'm only 23. At least he's better than the guy you were dating. You got married, so I can use your betrothal gift to help your brother find a wife. Why would my betrothal gift go to my brother? Listening to the conversation unfold in the living room, I understood the situation. Su Li's mom was eager to marry her off so she could use the betrothal gift for Su Li's brother's wedding. The voices were coming from the living room, and I knew I had a plan ahead. I quietly left the bathroom and went to Su Li's room, quickly gathering my clothes from the balcony and putting them on. The clothes were a bit damp and felt cold against my skin, but I couldn't worry about that now. Dressed and ready, I slipped out of my room and once again hid in the bathroom. But there were a pair of men's leather shoes by the door. Are you hiding a man in the house? No, no way. Those are Chunbo's shoes. We broke up, and he didn't take them with him. I heard Su Li's voice sounding a bit anxious. I'm going to check the room. Just a few seconds later, I heard Su Li's mom entering the room. Oh, Mom. What are you doing? There's no man in my house. Su Li's tone was urgent. I quickly slipped out of the bathroom, headed to the living room, put on my leather shoes, and opened the door. The moment the door closed behind me, I let out a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got caught by Su Li's mom. As I reached the elevator, before I could even press the button, the doors opened. Yunan? Fong Tingting stood there holding an umbrella in one hand and a bag of fruit in the other, her eyes wide with disbelief. Where have you been? My mind raced. I just went to the fruit shop at the entrance of the community. What about you? Fong Tingting asked. I was at a loss for words. What are you doing at my house this late at night? She frowned. I was worried about you. There's a thunderstorm tonight, and I thought you might be scared. I hurriedly explained. You think I'm going to believe that? Did Mr. Wong send you to spy on me? Fong Tingting scrutinized me. No way. I replied. You better explain yourself. She grabbed my hand and pulled me toward her home. Once inside Fong Tingting's house, she closed the door and said, Why are you here? If you don't give me a good reason, just wait to be fired by Mr. Wong. Do you really want me to say it? I asked. Stop stalling. She replied. All right, I admit I like you. I came to your house tonight to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to be out. I shrugged. Then why didn't you tell me beforehand? Fong Tingting questioned. If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. I continued. It's so strange. You came over this morning, and when I asked you to stay for a bit, you refused, but now you're back. Fong Tingting looked at me, as if assessing the truth behind my words. I regretted it. I actually wanted to come to your house, I admitted. Really? She asked. Yeah, I nodded awkwardly. Seeing my expression, Fong Tingting burst into laughter. She placed the fruit on the dining table and said, Have a seat. Once on the sofa in the living room, I noticed Fong Tingting was wearing yoga attire, and there was a yoga mat laid out on the floor in front of the TV cabinet. It seemed she had just been doing yoga at home before she went out to buy some durian and pineapple. Sneaking over to my house while Mr. Wong is out of town, you're quite bold, Fong Tingting said, sitting down on the sofa across from me with a smile. Should I leave then? I asked, avoiding her gaze. You just got here. Are you going to leave and then regret it later? She teased. What should I do? I asked. Were you missing me? Fong Tingting inquired. A little, I replied. Unfortunately, I'm pregnant. Otherwise, Fong Tingting seems to have something she wants to say but is hesitant. What else could it be? I asked. Otherwise, it wouldn't be too bad if I carried President Wong and had a taste of you. Fong Tingting laughed, looking at her alluring lips. I recalled that day in the small grove. Just thinking about that scene made me feel a bit stirred. Why are you all wet? Didn't you bring an umbrella when you went out? Fong Tingting grabbed my shirt and asked in surprise, What's going on? I rushed out too quickly, I replied. You should take off your clothes. You'll catch a cold like this. Fong Tingting took the initiative to unbutton my shirt, and suddenly, up close, I wrapped my arms around her. Yunan you. Fong Tingting's cheeks flushed, and her breathing became rapid. Chapter 41. The 580,000 yuan dowry. No, I'm sorry. I let go. I was so close, just a moment away from making a huge mistake. I understood very well the principle of no one can deceive the boss. If Mr. Wong found out, I would be in big trouble. It seemed that Fong Tingting sensed my hesitation, and suddenly, she pressed her lips against mine. A jolt ran through my body, and I found myself kissing Fong Tingting. The last time we kissed, it was to silence her so she wouldn't shout and alert Su Li. But this time, it was Fong Tingting who initiated it. As we kissed, I noticed Fong Tingting had unbuttoned my shirt, her delicate hands resting on my chest. No, this can't happen. I quickly pushed her away. With my movement, Fong Tingting frowned, but then she unbuckled my belt. No way. I pushed her away again. You're such a coward. Fong Tingting retreated to the sofa across from me. Mr. Wong is my boss. I can't do this, I stammered. With a thief's heart, but no courage. Are you even a man, Yunnan? You keep calling him boss. How much does he pay you? Are you just going to be his driver for life? Do you have any ambition at all? Fong Tingting challenged. Right now, I can only be a driver. What else can I do? I replied. I admitted I lacked skills and experience, but without this job as a driver, what else could I possibly do? All right. Fong Tingting stood up. As I looked at her graceful figure, I swore that if she weren't Mr. Wong's mistress, I would definitely pursue her. Just then, my phone rang. Seeing Su Li's name, I quickly stepped aside. Where are you? I can't find you. Su Li asked. I stepped out. I noticed Fong Tingting was watching me, so I lowered my voice. My mom is gone. You can come back now, Su Li continued. Got it. Once I hung up, I glanced at Fong Tingting. Are you leaving? She asked. Yeah, I nodded. Fong Tingting frowned and stepped closer. So what was your purpose for coming to my house? Are you interested in me? Since you seem to be doing well, I'm relieved. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll go to the train station to pick up Mr. Wong. You two can meet next week, I said. Don't talk about him in front of me. Fong Tingting said, displeased. Then I'll take my leave, I replied. Don't bother seeing me off. I opened the door to Fong Tingting's house and soon left. Back at Su Li's place, she exclaimed, You scared me to death just now. I almost got caught by my mom. Didn't she notice you in the bathroom? I was hiding in the shower, and I pulled the curtain, I explained. That was so risky. She almost saw your shoes, Su Li added. Indeed. It was a close call. However, I also overheard Su Li's conversation with her mother. For the sake of the 580,000 yuan dowry, Su Li's mother was willing to let her marry a 40-year-old man, just so she could use Su Li's dowry to marry off her son. I suddenly realized how ironic this society is. Marrying off a daughter seems like doing business, almost like selling her. Then the dowry is used to marry off a son, which is essentially buying a daughter-in-law. My mom wants me to go on a blind date tomorrow, and I told her I already have a boyfriend. Su Li continued, Oh, really? I frowned, thinking Su Li couldn't possibly be talking about me, could she? You should meet my mom tomorrow. She wants to see you, Su Li added. So soon? I furrowed my brow. If we meet, the FAAD will be shattered. The more people I know in Jiangcheng, the less safe I feel. Should I tell Su Li the truth, that my situation is even worse than her ex-boyfriend's? You don't need to buy any gifts. Just come to meet her. Su Li said. But what do I say if she asks? I inquired. Just tell her the truth, that you work in construction, live in overseas Chinese town, and that we're college classmates who just started dating. Su Li replied matter-of-factly. Is that how it is? I frowned. Of course. What else would you say? Su Li asked. Your mom mentioned dowry earlier, I noted. Upon hearing this, Su Li awkwardly said, My mom said the dowry is at least 580,000 yuan. She said if it's not that much, she won't let me get married. What do you think? I asked. Dowry is an outdated practice. True love is what really matters, Su Li said as she linked her arm with mine. True love is important. Come on, Su Li. You didn't say that when you broke up with your ex. You complained about his mortgage and said he couldn't even afford the dowry, calling his car a piece of junk. I had already witnessed Su Li's true nature that day. I just didn't expect her to give me the green light because I drive an expensive car. Is that so? I pondered. Don't worry, when the time comes. You just give me the 580,000 yuan dowry, and we'll go get our marriage certificate. If my mom asks, I'll just say you gave it to me. And I won't give her a penny, Su Li continued. Where am I supposed to get 580,000 yuan? Does Su Li really think I'm wealthy? I said. I should probably get going, I added. Huh. Su Li frowned. Su Li wants a 580,000 yuan dowry, and I can't afford to sleep soundly. If I get exposed, she might scold me worse than she did her ex. I wanted to leave early. If your mom notices something's off and finds out that the leather shoes at the door are missing, she might come back with a vengeance. That shouldn't be possible, right? She didn't even look when she left, Su Li said. Better safe than sorry, I replied. Su Li nodded at this. As we parted, she gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I hailed a cab at the entrance of the community, and soon I was back at the hotel. So much happened today, especially getting kicked out by the landlady. And of course, the drama of almost being caught by Su Li's mom. Lying on the bed, I saw Su Li sent me an address, saying I should come to her mom's house for dinner tomorrow afternoon. What should I do? I hesitated. It would be inappropriate to refuse immediately. I need to pick up Mr. Wong at the high-speed train station tomorrow afternoon. Even if I do go to Su Li's house, I can't stay too long. With these thoughts in mind, I decided to just go to sleep without replying to any messages. I slept soundly until I woke up naturally. And after getting ready, I received a call from Su Li. Yunan, what time will you arrive? My mom bought a lot of vegetables. And our family is waiting for you, Su Li said. Are you really expecting me to come? I replied with a wry smile. I've already told her I have a boyfriend. If you don't come, she'll start pushing me to go on blind dates again. Su Li explained. All right then, I said helplessly. Okay, see you later. What time do you think you'll arrive? Su Li asked excitedly. I looked at the time and said, in about an hour. Great, Su Li responded. After hanging up, I changed my clothes and headed towards the community. When I arrived at the villa, I saw the boss's wife. She was washing vegetables in the kitchen. And when she saw me, she frowned slightly but still said, What time did my husband ask you to go to the train station to pick him up? At 4 in the afternoon, I replied. Then you should have lunch and rest for a bit before heading out. The boss's wife continued. I'll wash the car first. I'll grab lunch outside, I said, taking out my car keys. Aren't you eating at home? The boss's wife looked at me in surprise. No, I replied. Walking out the door. As I left, I noticed the boss's wife standing at the entrance, looking at me with a complex expression, as if she was deep in thought. Chapter 42. Utterly awkward after leaving the villa, I headed straight to the address Su Li had given me. It was an old residential complex, showing signs of age. I recalled that Su Li used to live with her family in a 2-bedroom apartment, where she and her brother each had their own room, while their parents had to make do with the living room. Now that Su Li had started working, she had moved out, which had freed up some space for her family. As I arrived at the entrance of the building, I spotted Su Li. Yunan, you can park here, Su Li said hurriedly. I nodded in agreement and parked the car in the designated spot. Just then, I noticed a middle-aged woman and a young man. The woman looked to be in her 50s, and I guessed she was Su Li's mother. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, around 1.7 meters tall, and he looked at me with a look of disbelief. After getting out of the car, I quickly walked over to Su Li. Li, is this your boyfriend? Su Li's mother asked eagerly. Yes, this is Yunan, Su Li replied, her cheeks flushing. Hello, Auntie, I said quickly. Hello, Su Li's mother said, giving me a once-over before circling around my car. This is my brother, Su Jun, Su Li introduced. Hi, I said, extending my hand. Hi, Su Jun replied as we shook hands. Then he exclaimed, Mom, look at this. It's a BMW, a 7 Series. Is this car expensive? Su Li's mother frowned. Over $1 million, Su Jun replied. Hearing this, Su Li's mother smiled and said, So you're little you, right? Come in and have a seat. Sure, I nodded, following Su Li's mother into the building. Su Li's family lived on the 2nd floor. As I stepped into the living room, I was greeted by the delicious smell of food. I saw a middle-aged man busy in the kitchen, and several dishes were already laid out on the dining table. Here, Su Li handed me a pair of slippers. Hey, what is up with your shoes? Su Li's mother frowned upon seeing my footwear and quickly pulled Su Li into another room. Noticing her strange behavior, I glanced at Su Jun. Do you smoke, brother-in-law? Su Jun asked, pulling out a pack of Hongtong Mountain cigarettes from his pocket. I'll take one, I said politely, retrieving a pack of soft Zhongnenshan from my own pocket. All right. Haha, Su Jun grinned as he took the cigarette from me. Uncle, I walked over to the kitchen to offer a cigarette to Su Li's father. Thanks. He nodded as he accepted the cigarette. Brother-in-law, come out here to smoke. Su Jun called me over and led me to the balcony. As soon as I put the cigarette in my mouth, Su Jun helped me light it. Thanks, I smiled awkwardly. Take a seat, Su Jun said, bringing over a chair for me. Once I sat down, I looked around. What business are you in, brother-in-law? You're quite something. Buying a BMW 740 for over $1 million just like that. This is clearly a new model, Su Jun chuckled. His comment made me feel a bit awkward. After all, I was only a couple of years older than Su Jun. I could never afford such an expensive car. That car belonged to Mr. Wong, and I was just his driver. After dinner, I would have to head to the high-speed train station to pick him up. I work in construction, I replied. Architecture is really in demand these days. How long have you and my sister been dating, brother-in-law? Su Jun continued. Just started, I replied with a stiff smile. Have you slept yet? Su Jun grinned. My face instantly flushed. Why is Su Li's brother asking so many questions and calling me brother-in-law like that? Is he always this friendly? I had planned to buy something when I came to Su Li's house today, but I wasn't sure what to get. Should I buy cigarettes or liquor? Since I drove here, I might as well get some high-end liquor like Matai, and maybe some health supplements too? But I'm just an ordinary person. If I bought all that, it would just be trying to impress. Su Li told me last night not to buy anything, so I decided not to. After all, anything I bought would be a waste. Why would this family care about me? I'm just here to play a role. The last guy my sister dated? I didn't like him. He drove a beat-up Volkswagen and brought a bottle of blue of the sea to my house. Who does he think he is? Soo-jun said. I forgot to buy something. I was in a hurry to leave, I said quickly. I figured out that Soo-jun was hinting at me. And Soo-lee's mom probably noticed this detail too. What should we buy? My mom wants to meet you. You just started dating my sister, right? Soo-jun laughed. Yeah, I nodded and then added, have you found a girlfriend? Upon hearing my question, Soo-jun smiled awkwardly. Well, what's wrong? I frowned. I did date someone, but you can see my family situation. This old house is all we have. How can I afford to marry someone? Let alone pay a bride price. Soo-jun said bitterly. How much is the bride price? I asked. Our bride price starts at $380,000. And that doesn't even include a car or a house. It's not just the bride price. There are all sorts of other expenses. Honestly, getting married will cost at least $500,000, Soo-jun replied. Oh, I nodded. I had heard Soo-lee mention that her brother graduated from a vocational school and didn't continue his studies. He was now working as a warehouse manager at a factory and apparently drove a Chevrolet, which he bought secondhand to save face. My mom wants my sister to get married soon, and now that my sister's situation is settled, it's up to me, Soo-jun continued. I slightly nodded, understanding Soo-jun's implication. His message was clear. Once Soo-lee gets married, he would have the money to find a wife. What are you talking about, Mom? Can we wait until after dinner? Soo-lee's voice echoed from the living room, and I turned to see her mother coming out. It's time to eat. Soo-lee's father called out. Let us go. Soo-jun patted my back. Walking into the living room with Soo-jun, I sat next to Soo-lee, while her parents sat across from us, and Soo-jun took a seat to the side. Would you like some wine? Soo-lee's father asked me. Yes, Yunan. Do you want to drink a bit? Soo-lee also asked. Brother-in-law, I have a bottle of Wolyanya. Do you want some? Soo-jun quickly stood up. No thanks. I can't drink because I'm driving, I replied awkwardly. It's fine to have a little at noon. We'll be having dinner at home later. Soo-lee's mother chimed in. No, Auntie, I really don't drink, I said. Is it that you look down on our family? I know you live in overseas Chinese town, in a villa, while our place is just this small, Soo-lee's mother said. Brother-in-law, you live in overseas Chinese town? Soo-jun looked at me in surprise. The villas in overseas Chinese town are usually around 400 to 500 square meters, and each one is worth over 10 million. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Soo-lee's father frowned. Dad, you don't know? The villas in overseas Chinese town start from 1 to 2 million. No wonder brother-in-law drives a car worth over $1 million. He must be doing big business. Soo-jun chimed in immediately. Old man, you didn't know that, did you? Soo-lee's mother chuckled. I wished I could just disappear into a crack in the ground. This family's conversation made me incredibly awkward, and I almost felt like I was dying socially at the dinner table. On the surface, I seemed to be doing well. But in reality, I was just a joke. Chapter 43. Are you here to make wishes? Are you still going to let Yunan eat? Soo-lee quickly said. All right. I'll serve little you his meal right now, Soo-lee's mother replied with a smile. I can do it myself. I hurriedly stood up. Brother-in-law, just sit there and let my mom serve the food. Soo-jun shot me a look. When did I become your brother-in-law? Soo-lee frowned. Soo-jun chuckled and said, Sister, what are you talking about? You and Nan-gu are getting married, so Nan-gu is my brother-in-law. Can't I call him that in advance? Xiao-jun, don't say that. This matter isn't settled yet, Soo-lee's father said sternly. After hearing this, Soo-jun shrugged and picked up a piece of food. Xiao-yu, if it's not enough, I'll get you more, Soo-lee's mother said, handing me a bowl of rice. Thank you, Auntie, I politely accepted. I could tell that this meal was prepared with care. There were cold dishes, hot dishes, and even a chicken soup. Soo-lee's father's cooking skills were good. He must often cook at home. Sometimes, Soo-lee would serve me food, but her mother's expression was a bit strange, as she kept sizing me and Soo-lee up. After finishing the meal, Soo-lee's father started clearing the table, while Soo-jun was sent to his room by Soo-lee's mother. Sitting on the sofa in the living room with Soo-lee, her mother said, Old man, are you ready? Come over. Coming, Soo-lee's father replied, joining us at the table. Seeing this setup, I felt a bit nervous. I knew the main event was about to start, and Soo-lee's mother was likely going to inquire about my relationship with Soo-lee. How long have you and Lily been dating? Soo-lee's mother asked. Mom, why are you asking? Didn't I already tell you? Soo-lee's cheeks flushed. Just the last few days, I said. Soo-lee had just broken up with her ex-boyfriend. Her mother definitely knew about it. Although Soo-lee had seamlessly transitioned, the timing was right. Have you two slept together? Soo-lee's mother continued. Mom, what are you saying? Soo-lee's face turned crimson, and Soo-lee's father looked at me in surprise. Not yet, I replied. Xiao-yu, as a man, you need to take responsibility. There are no secrets that don't get out. Yesterday, when I was at Lily's place, I saw your leather shoes, the very ones you are wearing today. Soo-lee's mother said. Hearing this, I glanced at the shoe rack by the door. I had bought those red dragonfly leather shoes 2 years ago. Although they were a bit worn, they were still of good quality. I didn't expect Su Li's mother to notice such details. When I went to Li Li's place yesterday, those shoes were there, but when I left, they were gone. If you and Li Li spent the night together, what is there to hide from us parents? Su Li's mother continued. Mom, what are you talking about? Yunnan and I really haven't reached that point. Su Li said, her face flushed, but she was telling the truth. Even if you haven't, it's only a matter of time. Li Li, don't be so stubborn. Su Li's mother quickly added. Auntie, just say it directly. I had already figured out that in this family, Su Li's mother was the one in charge, while Su Li's father was just a quiet person. Upon hearing my words, Su Li's mother rolled her eyes and said, You've seen our family situation. We're just an ordinary family, and it wasn't easy for us to raise Li Li. Yes, Li Li is very outstanding. I nodded, my heart racing. I'm sure you're aware that in Jiangcheng, the bride price for local girls starts at 380,000, and with all the additional expenses, it easily reaches 500,000. Su Li's mother continued. Yes, I agreed on the surface while cursing inwardly. If ordinary girls require that much, just think about how beautiful our Li Li is. I believe if she weren't so attractive, you wouldn't even be interested in her, right? At this point, Su Li's mother looked at me, while Su Li's face turned red and she remained silent. Listen, I'm straightforward. The asking price is 2 million. What do you think? Su Li's mother continued. Huh, what? I was taken aback. My surprise was evident, and Su Li's father looked equally astonished, while Su Li tugged at her mother's sleeve, saying, Mom, what are you talking about? Who asked for that much money? What's wrong with 2 million? It's not too much. Does your brother not want to get married? Doesn't he need to buy a house? Do you want your brother to get married and live with us old folks? Su Li's mother hurriedly replied. Yes, Li Li, your brother is getting married. And he needs to buy a house and pay the bride price. We old folks don't have that kind of money. Su Li's father finally understood and said, You guys are clearly selling your daughter. How can you do this? Su Li exclaimed angrily. Child, have you forgotten everything I just told you in the room? Su Li's mother shot her a look. Annie, do you have any other requests? I despised their behavior inwardly, but I kept my tone pleasant. Since there's no guarantee for Li Li if she marries you, could you buy her a house in Jiangcheng before the wedding? The house can be under Li Li's name, so she can feel secure being with you, Su Li's mother said with a smile. If Li Li is going to be with me, I must buy her a house. It would be even better if I could also get her a car, I smiled. Yes, a car too. I heard Li Li's classmate drives a car worth 200,000. So, the one you buy for Li Li should be at least 300,000, right? Su Li's mother continued. Since Li Li is in sales, she needs a car with some presence. I think we should go for a Mercedes, I said seriously. This family must think I'm a fool, since they enjoy making demands. I'll just play along. Oh, that would be wonderful, Su Li's mother said, looking a bit awkwardly at me. Your brother drives a second-hand Chevrolet, right? I remarked. I've been saying that having him drive that car when we visit relatives is embarrassing, especially since it's second-hand. Su Li's mother looked somewhat bitter. Let's get your brother an Audi instead. That's a good car, I laughed. An Audi? Oh my, Xiao Jun, come out quickly. Your brother-in-law wants to buy you an Audi. Su Li's mother shouted at the end. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Su Jun appeared before me at lightning speed, as if he had trained for a 100-meter dash. Don't forget to thank your brother-in-law. He's going to buy you an Audi, Su Li's mother continued. I could see that both Su Li and her father were a bit stunned, glancing back and forth, especially Su Li's dad, who seemed like he'd never encountered such a situation before. Brother-in-law, are you really buying me an Audi? Su Jun asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you think of the Audi A6? I replied, Wow, the A6 is my dream car. You're the best, brother-in-law, Su Jun exclaimed, throwing his arms around me and planting a kiss on my cheek in his excitement. So it's settled then? I got up. Yes. It's all agreed. A bride price of 2 million, then buy a house for Li Li in her name, and finally get our little Jun an Audi, Su Li's mother said, beaming with joy. Sounds good, I nodded and then turned to Su Li's dad. By the way, Uncle, do you have a driver's license? I can't drive, Su Li's dad stammered. That's a pity, I said, feeling a bit regretful. What do you mean? Su Li's dad looked at me anxiously. Uncle, if you could drive, I'd let you take the car I drove here today. I said, Huh, really? Su Li's dad's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at me. Dad, how can I say this about you? At your age, you still don't have a driver's license, Su Jun said, sounding a bit annoyed, probably thinking that if the car went to his dad, he could drive it himself. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. I'll have your uncle take the driving test tomorrow, Su Li's mother said excitedly, throwing him a meaningful glance. Yes. I'll get my driver's license right away, Su Li's dad quickly added. Chapter 44. Are you angry? Darling, you really made a wish, treating me like a fool. I looked at Su Lee's family and couldn't help but sneer inside. Brother-in-law, does your company need any more people? My job is too exhausting. I have to drive a forklift every day, exposed to the sun and rain. Su Jun quickly chimed in. Yes, shall you? Can you arrange a job for your little uncle? Su Lee's mother hurriedly added. I remember a friend of mine seems to need a manager at his company. Would a monthly salary of 15,000 be okay? I suggested. Wow, 15,000. Su Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. I nodded. Seeing me nod, Su Lee's parents beamed with joy. As for Su Jun, he eagerly asked, brother-in-law, is this a 9-to-5 job? Of course, managers work 5 days a week with weekends off, I replied with a smile. That's great. I can finally escape this hell. With a monthly salary of 15,000, I just have to drive a big car to work. Su Jun was overjoyed, his excitement palpable. Well, it's getting late. I should be going. I felt it was about time and spoke up. You're leaving so soon? How about staying for dinner? Su Lee asked eagerly. Yes, shall you? Stay for dinner. Xiao Jun, go buy some seafood, and get plenty. Su Lee's mother instructed. No, Auntie, I really have something to do. If I didn't, I would have been drinking at noon, I said. Oh, I see. Su Lee's mother nodded. Xiao Yu has things to do. We shouldn't hold him up. Su Lee's father interjected. Then I'll be on my way, I smiled. Su Lee nodded. As I stepped out of Su Lee's house, I noticed her family seeing me off as if I were a fortune god. As soon as the car started, I drove straight to the exit of the community. With a bride price of 2 million, I see you're dreaming big. Since you all love to dream so much, I'll indulge you. Thinking this, I sped towards the high-speed train station in Jiangqing. Along the way, I received a message from Su Lee, asking me to drive safely and to contact her when I had time. While driving, I reflected on my earlier words. I hoped Su Lee was clever enough to recognize the loopholes in my statements. It seemed like she was just as lost in dreams as her family. Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, I waited at the exit. After about half an hour, I spotted Mr. Wang. He had several bags filled with various items, including some branded bags and local specialties. Boss, I proactively took the bags from him. Let us put these in the car first. Then we'll head to see Secretary Fong, Mr. Wang said. Sure, I replied, placing the items in the trunk and driving towards Fong Tingting's place with Mr. Wang. Did you see my wife today? Mr. Wang asked from the back seat, looking a bit tired. I did, I replied. She didn't give you a hard time, did she? Mr. Wang continued. Not at all, I said. But didn't she kick you out yesterday? Why is she not giving you a hard time today? Mr. Wang frowned. I'm not sure about that, I replied. The boss lady was quite nice to me today, when I suggested going out for dinner. She seemed a bit surprised, probably thinking it was normal for me to eat at home. It seems she has forgiven you. But getting close to her again will be difficult, Wang said. Hearing this made my heart sink. Wang knows the boss lady better than anyone, so he must have his reasons. But don't worry, I have a great plan. We'll see tomorrow, Wang continued. What plan? I asked eagerly. I'll tell you tomorrow. Wang replied with a mysterious smile, looking confident. When I arrived at Fong Tingting's house, I realized that the designer bag and health products Wang bought were all for her. Nothing for the boss lady. Wang kissed Fong Tingting goodbye right in front of me, as if I were invisible. After leaving Fong Tingting's house, we returned to the villa. As soon as the car stopped, the boss lady came out to greet us. She took Wang's suitcase and held his hand, leading him into the hall. I noticed the boss lady had changed into a new outfit, a blue cheapao that seemed specially chosen for Wang. Honey, you must have had a tough time out there, she said as Wang sat down on the sofa, giving him a shoulder massage. With the two of them in their own world, I didn't want to intrude. So I went upstairs to my room. Lying on the bed, I opened my phone. I saw messages from Su Lee, Zhao Fong, and Wang Yin. First, Zhao Fong's message asked if I was free to come over for dinner. Wang Yin was more direct, asking which day I was free to help her collect debts, specifically, that 3 million owed. I first replied to Zhao Fong, telling her I was busy lately, and for Wang Yin, I said we could talk about it next week. As for Su Lee, I looked at her message and fell into deep thought. She sent me information about a house and asked if I was free tomorrow afternoon to go look at it. This woman really is dreaming, thinking I would buy her a house. I picked up my phone and called Su Lee. Honey, are you done with your work? She asked. It used to be Yunnan, and now she is calling me honey. What a big change. What did you call me? I asked. Honey, you've met my parents, and our family considers you one of us. Isn't it natural for me to call you that? Su Lee explained. Oh, I see, I replied. Honey, I really didn't know about the 2 million dowry my mom mentioned today. She was so obvious, saying it was for my brother to marry and buy a house. Su Lee said, it's understandable for parents to do that for their children, I responded. I think the place I'm living in now is pretty good. The landlord is asking for 1.8 million for a 90 square meter apartment, Su Lee continued. I had seen the apartment Suli lived in. It was about 21,000 per square meter, so 90 square meters would indeed be around 1.8 million. Yeah, that place is nice. With an ensuite in the master bedroom and a living room outside, I said, should I talk to the landlord about buying this place? Suli asked eagerly. Hearing this, I frowned. 1,800,000? How could I possibly have that kind of money? Just because I talk about big dreams doesn't mean they actually come true for you and your family. Has Suli forgotten about what happened between me and Wang Yin? Wang Yin approached me about investment products, but I can't even come up with tens or hundreds of thousands. I'm in debt over 3 million. You know that. I said, you don't have any cash? Suli asked, surprised. Yeah, I nodded. But just a moment ago at my place. You agreed when my mom asked for a 200,000 dowry. You also promised to buy me a car and a house, and even an Audi for my brother. Suli exclaimed in disbelief. I did agree, but we haven't been intimate, and it's been too short of a time for you to really know me, I replied. Suli seemed at a loss for words. Your mom really put a price on it, saying 200,000 for the dowry. I remember when you were with your ex-boyfriend, she asked for 580,000. Why has the price gone up with me? I said with a smirk. Do you think your family can treat me like a fool? Can't I treat you all like fools too? Are you angry? Suli asked. Chapter 45, The Cunning Mister. Well, I'm just curious, I said. I don't know what my mom is thinking. Maybe she just likes the car you drive and the fact that you live in overseas Chinese town. Suli replied somewhat awkwardly. I see, I responded. Don't take it the wrong way, honey. That's just how my mom is. But your performance today really made them happy. Is what you said true? Suli asked. Do you want me to say it's true or false? I countered. Well, you shouldn't feel pressured. We can talk about marriage when we've settled our debts. I'm not in a hurry to get married right away. Once your new project starts making money, we can get married then, Suli said. New project? How did Suli know that Mr. Wang had just discussed a new project? Did Wang Yin leak that information? I had doubts but replied, yeah, no rush. When can you come over? My mom said she won't bother us anymore. She won't come into my room again, Suli continued. Whenever I have some free time. I'm busy for now, I said. As soon as I hung up, I saw Mr. Wang walking into the room. Who were you on the phone with? Why did you hang up? Mr. Wang scrutinized me as he approached. A friend, I replied. You have friends too? Mr. Wang laughed. Yeah, an old classmate, I explained. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang nodded slightly and said, I want to be touching my wife for the next few days. Huh. I furrowed my brow. Women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. My wife is in her 30s, so if I don't touch her, she'll definitely feel empty. That's when you can take advantage. Mr. Wang chuckled. His words made my heart race. Women at 30 are indeed like wolves. And the boss's wife is in her 30s, meaning that if she gets restless, she might make an exception. That would be my chance. Just thinking about the boss's wife's mature figure made my breathing heavier. Tonight I'll tease my wife, but I want to touch her. I'll make her crave more. And you can hide under our bed just like last time. Mr. Wang continued. Isn't that a bit risky? Last time I was sweating bullets, I gulped. That night was thrilling, but I was also anxious. If the boss's wife found out, it would be disastrous. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? You'll hide under the bed tonight, and don't come out. I'll give you a signal. Mr. Wang insisted. All right, I nodded. Let us go eat first, Mr. Wang patted my shoulder. Okay, I agreed, and we headed downstairs together. The dining table in the hall was set with exquisite dishes. Upon seeing Mr. Wang and me, the boss's wife quickly smiled. Xiaoyu, would you like to join me for a drink tonight? Mr. Wang pulled out a bottle of Matai. No, thanks, boss. I awkwardly smiled. I almost forgot you hardly drink. Mr. Wang chuckled as he poured himself a glass. Honey, drink less. You have work tomorrow. The boss's wife said with concern. Just one glass. It helps me sleep well, Mr. Wang replied with a grin. Hearing what Mr. Wang said, the boss lady nodded. Of course, I wouldn't trouble her. I served myself a bowl of rice and started eating. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang and the boss lady began chatting. The boss lady mentioned her parents' health, and it sounded like her mother wasn't doing very well. Has your mom been unwell lately? Mr. Wang furrowed his brow and put down his chopsticks. Yes, I want to go back home for a visit, the boss lady replied. It's inconvenient for you to go back. How about this? I'll have Xiaoyu take you there and then pick you up afterward, Mr. Wang quickly suggested. That wouldn't be good. I want to spend more time with my mom. I plan to stay for a few days, the boss lady said. What's wrong with that? Xiaoyu can help out with anything at home. I really can't leave right now. I just took on a new project and can't go, Mr. Wang insisted. Hearing this, the boss lady glanced at me, and I spoke up. So when are you leaving, boss lady? I'll take you. Let me think about it. She replied with a forced smile. What is there to think about? I'll have Xiaoyu take you first thing tomorrow morning. Pack a suitcase tonight. And tomorrow you can take Xiaoyu to the mall to buy some health supplements. Go stay with your parents for a few days. If you need more money, just let me know, Mr. Wang said. Well, okay then, the boss lady said with a reluctant smile. I looked at her expression, wondering if the situation with her parents was quite serious. After dinner, I went upstairs. I wouldn't intrude on Mr. Wong and the boss lady's personal conversation. After taking a hot shower that evening, Mr. Wong came to my room. "Xiao Yu, this is an opportunity." Mr. Wong grinned. "What do you mean?" I asked cautiously. "My wife's family lives quite far away. It takes 5 hours to drive there. They live in a remote area, and taking the high-speed train or plane isn't convenient. Once you get there, you can stay right over." Mr. Wong laughed. "Stay over directly?" I frowned. "Yes, my wife's family has a 2-story house in the countryside. The upstairs has 2 rooms, one for her parents and the other for her. You just need to find a way to stay in my wife's room," Mr. Wong continued. "That's too difficult. Even if the boss lady agrees, her parents probably won't," I said awkwardly. "Well, that depends on your skills, Mr." Wong chuckled as he pulled a box out of his pocket. "What's this?" I frowned. "This is a pill that will make a woman seek out a man. Just mix it in her tea, and she'll be yours," Mr. Wong said, placing the pill in my hand with a sinister grin. Seeing his devious expression, my heart raced. This was absolutely outrageous. He actually thought of drugging his own wife and then letting another man sleep with her. Only a scoundrel could come up with such a vile idea. No, this is clearly a crime. I could never do that. I shook my head vigorously, refusing. Discover what? This stuff is colorless and tasteless. If you mix it in her tea, she'll feel warm all over and become drowsy. No one will ever find out, Mr. Wong continued. I hesitated at this point. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. If you're too scared, then you might as well not come to work starting tomorrow. Mr. Wong's expression turned cold, clearly on the verge of anger. It's July now, and jobs are hard to come by outside, so think it over. I was planning to give you a raise, he continued. Seeing Mr. Wong's commanding demeanor, I took the packaging box and replied, I'll see how it goes. That's the spirit. I won't force you. You have your own methods. All I care about is the result. As long as you can seduce my wife and sleep with her, your task will be complete, and I'll definitely reward you, Mr. Wong said, patting my shoulder with a look of scheming satisfaction. All right, I nodded. When my wife is in the shower, I'll call you, and you can hide under the bed. Mr. Wong continued. Chapter 46. Who dares to touch her? I instinctively nodded. In truth, I should have rejected the demands made by Mr. Wong, but his words had a certain magic that made me forget my principles. As if refusing him would lead to a lifetime of regret. The thought of the boss's wife stepping out of the bathroom after her shower made it impossible for me to resist. I had no reason to say no to her. Around 9 in the evening, Mr. Wong indeed arrived at my room. Hurry up, my wife is in the shower, he whispered. Okay, I replied, barefoot, and quietly slipped into the adjacent room with Mr. Wong. Once inside, I could hear the sound of water running from the bathroom, clearly indicating that the boss's wife was inside. Drawing on my previous experience, I quickly crawled under the bed and concealed myself in the middle. My heart raced. Even though I was lying flat on the floor, Mr. Wong's action of turning off the lights made me feel a surge of anticipation. About 20 minutes later, I heard the bathroom door open, and then I caught a glimpse of the boss's wife stepping out. Though I could only see her calves from under the bed, her fair feet made my lower abdomen feel warm. Honey, you look beautiful tonight. Oh, stop it. I still need to put on my face mask. What kind of mask? Let me kiss you. The continuous exchange of words made my heart leap into my throat, and I felt the bed suddenly sink down. Although it wasn't a complete collapse, I could hear the boss's wife's voice more clearly. I realized that Mr. Wong was kissing her, and the more he kissed her, the shyer she became. We can't go on like this, the boss's wife almost cried out. I couldn't believe my eyes as I stared at the bed frame, hoping my gaze could penetrate through it. Suppressing my nervous excitement, I tried to steady my breathing, but the commotion in the room grew louder. Honey. I SNT'd a bit too soon. I'm afraid Xiaoyu will hear us, the boss's wife stuttered. Do you think he has super hearing? There's no way he could hear us, Mr. Wong replied. With his words, the boss's wife seemed to lose her inhibitions and began to softly moan. I cautiously took out my phone and started recording. At times like this, I had to cherish every moment and capture it all. Just a few minutes later, the boss's wife called out, Honey, I want it, along with phrases like faster and other sweet nothings. These words stimulated my nerves, making me feel uncomfortable. But I noticed that Mr. Wong was being quite cruel. He was just toying with her, and I wished to take his place. Suddenly, I remembered what Mr. Wong had said. In the coming days, he would no longer share a room with the boss's wife. He explained the saying that women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s like tigers. He intended to leave her feeling empty and lonely. And only then would I have a chance. Mr. Wong was playing a deep game. He was methodically positioning himself for a divorce with the boss's wife. I didn't know what Mr. Wong had done, but suddenly the boss's wife became very excited. Her voice grew louder and then gradually fell into a calm. I'm not sure how I spent that time. All I know is that the boss lady seemed tired afterward, and I quietly left her room only after receiving a signal from Mr. Wong. Back in my room, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until I opened my phone to listen to the recording of the boss lady's voice, which finally allowed me to drift off contentedly. I slept very well, as if I had already won the boss lady's affection. Although I felt a bit guilty at one moment, I was genuinely pleased at that time, both mentally and physically. The next morning, I packed a few things, and after breakfast, Mr. Wong arranged for me to drive the boss lady back to her hometown. I helped her put her luggage in the trunk and opened the back door for her to get in. "Xiao Yu, drive slowly," Mr. Wong reminded me, then said to the boss lady, "Call me when you arrive, my dear." "Okay," she replied. Seeing her agree, Mr. Wong nodded, and I set off. The boss lady's home is in Chongqing, about 500 kilometers from Jiangqing. According to the navigation, the drive would take over 6 hours. "Xiao Yu, let's stop by Durun Fa first. I need to buy some things," the boss lady said. "Sure," I replied, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. She was wearing a light blue dress today, with the hem just above her knees, revealing her voluptuous white legs. This was one of the few times I had driven the boss lady, and with such a long journey, I could keep an eye on her the whole time, especially when she occasionally crossed her legs, giving me a fleeting glimpse of what lay beneath her skirt. Because I was distracted by her, I almost lost focus on the road. At the supermarket, the boss lady bought a lot of health products, which I packed into the trunk. Soon, we left the urban area of Jiangqing and entered the highway. The estimated travel time from Jiangqing to Chongqing was over 6 hours, meaning we would likely arrive at her family home around 3 in the afternoon. The boss lady called her family to let them know she'd be back by 3 and informed them that Mr. Wong was busy, so I was the one driving her home. I had thought that I would have a chance to chat with the boss lady on the way back, but I was mistaken. We hardly spoke at all, as if she was still upset with me. As noon approached, I reached a highway service area. After driving for over 3 hours, I needed a break, and the boss lady mentioned she needed to use the restroom and grab a bite to eat. I parked the car in the service area and watched the boss lady walk to the restroom, then took out a cigarette and lit one. This car turned heads, and from time to time, people would glance at me, as if wondering how someone so young could afford such a vehicle. Were they thinking I was a rich second generation, or perhaps that I was ambitious for my age? Since I became Mr. Wong's driver, I had gotten used to such looks, so I usually smoked Huazi when I was out. I admit I sometimes pretended a bit. Even my cigarettes had to match the car, but in reality, a pack of Huazi would last me a month. I only took one out when I was showing off, like when I was at Su Li's place, trying to impress her brother Su Jun. After finishing my cigarette, I headed towards the restroom. As I came out, I noticed that the boss lady looked a bit uneasy. A few men were surrounding her, seemingly trying to get closer. "Hey, beautiful, how about sharing your contact info?" The leader of the group, a man with a square face, said with a grin. He had a terrifying scar running from his forehead to his chin, and a few scruffy-looking guys were eyeing the boss lady with hungry looks. Seeing her cornered, I quickly grabbed a baton from under the driver's seat. "I don't know you guys, what do you want?" the boss lady asked, her face flushed. In a remote highway service area, even if something untoward was happening, people usually adopted a not my problem attitude, and I knew that all too well. "Boss, this woman is really curvy," one of the scruffy guys said, as he nearly pushed the boss lady against the wall. "She definitely has a nice figure." The square-faced man licked his lips and suddenly moved in to touch her. "Who dares to lay a finger on her?" I shouted, swinging the baton to clear a path through the crowd and positioning myself protectively beside the boss lady. "Why you Xiao Yu?" she said, gripping my hand tightly, as if I were her only lifeline. Chapter 47, Are you okay? As I felt the boss lady grip my hand, I shouted, "Get the hell out of here, or I'll call the police." "Call the police?" The square-faced man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Damn it," one of the guys with yellow hair, seemingly unable to contain himself, swung a fist at me, clearly thinking I wouldn't dare to fight back. I rarely got into fights, but I understood the concept of self-defense. When your life is threatened, you must fight back to survive. Just as the yellow-haired guy was about to land a punch, I shielded the boss lady behind me and swung my stick at him. Ouch! Before he could hit me, my strike connected with his arm, and he yelped in pain. "Damn it, get him!" the square-faced man barked. In an instant, I found myself surrounded by a flurry of fists and kicks. I instinctively fought back, but when one of them grabbed my stick, I was quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Pain shot through my body as I endured a barrage of punches and kicks. The crowd around us grew larger, and the boss lady screamed, but I could hear her shouting that she had already called the police. Finally, the square-faced man landed a blow on me before he and his crew fled the scene. "Xiao Yu, are you okay?" The boss lady hurried to help me up. It was only then that I noticed my clothes were covered in footprints and dirt, and the onlookers were pointing and whispering. "I'm fine. Are you okay, boss lady? I asked as I got back on my feet, concern etched on my face. Xiaoyu, why did you act so recklessly? You're so impulsive. Her eyes were glistening with tears, close to spilling over. Supported by the boss lady. My elbow accidentally brushed against her soft form, and I felt a rush of warmth, as if everything was worth it. The boss had instructed me to protect her, and I took that responsibility seriously. You fool, she teased with a smile, wiping away her tears. As sunlight spilled across her face, I suddenly realized how beautiful she was. Let us get going, I suggested. I understood the wisdom in leaving a dangerous place quickly. Those guys were clearly trouble, and I didn't want to risk them coming back or following us. It was best to keep a low profile in this flashy car. Let us grab something to eat. Otherwise, we'll get hungry on the road, the boss lady said with concern. I nodded in agreement. As we left the service area, I glanced at the makeup mirror in the car and noticed I had a bruise on my face. My lip was swollen. But I didn't have time to check the injuries on my body. While munching on a pancake, I drove away from the service area with the boss lady sitting close beside me in the passenger seat. She occasionally handed me water, tilting the bottle toward my mouth to keep me focused on the road. I suddenly realized how gentle she was. She was truly wonderful. Are you really okay? She asked, her concern evident. I'm fine, I replied. That was so scary. She reflected on the recent events with a hint of disbelief. Did you actually call the police? I changed the subject. No, I was just trying to scare them, she admitted. Those bastards. I gritted my teeth. Xiaoyu, you must remember not to be reckless when you're out, the boss lady reminded me. But you were about to be taken advantage of. Could I just stand by and watch? I quickly replied. Hearing my words, the boss lady forced a smile and looked out the window as if lost in thought. Later, I learned that this had happened before when the boss lady was out with Mr. Wong, and his approach was to offer cigarettes and state that the boss lady was his wife, even going so far as to give out a whole pack of Huazi to settle disputes. I was puzzled by Mr. Wong's method. Didn't he get angry? Wasn't it too submissive, considering the boss lady was his wife? Xiaoyu, your boss's approach is correct. When you're out, you never know when you'll encounter trashy people. It's not worth risking your life over it. Your boss is considering the bigger picture. Even if it seems cowardly, at least it ensures safety, the boss lady explained. Oh, I nodded, somewhat understanding. But thank you for being brave just now. You mustn't act impulsively in the future. You need to resolve things in the most stable way. She continued. When I saw you being harassed by those bad guys, my first instinct was to protect you. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless, I said. Experience teaches wisdom. You'll mature a lot from this, the boss lady smiled. I think if it happens again, I'll still act the same way. I won't tolerate people who bully you, I declared. You child. The boss lady sighed with a smile. I'm not a child anymore. I'm 23. I corrected her. All right. Focus on driving. When we get to my mom's house, I'll help you with that injury, the boss lady said. For the rest of the drive, I turned on the car music, and with the song All the Way West playing, the boss lady and I chatted and laughed, making the time fly by. The boss lady's home was in a rural area of Chowching. As we drove into a village, I noticed the beautiful scenery with mountains and water, and each household had 2-story buildings, some even 3-story Western-style houses. That's my home up ahead, the boss lady pointed to a 2-story house in the distance. Hearing her, I quickly drove into the yard. Ah, Shufun, you're back. An elderly man came out. I recognized him as the boss lady's father. He was dressed simply, and his cloth shoes reminded me of my dad. Where's Mom? The boss lady asked as she got out of the car. Your mom is lying down in the room. The elderly man replied, glancing at me. Hello, uncle. I'm Mr. Wong's driver. My name is Xiaoyu. I quickly introduced myself. Ah, Xiaoyu, the old man nodded. I opened the trunk and carried the boss lady's luggage and health products into the living room. Why did you buy so many things, child? The old man asked. Rare occasion. I'm going to see my mom, the boss lady replied. Watching her head upstairs, I saw the old man pour me a cup of tea. You've been back for a while, right? He asked, handing me the tea. Not even 7 hours, I replied as I took the tea. Hearing my words, the elderly man nodded and asked me to sit for a while before heading upstairs. It was only then that I began to take in the decor of the house. I noticed that the landlady's family seemed quite ordinary. Although the house was nicely decorated, it was clear that her parents led a simple life. Evident from their attire and the vegetables they grew in the yard, along with some chickens and ducks they kept. Xiaoyu, come upstairs with me. The landlady suddenly called out to me. Following her up the stairs, I couldn't help but notice her curvy figure as I hurried to keep up. This is my room. You can sit on the bed, she said as she walked into the room and took out a medicine cabinet. Is this the landlady's boudoir before she got married? My heart raced as I sat on the bed, feeling the soft blanket and glancing around the room. Chapter 48. The devious boss, take off your shirt. Let me see, the boss lady said with concern. A bit nervous, I carefully removed my shirt while she watched me closely. How did you get hurt so badly? She asked, her eyes filled with sympathy. I quickly looked down. To my surprise, I noticed that my chest and ribs were red and swollen, with bruises and some broken skin. How could these beasts be so cruel? The boss lady, visibly angry, opened the first aid kit and took out a bottle of disinfectant and a bottle of safflower oil. The disinfectant was for treating the wounds, while the safflower oil would help alleviate the swelling and bruising. Otherwise, the bruises would take a long time to dissipate. Lie down quickly, she instructed. Oh, I replied and lay down. Watching her sit beside me to disinfect my wounds filled me with warmth. This was what it felt like to be cared for by the boss lady. Just thinking about the pills in my pocket made me want to slap myself. She was so good to me, and yet I was still considering how to plot against her with that manager Wong. Was I even human? I grimaced as the pain shot through my wound. Just bear with it, she said gently. I nodded, trying not to make any more noise. After she finished treating my wounds, she bandaged me up. Her movements were incredibly gentle, as if she were afraid of hurting me. Gradually, she applied the safflower oil and began to massage the bruises. With my eyes closed, I savored the tenderness of her care. After a while, she asked me to lie on my stomach, and I was surprised to find out that I had injuries on my back as well. After about half an hour, she said, all done, but it will take a few days for the wounds to heal completely. Thank you, boss lady, I said sincerely. There's no need to thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt, she replied with a smile. Seeing her warm smile, I asked, how's your health, ma'am? She hurt her back. I'm planning to take her to the city hospital for a checkup, the boss lady explained. Is it serious? I sat up quickly. It's quite serious. She's been better than at home, she said. Then let's go now, I said, immediately putting on my clothes. It's too late today. We'll go tomorrow morning. My dad consulted an old Chinese doctor the day before yesterday, and he applied some ointment on her back. We'll take her for an x-ray at the hospital tomorrow. But I'll need you to drive us, the boss lady continued. How could that be a bother? It's the least I can do, I quickly replied. Hearing my response, the boss lady nodded and then took out her phone. As she prepared to make a call, I changed into another shirt. Hello, honey, I'm home. My mom is lying down at home, and I'm thinking of having Xiaoyu take her to the city hospital tomorrow. My dad asked an old Chinese doctor to check on her the day before yesterday, but it's too late today, so we'll go to the city tomorrow. Okay. Take care of yourself these next few days, she replied. After a few minutes, the boss lady hung up the phone. You'll sleep in the living room downstairs tonight, she said, turning to look at me. I thought I would have a chance when I arrived at the boss lady's hometown, but I didn't expect to end up sleeping on the couch. The couch in the living room is a sofa bed. You'll have to make do with it tonight, the boss lady said. All right, I nodded. As I went downstairs with the boss lady, I saw her father already starting to cook. The boss lady wanted to help, but her father told her to keep her mother company. Uncle, let me help you, I volunteered. Can you manage? He looked at me in surprise. I'm from a rural area. I often do housework, and I can cook, I replied. You're still young, aren't you married? He asked with a smile. No, I don't have the means to get married, I said somewhat awkwardly. A guy like me, with no car and no house, how could any woman want to marry me? You're still young. There's no rush, he reassured me. I nodded at his words. As we chatted, I noticed that he was very frugal. Even though they had a gas stove, he insisted on using a traditional stove, and I was tasked with lighting the fire. After about an hour, a variety of dishes started appearing on the table. The flavors here were a bit salty and spicy, but very appetizing. In the evening, the elder took out a bottle of medicinal wine. You've probably never had ant wine. Want to try a bit? This wine packs a punch, he said with a laugh. Uncle, I don't drink, I replied, feeling a bit shy. A little one tea hurt. Just have a small cup, he insisted, pouring me a small glass. I took a sip, and it was quite spicy, making me cough. Ha ha, you kid. He laughed heartily. The boss lady quickly added, Dad, Xiaoyu doesn't tea drink much. You're making it hard for him. A man has to drink a bit. It's only natural, the elder chuckled. I nodded, thinking he had a point. If I ever have the chance to do business, not drinking at the table would be a problem. I needed to fit in socially. After dinner, I intended to help clean up, but the boss lady told me to rest. I sat down on the sofa in the living room and opened my phone, only to see several messages from Mr. Wong. I walked out to the yard and called him. Hello? Mr. Wong answered. Sorry, boss, I just saw your messages. I apologized. What are you doing? Is driving that tiring? He asked, sounding displeased. No, Mr. Wong. This afternoon at the service area, the boss lady almost got harassed by some thugs. And I stepped in, I explained. And then? Mr. Wong pressed. Fortunately, the boss lady is fine, but I got hit, I said. So, you didn't reply to my messages? He continued. I'm bruised all over. The boss lady helped me tend to my wounds, and then I helped with chores at home. I just got a chance to relax after dinner, I clarified. I don't know what to say, but saving a damsel in distress comes with its hardships. You did well, Mr. Wong commented. The boss lady mentioned she'll take her mother to the city hospital tomorrow, I added. Where are you staying tonight? Mr. Wong asked. The boss's wife asked me to stay in the living room downstairs, saying that the sofa could be turned into a bed. I replied, so you agreed? What is wrong with your head? Mr. Wong said, his face turning red from my comment. My in-laws go to bed early, around 8 or 9. And they're up before 5 in the morning. Do you really think you can sleep well in the living room? As Mr. Wong continued, he paused for a few seconds and then added, at night, you can secretly slip something into my wife's cup. As long as she drinks it. She'll definitely feel the effects in half an hour. Then you can go to her room to find her. My expression changed instantly, and I turned to look at the boss's wife in the living room. What is this? Once it's done, we should go to bed early. This drug makes you drowsy. If my wife finds out, it'll be too late. She'll just have to throw caution to the wind and have an affair with you. Mr. Wong continued. How cruel. Wong Dahai, how could you be so heartless? I cursed inwardly, shocked that Mr. Wong could be so devious. Chapter 49. Am I being too despicable? Hey, did you hear that? Mr. Wong continued. I got it, I replied. Be a little bolder. It's just like doing business. You need to take risks to succeed. Mr. Wong said. Okay, Mr. Wong, I responded. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep breath. Putting something in the boss lady's drink means I have to sneak into her room while she's taking a shower? And then what? Should I wait for her to drink the drug and then knock on her door? Is this really a good plan? My mind raced, and my heart started to pound. What if I hide under her bed while she's in the shower? Once she finishes, she'll likely have a drink and then go to sleep around the same time. When she starts feeling the effects, I could climb into bed, and by then, she would be dazed and I could have my way with her. What would her reaction be when she wakes up to find me next to her the next morning? At that point, I could play innocent and say she initiated it. So I just went along with it. As for that drink, I could just dump it after I've had my way with her. Everything sounds seamless in theory. But if something goes wrong, I'm finished. The boss lady is sharp. She would definitely suspect I drugged her. She might even call the police. And what would I do then? If the cops come and find me with the drugs, would I have no choice but to turn on Mr. Wong? There's no way he would admit to his scheme. He could just say the boss lady was assaulted and then divorce her. In that scenario, the only victims would be me and the boss lady, and I'd probably end up in prison. No matter how I look at it, there's no real benefit for me. The only advantage would be sleeping with the boss lady, but that would lead to a prison sentence. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? The boss lady came up to me and patted me on the shoulder. Huh. Oh, I snapped back to reality. Do you have something on your mind? I called you several times, but you didn't hear me, she asked, puzzled. I'm fine, I managed a forced smile. I've made the bed for you. If you need to wash up, just go to the bathroom. Both hot water bottles are filled. She pointed to the sofa bed in the living room. Turning to look, I noticed the elderly person had already gone upstairs. Okay, I replied. Then get some rest early. I've plugged in the mosquito repellent for you, and you can lower the air conditioning later, the boss lady reminded me as she walked up the stairs. Watching her figure disappear, I stepped into the living room and closed the door. Mr. Wong said the elderly person goes to bed early, so by 10 o'clock, they would definitely be asleep. As for the boss lady, having shared a roof with her for a few days, I knew she usually went to bed after 11. And her shower time was after 8:30. Calculating the timing, I washed up in the bathroom and then lay down on the sofa bed. Today was Monday. And since I didn't go to work, Fong Tingting had sent me a message asking about my whereabouts. She found out I was at the boss lady's house. Yunan, you're really something. I didn't expect Mr. Wong to ask you to seduce the boss lady. A message from Fong Tingting made my expression change. Is Mr. Wong out of his mind? Why do you talk to Fong Tingting about everything? Thinking about it, it's no surprise. The past couple of days, both the boss lady and I have been out of Jiangcheng, which means that Mr. Wong has been living it up. I can only assume that this couple has been spending time together. Since they might be together, I see no need to respond to Fong Tingting. Besides her, there's also Wang Yan. That woman is still hoping I'll buy her products and keeps asking when I'll come to collect the debt. I just brushed her off by saying I'm on a business trip. Lastly, there's Su Li. She seems genuinely concerned about me, asking why my IP address isn't showing up in Jiangxiao anymore. She's like a detective, tracking my IP through my social media account. I told her I'm away on a business trip. Just as I sent that message, Su Li replied instantly, even sending me a selfie. In the photo, she's wearing a sexy red nightgown, looking particularly alluring. I couldn't help but comment on her legs. You'll see them when you come to my place, I said. Su Li replied with a shy emoji at the end. What a flirt. Hurry up, I couldn't help but say. After sending the message, I waited for a few minutes, and sure enough, Su Li sent me a photo of her thigh. I knew all too well that this pair of legs could be a man's trap. Lift up your skirt, I said eagerly. You're so naughty, no way, Su Li responded. Seeing her words, I rolled my eyes. This woman really knows how to tease. Once I return to Jiangcheng, I'll definitely make her pay for it. While I was lost in these thoughts, I faintly heard the sound of running water. I admit my hearing is quite sharp. The boss's room is just upstairs, and I could tell she was taking a shower in the bathroom. I pulled a plastic bag out of my pocket and felt a surge of nervousness. Should I follow Mr. Wong's instructions and give it a try? One is too much. The reaction will be too strong, and the boss lady won't be clear-headed. But what about half a piece? If it's only half a pill, the boss lady should be in a more conscious state when we have that encounter, which might make it safer. At that point, she would only blame herself for not being able to resist physically and wouldn't suspect my motives. Thinking about this, I took out a pill and carefully split it in half. Sweat began to form on my forehead as I cautiously made my way upstairs, trying not to make any noise. When I reached the boss lady's room, I gently turned the doorknob. The door wasn't locked. My heart was in my throat as I pushed open the door and carefully stepped inside. By the bedside table, I saw a cup. It was the one the landlady usually drank from, the same one she used for water while practicing yoga. Glancing towards the bathroom, I approached the bedside table. As I pulled out half a pill, I noticed my hand was shaking uncontrollably. Aiming for the cup, I let my hand go. Thud! A faint sound was heard as the pill dissolved in the cup, vaporizing in just a few seconds, much like a fizzy tablet. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I noticed that the bathroom had fallen silent. Oh no, the landlady is about to come out. I jumped in shock and hurriedly fled the scene. Back in the lobby downstairs, I sat on the sofa bed, feeling extremely anxious. From what I knew about the boss lady, after she finished her shower, she would put on a face mask, apply some lotion, then turn off the lights and watch TV for a while before going to bed around 11. No, she had to take her mom to the city for a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so she should be asleep by 10 tonight. As time slowly passed, nearly an hour went by, and I felt it was about time. I turned back and arrived at the boss lady's door. Listening carefully, I hoped to hear some movement from her. Had she drunk the water? Was she having a reaction? If she called out, I would step into her room to ask if she was feeling unwell. I thought my presence in her room would be justifiable. Was I being too despicable? I furrowed my brow, pondering this in my mind. Chapter 50. I want to protect you. As I was lost in these thoughts, I faintly heard some sounds. It seemed like the landlady was tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. My breathing grew heavy as I quietly turned the doorknob and peered through the crack in the door. My palms were sweaty, and I saw the room was dark, but a sliver of moonlight streamed in. My gaze landed on the bed, where I noticed a graceful figure. The landlady was wearing a pink silk nightgown, one I had seen her in before. She was lying on her side, her shapely backside facing me, hiding in the shadows. My breath quickened as I heard her soft gasps. The water in the sports bottle on the bedside table seemed to be only half full, clearly indicating she had drunk quite a bit. Suddenly, the landlady turned over. I shrank back, hoping not to be seen. Although the hallway was particularly dark, she surely couldn't see me. I heard the soft sound of her adjusting the air conditioning. When I looked again, I noticed the temperature had been set to 20 degrees. Oh, how uncomfortable. The landlady murmured as she removed the cool blanket covering her and lifted her nightgown. My goodness. I nearly crossed my eyes. I noticed she had her legs tightly pressed together, one hand on her face and the other resting on her smooth thigh. Why was it so uncomfortable? Drops of sweat had begun to appear on her body, and it seemed she was genuinely suffering. Opportunity knocks but once. The landlady was clearly in distress. I had to help her. Resolute, I stepped into the room and locked the door behind me. Oh, how uncomfortable. The landlady mumbled, her eyes tightly shut. I approached her quickly and said, Landlady, what's wrong? What's the matter? Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? She stammered. I'm so hot. When she saw me, she didn't pull up the blanket but spoke in a vague tone. Hearing this, I quickly placed my palm on her forehead. You seem to have a fever. How did you get a fever? I exclaimed. I'm so thirsty. The landlady hurriedly grabbed the sports bottle from the bedside table and gulped down the remaining half. This was like pouring oil on the fire. Why was her face so hot? Landlady, let me take you to the hospital. You have a fever, I said with concern. I'm fine. Maybe I'll feel better soon. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as she was about to reach for the blanket to cover herself, her hand brushed against me. I was only wearing shorts, and her touch sent a shiver down my spine. But in the next moment, she pulled me into an embrace. A landlady, you? I was incredibly tense. I never expected her to be so forward. What kind of medicine was this? Wang Dahai, you scumbag. If it weren't for me, wouldn't the landlady have been taken advantage of by another man? Scum, beast, you bastard. I cursed inwardly but still felt a bit of struggle. I knew I couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. Xiaoyu, I miss you. Suddenly, the landlady sat up and kissed me on the lips. Time seemed to stand still. That kiss from my boss nearly knocked me out of my senses. I was completely dazed. I noticed her tongue slipping out as she kissed me passionately. No, this can't be happening. I tried to resist, but she pinned me down. This was the first time I had been treated like this by my boss. The goddess of my life, the woman I had always dreamed of, was being so forward. Normally, I would have responded without hesitation. But now, I realized this was all an illusion. If she hadn't taken that medication, she wouldn't be acting this way. "Give it to me," she said, wanting to take off her dress. Her madness was overwhelming. I stared at her in disbelief. Just as she was about to pull down her skirt, I quickly pushed her away and slapped her across the face. "Calm down." The slap left her momentarily stunned. I turned on the room light, grabbed a blanket, filled it with water from the bathroom, and splashed it on her face. She shivered all over. And only then did she truly see me. "Shall you?" she exclaimed, looking at me. "What are you doing? Were you just dreaming? Why are you still burning up? Why did you hug me when you saw me? And kiss me?" I looked at her with uncertainty, questioning her. Fortunately, I hadn't crossed any lines. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. But I also wouldn't confess or incriminate myself. As long as I didn't hurt her, I was innocent. That was the only way I could comfort myself, hoping she would remain oblivious. I tucked her in with the blanket. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were a bit evasive. "Are you okay?" I continued. I don't know. I felt really hot just now, like I had a fever. And then you came in, and I couldn't help but hug you." "Oh no, how could I have done that?" By the end of her sentence, she looked like she wished she could disappear into the ground. Women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s like tigers. Even a half dose of that medication had such a strong effect. What would happen if she took a whole pill? "Do you still feel unwell?" I quickly asked. "I feel much better now, but I'm still thirsty," she replied. I grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the side, opened the cap, and handed it to her. She took the water and started drinking. Watching her finish the entire bottle, I felt a bit uncertain. The effects of the medication should be wearing off by now, right? "Shall you? Can you get me a thermometer from the medicine cabinet? I want to check my temperature," she said nervously. I agreed and handed her the thermometer. She put it in her mouth, then said, "Low-grade fever. I should cool down physically." "Are you okay, boss?" I asked with concern. "Yes, thank you, shall you? I'm fine now, but I feel a bit cold. The air conditioning is set too low," she replied, adjusting the temperature back to 25 degrees. "Cold." I stepped forward and touched her forehead, realizing her temperature had dropped quite a bit. It was only normal for her to feel cold since she wasn't under the blanket. "Today's events must remain between us. Do you understand?" The boss's wife said. "Yes, I understand," I nodded. "Thank you for taking care of me when I needed it the most," she said sincerely. "Indeed." Suddenly, she gasped and rummaged through her suitcase, pulling out a pair of underwear before awkwardly heading into the bathroom. As I watched her go in, I quickly grabbed a bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and placed it on the nightstand. When the bathroom door opened again, the boss's wife looked at me and asked, "Why aren't you back in bed yet?" "I'm worried about you. I want to look after you," I replied, feeling a bit shy. "You want to protect me tonight?" she said, looking at me in surprise. Chapter 51. Closing the distance, I nodded. Seeing my serious expression, the landlady seemed to recall what had just happened, and with a hint of fear in her voice, she said, "Okay, but we each get one blanket. You have to go back by around 4 in the morning. I don't want my parents to find out." "All right." I nodded again, feeling a surge of happiness inside. Watching the landlady take out a blanket and spread it on the bed warmed my heart. The image of the landlady and I each having our own blanket was something I had never dared to imagine, yet tonight it had become a reality. "Get some rest," the landlady said, turning off the light and lying down. Although there was a faint light in the room, I didn't take the time to study her closely, knowing that if I stared too long, I would feel uncomfortable. Anyone would feel unsettled lying next to a stunning beauty. "Did you just hit me?" the landlady suddenly asked. "I'm sorry, I was worried you might be out of it," I replied awkwardly. "Last time at my place, I hit you, so we're even now," she continued. "Last time in the villa's hall, I had kissed her forcefully, and she had slapped me. Today, in her dazed state, I had returned the slap. It seemed like we were square, but recalling everything that had just transpired made my heart ache. That perfect opportunity, even if I had truly gotten the landlady. The medication would have made her drowsy, and by the time she realized, it would have already been too late. She wasn't incapable of having children, was she? Was that a reminder to me that I didn't need to use? What was I thinking? How could I be so shameless? "You actually dared to hit me. You really have guts," the landlady said. "I want to do it again," I hurriedly replied. "Go to sleep." She turned away. Seeing that the landlady seemed to have really fallen asleep, I closed my eyes and let out a heavy sigh. At first, I found it hard to sleep, but gradually, perhaps because I was exhausted from a long day of travel and a beating, I fell into a deep sleep. Around 4 in the morning, the landlady woke me up, and I quickly left her room and headed downstairs to the living room. I lay down on the sofa bed and managed to catch a few more winks. The landlady's parents seemed to be trying not to disturb my sleep. They were very quiet, even skipping their usual 5 o'clock wake-up to avoid coming downstairs. By the time the landlady's father came down, I was already awake. He had made some rice porridge, along with chili scrambled eggs and some leftovers from the night before. The elderly lady was having her breakfast in her room. Xiaoyu, I'll need you to help carry my mom down later. Her back isn't good. And my dad is getting old, the landlady said. Don't worry, it's all on me, I replied. Okay, the landlady smiled. I helped carry the elderly lady down and placed her in the back seat of the car. The two elderly folks sat in the back while the landlady occupied the front passenger seat. Once the navigation was set, we headed straight for the hospital in the city. The elderly lady's checkup report indicated lumbar muscle strain, requiring rest. The doctor prescribed some medication and a pain relief patch for her back. After the examination revealed that it was a case of lumbar muscle strain, the boss's wife breathed a sigh of relief. However, the doctor mentioned that rehabilitation treatment was necessary, which meant doing some rehab exercises at the hospital. What a waste of money. I could do that at home. The old lady immediately refused. Mom, I have money. The boss's wife hurriedly said. It's not easy to earn money, and this isn't a serious illness, the old lady continued. Hearing her say that, the boss's wife gave a wry smile, while the old man stayed by the old lady's side, suggesting that the boss's wife should head home early since there wasn't much to do at home. This trip to the hospital seemed to have been in vain, but at least it reassured the boss's family that the old lady's condition wasn't serious. Back at home, I carried the old lady upstairs again. Looking at her lying in bed, I said, Boss's wife, what should we do next? I need to spend more time with my mom these next couple of days. If you have things to do, you can head back early, the boss's wife replied. That won't do. If I'm here, I can at least help out, I insisted. Did you have a lot of mosquitoes last night, little you? The old lady asked. No mosquitoes at all. I slept really well, I laughed. The old lady nodded upon hearing this. For lunch, we had the leftovers from last night. According to the boss's wife's habits, food shouldn't be kept overnight. But the old lady's customs from her hometown were hard to change. I can cook dinner tonight, I told the boss's wife. You? She looked at me in surprise. Yeah, I can do it, I smiled. All right, I'll take you to get familiar with the kitchen, the boss's wife said, following her downstairs. I overheard the two old folks praising me, saying how grateful they were and that DHI's driver was really great. After the boss's wife helped me get acquainted with the kitchen for about 10 minutes, she went back upstairs, and I began prepping the ingredients. Just as I finished preparing the ingredients and was about to start cooking, my phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Mr. Wong, I quickly picked up. Hello? I asked. How did it go last night? Mr. Wong inquired. The boss's wife locked the door. I couldn't get in, I replied. Did you administer the medication? Mr. Wong continued. I did, but the boss's wife locked the door at night, I said. After a moment of silence, Mr. Wong seemed to be deep in thought. About 10 seconds later, he asked, was there anything unusual with my wife today? No, she's completely normal, I replied. Strange, do you think you might get caught? Mr. Wong probed further. Impossible, there's no way I'll get caught. The boss's wife treats me well, I assured him. Is it possible that the medication doesn't affect my wife? Mr. Wong sounded surprised. I'm not sure, I shook my head. If she locks the door, you won't have a chance. How's my mother-in-law doing? Mr. Wong changed the subject. Beast, you finally remembered you have a mother-in-law? I cursed in my heart, but on the surface, I replied. The hospital checkup said it's lumbar muscle strain, and they prescribed some medication and ointment. The doctor suggested staying at the hospital's rehabilitation center for a week. But the old lady doesn't want to, saying she's afraid of spending money. Once again, it's about being afraid to spend money. Clearly, their family is in good condition. Yet they insist on doing farm work. This is a self-inflicted struggle, a lifetime of toil. Mr. Wong scoffed, and then said, you stay for a few days. Tomorrow is my wife's birthday. Let's see if you can seize the opportunity. What? My expression changed in an instant. I can't believe the boss's wife's birthday is tomorrow, and I knew nothing about it. Try to surprise her, he continued. Gotta go. I have other matters to attend to. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly, and it was clear that Mr. Wong was indeed busy. Or perhaps Xiao Fong had gone to his office. Just who was he talking to? I was pulled back to reality by the voice of the boss saying, what did he ask you? I quickly replied. Chapter 52. Happy birthday, what did you say? The boss lady looked at me. I explained the situation here. Upon hearing this, she gave me a thoughtful glance and said, you didn't mention that we slept together last night, did you? No, how could I say that? I replied, that's good. She sighed in relief and then headed upstairs. Watching the boss lady's mature figure, I cleared my throat, thinking how wonderful it would be if she were my wife. So what if we couldn't have children? We could always adopt one from an orphanage. As long as the two of us truly loved each other, that would be enough. That evening, I cooked several of my signature dishes, and the elder praised my cooking skills, which made me feel a little shy. After dinner, I noticed several fish traps in the corner of the woodshed. While chatting with the elder, I learned that there was a river behind the mountain where he used to catch fish, and these traps were his fishing tools. That night, I didn't drug the boss lady again. I knew that method was not advisable, as it would be disastrous if she found out. Under the cover of darkness, I took a few fish traps to the lakeside behind the mountain. There was a small forest there, and the moonlight shone down, making the lake's surface shimmer beautifully. I placed the fish traps in the lake and returned home. Tomorrow was the boss lady's birthday, and while I wasn't sure what to get her as a gift, I remembered that on my trip to the city today, I passed through the county town, which had a bakery. In this age of advanced communication, I could easily place an order online and call the county bakery to reserve a cake. As long as I paid a deposit, they would make the cake early in the morning. I planned to pick up the cake in the morning, keep it in the fridge, and hopefully buy a bouquet of fresh flowers so I could give the boss lady a wonderful birthday surprise. With these thoughts, I fell into a deep sleep. That night, there was no commotion from the boss lady's room, and I set out early the next morning. I placed the cake and flowers in the trunk of my car, and I also bought some fireworks. When I got home, I put the cake in the fridge. Xiaoyu, what are you up to? The elder asked, noticing my secretive demeanor with a smile. Today is the boss lady's birthday, and I want to surprise her tonight. I managed to smile. Is it the sea that made you do this? The elder inquired. His question made me feel a bit awkward, and I chuckled lightly. By checking the boss lady's WeChat account, I found that her number matched her birthday. Although I wasn't entirely sure before, since Mr. Wong said so, I felt I had to give the boss lady a birthday surprise. Xiaoyu, what are you talking to my dad about? The boss lady came downstairs in sportswear, clearly having slept well last night. Nothing much, I replied stiffly with a smile. After breakfast, the boss lady took me on a tour of the village, and I discovered there was an elementary school here. She told me that she attended this school when she was a child, and then she went on to study at a high school in the county before going to university in a big city. I nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the boss lady's past. Xiaoyu, are you the only child your parents have? She asked, looking at me. Sure. Here is the translation. Yes. I'm the only child in my family, I replied. The boss lady asked curiously, what do your parents do? I explained, both my parents are farmers. There are no factories in our area. My dad is a retired soldier, and his health hasn't been great since he came back home. My mom has to take care of him, and in recent years, he has been working at a shoe factory in the village. That sounds tough for your mom. She has to support your education and take care of your dad, the boss lady said. Yes, I nodded. Our family situation is pretty similar. But young people have to work hard so that we can provide a better life for our families, she continued. I nodded in agreement. I enjoyed spending time with the boss lady. We laughed and chatted. After lunch, we went to the back mountain together. When I pulled a fish out of the fish trap, the boss lady was particularly surprised. You're lucky, I said as I placed the fish into a bucket. I didn't know you could catch fish, she laughed. Just adding some extra dishes for dinner, I replied. Sure, she agreed. This was the happiest day I had ever felt because the boss lady stayed by my side until I received a message from Mr. Wong. There's a bottle of perfume in the glove compartment. It was originally meant for Secretary Fong, but I forgot to take it. Later tonight, you should drug my wife with it, and when the effects kick in, give her this bottle of perfume. Looking at Mr. Wong's message, I secretly got into the car and indeed found a bottle of perfume. I've seen it, I replied. She will be very touched. Just hold her and kiss her. Remember, you need to know where to touch. There are only a few sensitive spots on a woman, Mr. Wong continued. What if the boss lady resists? I asked nervously. How can she resist when the drug kicks in? Just give her 2 pills. I don't believe she is immune to it. After reading Mr. Wong's last message, I fell into deep thought and quickly put the perfume in my pocket. Dinner that night was quite lavish. Just as the boss lady was praising my cooking and feeling very satisfied, I took out a birthday cake from the fridge. Wow, Xiaoyu, when did you buy a cake? The boss lady asked, surprised. I contacted the bakery last night and picked it up early this morning, I explained, opening the car and pulling out a bouquet of roses. Happy birthday, boss lady. I wish you happiness every day. I handed her the flowers with my blessings. You're so thoughtful, the older lady smiled. Hearing her words, the boss lady nodded. After opening the cake, I lit the candles and turned off the lights. The boss lady blew out the candles and happily made a wish. Perhaps her wish was for her parents' health and a happy marriage. Everyone thought it was all arranged by Mr. Wong, but only I knew that this was the first time I had celebrated a woman's birthday with such care. The boss lady took a piece of cake upstairs for the elderly lady, and when she came back down, I had already set up fireworks in the yard. As I lit the fireworks, I watched the boss lady's eyes well up with emotion as she gazed at the dazzling display. Xiaoyu, did your boss arrange the fireworks too? The boss lady asked. No, the boss doesn't know about this, I said. What did you say? The boss's wife furrowed her brows. It's something I've prepared for you, I continued. You? She looked at me in surprise. Fireworks were still blooming in the night sky as our eyes met. "What do you want?" she suddenly asked. "I just want you to be happy," I replied. Upon hearing my words, her face twitched slightly, and she took out her phone. Glancing at her screen, I saw that she had received a WeChat message from Mr. Wong, who had sent her a 5200 red envelope with a message saying happy birthday. The expression on her face was complicated as she turned and walked up the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, I tightened my grip on the pill in my pocket, knowing that I hadn't yet completed the task Mr. Wong had assigned to me. Chapter 53. Anxious Zhao Fong. Do I really have to do this? Mr. Wong is so ruthless, insisting on giving her 2 pills. This is clearly an inhumane act. How can I bring myself to do such a thing? My heart was in turmoil until I heard the sound of running water from the bathroom upstairs. I could tell the boss's wife was taking a shower, and since the old man usually goes to bed early, he was probably already asleep. After much deliberation, I took out a bottle of perfume. This was a birthday gift from Mr. Wong to the boss's wife, originally meant for Fong Tingting. Using someone else's gift to curry favor, Mr. Wong had brought back gifts for Fong Tingting during his last trip, while the boss's wife received nothing. It's fair to say that a man who has lost interest in his home has long neglected his wife. How could he ever have a change of heart? Today is the boss's wife's birthday. Should I confess to her that Mr. Wong has been cheating on her? That he and Fong Tingting have been together for a long time, and that Fong Tingting is even pregnant? If I say this, will the boss's wife collapse? Will she be devastated to discover the truth on her birthday? I pondered these thoughts, feeling indecisive. If I really went through with it, the boss's wife would definitely divorce Mr. Wong, and what would I do then? I would have betrayed Mr. Wong and lost my job in the process. If the boss's wife found out that Mr. Wong had asked me to seduce her, what would she think of me? Would I end up being disliked by both sides? Thinking about all this, I pulled out the plastic bag. Inside were the 2 pills, so shocking to behold. Just one would have a significant effect on the boss's wife. But if I gave her 2, would she go insane? No, I can't do this. I'll just give the perfume to the boss's wife. If she asks, I'll say it's for me. As for whether she will still be touched, that's up to her. Today, I had prepared a birthday cake, flowers, and even fireworks. I saw the boss's wife touched, but when I told her it was all arranged by me, she seemed quite angry. I walked upstairs and arrived at the door of her room. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and walked in. I sat at the edge of the bed and began to wait. After about 10 minutes, I heard the sound of a hairdryer, followed by the bathroom door creaking open. I saw the boss's wife. She was wrapped in a towel, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon seeing me, her expression changed. "What are you doing in my room?" she asked, clutching the towel around her chest, her tone cautious. "This is a birthday gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." I took out the perfume and placed it on the bedside table. Seeing my actions, the boss's wife walked over to me and picked up the perfume to examine it. "Is this your birthday gift to me?" she asked. "Yes," I nodded. "Why? Why did you give me a birthday gift?" "This brand of perfume isn't cheap," she said. I like you," I stammered, fumbling for words. "We have no future together. Why are you so stubborn? I'm 10 years older than you." The boss's wife replied angrily. Although she was upset, I noticed her cheeks were flushed. The boss lady. I hesitated, thinking about whether I should tell her the truth, but when I thought of how Mr. Wong was my breadwinner, I held it back. "Are you hiding something from me?" the boss lady asked, busy with her work. No, I replied awkwardly. "I don't need your gift. Please take it back. If your boss finds out, he won't be happy," the boss lady said. Even at a time like this, she was still concerned about Mr. Wong. She truly was a good woman. Unfortunately, in 2 months, Fong Tingting's belly would start to show, and by then, it would be too late. She and Mr. Wong would definitely get divorced. Mr. Wong had asked me to seduce the boss lady so that he could gain as much as possible during the divorce. If I failed my task and the boss lady found out about Mr. Wong's infidelity, he would be at fault, and legally, the boss lady would have the upper hand. On one side was the woman I liked, and on the other was my breadwinner. I knew that once I betrayed Mr. Wong, no company would want me. My betrayal would lead to disdain. Mr. Wong had a wide network in Jiangcheng. With a word from him, which company would hire me? Apart from doing manual labor and driving, what else could I do? I had no work experience. How could I establish myself in Jiangcheng? "If I give it to you, I want to take it back," I said, turning to leave, leaving the boss lady standing there. The moment I stepped out of her room, I turned back and said, "Happy birthday. I hope you can always be happy and content." "Thank you." The boss lady's expression was complex, but she said it nonetheless. After leaving her room, I let out a heavy sigh. My conscience told me that what Mr. Wong asked me to do was wrong. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just as I was thinking about all this, Zhao Fong found me. "Yunnan, are you asleep?" Looking at Zhao Fong's message, I replied no. To my surprise, she suddenly called me. "Hello, Sister Zhao. I answered the phone. Little you, where have you been these past couple of days? Do you know that Fong Tingting is being extremely arrogant right now? Zhao Fong said. What happened? I asked hurriedly. This woman wants me to pack my things and leave. You know I've been working at Mr. Wang's company for 8 years. 8 years. My youth has been spent here. Zhao Fong exclaimed. You're the company's veteran accountant. They can't afford to lose you. How can she make you leave? I was astonished. She wants to take control of the company's finances. She wants to control Mr. Wang. Zhao Fong continued. Does Mr. Wang know about this? I asked. I went to find Mr. Wang, and he actually offered me 50,000 to leave. Can you believe that? I've been bringing in clients for him. He promised me 100,000. Isn't this like burning bridges after crossing them? Zhao Fong continued. So what do you plan to do? I felt the situation was getting out of control. I want to ask Mr. Wang for 500,000. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll expose his tax evasion, and I'll tell the boss lady that he is cheating. Zhao Fong said eagerly. Tax evasion? Threatening Mr. Wang for 500,000? How did Zhao Fong get so bold? Isn't this extortion? Isn't she committing a crime? I was taken aback. I had nowhere to turn. Aren't you staying at Mr. Wang's place? Why haven't I seen you these past few days? Are you with the boss's wife? Where have you two gone? Zhao Fong continued. Zhao Jia, it's best if you don't involve me in your matters. I'm just a driver, and I don't want to jeopardize my job. I replied nervously. Are you in cahoots with Mr. Wang? She pressed on. Let me tell you, he won't do you any favors. A person like him, who's managed to survive this long, is just playing a little game by burning bridges. As soon as you lose your usefulness, he'll kick you to the curb. Today it's me, tomorrow it could be you. The more secrets you know about him, the less likely he is to keep you around. Zhao Fong continued. Chapter 54. All talk and no action. I hesitated for a moment. What Zhao Fong said seemed to make some sense. Right now, it was Zhao Fong's problem. But what about later? Could it be mine? I knew quite a few secrets about Mr. Wang. He only told me that he would give me benefits. But I still hadn't received anything substantial. If it weren't for being at my wit's end, I wouldn't have sought you out. You saw it that day at the hotel. If I hadn't accompanied the client, would Wang Dehai have secured that project? Zhao Fong continued. If it weren't for Zhao Fong, it would have been quite difficult for Mr. Wang to win this project. Before he left that day, Mr. Wang mentioned that Fong Tingting was pregnant, which is why he sent Zhao Fong to accompany the drink. But I didn't expect Zhao Fong to accompany the client. That client was quite hefty and unattractive. If it weren't for the 10,000 yuan, would Zhao Fong have agreed? I wouldn't believe it for a second. If you can help me, I'll give you 100,000. Think about it. Zhao Fong continued. Zhao Jia, if I do this, I'll lose my job. How am I supposed to get by later? I asked. 100,000 should give you a buffer to find another job, right? If I find a job, I'll refer you to my new company, Zhao Fong replied. Can you let me think about it? I hesitated. What Mr. Wang was doing was indeed unethical. He was cheating on his wife and planning to abandon his original partner. This was the behavior of a scoundrel. If I allied myself with him, I would be complicit in his wrongdoing. But after all, he was my breadwinner. If I betrayed him, I would be ruining my own livelihood. As for the 100,000 Zhao Fong mentioned, should I believe Zhao Fong or Mr. Wang? What are you thinking about? Where do you stand? Zhao Fong asked. Let me get back to you. I'm not in Jiangxing right now, I said. Xiao Yu, I'm all alone in Jiangxing. I can only rely on you now. You must help me get in touch with the boss's wife. I have evidence of Mr. Wang's infidelity. As long as you help me meet the boss's wife, I will negotiate with her. I'm telling you, we can at least make 500,000. Or even 1,000,000 won't be a problem. If you help me, we'll split it 70-30, my way, Zhao Fong concluded. Let me think about it. I have to go, I said before hanging up. 1,000,000? Zhao Fong was actually confident about getting 1,000,000? What was this woman relying on? Was it those photos? The evidence of Mr. Wang's affair? She wanted to meet the boss's wife and negotiate? If Zhao Fong really approached the boss's wife, it meant she had completely severed ties with Mr. Wang. If she asked Mr. Wang for 500,000, she likely wouldn't get it. So she was relying on this affair evidence to negotiate with the boss's wife? I was merely acting as a bridge. Even if I didn't step in, it wouldn't be too hard for Zhao Fong to find the boss's wife. As long as I returned to Jiangxing, Zhao Fong would have plenty of opportunities to meet the boss's wife. Was Mr. Wang out of his mind? What was Fong Tingting up to? I was puzzled, trying to figure out where the problem lay. Mr. Wang promised Zhao Fong 100,000 for accompanying the client, and since he made that promise, he should follow through. Why would he listen to Fong Tingting and consider firing Zhao Fong? Was Mr. Wang really having an affair with Zhao Fong? So Fong Tingting discovered this leg? That's why she urged President Wang to distance himself from Zhao Fong? And distancing means firing Zhao Fong? No, even if they want to fire Zhao Fong, they should at least offer some compensation, right? Zhao Fong has worked for 8 years. Firing her would require paying her 81 months salary and also compensating for the client's 100,000. That adds up to around 150,000 or 160,000. If President Wang were a bit more generous and gave Zhao Fong a severance package, I believe she wouldn't make a fuss. The issue really lies with the money not being sufficient. So, President Wang actually doesn't have much cash on hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be out borrowing money. I rested my chin on my hand, contemplating the pros and cons of the entire situation. The breakthrough point likely lies with Fong Tingting. Right now, she is being pampered by President Wang, and the more she indulges herself, the more she's playing with fire. Once President Wang's infidelity is exposed, if it goes to court, the negative impact could be tremendous. How would President Wang continue to do business then? Doesn't she consider any of this? If it really forces Zhao Fong to approach the boss's wife, and the boss's wife and President Wang end up in a deadly conflict, then President Wang will definitely not benefit from this marriage. So, one possible outcome is that President Wang's scheme succeeds, with the boss's wife being accused of infidelity. Another outcome is that President Wang ends up in disgrace, and once people in the business circle find out, it will be hard for him to develop any further. Should I choose a side now? But no matter which side I choose, what's in it for me? Whether it's President Wang or Zhao Fong, aren't they both just selling me a pipe dream? I pondered over these matters, ultimately deciding not to think too much, no matter which side I choose. In the end, I would only attract trouble. It's better for me to stay out of it entirely. While I was lost in thought, my phone vibrated. I opened WeChat and saw a message from President Wang. Is it convenient to talk? Have you sorted it out? Seeing his message made my head spin, and I responded. Sure, I'm in the living room downstairs. As soon as I sent the reply, President Wang called me. Hello, boss, I answered the phone. Have you taken care of my wife? President Wang asked. No, the boss's wife locked the door after going upstairs today. I tried to make an excuse to go in, but she only let me stay at the door. I didn't get a chance to slip her anything, I explained. Why are you so useless? You're really making me anxious. President Wang exclaimed. Boss, the boss's wife is very hard to hook. I've been trying my best. She really loves you. Just talking to me feels like cheating on you. I quickly replied. Hey, I know her. It's really difficult to win her over, but this is a critical period. If you can't get her now, something is going to happen, President Wang said urgently. What do you mean? I asked. Zhao Fong isn't one of us. The other day when I took her to accompany a client for drinks, she asked me for 100,000. I thought that if the project went well, 100,000 wouldn't be a problem. But guess what? She actually demanded 500,000 today. Where am I supposed to get 500,000 for her? President Wang said, exasperated. 500,000. I was shocked. Wait, how come President Wang's account is different from Zhao Fong's? Now there's a new project that requires upfront funding. Even if you're not doing the project, you should know that, right? President Wang continued. Yeah, I nodded. I'm planning to fire Zhao Fong and let her go from my company. Secretary Fong seems to have discovered that there's something going on between Zhao Fong and me. But as long as I don't admit to anything, she can't do anything to me. President Wang continued. What should we do then? I asked. Only you can help me. If you sleep with my wife, I'll have proof of her infidelity. Then I can divorce her and take her to court. Once the divorce is finalized, Zhao Fong won't matter anymore. President Wang said. Is that so? I frowned. For the next couple of days, all you need to do is get my wife and gather evidence of her cheating. I'll give you 100,000 as a one-time payment. I'll also raise your salary to 10,000. Think about it. Where else can you find a driver job that pays 10,000? President Wang continued. Zhao Fong was right. President Wang only knows how to make grand promises, and I still haven't seen any real benefits from him. Chapter 55. You and he are in cahoots, so. Can you do it? Get as close to my wife as possible, slip her some drugs, and once she's out cold, she'll be at a disadvantage. When it comes time for the divorce, she'll only need to sign, and she'll agree to all my demands, Mr. Wang continued. Time is tight. Let me think of a plan, I replied. At this point, I decided to buy some time and see how things unfolded. In fact, I was hoping Zhao Fong would confront Mr. Wang, go to the boss lady, and expose Mr. Wang's affair, allowing me to extricate myself from this mess sooner. We need to act fast, Mr. Wang insisted. I agreed and hung up the phone. Letting out a heavy sigh, I turned off the lights in the living room and tried not to think about it. These matters only made me anxious. The next morning, after breakfast with the boss lady, I noticed she didn't look well. She kept checking her phone and seemed distressed. Xiao Yu, my right eyelid has been twitching a lot today. Can we go back to Jiangqing? The boss lady suddenly said to me. Go back to Jiangqing? Didn't we plan to stay here a few more days? I asked in surprise. I just feel uneasy. I want to go back sooner, she replied. Seeing her anxious demeanor, I thought for a moment and suggested. Should we tell the boss? Your boss likes to handle everything himself and always tells me not to interfere with company matters. What if he is facing some difficulties? The boss lady said. At this point, she was still thinking about Mr. Wong. I really didn't know what to say. The boss just took on a new project. Didn't he secure funding last time he went out of town? I tried to reassure her. No, I still want to go back. There's nothing to do here anyway, and my mom can get up today, the boss lady insisted. Then I'll let the boss know we're heading back today, I said as I picked up my phone. The boss lady's sudden decision to return was unexpected, and I needed to inform Mr. Wong to avoid any blame later. What is there to discuss? I don't want him to know. You help me grab the luggage. We're leaving today? She said, heading upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, I pulled out my phone, debating whether to inform Mr. Wong in advance. What if we arrived in Jiangxing and Mr. Wong wasn't home? Staying over at Fong Tingting's place? How would I cover that up? Or what if the boss lady arrived at the villa and Zhao Fong discovered her? Would that woman confront the boss lady? Just as I was contemplating contacting Mr. Wong, the boss lady suddenly called out. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Oh, right. I quickly shoved my phone into my pocket and rushed upstairs. In the boss lady's room, I saw her packing her clothes and she asked me to help as well. After saying goodbye to the two elders, I left her hometown with the boss lady. The journey back would take 6 to 7 hours, if it weren't for restroom breaks at service areas. The boss lady would have preferred I drive straight to Jiangxing without stopping. We arrived in Jiangxing around 2 in the afternoon. Just as I was about to head to the villa, the boss lady suddenly said, let's go to the company first. What? My expression changed. What are you dazed for? I haven't been to the company in a long time. Can I go see your boss? She asked. At this time, the boss should be at the construction site or in a meeting at the office. I wondered if it would disturb him. Hearing my words, the boss's wife suddenly looked a bit conflicted. Mr. Wong is the one who calls the shots at home, and the boss's wife has always been obedient. My comment seemed to raise some concerns for her. How about you take me home first, and then you can go to the office and see what your boss is up to? She suggested. Okay, I replied, heading in the direction of overseas Chinese town. Upon arriving at the villa, I helped the boss's wife with her luggage, and I moved my own things into my room. Xiaoyu, has your boss been acting strangely lately? She suddenly asked as I was about to leave. Not really. The boss is either working or at home. He has a pretty routine life, either going back and forth between the office and home or attending social gatherings. I replied, puzzled. Oh, she nodded. After leaving the villa, I stepped on the gas and headed straight for the office. Boss, the boss's wife is back. She is already at the villa? I quickly sent a voice message to Mr. Wong. Instantly, Mr. Wong called me. What did you say? My wife is back. Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? He exclaimed, clearly flustered. The boss's wife said she felt a strong twitch in her eyelids this morning and decided to come back. I told her I would give you a heads up, but she refused. She even mentioned coming to the office to find you, but I managed to stop her. I explained. She didn't find out, did she? Mr. Wong asked anxiously. I don't think so, I frowned. Zhao Fong has been looking for me these past few days. I've instructed the security at the company not to let her in. She wants to come to my house to find my wife. What should I do? Mr. Wong hurriedly said. Why not have a good talk with Zhao Fong? I suggested. She is asking for 500,000 right off the bat. How can I negotiate with her? Mr. Wong retorted. His words left me momentarily speechless. Damn it. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I probably won't be able to get home until late. Mr. Wong concluded before hanging up. I pulled over to the side of the road, my brow furrowed. Just then, Zhao Fong's call came in. Zhao Jia, I answered. You took the boss's wife back to the villa, right? You need to bring her to my house right now. Saying that Zhao Kai has something very important to discuss with her. Zhao Fong insisted. Zhao Jia, I can't help you with this. I won't do it. I shook my head. You think I can't find the boss's wife without you? Let me tell you, I have a serious grudge against Wang Dahai. Zhao Fong snapped. You can settle your issues with Mr. Wang privately, I replied. Do you think I don't want to? That jerk has blocked me on both phone and WeChat. She clearly doesn't want to acknowledge me. Zhao Fong continued. What if you escalate things and end up with nothing? What if Mr. Wang calls the police and accuses you of extortion? I questioned. My words made Zhao Fong hesitate for a few seconds before she replied. I can't worry about that anymore. If you don't bring the boss's wife to my house, then I'll go find her myself. Zhao Jia, wait. Let me relay your message, and I'll have Mr. Wang contact you. How does that sound? I said nervously. Zhao Fong is truly a thorny character. She can do anything when she sets her mind to it. The current situation is spiraling out of control, and if it really escalates, I might get dragged into it too. I asked you why you weren't helping me, and it turns out you really are in cahoots with her. Zhao Fong said coldly. You can think whatever you want about me, but is it worth it to risk your relationship with Mr. Wang over nothing? If things with him blow up, you won't have any face left either, will you? That was just him making empty promises to me, which made me let my guard down. Zhao Fong replied. Sigh. I said, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. I believe Zhao Fong still has some feelings for Mr. Wong, aside from the interests involved. Before Fong Tingting joined the company, I noticed that Mr. Wong and Zhao Fong were very close. It wasn't until Fong Tingting came along as Mr. Wong's mistress that Zhao Fong fell out of favor. But even after losing his favor, Zhao Fong still thinks about the company and Mr. Wong. She doesn't want to lose this job. Until now. So, get in touch with Mr. Wong. I'll wait for your news. Zhao Fong finally spoke up. Chapter 56. You can't be impulsive, all right. I made up my mind and hung up the phone. Since Zhao Fong agreed, it meant there was still some room for negotiation. It gave President Wong a chance and prevented things from escalating to a point where he and Zhao Fong would be at odds with each other. I called President Wong and quickly explained the situation. He still wants to find my wife? Damn it, President Wong said angrily. President Wong, if Zhao Fong really finds the boss's wife, it would be a disaster, I quickly replied. If she dares to, I'll call the police. Who is she trying to scare? President Wong retorted. Hearing this made me puzzled. Did President Wong really not care about the consequences? Was he not afraid of Zhao Fong exposing his infidelity? This woman thinks some photos can intimidate me? I have all the evidence against her threats. If she tries to find my wife, I'll report her. Even if she attempts to blackmail me and fails, I can still have her detained for a few days. President Wong declared. Is that really a good idea? If she finds the boss's wife, wouldn't that raise suspicions? I asked. If my wife starts doubting me, I'll just divorce her. After 10 years together. Does she trust me or Zhao Fong? What evidence does she have to claim I'm cheating? President Wong replied. It was clear that President Wong was unyielding. He was fed up with Zhao Fong's outrageous demands. President Wong, Zhao Fong said you promised her 100,000 for sleeping with clients, but you didn't pay her. After working for 8 years, shouldn't you compensate her for being fired? I pointed out. If it were true, that would be great. I originally agreed to give her 180,000 just to part ways amicably, but she insisted on 500,000. Where do you expect me to find that kind of money? President Wong said, exasperated. Is that so? I chuckled awkwardly, cursing internally. A big boss like him can't come up with 500,000? Ridiculous. President Wong's words sounded nice, but the 180,000 was merely the smallest price to sever ties with Zhao Fong. Out of that, 100,000 was for the clients, which was non-negotiable, and for 8 years of work. Even according to labor laws, she deserved at least 9 months' salary. 300 a month totals around 63,000. Offering 180,000 was just a way to round it off. After all, with her being fired, there would be no bonuses or year-end pay. What about the years Zhao Fong spent with President Wong? If she hadn't seen him as a powerful boss, would she have slept with him? In reality, out of the 500,000, excluding the 180,000, the remaining 320,000 was basically a breakup fee. You need to keep Zhao Fong occupied. You must delay her. Go to Zhao Fong's house right now. President Wong urged. Keep her occupied? I frowned. You have to delay her. I'm heading home immediately. You can't let Zhao Fong see my wife. Do you understand? President Wong insisted. Boss, when are you coming back? I'm afraid I won't be able to handle this. I replied anxiously. You have to handle it. Nothing can happen tonight. You'd better stay at Zhao Fong's place. Oh, and just say you were kicked out. This woman knows you live in my house. President Wong continued. What? I was taken aback. Act like you betrayed me. Tell her if she dares to show up in my neighborhood. I'll call the police and say I have evidence of her blackmailing me. President Wong instructed. All right, I nodded awkwardly. She wants to know how you fell out with me. So just say you were caught having an affair with my wife, Mr. Wong continued. What? I increasingly realized how tricky this situation was. Mr. Wong was definitely trying to drag me down with him. You can make up anything you want. Mr. Wong insisted. Zhao Fong can't be that stupid, right? If I were having an affair with the boss's wife, wouldn't that be exactly what you want? I said, puzzled. Just say you were caught having an affair with Secretary Fong. It doesn't matter what you say, just keep her occupied, Mr. Wong persisted. Oh, okay. I nodded. Don't let her turn you against me. Don't worry, I'll give you everything I promised, and as soon as I divorce my wife, I'll give you 100,000. Mr. Wong seemed to think of something and reminded me. Oh, okay. I replied and hung up the phone. I had originally planned to ask Mr. Wong if he could give me 50,000 up front, but the words caught in my throat. Mr. Wong is too cunning. If I said that, would he think I was trying to blackmail him like Zhao Fong? Would he consider calling the police on me? I, a naive young man, was no match for people like Zhao Fong and Mr. Wong. I'd probably end up getting sold out and counting money for them. While I was lost in these thoughts, Zhao Fong's call came in again. She couldn't wait any longer. How did it go? What did he say? Zhao Fong asked anxiously. Sister Zhao, are you home? Let's South talk at your place, I said. Okay, hurry up, Zhao Fong agreed without a second thought. Seeing Zhao Fong agree, I stepped on the gas and headed straight for her house. Along the way, I thought about these complicated matters, although they seemed unrelated to me. I couldn't help but feel sympathy for the despair the boss's wife would feel when she learned the truth. When I arrived at the corridor of Zhao Fong's apartment complex, I parked the car and headed straight for her home. I rang the doorbell, and when the door opened, I saw Zhao Fong. She was wearing a light blue nightgown. Her hair was a mess, and she clearly hadn't bothered to change clothes. It seemed she hadn't been feeling well these past few days. Sister Zhao, have you been crying? I said as I closed the door behind me. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Fong suddenly hugged me tightly. Xiao Yu boohoo. Zhao Fong cried heart-wrenchingly, and I didn't know how to respond to her embrace. Wang Dehai is such a beast. He told me to keep working at the company. He doesn't even realize how many times he has slept with me. And he still expects me to deal with those lecherous clients. He is just a beast. Zhao Fong cried as she spoke. I stood there dumbfounded. I couldn't believe Mr. Wang was not only ruthless in business, but had also passed his former mistress onto his clients. Zhao Fong had been with Mr. Wang for several years, yet when he decided he didn't want her anymore, he just cut her off without any compensation. No wonder she wanted to go down with him. Sister Zhao, don't be sad. I comforted her, patting her back. I'm 33, divorced with a child, and I have elderly parents back home. It's really hard for me. I just want a stable job to live a decent life. How can that beast be so cruel? And that vixen, how can she do this? Zhao Fong continued to cry. Secretary Fong is wrong. How could she do this? I agreed. I'm really suffering. No way, I won't let this pair of scoundrels get away with it. Zhao Fong suddenly pulled away from me and grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe her tears. Watching her, I suddenly realized she wasn't wearing a bra. Xiao Yu, take me to find the boss lady right now. I don't want to make things difficult for her, but I'm out of options, Zhao Fong said, gripping my hand tightly. Women shouldn't make things hard for each other, but for the sake of her interests, Zhao Fong was still willing to confront the boss lady. No, Zhao Jia. You can't go. You mustn't act impulsively. I shook my head. Why not? Zhao Fong frowned. Mr. Wang said that if you dare to go to his neighborhood, he'll call the police. He's already informed the security at the entrance, I replied. Call the police? How dare he? Zhao Fong stomped her foot in anger, causing ripples across her chest. Chapter 57. My confession bureau. He's really going to call the police, I said. He claims to have evidence of you blackmailing him. Mr. Wang is no pushover, Zhao Fong replied. If I show up, he'll call the cops immediately. By then, I won't have received the money, and I'll be detained. Mr. Wang is just using the law to protect his interests. That bastard is ruthless. Zhao Fong's teeth ground together in anger, and her expression twisted into something fierce, contrasting sharply with her earlier pitiful demeanor. Suddenly, I realized that Zhao Fong was more complicated than she seemed. What should we do now? I asked. What do you mean? What should we do? Just contact the boss's wife and have her come to my place. Zhao Fong said suddenly. Contact the boss's wife? I was taken aback. Xiao Yu, don't tell me you don't have her contact information. You're this bastard's driver, and you live in his house. When he goes out for socializing, she must ask you for updates, Zhao Fong continued. I averted my gaze, feeling uneasy. Why do Zhao Fong and Mr. Wang always insist on dragging me into things I don't want to do? I'm a woman. I understand women. The boss's wife will definitely seek you out, and you must have her contact info. Zhao Fong pressed on. I stared at Zhao Fong in disbelief. She was trying to use me as her go-between. Are you afraid that helping me will cost you your stable job? Zhao Fong asked. Mr. Wang treats me well. You know I was just a construction worker before. I replied, feeling conflicted. 5,000 to 6,000 a month is considered good to you? Xiao Yu, you're young and handsome. Can't you aim higher? If you went out to drive for any company, you would earn at least what you're making now. What are you afraid of? Zhao Fong scoffed, then continued. You wouldn't be worried about missing out on your year-end bonus, would you? Help me, and I'll compensate you for it. You'll compensate me? I looked at Zhao Fong in surprise. I had indeed thought about how leaving Mr. Wang's company might mean losing money, so Zhao Fong's offer was quite considerate. 10,000. You help me contact the boss's wife and get her to my place. I'll show her the evidence of this bastardess infidelity. Or I can send the evidence to you to forward to her, Zhao Fong continued. I won't do it, I shook my head. How about 100,000? Zhao Fong's brow furrowed. No, I continued to shake my head. Have you been enchanted by that bastard? What benefits has he given you? Zhao Fong looked at me in confusion. I scrutinized Zhao Fong and slowly said, Mr. Wang has mentioned some benefits to me. What boss doesn't paint a rosy picture? Do you really believe him? Zhao Fong said, exasperated. Is the 100,000 you mentioned just another fairy tale? I quickly asked. If Zhao Fong were to offer me 100,000 now, I could betray Mr. Wang on the spot. But if she was just spinning tales, I'd be foolish to look for trouble. Zhao Fong was momentarily speechless. So you're just as good at spinning tales, I shrugged, feeling helpless. Xiao Yu, I'm begging you. Once I get the money, I'll definitely give you your share. Are you afraid I'll trick you? Zhao Fong suddenly pouted, putting on a pitiful look. Seeing Zhao Fong's tearful expression, I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Xiao Yu. Zhao Fong grasped my hand tightly, blinking her big eyes as she looked at me. Stealing a glance at her chest and thighs, I swallowed hard. I have to admit, Zhao Fong is indeed a stunner. Even at 33, she still exudes sexiness. The nightgown she wore barely reached her knees, exposing her long, fair legs to the air. Although her knees had a bit of bruising, I knew that was just a testament to her experiences. Xiao Yu, I can only rely on you in Jiangqing. Zhao Fong seemed to notice my gaze and leaned into my arms. It was clear that leveraging her beauty could seal the deal. The way she acted coyly would surely captivate any man lacking self-control. I didn't want the boss lady to be sad. She truly loved Mr. Wong, I awkwardly said. What? Zhao Fong immediately pulled away from me, her earlier pitiful demeanor vanishing. I don't want the boss lady to be sad, I repeated, confirming my words. Zhao Fong looked at me as if I were foolish, circling around me. No way. Xiao Yu, are you coming down with a fever? You can't possibly have feelings for the boss lady, right? My face turned crimson instantly. Oh my God, are you crazy? You're only 23, and you're interested in a married woman, especially your boss's wife? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Fong looked at me incredulously. Don't say such things. I felt incredibly embarrassed. If you really like the boss lady, this is your chance to shine. As long as she divorces that beast, wouldn't you have an opportunity? Zhao Fong continued. Xiao Yu, what on earth are you thinking? You're not a pig-headed, are you? Anyway, this has nothing to do with me. I just want to focus on my work, I replied. You don't care about money? You just want to work? Zhao Fong asked. It's not mine. So I don't want it. I shook my head. Are you insane? If it's not yours, you don't want it? And you still like the boss lady? You wouldn't still be interested in that vixen, would you? That vixen got close to you when she first joined the company. Zhao Fong mentioned Fong Tingting out of nowhere. Zhao Fong was right. When Fong Tingting first joined the company, we did get along well. But that was mainly because we were closer in age. Everyone else in the company was older than us. However, after Fong Tingting became Mr. Wong's mistress, I had kept my distance. In the past, we used to have lunch together at work, but that hadn't happened again since. Zhao Jia, stop guessing. How could I possibly like Fong Tingting? I said. So you like the boss lady? Zhao Fong seemed to see right through me, continuing, recently. You've been living at that beast's place, so you must have had plenty of chances to see the boss lady. And that's why you've developed feelings for her? I was kicked out by Mr. Wong. I have no place to stay tonight. I shook my head, then quickly changed the subject. You were kicked out? You were also fired by that beast? Zhao Fong asked hurriedly. Pretty much, I replied. Why did he kick you out? Why did he fall out with you? Zhao Fong suddenly stared at me intently, as if she would kill me if I said something wrong. Mr. Wong thinks that you and I are in cahoots, and he believes that I have feelings for you. I said. Mr. Wong asked me to come to Zhao Fong's house to spin a story, but I really didn't want to admit that I liked the boss's wife. Nor did I want to confess my affair with Fong Tingting, so I just made things up. Can you believe this guy actually thinks you like me? And that we're in this together? Zhao Fong looked at me in disbelief, then burst into a fit of giggles. Is Wang Dahai going to get jealous? Could that be possible? How could I possibly have anything with you? Zhao Fong laughed. Her moods are so unpredictable. Zhao Fong is way too complicated. I stared at her, my heart racing wildly. Chapter 58. Don't eat like that. Do you really like me? Zhao Fong frowned as she suddenly walked around me, her eyes scanning me. Under her gaze, my face turned bright red. What kind of look was that? She was staring at me so openly. What did she want? Have you been kicked out and have nowhere to stay? Zhao Fong asked. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. My task from Mr. Wang was to keep Zhao Fong occupied. He suggested that it would be best for me to stay at her place and keep an eye on her. So, I told Zhao Fong that Mr. Wang had thrown me out and that I indeed had nowhere to live at the moment. Do you really have nowhere to stay? Zhao Fong pressed. I do have a place. It's just that my old rental lease ends at the end of the month, I replied nervously. Although I had moved out, the place was still vacant, and I wouldn't have to pay rent anymore since it would be up at the end of the month. Rental? Does the rental have blankets and other necessities? Zhao Fong asked. No. I left in a hurry and haven't gone back to pack my things for Mr. Wang's house, I said. Then stay at my place. Tomorrow, while Mr. Wang is at the office, we can sneak out to find the boss's wife, Zhao Fong suggested. Is that really okay? I questioned. Just go grab your things. What is wrong with that? Zhao Fong replied. But aren't you supposed to be looking for the boss's wife? I pointed out. Don't worry about my business. Just pack your stuff, Zhao Fong insisted. Just as I was about to respond to her, my phone rang. Seeing it was the boss's wife, I hurried to the balcony. When I noticed Zhao Fong coming over, I quickly shut the balcony door. Zhao Fong, standing in the living room, frowned, and tried to open the door, but couldn't. She angrily pointed at me. "Hello. Boss's wife," I said. "Is your boss at the office? Is he all right?" The boss's wife asked. "He's doing fine. He said he would come home after work," I replied. "That's good." The boss's wife sighed with relief. "By the way, I want to be staying home tonight. I have something to do," I continued. "All right," the boss's wife said. After hanging up, I let out a sigh just as Zhao Fong opened the balcony door and rushed in. "Who was that? Why were you being so secretive? Was it Wang Dahai?" Zhao Fong asked eagerly. "It was the boss's wife. She asked when I would get my things. And I told her tomorrow," I explained. "So you really have the boss's wife's contact information?" Zhao Fong said, crossing her arms and eyeing my phone. "What are you doing?" I quickly tucked my phone into my pocket. Seeing my reaction, Zhao Fong chuckled and walked into the living room. Watching her lounge back on the sofa with her legs crossed, I felt a sense of unease. I couldn't leave now. If I did, who knows what might happen? What if Zhao Fong went to find the boss's wife? Mr. Wang had said to threaten Zhao Fong with the police, but if I didn't act quickly, she might reach the boss's wife first. "Are you planning to stay here today?" Zhao Fong asked, looking at me with interest. Her question made me glance toward the bedroom. Zhao Fong lives alone in a one-room apartment. If I stay here, does that mean I have to share a bed with her? Why am I blushing? I'm asking you. Zhao Fong continued. Women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s, like tigers. Zhao Fong is currently in that prime age, and her gaze just now is off. If I really had to sleep in the same bed with her, I could be in trouble. Plus, if anything happened between us, my problems would multiply. Gradually, my heart began to race. Just the thought of Zhao Fong lying beside me at night made me steal glances at her. I have to admit, Zhao Fong is indeed a sight to behold. Even in her casual home clothes, her mature figure made me, a man who has been single for years, a bit nervous. If this were a dream, I would definitely have my way with Zhao Fong in it. Since dreams come without responsibilities and have no bearing on reality. But in real life, I wouldn't dare to touch her. "You only have one room. Where do I sleep?" I asked nervously. Zhao Fong chuckled at my question. "Hey, Xiaoyu, you're not a virgin, are you? Why are you so anxious? I've been in relationships." I quickly corrected her. "Being in a relationship doesn't mean you've slept with someone. Just tell me, are you?" Zhao Fong pressed on. "Why should I tell you?" I shot back. "If you are, I'll give you a red envelope," she laughed. "Are you crazy? Who wants your red envelope?" I quickly replied. "What a mess. Are women today this open? How can you say such things?" Zhao Fong giggled, clearly enjoying my awkwardness. Looking at her, I was surprised to find her figure a bit too ample. She truly is the second prettiest woman in the company after Fong Tingting. With just a glance and a smile, she has a strong impact. No wonder Mr. Wang used to meet her privately before Fong Tingting arrived. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you tonight. Since you've been kicked out by Mr. Wang, we're in the same boat. We can each have our own blanket to sleep with tonight," Zhao Fong said. "Really?" I asked quickly. "I mean, you're a grown man. What are you afraid of? Do you really think I'd take advantage of you?" Zhao Fong replied. "All right." I nodded. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll order takeout," Zhao Fong said, pulling out her phone. "Anything's fine," I casually responded. Seeing Zhao Fong ordering food, I secretly sent a message to Mr. Wang, informing him that I was at Zhao Fong's place and would ensure she wouldn't disturb the boss's wife. "Good job. Keep a close eye on things. No mistakes allowed. We'll handle everything tomorrow," Mr. Wang replied. "Okay, Mr. Wang," I responded. "Tonight, you must play the sympathy card and stay at Zhao Fong's place. You both have similar backgrounds. If you play the sympathy card, she'll definitely let you stay. Then, while she's asleep, you can sneak and get those threatening photos." Mr. Wang continued. "Steal the photos?" I frowned. This woman has shown me a few pictures. She even dared to hire a private detective to follow me. "Those photos are very damaging to me. You must get them," Mr. Wang insisted. Hearing this, I glanced at a file folder on the coffee table. "I'll do my best," I replied. "Give me those photos, and I'll give you 100,000, Mr. Wang continued. "Can you give me 50,000 first? I'll send you the photos, and then you can give me the rest," I typed cautiously. Perhaps my words annoyed Mr. Wang, as he didn't respond immediately. About 10 minutes later, he replied, "You're still young. Don't make this difficult for yourself. Think about who took you to the hospital in the first place. Who helped you transition from manual labor to driving. Don't let me down. Limit our contact. Be careful not to let Zhao Fong find out." Looking at Mr. Wang's message, I glanced up at Zhao Fong, who was tidying up the dining table, her curvy figure facing me. Chapter 59. Not a match. Zhao Fong has an outstanding figure, and even though she's divorced and single, I believe the number of men pursuing her is not small. After all, it's rare for a man to resist her allure. However, I think most of these men are just sampling the wildflowers. Any truly single man looking for marriage would likely have concerns about her age and children. Otherwise, if she were truly desirable, she would have found someone long ago, even after her divorce. As I pondered these thoughts, I inspected the layout of the house, particularly the file folder on the coffee table in front of me. I knew that this folder contained evidence of President Wang's infidelity. If I could get my hands on it and present it to him, it would be my declaration of loyalty. But what would I gain from it? President Wang was also just spinning tales. If he got the photos and told me he couldn't provide the funds right now, who would I turn to for help? My job was in his hands. And if he were displeased, he could fire me on the spot. It felt like he had me pinned down, and I was incredibly uncomfortable. Why wasn't I as clever as Zhao Feng? I had witnessed the entire process of President Wang's infidelity firsthand. If only I had secretly taken photos back then. I would have had far more compelling evidence than Zhao Feng's. I could have captured even more scandalous moments. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I spoke up. Sister Zhao, can I take a look at those photos of President Wang's infidelity? Did you not see them last time? Zhao Feng replied, glancing at the folder on the coffee table. I wanted to secure some evidence. If he fired me and didn't pay me, at least I would have something to stand on against him. I stiffly added, I'm a bit anxious about this. Oh, so you've gotten smart, huh? I wonder why you didn't keep a backup when you were so close to President Wang before. Zhao Feng laughed. Who would have thought it would come to this? I replied helplessly. Sure, you can take pictures of the photos in the folder and save them on your phone, but I have a condition. Zhao Feng said with a smile. What condition? I quickly asked. All my money is back home. These are all evidence of Wang Dahai's infidelity. And I paid a private investigator 10,000 yuan to obtain this evidence. We can split the cost. If you give me 5,000 now, I'll let you have those photos. Zhao Feng smiled. 5,000. I exclaimed, my eyes wide. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you think you're going to get a bargain, forget it. Zhao Feng continued. Can you lower the price a bit? I give most of my salary to my parents. I said, didn't you just get paid? Are you already out of money? Zhao Feng frowned. I only have 2,000 or 3,000 with me. I really don't have the funds, I replied bitterly. Don't try to play the victim with me. You either cooperate with me, or you can forget about getting this evidence. Zhao Feng said, and it seemed she realized something. Fortunately, I didn't let you ask the boss's wife to send her those photos. If you got them, you'd definitely save them, and then you'd have leverage to negotiate with Wang Dahai. At that point, Wang Dahai would have to pay twice. And even if I wanted my share, it would be significantly less. Do you really think that if I got those photos, I could threaten President Wang? I asked. Isn't that the plan? You know I can benefit from Wang Dahai, and you want to mimic me. You think I wouldn't see through your little scheme? Zhao Feng continued. Hearing Zhao Feng say that, I rolled my eyes. Zhao Feng was indeed very smart. When it came to playing mind games, I could never outsmart her. But didn't she ever sleep at night? As long as she fell asleep, I could make my backup. Just as I was lost in thought, Zhao Feng suddenly picked up the file bag from the coffee table and crouched down next to a safe by the TV cabinet. I realized all of a sudden that there was a safe here. I couldn't let her get away with it. Zhao Feng opened the safe and placed the file bag inside, then closed the safe and turned the knob. Damn, why was I so stupid? I had just alerted her. Rookie mistake, I really am a rookie. She has been around the block more times than I have, and I was being too naive. I felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. What was I supposed to do now? Don't even think about moving the safe while I'm asleep. If I find out, I'll call the police. You wouldn't even have a locksmith on hand, and I'd catch you red-handed. Zhao Feng laughed. Crap. Why didn't I think about sneaking it away? It seemed Zhao Feng's IQ was indeed higher than mine. She had already thought of a way to block my escape. How could someone in finance be this clever? Wouldn't the manager of a company, like General Manager Wang, be even smarter? My social experience was too limited, and I began to frown as I contemplated my strategy. If you want money, go earn it yourself. Don't think about taking mine. If you want to cooperate with me, stop hiding and show your face. Are you brave enough to confront Wang Dahai with me? Zhao Feng continued. You think you can just sit back and reap the rewards without doing anything? Do you think I'm an idiot? She seemed to see right through me. Sister Zhao, don't you hate Secretary Feng at all? I suddenly changed the subject. It was Feng Tingting who wanted Zhao Feng fired. How could Zhao Feng threaten General Manager Wang? Why didn't she find Wang's weakness? Right, how did I forget that? Zhao Feng frowned. Watching her pace back and forth in the living room, I scrutinized her. You must know where Feng Tingting lives now, right? Zhao Feng suddenly asked. What do you mean? I replied. Feng Tingting used to live on Liuzhou Road. But she doesn't live there anymore, Zhao Feng said, staring at me. I don't know where she lives now. I shook my head. General Wang must have arranged a nice place for her. You're General Wang's driver. You can't possibly not know? Zhao Feng laughed. Then tell me where Feng Tingting lives, and I'll make a backup of the photos. I suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Yuck. Zhao Feng scoffed, then smiled brightly. Little you can't do this alone. Your best option is to cooperate with me. We can share information. How about I take 70 and you take 30? It's much better than complicating simple matters. If I partner with you, I'll lose my job. You have nothing to lose since you've already been fired, but I'm still at the company, I quickly replied. Wang Dehai will fire you sooner or later. The more you know, the more it works against him. Why are you still being so thick-headed? Zhao Fong said. Hearing her say that, I fell silent. Gradually, it seemed like I was starting to think of something. 3 million in foreign debt. If I had that 3 million in debt, wouldn't it be mine if I managed to collect it? To Boss Wang, these debts are dead weight. But what if Wang Yin steps in? My mind may not be as sharp as theirs, but if I can leverage them, wouldn't I be able to reap the benefits without much effort? As for tomorrow, I'll just sit back and watch. Shouldn't my priority be to think about myself and make some money first? With these thoughts in mind, I suddenly considered the negotiation leverage. Just then my phone buzzed. What is going on? Are you having fun back home with the boss lady? Seeing Fong Tingting's message made me furious. If it weren't for this woman wanting to fire Zhao Fong, things wouldn't be this complicated. She just loves whispering in Boss Wang's ear. You sure know a lot. I replied. Have you gone to bed yet? Fong Tingting continued. Are you crazy? Do you think that is possible? I shot back. Looks like you can't even play the pretty boy role. You're really disappointing me. Fong Tingting teased further. Chapter 60. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Fong Tingting was disappointed in me. Her disappointment stemmed from my failure to engage with the boss's wife, as Wang had hoped. Otherwise, with evidence of the boss's infidelity in his hands, Wang could divorce her and benefit greatly from the marriage. To Fong Tingting, Wang was hers. Why are you so quiet? Are you upset? Fong Tingting asked. Why did you have Wang fire Sister Zhao? You know her situation, I replied. You really call her that affectionately. I know all about that old woman's situation. She's just divorced and has a child. Fong Tingting snapped. Zhao Fong needs to go. She is a threat to me in the company. Her insistence made me frown. I glanced at Zhao Fong, who had tidied up the living room and was now sitting on the sofa, and I began to think. Outside, the sky was darkening, and the takeout Zhao Fong ordered had arrived. It consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 servings of rice. The meal was quite generous for the night. Fong Tingting wanting Wang to fire Zhao Fong surely had her reasons, and I just needed to think from her perspective to understand. Zhao Fong was the company's veteran accountant. She knew all the financial details, including Wang's tax evasion that she had mentioned before. Besides being familiar with the company's financial operations, she was also Wang's mistress. Fong Tingting wanted to take over the company's financial power and viewed Zhao Fong as a threat. Eat. What are you thinking about? Zhao Fong said. Upon hearing her, I quickly opened the disposable chopsticks and started eating. As I ate, I observed Zhao Fong. During dinner, she made a video call to her child. Mommy is doing well. Don't worry, sweetheart. When I have a break, I'll come back and bring you some treats. Zhao Fong smiled as she spoke to her child. Seeing her in the role of a mother made her seem so gentle, and her smile was particularly comforting. I suddenly realized that the women hurt by Wang were not just the boss's wife, but also Fong Fong and even Fong Tingting. 3 women, all connected to Wang. Wang was about to abandon the boss's wife, and Zhao Fong had already been cast aside. Right now, Fong Tingting was still young, only seeing money in her eyes. But when she has a child, will she also part ways with Wang? Fong Tingting was so young. She already had a car and a house without marrying Wang. Surely, if she bore him twins, there would be some kind of reward, right? I was uncertain whether Wang and Fong Tingting could last, and if Wang faced business failures, would Fong Tingting run away immediately? As I ate, I felt a mix of emotions. Unknowingly, I realized these women were quite pitiful, all for a man, and yet it ended up like this. Eat more, don't let it go to waste, Zhao Fong said as she put down her phone. Okay, I nodded in agreement. After about half an hour, Zhao Fong said, let us go for a walk. Where to? I asked. There is a shopping center nearby. Zhao Fong smiled. All right. I nodded in agreement. Zhao Fong changed into a dress and led me downstairs, heading towards a nearby mall. As we walked along, I could see that Zhao Fong was preoccupied with her thoughts. We entered the mall, and she absent-mindedly glanced at the cosmetics counter. Brother-in-law. Just as I was idly surveying my surroundings, I heard a familiar voice. Turning around, I saw Su Jun. My expression changed, and Zhao Fong looked at me in surprise. Probably wondering how someone could call me brother-in-law when I didn't even have a girlfriend. Was I secretly married? Xiao Jun, I said, feigning surprise. Su Jun was accompanied by a young woman around his age, with long flowing hair and an attractive appearance, carrying a designer handbag. Nana, this is my brother-in-law, Su Jun said with a smile. The girl named Nana looked at me in surprise, then glanced at Zhao Fong. Hello, I'm Yunan, I said, extending my hand in a polite gesture. Hello, Mr. Yu. I'm Zhou Na, she replied, shaking my hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. My girlfriend is pretty, right? Su Jun said with a grin. Who is your girlfriend? Did I agree to that? Zhou Na replied, sounding annoyed. Didn't I say that if I bought you this bag, you'd be my girlfriend? Su Jun frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no way I'd be anyone's girlfriend just for a bag. Zhou Na quickly defended herself. Su Jun looked embarrassed at her words, then turned to Zhao Fong and asked, brother-in-law, who is this? This is Sister Zhao, the accountant from our company, I explained. Hello, Sister Zhao, Su Jun said with a smile before suddenly pulling my hand. Nana, wait a moment. I need to chat with my brother-in-law. Oh, okay. Zhou Na nodded slightly, glancing at Zhao Fong. Once Su Jun pulled me aside, he said, brother-in-law, are you sure that lady is your company's accountant? What do you mean? I frowned. Such a good-looking accountant. Brother-in-law, you have a good eye for talent. Su Jun said with a teasing smile. What are you talking about? I said sternly. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I won't tell my sister. It's normal for a man to have multiple partners, as long as my sister is the main one, right? Su Jun grinned mischievously. Stop joking around. Zhao Jia and I are just colleagues, I insisted. When are you going to register with my sister? I've been looking at the A6 these past couple of days. Su Jun continued, glancing around. I want to buy the 55 version. What do you think, brother-in-law? Sounds good, I replied awkwardly. I'll go for a test drive in a couple of days, so I won't keep you any longer, Su Jun said, patting me on the back before calling over Zhou Na. Wait a minute. Zhou Na suddenly broke away from Su Jun and came up to me. What is up? I frowned. I had just met Zhou Na for the first time today. What did she want? Mr. Yu, here is my business card. If you need car insurance, you can reach out to me, Zhou Na said, handing me a card. Sure, I nodded slightly. Seeing that I accepted her card, Zhou Na finally left my sight with Su Jun. After they walked away, Zhao Fong smiled. Sure, Xiao Yu, when did you become such a big boss? You've really made it. Huh, Zhao Fong laughed. What big boss? What are you talking about, Sister Zhao? My face instantly turned red. Driving Wang Dahai's BMW around and flirting with girls. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Zhao Fong teased. I was left speechless. Don't worry, I won't get caught. I haven't said anything to that girl, Zhao Fong chuckled. My face turned a mix of red and white. Actually, all of this is just the imagination of Su Li and Wang Yan. I never claimed to be a big boss. They just assumed I was, and I went along with it. No wonder you value this job so much. Driving a fancy BMW every day, you must be living the high life wherever you go. Zhao Fong laughed. Sister Zhao, please stop making fun of me, I replied awkwardly. Chapter 61. Zhao Fong's thoughts. Let's go for a stroll, Zhao Fong said as she walked into a clothing brand store. I initially wanted to follow her, but when I realized it was a lingerie shop, I stopped in my tracks. Zhao Fong entered the store and started browsing. This shop not only offered sexy lingerie, but also a variety of homeware and nightgowns, all in a dazzling array of colors. She quickly skimmed through the options, but still ended up buying 2 sets of lingerie along with 2 sexy nightgowns. The women's lingerie from this brand was quite pricey, with each set costing around 300 to 400 yuan, and her total purchase came to nearly 2,000 yuan. I suddenly realized that Zhao Fong knew how to spend money. Just earlier at her place, I had seen several designer handbags, which were not cheap at all. She worked in finance and earned a monthly salary of 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, yet her spending was significant. I couldn't help but wonder if she could actually save any money. After all, I was working in Jiangsheng, and aside from rent, my expenses were mostly for food, and I only had a few outfits. Do you want to buy anything? Zhao Fong asked, looking at me with her shopping bag in hand. No, I shook my head. How about treating me to a cup of milk tea? That place has good tea, she suggested, pointing to a nearby bubble tea shop. Another Bawang Chaji. I remembered that Fong Tingting loved this milk tea. Sure. I walked over to the shop and bought her a cup, considering she had just treated me to dinner, so it was only right for me to get her a drink. However, as I purchased the milk tea, I suddenly realized that this was the first time since starting work that I bought milk tea for a woman. Aren't you having any? Zhao Fong asked, sipping through her straw and smiling at me. No, I don't drink milk tea, I replied. A cup costs about 20 to 30 yuan, while a rice bowl only costs around 10 or 20. When did drinks become more expensive than meals? To me, these felt like spending traps. Of course, maybe it was just because I was short on cash that I thought this way. On the way back, Zhao Fong seemed to be in a much better mood. It appeared that after buying clothes and having milk tea, she had forgotten about being fired. When we got home, Zhao Fong said, I'll sleep in the living room tonight. You can take my room. I can't accept that. It's too much. I should sleep in the living room, I quickly replied. I was just crashing here. But that didn't mean I had any privileges. I couldn't possibly let the host sleep in the living room while I took the bedroom. I'm not comfortable with you sleeping in the living room, Zhao Fong chuckled. Why not? I furrowed my brow. What if you decide to steal my safe? She said with a teasing smile. Zhao Jia, you really know how to joke. That's impossible. I shook my head helplessly. Mr. Wang had indeed asked me to sneak photos while Zhao Fong was asleep, but But she was very sharp. She had already put the folder with the photos into her safe. So I had no chance at all. Even if I were in cahoots with Mr. Wong, I wouldn't stoop to stealing or crossing legal boundaries. How about we just skip the formalities and share the bedroom? Zhao Fong suggested with a laugh. Hearing her say that made my heart race wildly. A man and a woman alone in one room, especially sharing a bed, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Since Fong Tingting joined the company, she and President Wong have been involved for about half a year. During this time, Zhao Fong has been without a man. As for Zhao Fong's visits to President Wong's office, they were merely to help him with some urgent needs. Given that Zhao Fong hasn't had a man for so long, according to the saying that women are like tigers at 30 and 40, she must have been feeling quite lonely these past few months and is very eager for a man's affection. What are you afraid of with one bed and one blanket? Zhao Fong teased as she noticed me blushing. Okay, I shyly nodded. I'll go take a shower first, Zhao Fong said as she walked into the room. Watching her silhouette, I couldn't help but notice her shapely figure. Just as I was admiring Zhao Fong's body, my phone rang. Yunan, are you home? My brother just said he saw you at the mall. Su Li's voice came through the phone. Oh, yes, he saw me, I replied, feeling a sudden jolt of anxiety. Wondering if Su Jun had told Su Li about Zhao Fong and me. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Don't you miss me? Su Li said playfully. I've been busy with a new project these past couple of days, I replied. No matter how busy you are, remember to eat. You need to balance work and rest. You know? Su Li advised. Got it, I promised. My dad is learning to drive. He passed the theory test and is now at driving school. He's been in a good mood these days, Su Li continued. I couldn't help but think that Su Li's dad really is learning to drive. It seems my big talk has been taken seriously. They actually believe I would give that BMW to her dad. Is that even possible? This family is completely delusional. That's great, I said. Make sure to come over and sleep at my place when you can. Don't feel pressured, okay? Su Li added. Sure, the same goes for you. I replied. After chatting for a bit longer, I eventually hung up the phone. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom, confirming that Zhao Fong was indeed taking a shower. Just thinking about her mature body made me feel a little heated. I had no idea what President Wong and the boss's wife would discuss tonight, nor what would happen tomorrow. For now, I could only take things one step at a time. As I pondered these thoughts, I received a message from President Wong. How's it going? Is Zhao Fong with you? Seeing the message, I glanced toward the bathroom. Zhao Fong is in the shower. She won't be going out tonight, I replied. Are you sure she will be home all night? President Wong asked with a chuckle. Yes, I'm sure, I confirmed. It struck me as odd that President Wong kept wanting to confirm Zhao Fong's presence at home. A sense of unease settled in my stomach. After about 20 minutes, I saw Zhao Fong emerge from the bathroom. I was momentarily stunned. Zhao Fong was wearing a black lace nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was fair, and her legs were perfectly straight. She walked with a sway that epitomized sexy. With a woman like her in a room with other men, I was certain those men would be tempted to lift her skirt and show her why flowers bloom so beautifully. Hey, what are you looking at? Zhao Fong called out. Struggling to divert my gaze from Zhao Fong's thighs, I had just come close to losing myself. It seemed like she noticed my discomfort and laughed. Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Go take a shower. Oh, okay, I replied, hurriedly walking into the bathroom. Once inside, I spotted the lingerie that Fong Fong had just changed out of. The cups were so large that I almost reached out to measure them with my hand. Taking a deep breath, I closed the door and started washing up. However, just as I was halfway through, Zhao Fong opened the bathroom door and walked in. Zhao Jieyu. My face changed drastically as I quickly covered my body. I've seen men before, so why are you so shy? Zhao Fong initially looked incredulous. Then her expression softened into a smile. My movements had faltered for a moment, and now my face was flushed all the way to my neck. Can you please go out now? I said nervously. To my surprise, just as Zhao Fong closed the door, she threw out a comment that left me feeling quite embarrassed. I didn't expect you to be so well built. Chapter 62. The struggle of thoughts. I admit that I have a good physique, with well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, but Zhao Fong said I was sturdy. Was she really just talking about my body? Looking down, I fell into deep thought. I know that just having a good appearance won't earn me any money. That would make me useless. I have a clear understanding of my position. Perhaps when I was in school, or just entering society. Girls focused on height and looks when choosing a boyfriend, but gradually, what they value most are the conditions. As a man like me, while my looks are decent, I lack the ability to earn money, and without money, I would struggle to get by. I vividly remember what my ex-girlfriend said when she broke up with me. Yunan, what do you have to marry me? In the past, it was simple to date. A cup of milk tea and a breakfast would make me happy. But now that we've graduated, what can you offer me? Do you have a house? Do you have a car? Ask yourself honestly, what can you give me? Do you want to waste my time? Can't you be a little less selfish? Her words echoed in my mind as if they were spoken just yesterday. I will work hard. I remember saying this to her back then. Work hard? That's laughable. How are you going to escape your background? People who graduate from college already have houses and cars. They have at least 20 years less struggle than you. By the time you have a house and a car, how old will I be? Do you think my youth will wait for you? This was the sentence that pierced my heart, and it made me see reality clearly. An Audi A6 is like the ceiling for ordinary people. How many young people can afford a car that costs $400,000 to $500,000? It's like trying to cross a rickety bridge with thousands of soldiers. It's as hard as climbing to the sky. Society has long since worn down my edges. The ambition I had in college vanished when I was hauling bricks on a construction site. Not to mention an Audi. Even a $10,000 BYD is a dream I am chasing. Time has passed, and I suddenly realized that my life seems to be stuck like this. I don't see any glimmer of hope. Am I destined to be a driver for others forever? Is this the chapter of my life? After drying off, I wrapped myself in a towel and went to Zhao Feng's room. The room was dimly lit. Zhao Feng was lying on the bed watching TV, with one of the two comforters draped over her. What are you standing there for? Get in bed, Zhao Feng said casually. Oh, okay, I replied, walking to the edge of the other bed, taking off my shoes, and crawling under the covers. What am I doing? How did I end up sharing a bed with a divorced and single woman? What would my parents think if they knew? After all the hard work they put into raising me as a university student, how could I end up here? For some reason, I began to question myself. You didn't even close the door when you came in, Zhao Feng remarked as she rolled out of bed. Looking at Zhao Feng's voluptuous figure, I swallowed hard, realizing that if it weren't for her looks, I wouldn't be here. If Zhao Feng had a face full of acne, even if I couldn't sleep in the living room, I would stubbornly sleep on the floor in the room. So, there was a reason for my inexplicable attraction. It turns out I am just an ordinary person. Zhao Feng's movements were subtle, but I still saw her lock the door behind her. Returning to my side, she glanced at me and then switched a few channels on the TV, deliberately lowering the air conditioning temperature by a few degrees. How long have you been single? Shall you? Zhao Feng suddenly asked as she set down the remote. About 2 years. I haven't dated anyone since graduation, I replied. But just now in the mall. Didn't someone call you brother-in-law? Is that person's sister your girlfriend? Zhao Feng continued. Girlfriend? Does Suli count as my girlfriend? We haven't been intimate, and even if we were, does true love even exist in today's society? I responded. Her sister is my college classmate, and we just reconnected recently. I wouldn't say she's my girlfriend yet. Not yet. What does that mean? Zhao Feng asked curiously. She didn't know my situation. She had no idea I was just a driver. What's wrong with being a driver? Can't drivers have relationships? I said. Shall you? Can't you stop overthinking? Maybe she just likes you for who you are, Zhao Feng replied. That's not possible. I know her well, I said. I witnessed Suli break up with her ex-boyfriend firsthand. He was in a much better position than I am. And even he wasn't good enough for her. So what do you plan to do? The truth will come out eventually. Just taking it one day at a time. I forced a smile. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Feng looked at me meaningfully, as if she was contemplating something, but then she said, if I were a few years younger, without kids or that marriage, I might like you. Huh. I looked at Zhao Feng, surprised. You must be thinking about why I would choose you if you don't have much to offer, Zhao Feng said. Exactly, I nodded. Because I've experienced the failure of marriage. I know what women truly want, Zhao Feng sighed. Men become bad when they have money, and women become wealthy when they go bad. Stable marriages in this society are built on mutual success and shared hopes for the future. You're still young. Your greatest asset is your age. So there's no need to feel inferior. What is meant to come will eventually come. Zhao Feng's words were profound. I knew she was much more mature than I was. At her age, she had seen through many things. I would rather find an ordinary person and live a down-to-earth life. If we don't have a house, we can work together to buy one. Isn't that right? Zhao Feng continued. Yeah, I nodded, agreeing with her. I hadn't expected Zhao Feng to have such insights. Time to sleep, she said as she turned off the TV, leaving only a bedside lamp on. So early? I looked at Zhao Feng in surprise as she lay down. Yes, what else do you want to do? Zhao Feng smiled sweetly. Her smile was beautiful, especially under the soft lighting. At that moment, I thought, if I suddenly leaned over Zhao Feng, she probably wouldn't resist, would she? What was I thinking? How could I be so shameless? If you want, I can fulfill your wish, she added. Zhao Feng's voice echoed again as she turned over, leaving me with a side view of her. Looking at her profile, I knew I wanted her now, and she wouldn't resist. The heat in my lower abdomen made me struggle. Being a man alone with a woman in a room truly tests one's resolve. Even I found myself caught in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. This was such a great opportunity. I should seize it, as it would certainly add a vibrant stroke to the canvas of life. What am I thinking? Yunnan, are you out of your mind? Look at the age difference. If you want to pursue a woman, It should be a serious relationship. What's wrong with you? Two voices clashed in my mind. But just then, I saw Zhao Fong pull her nightgown out from under the covers. Oh my. My heart raced. This movement felt familiar. Just like the time at Su Li's place when she did the same thing. Chapter 63, The Ruthless Mister. While I was feeling very nervous as I removed the bath towel from my body, the moment the towel fell away, my heart raced to my throat. Thankfully, Zhao Fong and I each had our own blankets. Otherwise, sharing one would certainly lead to some physical contact. Even the slightest touch could set off a chain reaction. And I was well aware of that. As I was lost in these thoughts, my blanket was suddenly flung open, and I saw Zhao Fong blushing as she burrowed in beside me. What on earth is she doing? My heart was in my throat. Xiao Yu, Zhao Fong said, blinking her big eyes at me. Huh. I was extremely tense. I'm so lonely. Zhao Fong slowly uttered those 4 words. They pierced my heart like a dagger. My breathing became heavy, and my gaze involuntarily dropped. Can you give me a beautiful night? Zhao Fong continued, gripping my hand under the blanket. Nervousness, anxiety, restlessness, heat. I didn't know how to respond. Maybe the right answer was to silently leap into action. Do you think I'm too old? Zhao Fong shifted closer to me. What are you talking about, Sister Zhao? Of course not. I quickly replied. Then why don't you touch me? Am I really that bad? Zhao Fong's tone was somewhat melancholic. Perhaps in Zhao Fong's eyes, a man and a woman alone together should naturally lead to something more intimate. Sister Zhao, you're not bad at all. You're very beautiful, I said. Then why? Are you afraid of being responsible for me? Zhao Fong asked. I was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. I don't need you to be responsible. The moment Zhao Fong said this, she threw her arms around me. I was completely taken aback, feeling as if the world had come to a standstill. Soft as jade. I had learned this idiom before, but never truly understood it until now. Xiao Yu. Zhao Fong couldn't wait any longer and kissed me on the lips. In an instant, I felt an electric current surge through my entire body, and I embraced Zhao Fong in return. I admit that when faced with the allure of a beautiful woman, I'm not exactly a man of strong willpower. Perhaps I was just too young and impulsive. It seemed as though Zhao Fong wanted to take control of everything. But just as she was about to press herself against me, a loud, frantic doorbell rang. Who is it? Who's there? Zhao Fong froze in her movements. Open the door. If you don't open it, we're coming in. A booming voice shouted, leaving me stunned. Could it be Zhao Fong's ex-husband? That couldn't be right. Why would he come looking for her? Hadn't they already divorced? The unexpected situation startled Zhao Fong, and she hurriedly put on her clothes and headed toward the living room. I sensed a strange danger looming, so I quickly ran to the bathroom to get dressed, then hid on the balcony. Just as I concealed myself, I overheard a conversation. Are you Ms. Zhao Fong? Yes, that's me. I'm Officer Wang Feng from the Jiangxing Police Department. Here's my ID. Due to your involvement in a blackmail case, I need you to get dressed and come to the station to assist with the investigation. Well, what? A blackmail case? Please tidy up and come back to the police station with us. I heard Zhao Fong's voice as she hurriedly came and went, seemingly getting dressed in the room. She was extremely nervous, grabbing a few personal belongings before walking out. When I heard noise again, the living room door had already been closed. Stepping outside anxiously, I found the place empty, my heart racing. This was not a place to linger. I had to leave this troubling spot. It was too scary. After leaving Zhao Fong's house, I got into my car. Since Zhao Fong had been taken away by the police, what was I still doing at her place? If I heard correctly, Zhao Fong was charged with extortion. As I pondered these things, my phone rang. Seeing who was calling, I suddenly understood. Hello, boss, I answered the call. Was Zhao Fong taken away by the police? Mr. Wang asked with a smile. Yeah, it scared me to death just now, I replied. You're not involved with her, are you? Mr. Wang laughed heartily, as if his plot had succeeded. Of course not. It was just that the police suddenly came in and startled me. I explained. I reported her. I provided the police with evidence of Zhao Fong threatening me, Mr. Wang said. As I suspected, it was Mr. Wang behind this. It seemed he was just confirming whether Zhao Fong was really at home, and I was merely his pawn. To arrest someone, you need evidence. Those chat records and photos aren't enough. Did you manage to get the evidence I asked for? Mr. Wang inquired. No, she locked it in the safe. And I couldn't get to it, I clarified. Your performance tonight was outstanding. You've helped me resolve a major headache. Get some rest. I'll take care of Zhao Fong's situation, Mr. Wang assured me. Do I still have to come to work tomorrow? I asked anxiously. Come to the office tomorrow, as if nothing happened. That woman threatening me is just asking for trouble. As the call ended, I took a deep breath. Mr. Wang was ruthless. If I tried to extort him like Zhao Fong, I'd be the one getting caught. Even if extortion was unsuccessful, I would probably still face detention. Right? I thought I was in a safe haven, but it turned out to be a lesson in the rule of law. Mr. Wang had given me a harsh reality check. Throughout my drive, my mood was far from good. I realized Mr. Wong was calculating and didn't fear the uncertainties around him. He seemed to be skillfully playing by the rules of this world. Should I go back to my rental and sleep tonight? As I thought about this, images of Su Li and Wang Yin popped into my mind, and I suddenly realized I didn't have any friends to rely on in this city. Just then, the boss's wife called. "Hello, boss's wife," I answered. "Do you know where your boss went?" She asked. "Isn't he at home?" I frowned. "Just now. He suddenly said he had an urgent matter to attend to, but when I asked him, he wouldn't say anything," the boss's wife replied. "Don't worry, boss lady. The boss is fine. He mentioned something urgent, but I think it's business related. Sometimes those big clients invite Mr. Wong for tea to discuss matters. And once the boss wraps things up, he'll come home," I reassured her. "Oh, I see," the boss lady replied. "Let us leave it at that for now," I said. "Where are you?" she suddenly asked. I was taken aback that she was concerned about my whereabouts. "My classmate is in Jiangcheng, and we haven't seen each other in a long time, so we're catching up. I won't be back tonight," I explained after a moment of thought. "All right then. I won't keep you," the boss lady said. I wasn't sure how much the boss lady knew about Mr. Wong, but she seemed to be keeping a lot inside. The more she held back, the more uncomfortable I felt. Arriving at the apartment complex where I used to live, I parked the car and headed upstairs to open the door. As soon as I opened it, I noticed the bathroom door was ajar. A curvy, tall woman wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom. Upon seeing me, she let out a startled scream, and in her shock, the towel slipped from her body. Chapter 64. Is this still a human? So big and so firm. I was left speechless, staring in disbelief at the woman before me. I never imagined that Jiang Wenwen would have such an incredible figure. Jiang Wenwen is my roommate, also a recent graduate working in Jiangcheng, currently employed as a planner at an advertising company. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Wenwen exclaimed, her face turning pale as she quickly grabbed a bath towel to wrap around herself and hurried into the bathroom, standing there in shock. All my previous impressions of Jiang Wenwen were shattered. I had always thought of her as slightly plump, with a comfortable clothing style that favored loose-fitting outfits. She never wore anything sexy and rarely donned short skirts. But just now, I realized the true treasure I had in my midst. "Yunnan, are you a ghost?" Making no sound at all, when Jiang Wenwen emerged from the bathroom again, the towel was securely wrapped around her. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were in the shower," I said awkwardly. "You appear and disappear every day," Jiang Wenwen continued. "I've been on a business trip these past couple of days," I replied, closing the living room door and heading straight to my room. The apartment has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, but due to its age, there is only 1 bathroom. When I initially rented this place, I was quite fortunate. I couldn't afford a whole apartment and needed a single room, and at that time, Jiang Wenwen happened to post an ad looking for a roommate. After we got to know each other, she told me that she usually wouldn't rent with a man, but seeing my situation, she decided to let me stay. I took out my keys, unlocked the door, and stepped into my room, flipping the light on. Home sweet home. For some reason, I felt more at ease here than anywhere else. After closing the door, I kicked off my shoes and collapsed onto the bed. So much has happened these past few days, disrupting my once peaceful life. I pulled out a cigarette from my pocket, opened the window, and lit one up. After finishing it, I turned off the light and went to sleep, trying not to think too much. That night, I had a dream. I dreamt that the boss lady discovered the truth. She found out about Mr. Wong's plan for me to seduce her. She was furious, berating me and throwing all my belongings out. I woke up startled, realizing it was already the next morning. I grabbed breakfast at the entrance of the community and rushed to work. Upon arriving at the office, I headed straight to my desk. I had no idea what had happened with Zhao Feng last night, but I knew Mr. Wong's scheme had succeeded. Sure enough, after I finished breakfast, Mr. Wong walked into my office. "Boss," I quickly stood up. "Sit down," Mr. Wong said, closing the door behind him and offering me a cigarette. I took the cigarette and sat down, looking at him. "Where did you sleep last night?" Mr. Wong asked with a smile. "I went back to my rental," I replied stiffly. "Didn't you move into my place?" He questioned. "Aren't you vacating the other apartment? The lease is up at the end of the month." "I can still stay there," I explained. Hearing my response, Mr. Wong nodded in understanding. He pulled out his phone and tapped a few times, then continued. "I just transferred 5,000 to your Alipay account. You can keep renting that place." I opened my phone and saw that Mr. Wong had indeed transferred me 5,000 yuan. I am a person who believes in clear rewards and punishments. "You performed decently yesterday. Zhao Feng has already been detained by the police and will be released after a while," Mr. Wong said with a smile. "What? Sister Zhao has been detained?" My expression changed. Why so surprised? Extortion and blackmail, such a large sum. 3 days of detention is only to be expected. If it weren't for our past friendship, I wouldn't have let her off with just 3 days. Mr. Wong said, lighting a cigarette. "What should we do now?" I hurriedly asked. What do you mean? What should we do? The plan continues. Mr. Wong replied. The plan continues? I was shocked that Mr. Wong still wanted me to seduce the boss's wife. I looked at Mr. Wong, feeling some resistance. I wanted to say no, but thinking of the 5,000 yuan he had just transferred to me, I understood the saying. A short hand makes for soft lips. I feel like she's a bit suspicious of me. I must make a quick decision, Mr. Wong said. A quick decision? I looked at Mr. Wong in astonishment. Even a fool knows that my divorce with her is because she can't have children. Why keep a hen that won't lay eggs? Do you really think a relationship based solely on feelings can last a lifetime? Mr. Wong continued. His words left me silent. He seemed to think his infidelity was justified. Do you think if I break up with her peacefully, she would agree? Mr. Wong went on. Peacefully breaking up? I frowned. Yes. Just tell her I don't love her anymore and want to live alone, Mr. Wong said. I don't know. I'm not the boss's wife. I shook my head. If she asks me why, I'll say it's because she can't have children and I really want a child. Of course, I will compensate her, Mr. Wong continued. Okay. I nodded, knowing that Mr. Wong's decision was unchangeable. However, a peaceful breakup means that legally our joint marital property would have to be divided in half. That is too much to bear. This is the empire I built. How could I possibly give half to her? Mr. Wong took a deep drag of his cigarette. A look of unwillingness on his face. And you, he said, how can you be so unreliable? I've given you so many chances. Why can't you win her over? Mr. Wong looked at me with disappointment. The boss's wife really loves you. She has always kept a safe distance from me, I said. Can't you be forceful? You should know that as long as you sleep with her, she will have to downplay it. She's my wife. Would she dare to call the police? Isn't she afraid it will get out? If she says anything, doesn't she fear I won't want her anymore? Let me tell you, with her personality, if you sleep with her, she can only swallow her anger. You really don't understand her. Beast. You animal. No, you're even worse than an animal. I never expected this beast would say such things. Is this even human? To actually want another man to force his own wife. How could such a thought grow in his heart? My expression was very grim. I had been holding back. Try again. Stay at my place for the next few days and look for opportunities. Mr. Wong patted my shoulder, about to leave. Boss, wait a moment, okay? I suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, what is it? Mr. Wong frowned. You mentioned those foreign debts last time, and didn't you say they were all debt accounts? I want to give it a try, I said. Foreign debts? Mr. Wong looked me up and down, then laughed. You think you can help me collect debts? What's wrong? I forced a smile, feeling awkward. I've even hired a debt collection agency, and I didn't get a single penny back. I ended up paying them a fee instead. Let me tell you, Xiao Yu, that money is never coming back. Those ingrates won't pay up. Mr. Wong patted my shoulder. I want to try. I insisted. You want to try? I still have use for these debts. It's not your turn yet, Mr. Wong grinned. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. Didn't you say they were uncollectible? What use could Mr. Wong have for these foreign debts? Well, I have my reasons. Once I get divorced, we'll talk about it, Mr. Wong said, and then he left the office. Chapter 65. She seems changed. Watching President Wong leave, I fell into deep thought. I couldn't shake off the feeling that he was hiding something significant. What exactly was his scheme? Just as I was about to head out to wash the car, President Wong returned. What's up, President Wong? I asked hurriedly. You need to take Secretary Fong to the hospital for a checkup. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to accompany her, he said. Sure, I nodded in agreement. Grabbing the car keys, I headed towards Fong Tingting's neighborhood. Upon arriving at the designated building, I called Fong Tingting. About 10 minutes later, she opened the passenger door and got in. Wang Dehai asked you to accompany me for the checkup, and you didn't refuse? Fong Tingting fastened her seatbelt and spoke coolly. Wearing a super short skirt paired with high heels and a little cardigan, I couldn't help but wonder why she, as a pregnant woman, wasn't in more comfortable shoes. Was she acting like everything was fine? President Wong said he couldn't go, so he sent me, I replied. Just because he asked you to come doesn't mean you can't have your own opinion, Fong Tingting said, clearly not in a good mood. She probably felt that while other women had their husbands with them for such appointments, she was just being driven around like a chauffeur. I have nothing else to do today. He asked me to accompany you out of concern. Don't throw a tantrum, I said. All right. Take me to the City People's Hospital, she pouted. Hearing this, I pressed down on the accelerator, and the car sped off. Along the way, Fong Tingting was on a voice call with President Wong, saying something about needing a red envelope if he wasn't going to accompany her for the checkup. A few minutes later, she was all smiles, as if he had sent her a 5,200 yuan red envelope. This woman really knows how to make money. All she has to do is act unhappy, and the men have to appease her with red envelopes. Fong Tingting even took the time to touch up her makeup. Was she really going for a checkup? I couldn't shake the feeling that it looked more like she was going on a blind date. When we arrived at the City People's Hospital, after she registered, Fong Tingting waited in the checkup hall. Are you really pregnant with twins? I asked curiously as I sat beside her. Generally, the chances of having twins are slim. Of course, it can happen, but it still felt strange to me. What? Do you think I'm lying to President Wang? Fong Tingting replied. No, I was just curious, I said. What is so curious about it? Wang Dahai doesn't he make empty promises? If I weren't pregnant, would he buy me a house and a car? Do you think he is an idiot? She said. All right, I smiled awkwardly. Fine, I don't need you to follow me the whole time. Wait here while I go to the doctor's office, she said. Whatever. I shrugged. If it weren't for President Wang asking me to come, I wouldn't have bothered to accompany Fong Tingting for the checkup. Sure enough. A little while later, her number was called. Watching her walk into the doctor's office, I stood up. Then I saw two women coming out of another office. Wang Yan. My face changed. I didn't expect to run into Wang Yan at the hospital. No way. Could she be pregnant? Gradually, I realized I was mistaken. As I noticed the young woman beside Wang Yan didn't look well at all. Sasha, how can you let clients go without protection? Now you're left with no choice but to get an abortion. I'm so scared. What if my boyfriend finds out? It's a lesson learned. Safety must come first from now on. But that Mr. Zhang said he wouldn't buy our products if we didn't do it this way. I had no other option. As their conversation continued, I pretended not to hear Wang Yan and that woman named Sasha. I turned my head, but I was still noticed. Yunnan. Oh my God, what are you doing here? Wang Yan exclaimed. Caught. I awkwardly turned around and frowned. Oh, what are you doing here? Who is this? This is my colleague Sasha. Sasha, this is my old classmate, General Yu, whom I told you about. He is quite impressive. Works in construction. Wang Yan smiled. Hello. General Yu, Sasha said, extending her hand, looking surprised at me. What General Yu? What are you talking about? I awkwardly laughed and shook hands with Sasha. Sasha and I came for a health check. As women, we need to have regular gynecological exams, Wang Yan said with a smile. That is fine, right? I added with a grin. Sounds good. How about you? What are you doing here? Wang Yan asked. I'm waiting for someone, I replied. Waiting for someone? You didn't get a girl pregnant, did you? Wang Yan joked. I was speechless at Wang Yan's joke, and Sasha quickly interjected. Wang Jia? What are you talking about? We're just old classmates. It's nothing. Wang Yan chuckled and said, well, Yunnan, we'll be on our way. Let us keep in touch. Sure, I nodded in agreement. Watching Wang Yan and Sasha leave, I frowned. I hadn't expected that the pregnant woman was carrying a client's child, and she had a boyfriend too. Wang Yan seemed like a seasoned player in this game. Yunnan. Fong Tingting hurried over to me. How did it go? I asked. The baby is perfectly fine. The doctor said it's very healthy. Shall we head back? Fong Tingting said, raising the examination report with a smile. Okay, I nodded in agreement. After leaving the hospital, I walked Fong Tingting to the entrance of her apartment building. Do you want to come up for a bit and have dinner together? Fong Tingting smiled. No, I'd rather not stir up trouble. I shook my head. I had to keep my distance from Fong Tingting. If Mr. Wang found out that I had dinner with her after her pregnancy checkup at his place, it would be a big problem. Mr. Wang is very suspicious. I need to be cautious. You are such a coward, Fong Tingting said as she walked into the building. Watching her sway her hips as she walked away, I sighed. Don't let her innocent appearance fool you. She can be ruthless when it comes to interests. Just like Zhao Fong. By the way, has Zhao Fong really been detained? Leaving Fong Tingting's neighborhood, I hurried to the company. Upon arriving at the office, I reported the situation to Mr. Wang, who only said, thank you for your trouble, without any further comments. As the workday was ending, I picked up Mr. Wang and headed to his villa. When I saw the boss's wife again, I noticed her gaze towards me was somewhat complicated. She habitually helped Mr. Wang with his briefcase and sat down on the sofa in the lobby to connect with him. I noticed that the boss's wife seemed to be dressed differently than before. She was unusually wearing a sexy black leather skirt paired with black stockings. As for her top, she wore a fitted white shirt, through which hints of black lingerie were visible. Her outfit resembled that of a glamorous secretary. Could it be that she sensed a crisis and was trying to win Mr. Wang back? Shall you? Please bring the dishes out for your boss's wife. It's almost time to eat, Mr. Wang said. Sure, I replied, heading towards the kitchen. And the boss's wife followed me. Chapter 66. Opportunities are running out. When I entered the kitchen, I saw that several dishes were already prepared. The boss lady softly instructed me to take these dishes out and to bring the soup later. I nodded in agreement, glancing at her legs. She was wearing black stockings from Paris, and oh my, she looked stunning in them. Her legs were voluptuous and sexy, long and straight. I didn't expect her to have such a captivating side. What are you staring at? The boss lady playfully blocked her legs with her hand, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. I forced a smile, feeling a bit awkward and not daring to respond. After serving the dishes at the dining table, I returned to the kitchen. The boss lady handed me a pair of gloves. Be careful, it's hot. I'll go get the utensils, she said. I nodded, put on the gloves, and stole a glance at her figure. Her beauty and physique made it feel like I hadn't seen her in ages. Even though it had only been a night, I was unsure how to express my feelings, but I knew that Mr. Wong had asked me to stay here again, and it inexplicably made me happy. When I brought the soup to the table, Mr. Wong took out a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for both himself and the boss lady. Of course, I wouldn't be drinking. I hurried through my dinner and headed upstairs, knowing this was the time for Mr. Wong and the boss lady to have some privacy. Once in my room, I checked my phone. Aside from a message from Su Li, there was one from Wang Yan. As for Zhao Fong, she seemed to have disappeared, but I knew she was in detention. Su Li asked how my day was and if I had dinner. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was inquiring about when I would be free, mentioning that she often stayed at the last hotel and suggesting we could chat and drink tea together at night. I had mixed feelings about Wang Yan's work and her character, although I understood it wasn't easy for her to be alone in Jiangqing. Everything she did was for her own advancement. After replying briefly to Su Li, she called me via video. Seeing the call, I quickly shut my room door. What are you up to? I answered, and saw Su Li sitting on her living room sofa, dressed in yoga attire. I just finished dinner. I'm at home, I replied. Show me where you live, Su Li said with a smile. What's there to see? I hurriedly responded. Come on, I want to see your environment, she insisted. Since Su Li was so eager to see, I didn't want to dampen her spirits. I pointed the camera around the room and then stepped out onto the balcony. Wow, your place is so big and the environment is great, Su Li exclaimed in surprise. It's all right, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's not even my place. I'm just staying here. I saw your BMW. Wow, Yunnan, you're so low-key. That's a Bentley, right? As Su Li spoke, I frowned and looked down. The Bentley was used by Mr. Wong for client meetings and had been parked at the company until recently when it was serviced. Now it was at home. It was actually a second-hand car, and although a lot of money was spent on it, it wasn't brand new. I want to ride in a Bentley. I've never been in one, Su Li said with a laugh. Well, I have to go. I have some things to do. I can't chat any longer, I replied. I switched the camera to the front one. What's wrong, darling? Su Li pouted. Even on a video call, Su Li was well-groomed. I could tell she looked beautiful on the screen, but I still felt a bit uneasy. Are we moving too fast? We haven't even taken that step yet, I said. Are you worried about something? Don't put too much pressure on yourself, darling. I know my family puts a lot of pressure on you, but I will always stand by your side, Su Li quickly reassured me. Really? I asked eagerly. Of course it's true. I like you. Su Li replied immediately. What if I had no car, no house, and my salary was only 4,000 to 5,000? Would you still like me? I blurted out. As soon as I asked. I regretted it. How could I ask such a foolish question? If I had no car, no house, and only a modest salary, how could Su Li possibly want to be with me? Yunnan, what are you thinking? My feelings for you aren't based on how much money you have. Even if you had nothing, I would still like you. I like your character, your kindness, you know? Su Li responded. Her answer surprised me. I didn't expect her to take my question so seriously. Could it be that I was wrong and Su Li actually liked me for who I am? Really? I asked again. Of course it's true. Since I like you, it doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor. I will always like you. And I won't abandon you. Su Li said. Thank you. Thank you for saying this to me, I smiled. To be honest, I was touched by Su Li's words. Silly. Does liking someone need a reason? Su Li said with a bright smile. We chatted some more before ending the call. Initially, I wasn't very invested in Su Li, but her words today gave me the courage to pursue our relationship further. After my shower, Mr. Wong came to my room. Mr. Wong. I sat up straight on the bed. Have you noticed anything different about my wife today? Mr. Wong closed the door and approached me. It seems like the boss's wife rarely wears black stockings. I thought for a moment and replied. You noticed that too? Mr. Wong said thoughtfully. I looked at Mr. Wong, pondering the implications of his words. Secretary Fong has been pushing me hard these past couple of days. I was planning to take her on a trip for a few days, but you guys came back too early, Mr. Wong said. Boss, it's best for you to keep your distance from Secretary Fong and wait a while, I hurriedly advised. Do you think my wife has noticed something? Mr. Wong asked. When the boss's wife wanted to come to the company to see you yesterday, I felt something was off. She should know about Secretary Fong, I replied. Secretary Fong hasn't been coming to the office lately. I want let her find Secretary Fong, Mr. Wong said. Just be careful. Better safe than sorry, I remarked. I can see you're trying to help me. Right now, my wife is a bit tipsy and in the next room. Can you keep her company tonight? Mr. Wong said. What? I exclaimed, staring at Mr. Wong in disbelief. She drank too much and is now lying in bed, Mr. Wong repeated. What should I do if the boss's wife wakes up and sees me sleeping next to her? I said anxiously. Don't worry, I gave her some medicine. The same one I gave you last time, Mr. Wong continued. My heart was racing, and I looked at Mr. Wong with immense tension. I knew that if I refused, he would be furious. There aren't many chances left. My happiness depends on you. Mr. Wong patted my shoulder. But I hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. She is not even wearing a bra right now. You understand what I'm saying, right? Mr. Wong crossed his arms and looked at me intently. Chapter 67. The pitiful woman. I understood. I nodded, pretending to check my phone while activating the recording function. Although I really liked the boss lady, I couldn't bring myself to participate in such a despicable act. Recording was just to keep evidence. This was a violation of a woman's will. Drugging her and then taking advantage of her was illegal and could lead to prison time. Mr. Wong, knowing the law and breaking it, wanted me to take the fall. If I truly liked the boss lady, I would never do something like this. Are you not leaving yet? Mr. Wong said. This is illegal. It could land me in jail. I'm still young. I don't want that, I replied. What did you say? Mr. Wong's expression changed dramatically. I can't do this. It's against the law, and I don't want to go to prison. I continued. Upon realizing my seriousness, Mr. Wong exploded in anger. What the hell did you say before? Why are you backing out now? He grabbed my collar. I managed to break free from Mr. Wong's grip. Believing the surveillance cameras captured his violent threats against me, the more evidence I gathered, the more trouble Mr. Wong would face as the mastermind behind this. Especially since he was already unfaithful. I trusted that the police and judges weren't fools. I just said I don't want to, I stated. Do you want to get fired? You said you wanted to repay your debts. Without me, you'd still be moving bricks on the construction site. Without me, you would have been late to the hospital that day when you hurt your head. Do you know what that means? I treated you like my own. Let you drive my car back home. Gave you face in front of your family. And now you're lecturing me? Mr. Wong shouted angrily. Do we really have to go through with this? I asked. 30,000. All you have to do is go in there and sleep with my wife. And I'll give you 30,000. Mr. Wong's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at me. I looked back at Mr. Wong without making a move. The money is already in your Alipay. I warn you, if you refuse, you can leave right now. I can have someone else replace you immediately, Mr. Wong said, tapping his phone. Upon hearing his words, I opened Alipay and indeed saw a transfer of 30,000. Did you receive it? Mr. Wong asked. I stared at him in shock, my feelings a mix of confusion and dread. Get going. Mr. Wong shoved me. With that push, I stepped out of the room. If I didn't do it, Mr. Wong would have someone else do it, and I didn't want the boss lady to get hurt. As a man, I knew how a man might act in front of a beautiful woman. Arriving at the boss lady's room, Mr. Wong helped me close the door behind me. Seeing the boss lady lying on the bed, her body exposed, my heart raced faster. The room was dimly lit, and I could clearly see her flushed face, glistening with sweat. I knew the effects of the drug were taking hold. The boss lady seemed to sense my presence and suddenly lunged at me, wrapping her arms around me. My mind went blank as she pushed me onto the bed, pinning me beneath her. In the next moment, she kissed me on the lips. A jolt of electricity coursed through my body, and I stood frozen, offering no resistance. I gazed at the surveillance camera in the room, fully aware that this space was also under the watchful eye of Director Wong. He wanted to witness a real-life drama and gather evidence of the boss's affair. Didn't he fear that the boss's wife would uncover his scheme? Come on, give it to me. The boss's wife slurred. Her eyes glazed over as she groped me mindlessly. Just as she was about to lift her skirt and truly engage in something with me, Director Wong suddenly burst in. What the hell? How dare you sleep with my wife? He shouted, splashing a plate of water directly onto the boss's wife. In an instant, she jolted awake, her expression shifting dramatically as she realized I was lying on her bed. How dare you sleep with my wife? Director Wong yelled, shoving me away. The boss's wife screamed, clutching her chest and retreating in shock. I stared at Director Wong, utterly confused about his intentions. Have you been having an affair with him? Director Wong grabbed the boss's wife by her collar, seething with anger. Hubby, what's going on? I don't know. She stammered. Don't say you don't know. You've been in bed together and still claim ignorance. Director Wong retorted. Why you? Xiao Yu, what are you doing here? The boss's wife asked, her eyes wide with surprise. I stood there, dazed, unsure of what to make of the situation. Was Director Wong trying to drag me into this mess, or did he have something else in mind? Xiao Yu, I asked you to take care of my wife, but I never told you to sleep with her. Did you sleep together when we were at my mother-in-law's place? Director Wong said coldly. Honey, it's all a misunderstanding. Xiao Yu and I have nothing going on. The boss's wife pleaded anxiously. Nothing going on? Is that why you're so cozy with each other? How do you explain this? Director Wong pulled out his phone, seemingly ready to show the boss's wife a video. Wait, this is from downstairs. You have cameras in the house, she exclaimed in shock. The video displayed footage from the living room, where I was holding the boss's wife, and she slapped me. She hadn't realized that Director Wong had been secretly gathering evidence all along. What else do you have to say? He asked. Switching to another video where the boss's wife was actively embracing me in the room, depicting the very moment that had just occurred. Honey, let me explain. It wasn't like that. I suddenly felt so hot, and I have no idea what happened, she said frantically. Call the police, let them sort this out. Director Wong replied coldly. At that moment, I felt a jolt of fear, but I noticed Director Wong giving me a knowing look. You can't call the police. It would only make things worse. Xiao Yu and I really have nothing going on. I don't know how this happened. Xiao Yu did mention he liked me, but I turned him down. That day, I didn't let him stay over. It was thundering, I was scared, and I just hugged him out of impulse. He probably got carried away and kissed me, but we truly have nothing. When we went back home, Xiao Yu helped me fend off some thugs. And he even got hurt. The boss's wife pleaded desperately, her words tumbling out in a chaotic rush. Not calling the police is an admission of guilt. I'll be honest with you. I've been thinking about our relationship for the past 2 years, and I think we should get a divorce, Mr. Wong said coldly. Divorce? You want to divorce me? The boss lady stared at Mr. Wong in shock. You scumbag. You bastard. I wanted nothing more than to beat Mr. Wong to a pulp. But I knew I couldn't act on that impulse. If I did, it would only make things worse. We've been married for 10 years. And you haven't even given me a child. Do you think there's any meaning in continuing like this? Mr. Wong continued. The air grew thick with tension, and the entire room fell into a chilling silence. The boss lady looked back and forth between us, then let out a bitter laugh. So, you really want a divorce? All this talking, and it boils down to that. Yes, I want a divorce, Mr. Wong replied. Wong Dahai, if you want a divorce, then just go ahead. There's no need for this drama. I have nothing to hide. I am innocent with Xiao Yu. The boss lady glared at Mr. Wong, then turned to me. I was wondering why I suddenly felt unwell back in our hometown. Turns out it's because of you. Boss lady, my face paled. Do you all think I'm a fool? Wong Dahai, do you really need to conspire with an outsider to get a divorce? As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. This is my hard-earned empire. Why should I have to split it with you just because we're getting divorced? Mr. Wong shouted angrily. I don't want anything. I just want a divorce. Tears streamed down the boss lady's face. What? Mr. Wong looked at her in shock. This home is what you've built, and I can walk away with nothing. I know I've let you down by not being able to give you a child. The boss lady was heartbroken, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Chapter 68. The cunning CEO. I stared blankly at the boss lady, thinking I must have misheard her. Clearly, the CEO didn't expect her to speak like that either. A divorce, without any claims to property? The boss lady actually believed that everything was her fault. She didn't want to burden the CEO, she wanted to leave with nothing. Are you serious? You really don't want anything? The CEO asked incredulously. Yes, I don't want anything. Since you want a divorce, let us go and finalize it tomorrow. The boss lady replied. The CEO looked at her, momentarily speechless, and I found myself in a state of shock. I never expected the boss lady to choose to walk away empty-handed. Just a moment ago, the CEO had let slip that he didn't see why the empire he built should be split in half. If the boss lady had any selfish motives, she would have clung to that, but instead, she insisted on giving up everything. Did she think that because she hadn't given him a child, she owed him something? I finally understood the boss lady's reasoning. She felt indebted to the CEO, which is why she chose to leave without anything. What a foolish woman. How could she be so naive? Her husband had already cheated on her, and his mistress was pregnant. That's why he wanted the divorce. The boss lady had no idea about the CEO buying houses and cars for Fong Tingting. If she knew about his infidelity during their marriage, it would probably break her heart. Leave the room, the CEO suddenly said to me. I'm sorry. I deeply bowed to the boss lady. At this point, all I could do was apologize. I knew she wouldn't forgive me, but it was all I could manage. As I stepped out of the room, I didn't go far. I stayed to listen to what happened next. After all, we've been married for 10 years. I won't let you walk away empty-handed. After the divorce, you can stay in the Lan Ting garden. We bought that house after we got married, so it'll be yours. The car in the parking lot outside is also yours, and I'll give you some money on top of that. Stay in the Lan Ting garden? You really want me to live here even after the divorce? Was he actually trying to push me out? You'll have the house and the car, and I'll give you money. Isn't that better than walking away with nothing? How am I supposed to explain this to my parents? I couldn't listen anymore. Although it sounded like the CEO was being generous, after all, the boss lady wanted to leave with nothing. He was still offering her an old apartment. And as for the car, it was 7 or 8 years old. How much was that worth? But compared to what Fong Tingting was getting, it was an entirely different story. Fong Tingting had a new property in Nanjiaoi Pin, a 150 square meter apartment worth around 3 million. Just that one apartment could equal 2 from Lan Ting Garden. The Lan Ting Garden was an old community in the city's heart. How could it compare to the elevator apartments in Nanjiaoi Pin? Plus, the villa was over 500 square meters, worth more than 10 million, along with luxury cars and the company. The boss lady was essentially walking away with nothing. I was restless in the room, suddenly realizing how miserable the boss lady truly was. Although I knew that the CEO was determined to end this marriage, there was no turning back. I still felt a sense of injustice for the boss lady. Yuan Nan. This is someone else's family matter, so just stay out of it. Focus on being a good driver. If Wang Dahai can offer you a meal, just go with the flow. You're not related to the boss lady. What can you do to help? Even if you tell her that President Wang is cheating, how do you think she will react? Can't you see it? The boss lady is a very weak woman. She takes emotions too seriously. In this marriage, she will always be the one feeling guilty. Those who are pitiful often have their own flaws, so stop overthinking it. The voices in my head made me clench my fists tightly. My mind was racing as I recalled the first time I met the boss lady and her gentle, caring nature. What a kind woman. What is wrong with this world? Why can't good people be rewarded while bad women and mistresses rise to the top? Why would this man abandon his loyal wife? About half an hour later, the door to the room was pushed open, and President Wang appeared before me. Tomorrow, you'll help my wife move. She wants to move to Lanting Community, he said. Are you getting a divorce tomorrow? I quickly asked. Listen, tomorrow is very important to me. Help her move, then take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Remember, it's at 1 p.m. I'll be waiting for her there. President Wang continued. Got it. I nodded. I won't shortchange you. Starting next month, your salary will be 8,000. President Wang patted my shoulder. With an 8,000 salary, it seems the new project will earn quite a bit. He has been thinking about having a life with Fong Tingting for a while now. Thank you, boss. I forced a smile. I know this is difficult for you, but I have no choice. Secretary Fong's pregnancy can't be hidden anymore. Rather than hurt two women, it's better to hurt one, President Wang said before leaving my room. I had no idea how President Wang and the boss lady slept together that night. Perhaps it was the first time they shared a bed but had different dreams. However, his words, rather than hurt two women, it's better to hurt one, lingered in my mind. Since President Wang cheated with Fong Tingting, he has already harmed the boss lady, even though she is unaware. And if he doesn't give Fong Tingting a title, he will also hurt her, leading to the possibility of her having an abortion. Now that Fong Tingting is pregnant with twins, it's equivalent to her taking the mistresses position while keeping both children. Rather than hurt two women, it's better to hurt one? That doesn't sound right. President Wang has harmed more than just the boss lady. Let us not forget that Zhao Fong is still in police custody. The next morning, when I got up and went downstairs to the lobby, I saw the boss lady. Just like any other day, she was preparing a lavish breakfast, and I even doubted whether last night's events had ever happened. Xiaoyu, you're up? The boss lady forced a smile at me. I nodded, glancing at the breakfast she had prepared on the table. Later, you'll take your boss to the company. Then come back to help me move, the boss lady continued. My heart is bleeding. I never expected the boss's wife to act as if nothing happened, but I clearly saw her eyes were swollen. All right, I replied. Mr. Wang looked a bit surprised at the lavish breakfast spread on the table and remarked, why is it so extravagant? Before inviting us to sit down and eat, I couldn't enjoy the breakfast. It felt heavy in my heart. After we finished eating and I was driving Mr. Wang away from the villa, I noticed the boss's wife sitting quietly on the sofa in the hall, completely still, gazing at the home. It's finally settled. I didn't expect her to follow my lead, even in a divorce. I didn't have to do anything. Mr. Wang seemed to be in a good mood. Isn't this a bit cruel? I asked. It does seem a bit harsh. Mr. Wang frowned for a moment, then added. But who told her she couldn't have children? I was even thinking of giving her more money, but now I have to spend a lot on this project. And I don't have any savings. Not a single penny? I quickly interjected. I don't have any money, but I do have 3 million in debt. Mr. Wang grinned, revealing a ruthless side. Chapter 69. The boss's wife committed suicide. 3 million in foreign debt? Didn't Mr. Wang say this debt was a dead loss? Is it even money that a debt collection agency couldn't recover for the boss's wife? How could Mr. Wang be so cruel? No wonder he made a fortune. If he wasn't so ruthless, how could he earn so much money? To ensure the project's success, he used seduction, and once it was done, he kicked Zhao Fong to the curb. When she asked for money, he just locked her up. Finally, the good days have come. After finishing the divorce proceedings, we must celebrate. Mr. Wang crossed his arms, looking like a winner in life. After dropping Mr. Wang off at the company, I watched his smug expression and felt a surge of anger. Who gets so happy about a divorce? Only a cheating man like Mr. Wang would. Upon returning to the villa, I parked the car and opened the trunk. Walking into the hall, I didn't see the boss's wife and thought she must be upstairs packing. When I entered her room, I found several suitcases on the floor, but she was nowhere in sight. Where could she be? Boss's wife. I called out. There was no response. She didn't answer me. Suddenly, I felt something was off and hurried toward the bathroom. The moment I stepped inside, the air felt thick. I saw the boss's wife lying in the bathtub, a fruit knife beside her, and a bloody gash on her wrist. Blood dripped from her hand onto the cold tiles, forming a pool of crimson. Boss's wife, boss's wife, I exclaimed in shock, rushing over to support her. Her face was pale, lips purple, and she looked at me weakly. Her eyes filled with despair and emptiness. She was attempting to commit suicide. My expression changed dramatically, and I dashed out of the bathroom. I grabbed some gauze from the medicine cabinet and quickly bandaged her wound, then carried her downstairs. You can't die, you can't die, I screamed inside my head, placing her in the back seat before speeding toward the city hospital. Calling an ambulance would waste precious time. The back-and-forth journey would delay her treatment. I had to get her to the hospital as fast as possible. My foot pressed so hard on the gas pedal that I almost hit the floor, attracting the attention of the traffic police. A police motorcycle chased me down, and I rolled down the window, shouting, "Please clear the way, my boss's wife has attempted suicide." The officer initially seemed about to ask questions, but upon hearing my words, he immediately turned on the siren and cleared the path ahead. Upon arriving at the city hospital, I rushed in with the boss's wife in my arms, drawing a crowd of onlookers. "Please save her, please save her," I screamed hysterically, trembling uncontrollably. I had no idea how much longer she could hold on. All I knew was that she was extremely weak and her body was growing cold. Doctors and nurses rushed out, lifting her onto a stretcher and pushing her into the elevator. I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. "While you're trying to save someone, driving like this is very dangerous," a police officer said, approaching me. I couldn't care less at that moment. My face was as white as a sheet. "Please come over to register. This will be handled by the hospital," the officer continued. Hearing his words, I nodded. After some questioning, the officer realized I wasn't a relative of the boss lady and contacted Mr. Wong. Half an hour later, I saw Mr. Wong, who looked shocked and frantically asked, "Where's the boss lady?" In the corridor outside the emergency room, Mr. Wong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "How could you let her commit suicide? How could she do this?" Mr. Wong exclaimed in distress. When I arrived, she was already lying in the bathtub, I replied. What? How could this happen? Didn't we agree to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon? We talked about it just last night. Mr. Wong hurriedly said. Damn it. Even at such a critical moment, you're still thinking about divorce? Wong Dahai, you bastard, why don't you just die? Right now? The most important thing is whether the boss lady can be saved. My body was still trembling, and my face looked particularly pale. Family members, please sign here. The patient has lost too much blood, and the hospital needs plasma. A doctor suddenly rushed out, holding a form. What does this mean? Mr. Wong frowned. I'm type O blood, can I help? I quickly said. Come with me, sign here. The doctor grabbed me, and then handed the paper and pen to Mr. Wong. Blood test. We need to get blood to the emergency room for the boss lady. I followed the doctor's instructions. Gradually, I felt my body getting a bit cold, not knowing how much blood I had given until the doctor said, the pulse is normal. The patient shows signs of waking up. Watching the boss lady slowly open her eyes, I let out a heavy sigh of relief. Accompanying the boss lady to the ward, I saw Mr. Wong kneeling by the bed, fervently holding her hand, visibly emotional. Shufan, how could you be so foolish? How could you try to take your own life? What would I do if you died? You scare me to death, do you know that? Family of the patient. She needs to rest now. Could you please not disturb the other patients? A nurse said. Quickly arrange for my wife to have a private room. I can pay. Mr. Wong insisted. Our hospital is currently facing a shortage of beds. We hope you can cooperate, the nurse replied. I complied and sat down on a chair outside the ward. Fortunately, this gentleman arrived in time. Otherwise, your wife would have been in real danger. He even donated blood to her, the doctor said. Thank you for your help today. Mr. Wong said to me apologetically. As long as the boss lady is okay. Hearing this, Mr. Wong nodded, and at that moment, I saw Fong Tingting. She was carrying a bag and wearing high heels, looking very anxious. What are you doing here? Mr. Wong's expression changed. Is she okay? Is she out of her mind? How could she even think about suicide? Fong Tingting quickly asked. Can you keep it down? Mr. Wong pulled Fong Tingting aside. Watching the two of them leave in a hurry, I felt a surge of anger. Fong Tingting, how could you even mention suicide? If it weren't for you two pushing her to this point, would the boss lady have felt the need to take such drastic measures? Sir, you've lost a lot of blood. You should go back and rest well and eat something nutritious, a nurse reminded me. A nurse approached me. My boss's wife needs someone to take care of her, I said quickly. Isn't their family around? The nurse replied, looking at me in surprise. All right, I'll talk to my boss right away. I stood up. Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting were at the corner of the staircase. I intended to explain the situation to Mr. Wong, but I hesitated. Didn't we say we'd handle the divorce paperwork this afternoon? Why are we at the hospital? Fong Tingting exclaimed angrily. How was I supposed to know she would attempt suicide? We should have taken it slow with the divorce. At least wait until she's discharged, Mr. Wong awkwardly responded. I'm telling you, you need to get divorced immediately. As long as you're still married, I can't feel at ease. Fong Tingting pouted. Is it meaningful to rush me at this moment? Do you think I don't want to? Mr. Wong hurriedly replied. What's the deal with you, Nan? You're not seriously giving him a raise, are you? Fong Tingting changed the subject. A couple of thousand a year for over a year isn't much. It's just a small bonus. Mr. Wong said. Easy for you to say. What about 10 years? That's an extra 20 or 30,000. Can you do the math? Fong Tingting retorted. I already said I'd give him a raise, and he even saved my wife. You don't know what just happened. If it weren't for him giving my wife a blood transfusion, she would have been done for. Your wife. What about me? What do I have to do with you and saving anyone? Does this concern me? You could at most give him 500, with 8,000. You could hire 2 drivers. Are you out of your mind? All right, I got it. Don't take it too seriously. I was just stringing him along. Once I get divorced, I'll let him go anyway. He's got short seniority, so it won't cost me much. I stood there stunned, pretending I hadn't heard, keeping a distance. This pair of heartless people. Zhao Fong wasn't wrong. They really would burn bridges after crossing them. Chapter 70. Worse than beasts, what are you doing here, shall you? I snapped back to reality when Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting approached me. The nurse mentioned that the boss's wife needed someone to keep her company. I glanced at Fong Tingting and said to Mr. Wong, she needs companionship? Mr. Wong frowned slightly. You two can talk, Fong Tingting said angrily as she turned and walked toward the elevator. As I watched Fong Tingting leave, Mr. Wong awkwardly smiled and handed me a stack of cash. Xiao Yu, I need to trouble you for a while. Here's 5,000 yuan. Please help take care of her. You know how busy I am with work right now. Me take care of the boss's wife. I was taken aback. I can't find anyone else, Mr. Wong shrugged. Should I call her parents? I asked. Don't make a big deal out of this. My father-in-law has heart problems, and my mother-in-law's health isn't great either. If they find out their daughter attempted suicide and something happens, will you take responsibility? Mr. Wong hurriedly replied. Nodding at his words, I understood the gravity of the situation. If you're really exhausted, just hire a caregiver. Are you feeling all right? Mr. Wong suddenly inquired. I'm okay. Now I understand, I replied. I'll move her luggage to the old house tonight. Tomorrow, I'll come by and give you the keys to that place. After she's discharged, you can take her there, Mr. Wong instructed before heading in the direction where Fong Tingting had left. Watching Mr. Wong walk away, I let out a cold smile. Wong Dahai, you forced my hand. If I hadn't overheard your conversation with Fong Tingting, it would be one thing. But you won't be able to burn bridges now. I made my way to the boss's wife's hospital room. When I pushed the door open, I saw that she was already asleep. The boss's wife was on 4 drip, and the nurse said she needed rest. Sitting by her bedside, I noticed her dry lips and quickly borrowed a cotton swab from the adjacent bed, dipping it in water to moisten her lips. The boss's wife needed care, so I decided it was best not to leave just yet. The patient in the next bed seemed to be aware of our situation and remarked that Mr. Wong had chosen the right person. They had never seen such a good employee before. I could only force a smile at those compliments. It had little to do with Mr. Wong. I simply felt pity for the boss's wife and hoped she would recover soon. At around 2 in the afternoon, the boss's wife finally woke up again. I bought you some wontons. Please eat a little, I said, holding out a bowl of wontons. I can't eat, the boss's wife said sadly. Seeing her haggard appearance made my heart ache. You'll get hungry. Just eat a little, okay? I scooped a wonton with a spoon, cooled it down, and brought it to her lips. I want to eat. She shook her head. Please, just a little. I'm begging you, I pleaded. The boss's wife gave me a meaningful look, and after a moment, she finally opened her mouth. Seeing her willingness to eat filled me with joy, and I quickly continued to feed her. After she had about 7 or 8 wontons, she said she couldn't eat anymore, and I didn't want to push her. I finished the remaining wontons myself. Where's your boss? The boss's wife asked. He just said there's something going on at the company and asked me to take care of you. I replied, of course. I won't tell the boss lady about what Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting said outside today. I wouldn't want to provoke her during this time. What do you mean take care? We're on the verge of divorce, the boss lady said with a bitter smile. Stop thinking about those things and focus on getting better. I comforted her. Am I really that bad? Why does he want a divorce? Is it really just because I can't have children? The boss lady asked. Our conversation was relatively quiet, so the patients and their families in the next bed couldn't hear us. Sometimes, a short pain is better than a long one. If it's meant to end, it will. Maybe Mr. Wong wants a successor, so don't think too much about it, I said. He promised me we would adopt a child. We even went to the orphanage together. How did it change so suddenly? The boss lady continued. I've heard about adopting a child, but adopting from an orphanage requires a family investigation and approval, which takes time before they arrange for a suitable child to meet. Unfortunately, the process for Mr. Wong and the boss lady adopting a child suddenly went silent, and I knew exactly why. It was because Fong Tingting had recently become pregnant. In the end, it was still Fong Tingting who disrupted the boss lady's originally peaceful family. I wasn't sure. Perhaps the conditions for adopting a child were quite strict, or the approval process just took a long time. I said uncertainly. Upon hearing my words, the boss lady closed her eyes, seeing that she seemed to need some rest. I hurriedly tucked her in and called for a female nurse. It would be much better for her to have a caregiver since it's inconvenient for the boss lady to go to the restroom. As for me, I needed to buy some daily necessities for her. In the following time, I gathered all the supplies she needed from the hospital convenience store. For dinner, the boss lady still couldn't eat. I heard the family of the patient in the next bed say that when patients are on 4 drips, their appetite tends to be poor. They can feel full from the fluids, but it will get better in a couple of days. Mr. Yu, I'll take care of Miss Zhou tonight. You should head home and rest early, the nurse said to me. Here's some money. If she gets hungry tonight, buy her something to eat. I secretly slipped the nurse 1,000 yuan. That is too much, she said, a bit embarrassed. Please, keep the rest for yourself. Take good care of her when I'm not around, I said. Don't worry, Mr. Yu. The nurse nodded in agreement. Boss lady, I'll head back now, I said. Xiao Yu, could you help me go home and get a few changes of clothes? The boss lady seemed to remember something. Sure. Hearing her say this, I felt a spark of hope. Since she wanted to change clothes, it meant she had some hope for tomorrow. As I left the hospital, the sky outside had darkened. When I drove into the villa, my expression changed. I saw a brand new Mercedes parked in the driveway, and there were several suitcases in the villa's hall. It was clear that Mr. Wong and Fong Tingting were inside the villa. The boss lady isn't even divorced yet, and you, Wang Dahai, are bringing another woman home? How could you be so despicable? I held back my anger as I slowly backed the car out of the villa and parked it under a discreet patch of shade. Taking advantage of the night, I slipped into the villa. A quick glance at the living room revealed that the security cameras were turned off. To confirm this, I made my way upstairs. Sure enough, not only was my room's camera off, but the one in the hallway was as well. It seemed Wang Dahai knew there was no turning back and didn't he need the cameras anymore, especially since he was busy having an affair with Fong Tingting. Oh no. Tingting, my dear, hold on tight back there. You're such a nuisance. Just be gentle. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. The continuous chatter filled me with rage. The boss lady was still in the hospital, and this beast was cheating at home. Wang Dahai, this is all you're doing. I gritted my teeth and tried to twist the doorknob. Chapter 71. From pervert to hero, the door wasn't locked. My heart raced. I needed to get evidence of Wang Dahai's infidelity. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhao Fong had previously obtained evidence of Wang Dahai cheating. But when she asked him for money, he accused her of extortion, and she was detained by the police. Zhao Fong once asked me how. After being with Wang Dahai for so long, I had no evidence of his affairs. Back then, I was completely loyal to him and never thought about such things. But now that Wang Dahai was planning to cut ties, I certainly wouldn't let it slide. I carefully opened the door, trying to make as little noise as possible. The air felt thick, and my palms were sweaty. Wang Dahai and Fong Tingting were engaged in some unspeakable activities, the room dimly lit by the bedside lamp. I switched on my phone's camera and started recording a video. I don't even know how I managed to get through that moment. With a low growl accompanying the scene, I quietly closed the door. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I was about to head downstairs when I heard some noise. To preserve more evidence, I turned on my phone's voice recorder. This was bad. I couldn't let this happen again in the future. Hey baby, you're so irresistible. Even pregnant, you're still so sexy. Ugh, how annoying. Your wife is still in the hospital. Don't you worry at all? What are you talking about? You're my real wife. You're the only one in my heart. When are we getting a divorce then? Wang Dahai went on to tell Fong Tingting that as soon as the boss lady was discharged from the hospital, they would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. After that, he would marry Fong Tingting and let her move into the villa. Fong Tingting insisted that unless the villa was renovated, she wouldn't move in, and she also mentioned a bride price of 500,000, as she didn't want to lose face in her hometown. After gathering a few of the boss lady's clothes, I silently left the villa. Back at my rented apartment, I lay on the bed and opened my phone. What I had just witnessed at Wang Dahai's place was explosive, although I hated that couple. Watching them made me feel uneasy. Having been busy all day without taking a shower, I thought about everything and picked up some fresh clothes to head to the bathroom. After my shower, I encountered Jiang Wenwen, who had just returned home. Ah, Yunnan, are you crazy? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Jiang Wenwen exclaimed, her face turning bright red. No, I'm so sorry. I awkwardly covered myself and hurried into my room. Before entering, I stole a glance back at Jiang Wenwen and noticed she was clutching her chest, clearly surprised. It's amazing how women scream when they're seen naked by men. And men do the same when they're seen naked by women. I put on a short-sleeved shirt and glanced at the bag by the bed. It contained some clothes I had picked up for the boss lady, which I would take to the hospital tomorrow. Most of it was lingerie, along with nightgowns and dresses. Just as I was about to organize the bag, there was a knock at the door. I opened it to find Jiang Wenwen standing there. "What is up?" I quickly asked. "Can you at least wear something after you shower?" Jiang Wenwen replied, clearly annoyed. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect this coincidence," I said awkwardly. "Are you confident about your figure? That's just ridiculous." Jiang Wenwen continued speaking, but gradually, she started to show a strange expression. With a furrowed brow, I noticed that Jiang Wenwen was staring at the boss's lingerie. Oh no. I quickly gathered up the boss's clothes. Pervert. Bang. Jiang Wenwen slammed the door behind her. And I suddenly felt that something was off. No way. Jiang Wenwen wouldn't think I'm some sort of weirdo who steals women's underwear, would she? I rushed out of the room. "Hey, don't think like that. I'm not a pervert," I shouted at Jiang Wenwen's door. "Cut the act. Move out sooner. I don't want to live with a pervert. Pervert and exhibitionist. So disgusting." Jiang Wenwen kept going on. I wanted to explain, but then I thought, how could I explain? Should I say I was helping the boss with her clothes? It would be impossible to clear my name. It looks like I really have to move out. Helplessly returning to my room, I suddenly felt so exhausted, and I was really hungry. At the fast food restaurant at the entrance of the community, I ordered a pig trotter rice. After eating, when I returned to the hallway of my building, I found a police car parked there. And Jiang Wenwen was talking to a few officers, surrounded by several residents. "That's him." Jiang Wenwen suddenly pointed at me, with her finger pointing at me. Everyone turned to look, and two officers approached me from left and right. What are you doing?" I said nervously. "Stop pretending, you pervert who steals underwear." "I knew it was you who kept stealing my underwear," Jiang Wenwen exclaimed. "It's him. He looks decent, but he must have stolen my underwear too." A hefty woman chimed in. "Jiang Wenwen, are you crazy? Who stole your underwear?" I hurriedly said. I never thought Jiang Wenwen would report me to the police and slander me in the community. It was as if she sentenced me to death after seeing the boss's lingerie. "Sir, we hope you can assist with the investigation. We need to search your room," one of the officers said flatly. "Search?" I frowned. "Are you really going to bring out those underwear from earlier?" Jiang Wenwen sneered. "That's ridiculous. Those are my boss's underwear. I need to take them to the hospital tomorrow. Are you out of your mind?" I quickly replied. "Your boss? Why does your boss need you to bring her underwear? Doesn't she have a husband?" Jiang Wenwen scoffed. "Officer, I'm innocent. I'm willing to cooperate with the investigation, but I hope that once it's over, she will apologize to me. And I want you to tell everyone that I'm not a pervert who steals underwear." I glanced at Jiang Wenwen and continued. My words made the officer frown. Usually, thieves are very guilty, but I was standing my ground. "Yunnan, stop putting on a brave face. I've seen many perverts like you. You may seem quiet, but your mind is dirtier than anyone else's." Jiang Wenwen continued. "Jiang Wenwen probably has a good figure and looks, so she has a certain popularity in the community." Everyone chimed in, saying that the police should investigate me. The police officer led me to my room, and I took out the underwear. "You say this underwear is for your boss's wife?" the officer asked. "Yes, she is in the hospital right now. I was planning to take it to her tomorrow. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see her," I replied. The two officers exchanged glances. My boss's wife was in critical condition this morning and only regained consciousness around noon, when I rushed her to the hospital. Officer Wang even helped clear the way for me. I continued. "So you're the young man who drove a BMW to the hospital with a lady this morning?" One officer suddenly remembered. "Yes," I nodded. "Let me check," the officer said as he picked up his phone. After a few minutes, he looked at me and said, "Your name is Yunnan, 23 years old?" "Yes, here is my ID," I said, pulling it out. The officer examined my ID, then smiled and said, "There has been a misunderstanding. This Mr. Yu is not a pervert stealing underwear. On the contrary, he is a hero who saved a woman's life this morning." Chapter 72. What are you doing here? Huh, he's a hero? Jiang Wenwen's eyes widened, and the others looked equally incredulous. "Well, a lady needed urgent treatment this morning, and it was Mr. Yu who took her to the hospital." The police officer smiled and said to me, "The person you saved is the boss lady you just mentioned, right?" "Yes, I'm bringing her some clothes tomorrow," I nodded. "All right, this was all a misunderstanding." The officer patted my shoulder and turned to Jiang Wenwen, saying, "Miss, make sure you understand the situation before calling the police. No matter what, this Mr. Yu is your roommate. How could you slander him like that?" Jiang Wenwen's face turned bright red, and she couldn't utter a word. "Back to your posts." The officer waved her hand. Once the police left, everyone dispersed in a flurry. Jiang Wenwen's face shifted from red to pale as she awkwardly approached me. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought of you as a bad person. Please don't take it to heart, she said, visibly embarrassed. Weren't you the one who wanted me to move out? I replied tersely. I was wrong. Stay as long as you want, Joan Wonwon said. I accept your apology, I smiled. Lying in bed, I stopped overthinking and fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 9 in the morning. Thinking of the boss lady, I hurried to the market. At this time, she really needed nutrition. I heard that pigeon soup could heal wounds the fastest. I made her some pigeon soup and also scrambled some eggs with tomatoes. Then headed to the hospital with the lunchbox. Entering the ward, the nurse told me that the boss lady had some rice porridge in the morning but hadn't had lunch yet. Thank you. You should go eat, I said to the nurse. All right, she replied. After the nurse left, I glanced at the boss lady, who seemed to be in a daze, and sat down beside her. I brought you some clothes, I said, picking up the bag. Just put it aside. The boss lady glanced at it and said coolly, Here's the pigeon soup I made for you. And this is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I opened the lunchbox one by one, placing them on the bedside table. As I did this, the boss lady looked at the dishes in surprise and then turned to me. I heard that pigeon soup can speed up healing, I said. You made all this? The boss lady asked. Yes, I got up late today. I was actually planning to bring you breakfast, I replied with an awkward smile. Why are you being so nice to me? The boss lady frowned. Her question made my expression stiffen. The patient in the next bed and their family were eating and glanced over at us, although they didn't say anything. They seemed to be paying some attention to our conversation. I want you to recover soon and get discharged, I said. So you can go handle your divorce paperwork? The boss lady asked. No, I shook my head. Not. Aren't you the one sent by your boss? You and your boss are in cahoots, the boss lady continued. Boss lady, we're on the same team. You need to take good care of yourself these days, and once you're better, I'll tell you the truth, I said. What do you mean? The boss lady asked, surprised. Just focus on your recovery for now, I continued. I can't reveal the truth yet. If I do, it might upset you, and that wouldn't be good for your healing. All right, she nodded. I'll let you take care of me. I picked up the lunchbox. There's a small table over there. I can eat by myself, the boss lady said. Hearing this made me secretly delighted. I knew that the caregiver had prepared a small table for her to eat at in bed. Watching her enjoy her meal brought me immense joy. I'm really full now. I can't eat anymore, she said, wiping her mouth. Okay, I smiled and resumed eating the leftovers. Seeing me eat her leftovers, the boss lady looked a bit surprised and laughed. You're just eating what I didn't finish? We can't waste food, I replied with a grin. Fine. She nodded with a hint of resignation. After lunch, I chatted with the boss lady for a while. But then the caregiver arrived and suggested I take a break while she looked after the boss lady. After saying goodbye to her, I stepped outside. Opening my phone, I saw a missed call from Wang Dahai. I quickly called him back. How's my wife doing? Were you with her last night? Wang Dahai asked. The boss lady can eat now. I hired a caregiver last night and went back to my rented place, I explained. When you get to the hospital, I'll give you my wife's things. I've packed yours too, and you shouldn't stay at my place anymore, Wang Dahai continued. Okay, boss, I agreed. On the surface, I was obedient to Wang Dahai, but ever since I overheard his conversation with Fong Tingting, I had already made my decision. About 20 minutes later, I met Wang Dahai in the parking lot. All your luggage is here. Call me when she gets discharged. For the next few days, don't bother me. Don't worry. I'll pay you while you're away from the company, Wang Dahai said. Got it, I nodded. This is the key to that old house. When you have time, take the luggage over there. I'll send the address to your phone, he added, agreeing with Wang Dahai. I loaded the luggage into my car and headed straight for the old house. It was an old community, with the boss lady's apartment on the 3rd floor. There was no elevator, and the area was under renovation with scaffolding everywhere. As I walked in, I noticed the outdated decor and a musty smell in the air. The floor was covered in dust. The boss lady was a clean person, and if she saw the state of this place, it would surely put her in a bad mood. Thinking of this, I contacted 2 cleaners. When I saw the house spotless and well cleaned, I felt relieved. I had already moved the boss lady's things, and next, I needed to head to the market to figure out what to cook for her. Thinking about this, I left the house. Just as I was about to exit the neighborhood, I spotted a familiar figure. There was Wang Yin, dressed to the nines, holding a bag of fruit. She paused when she saw my car, then waved and called out, Yunnan. I hit the brakes and rolled down the window. Oh my gosh, what are you doing here? Wang Yin asked, looking surprised. I happened to be nearby for some errands, so I parked here, I replied somewhat awkwardly. Errands? What kind of errands? Wang Yin asked curiously. Are you my personal investigator now? I joked. I really didn't have time to chat with Wang Yin. I still needed to go to the market to buy groceries. I live just around here. Why don't you come over for a bit? Wang Yin smiled. Hearing her invitation, I frowned slightly, but when I saw her in that black mini skirt, I hesitated. Sure, why not? I said. Wang Yin opened the car door and comfortably took a seat. Glancing at her long legs peeking out from under her skirt, I asked, "Which building do you live in?" Chapter 73. Actually, I'm an undercover agent building 58, Wang Yin said. Upon hearing the building number, I felt a surge of realization. The landlady lived in building 3, which was the first row of buildings on the south side of the community, while Wang Yin's home was deeper in. You turn right when you enter the community. Walk straight to the end, then turn left, Wang Yin continued. Following her directions, I drove toward her place. There weren't many cars in the community since it was a weekday. Once I reached the designated hallway, I parked the car and walked in behind Wang Yin. Wang Yin led the way, her high heels clicking on the floor, showcasing her great figure and long, straight legs. Before long, we arrived at a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor. The decor was rather old. "So, how is your financial situation lately?" Wang Yin gestured for me to sit on the sofa and poured me a cup of tea. "It's only been a few days. How could I have money?" I chuckled helplessly. "Are you really that short on cash? How about I front you some money, and you can pay me back when you have it?" Wang Yin sat down next to me, smiling. "Front me money? Are you really that eager for me to buy your products? Aren't you worried I might not have the funds?" I asked curiously. "I still have some savings. Let me front you the money. You'll definitely have cash in about 3 months, right?" Wang Yin replied with a grin. I felt a bit awkward. "Aren't you a big guy? Why are you so shy?" Wang Yin naturally placed her hand on my thigh. As I looked at the alluring Wang Yin, my eyes briefly wandered to her neckline. I hadn't noticed when she had unbuttoned 3 buttons of her shirt, revealing a hint of her deep cleavage. I had to admit, Wang Yin was indeed a captivating woman. Few men could resist someone like her. No wonder Zhao Feng had once said that it was Wang Yin who persuaded his ex-husband to buy products, leading him to be swindled out of a significant amount of money. "Let us settle this. I'll go get the contract. You just need to sign it. I'll front you 180,000 yuan, and when you have money, you can pay me back. I'll also write you an IOU, and you can return the money within 3 months. This way, I can also boost my performance," Wang Yin said with a smile. "Wait." I quickly tried to stop her as she seemed serious about this. "What are you hesitating for?" Wang Yin turned around and sat on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. My face flushed, and my lower abdomen felt warm. This enchantress, how could she play with fire like this? I felt extremely tense. Suddenly recalling that day at the hotel, I remembered how Wang Yin had slowly lured me in, and even though she hadn't taken a penny from me, her service attitude was impeccable. "Why are you so shy?" Wang Yin whispered in my ear, her hand brushing against my chest. With her teasing, I could hardly resist the urge to lift her skirt, but I couldn't do that. How could I? I struggled internally, but then suddenly, Wang Yin unbuckled my belt and squatted down. I have something to do." I hurriedly pushed Wang Yin away. "Huh?" Wang Yin looked at me in disbelief, clearly shocked. "I have some things to take care of today." I took a sip of my tea and hurriedly opened the door. "Are you that busy?" Wang Yin asked. "Yeah, I've been quite busy these days. I know your family too, so let's keep in touch when we have time," I replied. "All right. I won't keep you from your business. We'll talk on the phone," Wang Yin said with a smile as she walked over to me. She offered to see me downstairs, and as I drove away, she waved goodbye. Once I got rid of Wang Yin, I let out a deep breath. I was so close, just a moment away from getting caught up in it all, but luckily, it wasn't my first time, and I managed to hold back. However, I couldn't help but grow more curious about Wang Yin's work. I wondered what she really did. After buying some vegetables at the market, I made my way to the hospital room for dinner, and it was already 5:30 p.m. "You're here, shall you?" The boss lady smiled when she saw me, clearly in a better mood. She seemed to have calmed down after realizing that there was no changing the fact that she and Wang Dahai were getting a divorce. "I made black fish soup, and I also stir-fried some broccoli and yam with meat," I said as I took out the food containers one by one. The nurse, seeing me, stepped out voluntarily, clearly understanding that this was our time alone and that she needed to go have her dinner. "So much delicious food," the boss lady exclaimed. "Eat while it's hot," I said, setting up a small table and placing the containers in front of her. She nodded, picking up her chopsticks. Watching her savor the food warmed my heart. "This soup is really good," she praised. "Drink more. It's nutritious," I replied. "You've helped me a lot these past few days, taking care of me," the boss lady said, touched. Seeing her in a hospital gown made me feel uneasy. Such a wonderful woman, and she had even attempted suicide over that scumbag. "I've moved my things to the old house. It's been vacant for a long time and is a bit dirty, so I called a cleaner to tidy it up. Once you're discharged, you can move in," I said. Hearing this, the boss lady's face twitched slightly. After a few seconds, she managed a weak smile. "Thank you, shall you? Just focus on getting better these next few days. Let me know if you want anything," I continued. "Aren't you working?" she asked. "I'm not working these days. I'm here to keep you company," I replied. "Will they deduct your salary?" she asked further. I was surprised that she cared about my salary. I didn't know how to respond. I can take care of myself. You still need to work, she said earnestly. Don't worry, I'll be here with you. I assured her. All right, she said, giving me a surprised glance before nodding. Taking a deep breath, I was relieved that she didn't press further. The more she asked, the worse it would be, and for now, I didn't want any external factors to affect her recovery. I finished off the leftovers she had. And when the nurse returned to the room, I packed up the containers and said goodbye to the boss lady. The past couple of days, I've been in charge of delivering meals, which has made me feel quite at ease. However, just as I was about to leave the hospital in my car, my phone rang. When I saw it was Zhao Fong calling, my expression changed instantly. Wasn't she detained? How could she be out so quickly? Hello? I answered the call. You traitor, Yunnan. Did you tell Wang Dahai where I hid those photos? Zhao Fong said angrily. Huh. I was taken aback, suddenly remembering Wang Dahai's call from that night. He had asked me where the evidence was hidden, and I told him since the police had come to take Zhao Fong away, I thought the evidence should go to the authorities. Don't play dumb with me. It's my first time being detained, and you and Wang Dahai really teamed up to pull this off. Zhao Fong continued. It seemed Zhao Fong had already assumed that I was in cahoots with Wang Dahai, and her call today was likely just to vent her frustration. Sister Zhao? You've misunderstood me, I said. Misunderstood? How could I misunderstand? You hid it really well. The moment the police came for me, you just vanished. Pretty clever of you. Zhao Fong shot back. Sister Zhao, you've got it all wrong. Actually, I'm an undercover agent, placed next to Wang Dahai by the boss. I quickly thought on my feet, seizing the opportunity. You're an undercover? Zhao Fong asked, surprised. Yeah, I've kept this secret for a long time, I replied. Chapter 74. The frantic Zhao Fong, where are you now? Zhao Fong asked. Where are you? I countered. I didn't want to tell Zhao Fong about the boss lady's suicide and hospitalization just yet. It's better to see if she's friend or foe in person. Who knows what Zhao Fong is thinking? Women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. If she intends to harm me or the boss lady, I must be cautious. I just got out of the police station, Zhao Fong said. I'll come pick you up, I replied immediately. Okay, but you have to treat me to dinner. Zhao Fong insisted. Agreeing to Zhao Fong, I pressed down on the accelerator and headed toward the police station. As I approached the police station, I spotted Zhao Fong. She was looking around anxiously. When she saw me, she hurriedly opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. You say you're an undercover agent assigned to Wang Dahai by the boss lady. How am I supposed to trust you? Zhao Fong asked. Zhao Fong looked quite haggard. The food during her detention must have been terrible. Having watched some prison dramas, I had a rough idea of what it might be like. However, her being released so quickly caught me off guard. Sister Zhao, are you hungry? Should we grab something to eat first? I changed the subject. I'm really hungry. The food inside was awful. Zhao Fong exclaimed. What do you want to eat? I asked. Barbecue. I want barbecue. Zhao Fong replied eagerly. It seemed she was really starving. I stepped on the gas and headed toward a nearby shopping mall. That bastard Wang Dahai actually called the police. He really wants to break ties with me. What a jerk. Zhao Fong said through gritted teeth, clearly very upset. Sister Zhao, you weren't bullied in there, were you? I asked, looking at her with concern. Why do you keep asking such unreliable questions? Zhao Fong shot me a glare. I gave an awkward smile and decided to say no more. Upon arriving at the underground garage of the mall, I took Zhao Fong to the elevator, and soon we reached a barbecue restaurant on the 4th floor. Zhao Fong, clearly starving, ordered a lot of dishes. As soon as the waiter brought them out, she dug in without hesitation. Watching her devour the food, I noticed she seemed to have lost weight. She wasn't as curvy as before. It seemed prison was quite the weight loss program. Why aren't you eating? Zhao Fong asked, frowning while holding a lamb leg. I already had dinner, I replied. Even if you've eaten, you should still have some. Don't waste all this food. Zhao Fong said. Hearing this, I picked up a piece of beef and started eating as well. You said you're an undercover agent assigned to Wang Dahai by the boss lady. Does that mean the boss lady knows about Wang Dahai's affair? Zhao Fong asked. Yeah. I nodded. I planned to discuss Wang Dahai's infidelity with the boss lady once she was discharged from the hospital, since the outcome would be the same. It didn't hurt to tell Zhao Fong in advance. But don't you have no evidence? Even if the boss lady knows, will she believe you? Zhao Fong continued. When I heard Zhao Fong say this, I gave her a meaningful glance. What exactly is Zhao Fong, friend or foe? Could it be that after her detention, she has been recruited by Wang Dahai? If she discovers my secret and tips off Wang Dahai, wouldn't I just be her pawn? Is Zhao Fong's questioning a test of my loyalty? Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you say you were the boss lady's undercover? What have you been undercover for? Zhao Fong continued. Zhao Jia, has Wang Dahai said anything to you? Are you really just going to accept this? I asked. The evidence of Wang Dahai's cheating has been confiscated by the police, and I've even signed a guarantee not to disturb him anymore. Do you know I have a criminal record? What can I do? Zhao Fong replied. So you're just accepting it? I pressed on. What else can I do? Should I ask him for money again? Zhao Fong said coldly. Hearing this, I was sure she had genuinely given up. This detention had scared her to death. Her previous arrogance had completely vanished. It turned out Wang Dahai was quite skilled. His tactics not only intimidated Zhao Fong, but also served as a warning to me, making me fear that if he really divorced the boss lady, he would kick me to the curb just like Fong Tingting said. Wang Dahai played the game of crossing the river and tearing down the bridge with great finesse. It's truly difficult for an ordinary person to turn the tables on him. But fortunately, I had Zhao Fong's experience to learn from, and I had my own plans. I wouldn't broadcast this. I wouldn't tell Wang Dahai that I had evidence of his infidelity. However, one thing was clear. I didn't trust Zhao Fong. Although she seemed to have accepted her fate, she definitely wasn't satisfied. Evidence can't be used to extort. It merely proves the infidelity of the parties involved. And Zhao Fong hadn't used the evidence where it counted. If that night hadn't happened, Xiao Yu, do you think we would have already moved in together? Zhao Fong suddenly laughed when I fell silent. Zhao Fong was about 30. They say a woman at 30 is like a wolf and at 40 like a tiger. I understood her nature. At her age, having been single for so long, she was bound to feel empty and lonely. Zhao Jia, why are you saying this just after coming out? My cheeks flushed. Isn't it a saying that after a good meal and drink, then you know what's next? Isn't that something you meant say? Zhao Fong took a big gulp from a pitcher of beer. Once you're full from meat, you start drinking, I observed. Zhao Fong seemed to be in a good mood. Drink less. I glanced at the table next to us where a woman in a nurse's outfit, probably just over 20, was sitting across from a middle-aged man with a potbelly. What's wrong? Do you think I'm too old and can't compare to that young girl? Zhao Fong noticed my gaze. Zhao Jia, why do you talk about yourself like that? When you walked in just now? I don't know how many eyes were on you. I hurriedly said. Please, I just came out looking barefaced with messy hair. Who would look at me? They're probably just laughing at me. Zhao Fong rolled her eyes. How about we go get a hot pot later? I suggested. Are you treating me to a feast? Is it going to cost a fortune? Zhao Fong laughed. Just a meal and a hot pot would definitely cost at least $500 or $600. Zhao Fong had a point. Actually, I had no reason to treat Zhao Fong, but she held many secrets about Wang Dahai. It wasn't just those cheating photos. I believe she knew exactly how much Wang Dahai was worth, which would be very advantageous in the case of the boss lady's divorce from him. For now, I'll team up with Zhao Fong. When the time comes, I'll gather all the evidence to present to the boss lady. And then she can hire a lawyer to handle the case with confidence. What does this little bit of money matter? Zhao Jia, you've treated me to a meal before, right? I said. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. You're really not part of Wang Dahai's crew, are you? Zhao Fong asked. Wang Dahai was supposed to give me a raise, but Fong Tingting found out about it. She said she wouldn't give me a raise and even threatened to fire me, claiming I knew too much. I quickly replied, damn that fox spirit. I've been played by her. I hope that fox spirit has a terrible end and never gets reborn. Zhao Fong said through gritted teeth. I never imagined Zhao Fong would use so many curse words. She used to be very gentle at the company, but now she has changed. Could it be that she learned these words from inside? Zhao Jia, keep your voice down. I glanced over at the nurse at the next table, who was looking at us in surprise, her delicate legs wrapped in white stockings swinging back and forth. Chapter 75 Strange sounds. I really can't understand what kind of spell that vixen cast on Wang Dahai that makes him so infatuated with her. Zhao Fong whispered. Is it just because Fong Tingting is young and beautiful? I asked. There are plenty of young and beautiful women out there, especially in nightclubs. Wang Dahai is an old hand. Does he really lack women? It's really strange, Zhao Fong continued. I don't know about that. I shrugged. It's odd that Wang Dahai, being so wealthy, can have any woman he wants, yet he is willing to hang on to this one tree. What is so special about this vixen? Zhao Fong wondered. It seems she doesn't know that Fong Tingting is pregnant. Otherwise, she wouldn't find this situation strange at all. I didn't want to tell Zhao Fong about Fong Tingting's pregnancy just yet. I felt the timing wasn't right. Perhaps she didn't need to know at all. It was enough that I was aware of it. After dinner, Zhao Fong and I went to a nearby spa. What they call a spa is essentially a bathhouse, but now that the city has developed, these places have upgraded to combine bathing, dining, and entertainment. A single soak can cost nearly 200 yuan, not including other expenses. Upon arriving at the spa, I took a hot shower and had someone scrub my back. Lying down on the sofa in the relaxation area, I finally felt that living in this world is all about enjoyment. About 10 minutes later, I saw Zhao Fong. She was also wearing the spa's relaxation outfit, which was quite thick, though I knew she wasn't wearing a bra. How long have you been waiting? Zhao Fong had a blue towel tied on her head. Her face flushed. Just 10 minutes, I smiled. I just came from the sauna. After sweating it out and then scrubbing, it felt incredible. I felt like I hadn't bathed in 800 years, and I felt so much lighter, Zhao Fong said as she sat down across from me. Zhao Fong indeed looked much more refreshed after her bath. She had been suffering in there for the past couple of days, so it was time for her to relax. Are you still tired? I laughed. Now that I'm full and have bathed, I just want to take a nap, Zhao Fong replied. Go ahead and sleep. Let the staff cover you with a blanket, I said. I hope it won't take up too much of your time, Zhao Fong asked. I'm not working. This place is open 24 hours. If you want to sleep, just sleep. Rest well, and then head home, I replied. Hearing this, Zhao Fong nodded. The staff covered her with a blanket, and within 3 minutes, she was fast asleep. I didn't expect Zhao Fong to snore while sleeping. Perhaps she was really exhausted. With nothing else to do, I scrolled through my phone. My eyes felt a bit sore, so I dozed off as well. When I woke up again, it was Zhao Fong who roused me. I checked my phone and found it was already 11 at night. Have we really slept for 3 hours? I was surprised. I just woke up too. Do you want to grab a late-night snack? Zhao Fong smiled. Sure, I nodded in agreement. We went to the restaurant and started ordering. And at that moment, I saw a message from Wang Dahai. What are you doing? Why aren't you answering the phone? I opened my call log and indeed saw several missed calls. I can't contact Wang Dahai for now. After I had a late-night snack with Zhao Fong and sent her home, I called Wang Dahai. Why are you returning my call so late? Where have you been? Wang Dahai asked. Boss, I just finished dinner and went to soak in a hot spring. I felt really tired and ended up taking a nap there. I just woke up, I explained. Has Zhao Fong tried to reach you? Wang Dahai inquired. Wasn't she detained? Did she get out? I asked in surprise. It seems she hasn't contacted you, Wang Dahai said thoughtfully. I nodded. Well, if there's nothing else, take good care of my wife these next couple of days. I'll get in touch if something comes up, Wang Dahai concluded. I agreed and hung up. Earlier, when I dropped Zhao Fong off at her place, she invited me to stay for a bit. Although she is attractive and has a great figure, I declined. I felt it was better to keep my distance at a time like this. I had treated Zhao Fong to a nice meal, and it was clear she was very happy. Everyone goes through periods of loneliness, and having someone there during those times can be very touching. Back at my rented room, I was very careful not to disturb Jiang Wenwen next door. After turning off the light, I planned to go to sleep. However, having napped at the hot spring, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Gradually, I noticed some noises coming from next door. My room was just a wall away from Jiang Wenwen's, and suddenly I heard some strange sounds. First, there was a continuous buzzing noise, and then I actually heard Jiang Wenwen's voice. Ugh. My God. I was shocked. I never expected to hear these sounds. Did Jiang Wenwen think I wasn't home tonight and felt free to act recklessly? Cautiously, I walked to the corner of the wall and listened closely. Hearing Jiang Wenwen's continuous moans made my heart race. I had known Jiang Wenwen for over a year now. Although we were roommates, we hardly interacted and kept to ourselves. I had never heard of Jiang Wenwen having a boyfriend. To me, she seemed like a single woman, always commuting between work and her rented room. Perhaps Jiang Wenwen had been single for too long and felt lonely at night? With Jiang Wenwen's outburst, the surroundings fell silent again. I had been quite excited, but now I managed to calm down. I fell asleep and woke up the next morning. As I was about to head out, I saw Jiang Wenwen in the living room. Were you home last night? She asked, her expression suddenly changing. Yeah, why? I replied. Nothing, Jiang Wenwen said, her face turning red, as if she wished she could disappear into the ground. If you don't want anyone to know, you shouldn't do it yourself. Jiang Wenwen, I didn't expect you to be so wild last night, screaming like a slaughtered pig. I chuckled to myself, but I maintained a serious demeanor as I left. After having breakfast at the CAF near the community entrance, I headed to the market. As usual, I prepared a meal for my boss and headed to the hospital to deliver it. Since she was alone and vulnerable in Jiangxing, it was my duty to take good care of her. Approaching noon, I made my way to the hospital with the food in hand. When I arrived at her hospital room, I found her sitting on the edge of the bed, already wearing her shoes. Boss, why are you up? I asked in surprise. Am I supposed to just lie here all the time? She replied with a smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her response, I nodded in agreement. It must be quite dull to stay in bed all day. So what delicious food did I bring you today? She asked curiously, eyeing the lunchbox in my hand. Chapter 76. Wang Dahai's assets. Watching the boss lady's health improve day by day lifted my spirits significantly. However, the secret about Wang was weighing heavily on me, and I hoped the boss lady would be discharged soon so I could tell her the whole truth. As I opened the lunchboxes one by one, I introduced the dishes, and she particularly enjoyed the pork rib and corn soup. Your cooking is really delicious. The doctor said I can have another 4 drip tomorrow morning, and then I can go home, the boss lady said while eating. That fast? I was a bit surprised. Yes, and then after a week, they'll remove the stitches. And I'll be fine, she continued. I couldn't believe she would be discharged tomorrow. Once she was out, Wang Dehai would have her go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register for a divorce. At this critical moment, I needed to tell her the whole story beforehand. I couldn't afford to delay any longer. I also needed to find Zhao Fong to get a grasp of Wang's financial situation, which would be beneficial for the boss lady. Do you have something on your mind? The boss lady asked. No, nothing at all. I forced a smile. Come on, let's eat together. You don't have to keep eating what I leave behind, she said with a smile. Agreeing with her, I joined her for the meal. After eating, I took the boss lady for a stroll in the small park of the hospital. The blue sky and white clouds were bright under the sun. Although she looked a bit unwell, her condition had improved significantly. However, the bandage on her wrist made my heart ache. It seemed like this injury would be a lifelong pain for her. Thinking about these things, I couldn't help but ask, by the way, boss lady, do you have any plans after the divorce? Wang Dehai hadn't visited her in days, and I believed she understood that the situation was irreversible. I definitely want to make money. I can't just sit at home doing nothing, she replied. I was somewhat surprised by her response. Ever since Wang Dehai started his company and it began to thrive, the boss lady had been a stay-at-home wife. Had she really gotten used to not working for so long? Why are you looking at me like that? I can't just do nothing and let myself go. Can I? She chuckled. No, I was just wondering what kind of job you would want to do if you went back to work, I replied. We'll see when the time comes. What about you, Xiaoyu? Are you going to continue being Wang Dehai's driver? She asked. In the past, the boss lady would affectionately call Wang Dehai hubby, but today she referred to him by his full name, which was a significant change. It seemed that deep down, she no longer regarded him as her husband. That night, Wang Dehai had hurt the boss lady deeply. Although she made breakfast normally the next day, it felt like a final farewell. If I hadn't rushed her to the hospital in time, I might never have seen her again. The boss lady probably understood the consequences of despair. She wanted to live well and start anew. I'll see how it goes, I forced a smile. Half an hour later, we returned to the hospital room. Tomorrow morning, after the boss's wife finishes her 4-drip, she'll be processing her discharge paperwork. I believe Wang Dehai will definitely find out about her discharge and will urge her to get a divorce. Knowing Wang Dehai, even if he doesn't approach her tomorrow afternoon, he will certainly do so the day after. After leaving the hospital, I called Wang Yan. Hello, Yunnan. Wang Yan's voice came through the phone. Do you know a well-known lawyer in Jiangxing? I asked. A famous lawyer? No way. Yunnan, you aren't thinking about using legal means to collect a debt, are you? Let me tell you, that's a waste of money. The law can't do much about these debtors, and you'll end up spending a lot on legal fees. Wang Yan hurriedly replied. I'm not trying to collect a debt. I have a friend who's in a bit of trouble, so I want to consult with someone, I explained. Hold on, let me look it up, Wang Yan said before hanging up. A few minutes later, Wang Yan sent me the WeChat contact for a lawyer named Su Yun. According to her, this person is a top-notch lawyer with a good reputation in Jiangxing. Thanks, I replied, and then I contacted Zhao Fong again. Zhao Fong hadn't gone out today. She had been at home, seemingly taking a break from looking for work. When I arrived at her place, I found her in a pink nightgown, her hair messy as if she had just woken up. Thanks for yesterday, treating me to dinner and letting me take a shower. So, what? Do you want to take me out to play today? Zhao Fong laughed. Zhao Jia, I've always been curious about something. I closed the door and sat down on the couch. What is it? Zhao Fong poured me a cup of tea, looking at me with a smile. How much money does Wang Dehai actually have? I asked. Why do you want to know that? Zhao Fong furrowed her brow. I'm just curious. I really want to know how wealthy he is, I said. With the new project he's taken on, he's invested at least 50 million. And there are over 8 million in outstanding payments for projects. That 8 million isn't just a debt account. Plus, with the cars under the company name and his properties, his net worth conservatively should be around 70 million. As for the bank loans, there are a few million still outstanding. Zhao Fong thought for a moment and replied. 70 million? I murmured. For a medium-sized construction company, having around 50 million in liquidity is impressive. But as for the company's valuation, that's just theoretical and can't be relied upon. The office building is rented, and the office equipment isn't worth much. Those things don't really count, Zhao Fong continued. Do you have any asset information on Wang Dehai? I quickly asked. What do you want that for? Zhao Fong asked. After all the trouble Wang Dehai has caused us, how can we let him and Fong Tingting enjoy themselves? Wang Dehai cheated during his marriage. If the boss's wife divorces him, shouldn't we at least peel off a layer of skin from that scoundrel? At the very least, the marital assets should be split evenly, right? I said. In a normal divorce, assets are definitely split evenly. Wang Dehai and the boss's wife started from scratch, but since Wang Dehai cheated during the marriage, if he can get 40 of the assets, that would be quite good for him, Zhao Fong said. Isn't getting 40 of the assets pretty good? I exclaimed in surprise. But now that they're getting a divorce, the boss lady won't get any money. For this new project, Wang Dehai has invested all his money and borrowed quite a bit from outside. Zhao Fong continued. So if you were the boss lady, what would you do? I asked curiously. I'd definitely maximize my benefits. Since the divorce is happening, there's no need to worry about feelings. But before the divorce, I would have to thoroughly investigate all of Wang Dahai's assets, Zhao Fong replied. Hearing her words, I nodded slightly. What's wrong? You want to help the boss lady? Zhao Fong asked in surprise. The boss lady is the victim. If Wang Dahai divorces her and leaves her with nothing, don't you think she is pitiful? I inquired. Sigh. Zhao Fong sighed, as if lost in thought, then added, the boss lady is like a canary in a cage. It looks like she has everything she needs. But in reality, her situation is quite tragic. Chapter 77, Zhao Fong's stance sigh. I let out a breath. Zhao Fong was right. Both the boss lady and Wang Dahai came from humble beginnings. They once thought that after struggling through tough times, life would get better. Little did they know that Wang Dahai would first cheat on Zhao Fong, then on Fong Tingting, and even get Fong Tingting pregnant. Of course, perhaps Wang Dahai only intended to have some fun at first, just like he did with Zhao Fong. But he didn't realize that Fong Tingting was not like Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong was relatively honest in this regard. She indeed had a child, which she kept to secure her job at the finance company. However, Fong Tingting was more cunning and ended up getting pregnant. Although this was all one-sided from Wang Dahai's perspective, when I listened to him back then, it seemed like that was indeed how things were. The boss lady had once fantasized about adopting a child with Wang Dahai if she couldn't have one herself. But in the end, everything turned out contrary to her wishes. Wang Dahai found another woman, wanted a divorce, and even expected her to leave with nothing. People are inherently selfish, especially someone like Wang Dahai, who had been through the ups and downs of the business world for many years. That night, the boss lady said something that startled me. Wang Dahai even felt guilty and mentioned he would give her an old house, along with a car and some money. However, when it came to the money, it was just those debt accounts, over 3 million in bad debts. Yunnan, you don't really think that by helping the boss lady, she'll grant you any favors, do you? Zhao Fong laughed. What do you mean? I asked, surprised. It's true that the boss lady is a victim in this marriage, but she won't give you anything in return. You have to understand, you're just a driver. Helping her won't get you any benefits, Zhao Fong continued. I don't want anything in return, I said. You don't want anything? You really think that? Zhao Fong clearly didn't believe me. I just wish the world could be a bit fairer, that the weak could receive the compensation they deserve, I replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fong burst into laughter, creating ripples across her chest. What are you laughing at? I asked, puzzled. Although I haven't read much, and I'm just in finance, listen, Xiaoyu. The law in this world is meant to protect the weak. Do you know why monogamy is enforced? It's to protect the weak. Otherwise, rich people could have multiple wives, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to marry at all. All resources would be in the hands of the wealthy. Even if there are laws, they're there to maintain social stability. Rich people can hire lawyers, distort the truth. Do you really think that when it comes to a lawsuit, the weak will definitely get justice? Zhao Fong spoke continuously, and her words made me ponder deeply. I had just said I only wanted the world to be a bit fairer, but in reality, if it weren't for the existing laws, the world would be even more of a survival of the fittest, with no fairness at all. Who feels sorry for the boss lady? Who feels sorry for you? Who feels sorry for me? No matter how you look at it, the boss lady is living a better life than both you and me. If you help her, don't you want something in return? Zhao Fong continued. And if you help her, do you want something in return? I asked. I have quite a few secrets about Wang Dahai, but as you've seen, it's very difficult to get money from someone like him. This person is ruthless. If he doesn't throw you in jail, that would be a light punishment. Over the years, he's been involved in various projects. And you think he only knows a few people in business? Let me tell you, he has connections in both the legal and illegal worlds. If he wants to avoid paying workers' wages, he'll find someone to deal with it. Just think about it. If someone gets injured on a construction site, how does he handle it? He can resolve these issues at minimal cost. Do you really think we can take him on and help the boss's wife? Zhao Fong said. Her words made me ponder deeply. I'm worried about not getting any benefits and ending up in trouble. If Wang Dahai divorces the boss's wife, he might even bankrupt her or make her bear his debts. Believe me, wealthy people often transfer assets before a divorce. Who knows what offshore accounts or trusts they might have? Zhao Fong continued. What if we hire a top lawyer to take him to court? I asked. Hiring a lawyer costs money, and if the case drags on, can the boss's wife afford it? Zhao Fong replied, her eyes glinting as she added. But if you strike at the right moment, there are ways to deal with Wang Dahai. How? I asked, intrigued. If Wang Dahai's reputation starts to affect his new projects, then he will panic. Only then will he be willing to pay to settle things down, Zhao Fong explained. It was clear that she was sharp as a tack, while I felt like a naive rookie in comparison. Not just me, the boss's wife, who has been playing the role of a perfect housewife. Probably has her own nav vet. I looked at Zhao Fong and realized that after her past experience with Wang Dahai, she had become much more astute. I wouldn't help the boss's wife. What right do I have to do so? Should I tell her that I was once Wang Dahai's mistress? Or that I was replaced by another seductress? In the boss's wife's eyes, I'm just like Fong Tingting. How could she ever accept me? Zhao Fong continued, you know? If there's no clear benefit in something, don't act rashly, or it could ruin your future. You probably haven't even processed your resignation yet. You're still in Wang Dahai's hands. When I asked him for compensation, do you know what he told me? What? I hurriedly asked. She said that the 100,000 yuan he owes for the client's expenses 1T be given to me, and the client 1T acknowledge it either. He would only offer me the N1 compensation, which isn't even mandated by labor law. He wouldn't want to give me anything otherwise. But for you, unless Wang Dahai personally fires you, he 1T give you a dime. You've only worked there for 2 years. And N1 is just 3 months' salary. What can you expect to get from him? Zhao Fong laughed. She was right. For now, I had only heard that Fong Tingting wanted Wang Dahai to fire me, but he hadn't done so yet. If he doesn't fire me, I won't get any compensation. Plus, if he doesn't fire me, I have no reason to help the boss's wife. Otherwise, he would see me as a traitor. Yesterday, you were still driving his car, so your situation is a bit better than mine. Once I get my compensation, I'll take a break and then consider finding a new job. Zhao Fong's words showed that she had let go of worldly struggles. It was clear she no longer wanted to get involved in this mess. I nodded. I had initially thought about trying to win Zhao Fong over, but I realized she had no intention of helping the boss's wife at all. Weren't you quite close with that vixen? She used to have lunch with you all the time when she first joined the company. What happened that you two suddenly turned against each other? And now Wang Dahai wants to fire you? Zhao Fong shifted the conversation with a curious look at me. Chapter 78. Stay at my place. Zhao Fong's words left me with a rather unpleasant expression. I had no grudges against Fong Tingting. In fact, I had even helped her when her family had a power outage and a light bulb needed changing. Additionally, I had been working for Wang Dahai, so there was no logical reason for her to target me. However, I had to admit one thing. Fong Tingting truly saw herself as Wang Dahai's wife. She was trying to save money for him, thinking it unjust to raise my salary, believing that someone else could easily replace my role. She also felt that since I was relatively close to both her and Wang Dahai, I knew too much, and firing me would mitigate the risk. That was the only explanation I could come up with. She wanted to save money for Wang Dahai and didn't want to increase my salary. After all, I had witnessed her rise to power as a mistress. She thought that firing me would make things easier for her. I said, your reasoning is the same as mine. I know quite a bit about Wang Dahai too, and he had promised to give me a raise. Zhao Fong nodded slightly. Zhao Jia, why do you think Fong Tingting is so ambitious? I asked. She tasted the sweetness of it. Wang Dahai has bought her so many luxury items. She wants more. The money she saves for Wang Dahai is going into her own pocket, Zhao Fong replied. Indeed, human desires are insatiable. Once they taste something sweet, they crave even more. Zhao Fong wasn't entirely aware of what Fong Tingting had gained from Wang Dahai, but I was very clear. He had bought her a house, a car, and countless luxury goods, all of which amounted to several million. This was real money. Fong Tingting had once been a working girl, and now she had suddenly risen to the status of a boss's wife. What a glamorous change. She no longer had to worry about working or paying rent. She could live the life of a wealthy woman, and she was still young. Just as Zhao Fong and I were discussing Fong Tingting, she suddenly called me. I walked out to the balcony and answered the phone. Yunan, where are you? Fong Tingting's voice came through the line. I'm in my rental apartment. What's up? I glanced at Zhao Fong in the living room as I responded. Is Yi Shufan getting out of the hospital soon? Fong Tingting questioned. Yi Shufan was the name of the boss's wife. Fong Tingting had always referred to her as the boss's wife, but now her tone was completely different, clearly indicating that she felt she was about to replace her, so there was no need for any pretense. Why are you asking about that? I replied. Am I not allowed to inquire? Fong Tingting answered. She'll be discharged tomorrow morning after her treatment, I responded. All right, let me know immediately if anything happens. Fong Tingting continued. Understood, I agreed. Wang is really busy these days. Don't even think about betraying us, or you know the consequences. Beep beep beep. The call had ended, and her last words were clearly a warning. Who was that? Zhao Fong approached me. It was Fong Tingting, I said. What does that vixen want with you? Zhao Fong frowned. She warned me not to betray her or Wang Dahai, or I'd be in trouble, I shrugged. That vixen really thinks too highly of herself. Zhao Fong scoffed. Wang Dahai and the boss lady are on the verge of divorce. As soon as they go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the divorce procedures, Fong Tingting will be able to take her place, I said. So soon. Zhao Fong's expression changed. I can't stay here too long. Fong Tingting is not like Wang Dahai. This woman can think of anything. If she has someone follow me or tries to find dirt on me, it won't be good, I replied. Are you leaving? Zhao Feng asked. Yes, I said. I'll think it over, and if I come to a conclusion, I'll contact you. Zhao Feng said. I gave her a surprised glance and left her house. Once I got to the parking lot, I sat in my car and started to think. Fang Tingting must be eager to marry Wang Dehai as soon as possible. She can't wait to enjoy the life of a wealthy wife and will go to any lengths to achieve her goals. Just then, the boss lady called me and said not to prepare dinner for her that evening, as she could order her own food. All right, I replied, feeling a bit disappointed. But I could tell she didn't want to trouble me too much. See you tomorrow, the boss lady said. Boss lady, if anything comes up, make sure to call me right away, I urged. Got it, don't worry, she replied with a smile. Hearing her say that reassured me. Tomorrow, when the boss lady is discharged from the hospital, I need to tell her the truth. I hope she can hold up and be decisive. While I was thinking about this, Su Li's call came in. Hello? I answered, surprised. Are you avoiding me? You don't reach out to me anymore? Su Li's voice sounded a bit wronged. No, I've just been busy, I replied. Wang Yin said she saw you yesterday, that you were doing something near her house. Su Li continued. Wang Yin? That's strange. Why does Wang Yin tell Su Li everything? She didn't mention anything about us at the hotel, did she? No way. She wouldn't out herself like that. Yeah, we chatted for a bit, I said. I want you to pick me up after work, Su Li said in a playful tone. Hearing her say that, I checked the time. All right, I'll come over now. Okay, see you soon, Su Li replied happily. As soon as I hung up, I stepped on the gas and headed towards Su Li's company. When I arrived at Su Li's office, I saw her. Today, she was wearing a blue bell-sleeve blouse paired with a white super short skirt. The hem of her skirt highlighted her long legs wrapped in black stockings, making me glance at her a few extra times. She said goodbye to her colleagues and got into the car. Do you know what day it is today? Su Li smiled. What day? I asked, a bit puzzled. It's Qixi Festival. Su Li quickly responded. Oh, right, I smiled awkwardly. Let's go eat. You have time, right? Su Li fastened her seatbelt, smiling. I'm free tonight, I nodded. Hearing my response, Su Li grabbed my hand, and I stepped on the gas and drove off. We arrived at a shopping center near Su Li's house, where she led me into a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. Perhaps it was due to the Qixi Festival, but the mall was bustling with people, and this restaurant was no exception. After placing our order, a little girl ran up to me, hoping I would buy a rose for Su Li. How much is it? I asked. 30 yuan, she quickly replied. I was taken aback by the price, but I still bought a rose and handed it to Su Li. Thank you, she said, taking the flower and inhaling its fragrance, clearly in a good mood. How about we go watch a movie later? There's a nice one out recently. I've already booked the tickets, Su Li said with a smile. What movie? I asked, a bit surprised. The Jasmine Flower Love. It's a romantic film, she replied. All right then, I said. I realized it had been a long time since I'd been to the cinema. Things had been quite hectic lately, so I thought it would be nice to unwind a bit. I'm in my safe period these days. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Su Li's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 79. Come to my place after work safety period? Staying at Su Li's house? Su Li's words made my heart skip a beat. The thought of actually staying at her place tonight made me nervous. If it weren't for Su Li's mother suddenly showing up that day, Su Li and I would have already taken our relationship to the next level. With time passing, just thinking about that incident still made me feel anxious. Is it convenient? I asked. It's fine, Su Li replied. Looking at Su Li's delicate makeup, I managed to smile, though my breathing was already uneven. After settling the bill at the restaurant, we headed to the cinema. There were quite a few couples on a date for the Qixi Festival. And after Su Li bought the tickets, we sat down together in the lounge area. Here are the movie tickets, Su Li said, handing them to me. Last row? I was a bit surprised when I saw the seats. We were sitting in a corner of the last row. Su Li took my hand and smiled at me. Seeing her sweet smile warmed my heart. Perhaps it was the romantic atmosphere of the Qixi Festival, or maybe it was Su Li's understanding nature. But I felt like Su Li and I were truly a couple. I had never considered dating Su Li before, but ever since my last visit to her house, meeting her parents, and her opening up to me, my feelings for her had changed. Especially when she said that she didn't care how much money I had, but rather who I was as a person. 10 minutes before the movie started, we entered the cinema. Sitting in the corner of the last row, Su Li lifted the armrest between us and leaned against me. Seeing her like this, I wrapped my arms around her, letting her rest in my embrace. The theater was dark, and soon the movie began. Amidst laughter and joy, there was a moment when Su Li, feeling emotional, kissed me on the lips. Unable to resist, I pulled her closer, and we shared a passionate kiss. Su Li let out a shy little sound as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Gradually, her hand slipped inside, and she even blew softly in my ear. With Su Li igniting my passion, I finally began to lose my composure. My heart raced as I nervously kissed Su Li. If it weren't for the fact that we were in a cinema, who knows what might have happened. After the movie ended, Su Li and I left the theater. What a downpour. Su Li exclaimed as we stepped out into the rain. It's okay, I'll drive slowly. I reassured her. The drive from the mall to Su Li's neighborhood took about half an hour, but instead of stopping at the entrance of her building, I drove into the underground parking garage. Taking the elevator, I soon arrived at Su Li's home. Just like my last visit, her place was very clean, clearly showing that Su Li was someone who liked to keep things tidy. These are the slippers I bought for you, she said, handing me a brand new pair. Mine are pink, and yours are blue. She slipped into a pair of pink slippers. Okay, I replied, taking the slippers and putting them on. Let us head to the room, Su Li said, taking my hand. My breathing grew heavier, and I knew that after tonight, Su Li would become my woman. Following her closely, I stole glances at her figure. I must say, Su Li was perfect in both shape and looks, a dream for every man. I couldn't imagine how many men wished to have her. As we entered the room, I couldn't hold back any longer and pulled Su Li into my arms. She looked incredibly nervous, her big eyes wide as she stared at me. Since graduating from college, I had never been involved with a woman. Even that night with Wang Yin was limited to mere superficial intimacy. You look beautiful tonight. I couldn't help but push Su Li onto the bed and kissed her on the lips. At my touch, her cheeks flushed bright red. Su Li held onto me tightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. It was clear she was as excited as I was. Just as I started to lift the hem of her skirt, she grabbed my hand. Why, Yunan, can you wait a moment? I want to take a shower first, Su Li said, breathless. Hearing her request, I nodded. Watching her open the wardrobe and pull out a black lace nightgown, I realized she was heading to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, while outside, thunder rumbled ominously. The thunder jolted me back to reality. I wondered if the landlady was okay. She was terrified of thunder, after all. Would she be scared alone in her hospital room? I remembered that she had clung to me out of fear of the storm. I checked my phone for messages on WeChat. The landlady hadn't texted me. Perhaps she knew she was alone and felt scared without anyone to lean on. About 20 minutes later, I heard the sound of a hairdryer coming from the bathroom. When the door opened again, I saw Su Li. Her face was flushed, and she wore a sexy lace nightgown, her gaze slightly evasive. I'm done showering, she said as she walked a few steps toward me. Up close, I caught the scent of her body wash, and I even noticed that she seemed to be without underwear. Then, I'll go wash up too, I said nervously. There's a bathrobe inside. I'll wash and dry your clothes, and you can wear them tomorrow, Su Li kindly offered. Okay. I nodded in agreement and stepped into the bathroom. Once the door was closed, I saw Su Li's clothes in the laundry basket, especially the sexy lingerie and stockings, which made me feel quite flustered. As I showered, my thoughts drifted to Su Li, but gradually, I began to think of the landlady. Tomorrow would be the day the truth came out. Would she break down upon learning it? Would she feel hopeless again? If Wang Dahai found out I had betrayed him, he would definitely fire me. So, did I really deserve to be in a relationship with Su Li? Could it even be possible for us? Gradually, I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. Perhaps I was thinking too much. It wasn't until Su Li knocked on the door and asked, "Are you done?" that I turned off the shower, wrapped myself in a bathrobe, and stepped out. Why did you take so long? Su Li looked at me in surprise, feeling quite tired. I took a longer shower with hot water. I smiled. Tired? Su Li furrowed her brow and pulled me down to sit on the edge of the bed, starting to massage my shoulders. I was surprised by how skilled Su Li was. Not only did she work on my shoulders, but she also kneaded the back of my neck. Lie down on the bed, Su Li said. Okay, I replied, kicking off my shoes and lying down on her bed. You know, money is never ending. Sometimes you need to relax a bit. You should soak your feet and get a massage to relieve stress, Su Li said while continuing to massage me. Su Li's pillow smelled wonderful. It must be her scent. In the future, when you're tired after work, just come over to my place. It's not easy for you to be working so hard all alone, Su Li continued. Hearing her say that, I turned my head and was greeted by the sight of her curvy, fair legs, and I could even catch a glimpse of what lay beneath her skirt. Chapter 80. The truth. My heart raced as Su Li's words warmed me inside. If I had a stunning beauty like Su Li accompanying me every day after work, it would be a blessing from my past life. Feeling better? Su Li asked, having worked on my back for a while. Yeah, you're really wonderful, I replied with a smile. Turn over, and I'll give your thighs a massage, Su Li continued. Hearing her words, I quickly flipped onto my back. Su Li's face turned a shade of red, and when her delicate hand pressed against my thigh, I finally lost my composure. Perhaps it was the fantasies I had harbored about her for so long. In that moment, I pulled her into my embrace, and she naturally fell onto me. Soft and warm, it was the feeling I had longed for. Unable to hold back, I leaned in to kiss Su Li. She shyly turned off the lights, and the room was illuminated only by the dim glow of the TV screen. Why you Yunnan? Su Li breathed heavily, clearly understanding my intentions. As I lifted Su Li's skirt, she finally reacted like a startled quail. Back in college, I had fantasized about how wonderful it would be if Su Li could be my girlfriend. Time passed, and now that I truly had her, I realized how long I had waited for this moment. Su Li was shy and nervous, her tender affection deeply engraved in my heart. When everything settled down, I glanced at the trash can by the bed, filled with crumpled tissues. It was quite touching. You were just so bad. Su Li lay in my arms, her face flushed. Hearing her words, I awkwardly smiled. Perhaps it had been too long since I had been with a woman, and I had acted impulsively. But Su Li's caring nature and the way she held me tightly told me that she was mine. I'm sorry, I said. What's there to be sorry about? You're my boyfriend, Su Li smiled. I nodded slightly at her words. Watching Su Li walk awkwardly into the bathroom, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I never imagined I would have a girlfriend, especially one who was the class beauty back in school. The next morning, Su Li and I revisited the wonderful moments from the night before. The tomato and egg noodles she cooked were delicious. I drove Su Li to her office, and finally made my way to the hospital. After helping the boss's wife with her discharge procedures and packing her things, I said goodbye to the nurse and headed to the parking lot. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was lovely, perhaps due to the rain last night. It felt cooler today. The boss's wife looked much better. She sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window as if everything had passed. And she seemed to have hopes for the future. Just as I was about to take her to her old house, her phone rang. Xiaoyu is here to pick me up. Don't worry, I will divorce you, she said, speaking briefly before hanging up. I knew it was Wang Dehai on the other end. Divorcing so quickly? He hasn't even come to see me while I was in the hospital. The boss's wife's expression darkened. Hearing her words, I said nothing because I knew a storm was about to hit, and before it arrived, I needed to take her home first. The car arrived at the old house half an hour later. It's so clean, the landlady exclaimed in surprise as she walked through the door. Yes, I cleaned both inside and out, I replied, shutting the door behind me. Hearing my words, the landlady nodded and looked around, then said, Xiaoyu, you've been a great help these past few days. I don't think we'll see each other again after this. So let's say goodbye? Goodbye? I was taken aback. Yes, I've been discharged from the hospital, and I'm fine now. You're Wang Dehai's driver, and you don't need to accompany me anymore. You have your own job. You can't stay with me forever, she explained. I gave her a meaningful glance and said, Landlady, there's something I feel I should tell you. If I don't say it now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. What do you mean? The landlady frowned. Please, have a seat. I motioned for her to sit on the sofa in the living room. What do you want to say? She asked eagerly. Looking at her stunning profile, I noticed the bandage on her wrist. The landlady had attempted suicide and had just been discharged today. I didn't need to stir up trouble. But Wang Dehai and Fong Tingting were behaving so poorly that I felt I could no longer stay silent. You divorced Wang Dehai because he cheated on you? I said. What? Her expression changed, and she looked at me in shock. You heard me right. Wang Dehai cheated on you, I repeated. So you're saying he cheated on me? Which led to the divorce? She asked. Yes, I didn't tell you in the hospital because I didn't want to hurt you, but now that you're out, I think you deserve to know, I explained. Who did he cheat with? Was it Zhao from finance? She asked quickly. I suddenly noticed that. After a brief moment of shock, she seemed unusually calm. Had she been considering the reasons for her divorce during her hospitalization? Realizing it wasn't just about her inability to have children? It was Secretary Fong. I said. I didn't need to delve into the messy details about Wang Dehai and Zhao Fong. I wanted to get to the point. How old is that girl? The landlady asked in astonishment. It's precisely because she's young and beautiful that Wang Dehai got involved with her. I thought he was just having a fling. But I didn't expect him to get Secretary Fong pregnant, and with twins at that, I continued. When the landlady heard about Fong Tingting's pregnancy, her face twitched, and I could sense her anger rising. I'm sorry, Wang Dehai made me keep this from you. I didn't dare tell you. But I never thought Fong Tingting would get pregnant and cause him to divorce you, I said. Why are you telling me this? You could have easily kept it to yourself. As long as you didn't tell me, I could have divorced Wang Dehai and still worked at his company. But now that you've told me, it's like completely severing ties with him, the landlady questioned. I originally wanted to keep this from you. But Wang Dehai forced me to seduce you, to make you the one who cheats. He wants you to leave with nothing, and he even threatened me, saying that if I didn't listen to him, he'd fire me and replace me with someone else. I'm afraid of you getting taken advantage of, and I'm also scared of being fired by Wang Dehai, so I agreed. But then I realized how kind you are, and it made me feel guilty. Especially that night when you said you didn't want anything at all, it really shocked me. Fong Tingting said that after Wang Dehai divorces you, she would fire me. At first, Wang Dehai even mentioned a raise for me, but it was all a lie. They want to burn the bridge after crossing it. I went on to explain everything to the boss lady, even though I was so emotional that I didn't express myself very clearly, but I believe she understood. No wonder he was so eager to push me into a divorce. He wants to divorce me here, so he can marry Fong Tingting over there. The boss lady gritted her teeth, her eyes already glistening with tears. He even bought Fong Tingting a 150 square meter apartment in the south suburb in a Mercedes sedan. And he has given her plenty of luxury goods too. I continued, what a beast. The boss lady was trembling with anger. Chapter 81. The counterattack begins. This was the day I went to the villa to get clothes for you and stumbled upon it. As I spoke, I hurriedly pulled out my phone. I opened the video and showed the footage to the boss lady. In the video, Wang Dahai was in a room getting cozy with Fong Tingting. It was more than just intimacy. Their conversation was equally disturbing. The shocking scenes combined with their hateful words made the boss lady nearly smash my phone. I will make this vixen pay the price. You just mentioned where this vixen lives? The boss lady's eyes were fixed on me. Boss lady, don't call me that anymore. Just call me Lin Shufan. She interrupted. At this point, it was clear she would divorce Wang Dahai, and after the divorce, she wouldn't be the boss lady anymore. Lin Jia. Fong Tingting lives in that new apartment in Nanjiao Pin, I replied. Take me to find her. Lin Shufan demanded. No, Lin Jia, you can't act impulsively. I quickly responded. I used to address Lin Shufan as the boss lady, which created a certain distance between us, but now calling her Lin Jia made me feel closer to her. Why not? Lin Shufan pressed. If you go after Fong Tingting, are you going to hit her or scold her? In this marriage, Wang Dahai was the one who cheated first and kept a mistress, and he even got her pregnant. By all rights, he is in the wrong. But if you go and confront her aggressively, the scales will tip in their favor. We need to stay calm, I explained. Upon hearing my words, Lin Shufan's eyes flickered as if she was contemplating something. Wang Dahai wants to leave you with nothing, even if he gives you some assets. It would only be this old house and a car. He claims the money he gives you is just external debt, which is worthless. He is actually out of money. All his cash is tied up in new projects, I continued. So what now? Lin Shufan asked eagerly. First, we need to gather evidence of Wang Dahai's infidelity. Then thoroughly investigate his assets, including his bank statements and the specific funds for the new projects. I heard you two started from scratch after getting married. So in this marriage, your assets are split equally. Since he is in the wrong, he will get even less. I said, he won't to even get half? Lin Shufan frowned. Right. Legally, he won't to get half. However, he will definitely try to hide assets to prevent you from getting anything, especially regarding your house, car, and company, I elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Shufan fell into deep thought. I looked at her and didn't continue speaking, waiting for her decision. He was with Fong Tingting while I was hospitalized, and now she is pregnant. He has done everything to push me away, Lin Shufan murmured, her voice trembling. Lin Jia, this divorce concerns your happiness for the rest of your life. If you end up with nothing, what will you do in the future? Didn't you say you wanted to earn money and plan for the future? You need to have some money in hand, right? Even if Wang Dahai bought that house for Fong Tingting in Nanjiao Pin, you still have a share in it. Why should that vixen get a better deal? This is your joint property with Wang Dahai, I said. But I don't know any lawyers. I haven't interacted with the outside world for many years. And I don't even know how to file a lawsuit, Lin Shufan replied. A friend of mine introduced me to a top-notch lawyer who is quite famous in Jiangxing. I believe that as long as this lawyer takes the case, it will definitely be fine, I said. The lawyer recommended by Wang Yin is named Su Yun. I believe that as long as we gather evidence of Wang Dahai's infidelity and information about his assets, having her represent us in court will definitely give us the upper hand. Wang Dahai never discusses business matters with me. So I have no idea how much money he has, nor do I know how much he invested in this new project, Lin Shufan said. There is someone who knows. I immediately replied. Who? Lin Shufan quickly looked at me. Zhao Fong has been working at the company for so long. She knows everything, I said. Zhao Fong. Lin Shufan frowned, then said, how could Zhao Fong possibly help me? If she does, Wang Dahai will definitely fire her. Zhao Fong has already been fired, I said. She has been fired? How could this happen? Lin Shufan exclaimed. In Lin Shufan's view, Zhao Fong, being the longtime financial officer, would not be fired without reason. So she couldn't understand what went wrong. Zhao Fong is also a victim. She was Wang Dahai's secret lover. After Fong Tingting took her position, Wang Dahai kicked Zhao Fong out. I explained the situation. What? Lin Shufan was taken aback. She said she was sorry for you and didn't dare to see you. But at that time, she had no choice. She said if she didn't comply, Wang Dahai would just replace her with another financial officer. She was in a difficult position, I clarified. At this critical moment, I needed Lin Shufan to despise Wang Dahai and not feel any pity for him. Wang Dahai actually has two mistresses. Lin Shufan said, trembling with anger. Seeing Lin Shufan so agitated, I quickly said, Sister Lin, once Wang Dahai finds out you've been discharged from the hospital, he will definitely urge you to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. You should buy some time, gather all the evidence first, and then let the lawyer take over. Will Xiaofang help me? Lin Shufan asked eagerly. If you can offer Xiaofang some benefits, I believe she will definitely help you, I said. Xiaofang's resentment towards Wang Dahai stems from being abandoned and fired. But more importantly, she slept with clients to secure projects for him. However, Wang Dahai did not fulfill his promise and didn't pay her the 100,000 yuan he promised. If Lin Shufan is willing to give her that money, I believe Xiaofang will assist her. What kind of benefits? Lin Shufan asked. Wang Dahai had Xiaofang sleep with clients to secure this new project, promising her 100,000 yuan if successful. But after the project was signed, he didn't pay her and fired her instead, I explained. How could Wang Dahai do such a thing? Lin Shufan only now realizes how terrifying the man she sleeps next to every day is. It's like sharing a bed with a wolf. You and Xiaofang are both victims, and I believe that together, you can definitely take down Wang Dahai. I said, thank you, Xiaoyu. I didn't expect Wang Dahai to be this kind of person. I'm willing to accept your advice. Please help me contact a lawyer and reach out to Xiaofang, Lin Shufan finally said after a moment of silence. For the next couple of days, Lin Jie, you shouldn't stay here. I'm afraid Wang Dahai might come looking for you. Let us wait until after the divorce to talk. I nodded slightly and continued. I'll stay at a hotel for a while, Lin Shufan said. Seeing Lin Shufan's serious demeanor, I let out a quiet breath. The counterattack was finally about to begin. Chapter 82. Burned Bridges. The current issue is Xiaofang. As long as she is willing to cooperate, we'll be one step closer to success. I believe she received her compensation from Wang Dahai in the past couple of days. Getting fired from the company usually comes with compensation according to labor laws. Xiaoyu, I've booked the hotel. Can you help me take the luggage there first? Lin Shufan said. Sure, I replied, quickly starting to move the bags. The Marriott Hotel is one of the top 5-star hotels in Jiangqing. After checking in, Lin Shufan and I had a meal in the hotel restaurant before heading back to our room. I'll take a shower first. Can you get in touch with Xiaofang for me? Lin Shufan said as she put her clothes from the suitcase into the wardrobe. Okay, I nodded in agreement. Watching Lin Shufan head into the bathroom, I took a deep breath and quickly contacted Xiaofang. Hello? Xiaofang answered the phone. Xiaojia, have you received your compensation? I asked eagerly. I got the compensation, and they gave me the termination notice. Wang Dahai is smart. He won't do anything against labor laws, Xiaofang replied. The boss's wife wants to meet you and discuss a collaboration, I said. The boss's wife wants to meet me? Xiaofang sounded surprised. Wang Dahai is in the process of divorcing her, and he wants her to walk away empty-handed. But if she has evidence of his infidelity, he won't be able to do as he pleases, I explained. What does their divorce have to do with me? What isn't it for me? Besides, the evidence of his cheating is with the police. I signed off on it, so I can't threaten Wang Dahai anymore. Xiaofang immediately countered. I have evidence of Wang Dahai's infidelity, I said. You have? Were you lying to me before? Did you keep something up your sleeve all along? Xiaofang asked. Astonished, I chuckled helplessly and said, Xiaojia, Wang Dahai made you sleep with clients for the project, and he never paid you the promised 100,000. But if you're willing to collaborate with the boss's wife, she will give you that 100,000. If you don't believe me, I can have her give you 50,000 up front. You'll get the other 50 once everything is settled. She won't go back on her word. Really? Xiaofang sounded uncertain. Of course it's true. If you're willing, come to the Marriott Hotel. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby, I said. You're saying the boss's wife will give me 100,000. Xiaofang hurriedly responded. I can assure you. I replied immediately. The boss's wife is taking a shower right now, so I'm committing to this before checking with her, I thought to myself. All right, wait for me. I'll be there by 2 this afternoon, Xiaofang said. Okay, I replied. As soon as the call ended, I let out a sigh and walked out to the balcony to light a cigarette. At this point, I felt a bit anxious, fearing that trouble would come. And sure enough, Wang Dahai's call came through. Hello? I answered the phone. My wife has been discharged from the hospital, right? Are you at the old house now? Wang Dahai asked. The boss's wife is home and taking a shower, I said. Make sure to tell her to be ready to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. You must see to it that she gets there on time. Wang Dahai continued. Mr. Wang, I need to talk to you about something. Where are you right now? I decided it was time to confront Wang Dahai. Firstly, he and Fang Tingting would never keep me on, and rather than being fired by them, I might as well make my own plans and choose my side early. Staying with Wang Dahai wouldn't bring me any benefits. I'd only be at risk of being thrown under the bus by him and Fang Tingting. However, if I sided with the boss lady, at least I could keep my conscience clear. I'm at the office. Is there something important you need to discuss? Wang Dahai asked. Yes, I'm on my way over, I replied before hanging up the phone. Before leaving, I glanced at the restroom, informed Lin Shufan that I was stepping out, and took the car keys and room card with me as I left the room. About half an hour later, I arrived at the office. It seemed quite busy in my absence. The large office was nearly empty, indicating that the project had already kicked off. I walked to Wang Dahai's office and knocked on the door. Before he could say anything, I walked in. What's the rush? Wang Dahai looked at me in surprise. I'm here to resign, I said, closing the office door behind me. Resign? Why on earth would you want to do that? Wang Dahai's expression changed. I've already transferred the 5,000 you gave me last time, Boss Wang. I just don't want to work here anymore. I continued. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai checked his phone and then approached me, asking, what do you mean? You're not planning to betray me, are you? Wang Dahai, I honestly didn't want to betray you. You're right. You have helped me, even taking me to the hospital when I was hurt. And you promised to give me a raise. You've been like a benefactor to me, and I should be grateful. I smiled. You're not seriously in love with my wife, are you? What kind of nonsense is that? Wang Dahai asked, looking uncertain. Do you think I don't know about the scheme you and Fong Tingting are hatching? I heard everything at the hospital that day. Fong Tingting wanted you to fire me, saying that for an 8,000 salary, she could hire 2 drivers. Wang Dahai, I have always been loyal to you, never once thinking of betraying you. But you're the one who is planning to stab me in the back for Fong Tingting. I said angrily. You. Wang Dahai's face turned red, and he avoided my gaze. Do you really think I'm a fool? You fired Zhao Fong without giving her what you promised. And now it's my turn. You offered me 5,000 to help you put on a show, and it almost cost someone their life. If I hadn't saved the boss lady in time, it could have ended tragically. I continued. You pity my wife, and now you want to betray me to help her. Is that it? Wang Dahai's face contorted in anger as he fixed his gaze on me. Yes, I pity the boss lady. She is a good woman. In contrast, Fong Tingting is just a seductress. Do you realize you've been blinded by her? I replied. Blinded by a seductress? Wang Dahai sneered, suddenly grabbing my collar. What are you doing? I tried to break free. Don't you understand the saying about not letting others suffer while trying to persuade them to do good? You're still a college student. Where the hell have your studies gone? Wang Dahai snapped. He continued, my relationship with my wife has always been fine. But we just don't have any kids. Do you know how I've been living these past few years? Do you know what my relatives and friends say behind my back every time I go back home? Here I am, a big boss without any descendants. Isn't that embarrassing enough? No matter how much money I make, who am I going to leave it to? You could adopt a child with the boss's wife. Why do you need to cheat? I retorted angrily. You make it sound so easy. Don't you understand that when a man has money, he gets corrupted? Have you reached my level? Can you resist temptation? Let me tell you, Yunan. If you were in my shoes, you'd be even worse. I've only had 2 in all these years, but if you had my wealth, you'd probably have 10. Wang Dahai mocked. Anyway, I won't be your pawn anymore. I won't help you do evil. I said, don't think I don't know. Your ambition is huge. Do you really think I can't see through you? Wang Dahai replied. What do you mean by that? I frowned. Chapter 83. Turning against each other. If you want to live off someone else, that's fine, but don't let it be at the expense of your benefactor. You're making it look really bad. Wang Dahai said coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. I replied immediately. The saying wealth comes from skill, not labor is true, but I haven't even divorced my wife yet, and you're already scheming against me? Wang Dahai chuckled. He continued. You want my wife to find out I'm cheating, divide my assets with me, and then you can be with her, reaping the benefits, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never thought of such a thing. There's no way I would be with the boss's wife. I hurriedly said. Don't speak so definitively. If you really did get together with my wife, you could save decades of hard work. Wouldn't you want to enjoy the spoils? Wang Dahai replied. Well, I'm being straightforward with you today. If you and Fong Tingting are going to pull the bridge out from under me, then I might as well quit. I said, you can leave, but I can also dismiss you just like I did Zhao Fong, with some compensation. However, don't think you're clever if you dare to ruin my plans. I have 100 ways to make your life miserable. Wang Dahai said coldly. Oh really? Are you sure about that? I smirked. You've been with me long enough. Don't you know how many people would gladly work for me for the right price? Wang Dahai laughed. Seeing Wang Dahai's confidence, I took out my phone and waved it in front of him. What is that supposed to mean? Wang Dahai frowned. I recorded your threat just now. If anything happens to me, you'll be the one responsible. I said, are you playing dirty? Wang Dahai lunged to grab my phone, but I quickly pulled my hand away. You taught me this. Do you think I don't know you have cameras set up at home? Once I'm no longer useful to you, you'll kick me to the curb. I said, good kid. You're really playing the fool to catch the wise. Wang Dahai glared at me. I'm returning your car keys. I won't be your driver anymore. I tossed the car keys back to Wang Dahai and turned to leave. Wait. Wang Dahai suddenly called after me. What is it? I turned back. Did you really betray me just because you heard my conversation with Fong Tingting in the hospital? Wang Dahai asked meaningfully. What do you think? You're both ready to burn the bridges. Do you think I want to be played by you? I replied. All right. Wang Dahai nodded slightly. After leaving Wang Dahai's company, I tidied up my office and then took a taxi back to the hotel. You said you quit? Lin Shufan looked at me in surprise in the hotel room. If I didn't quit, Wang Dahai would keep coming after me. I don't think it's worth working for him anymore, I said. So you want to take your salary for this month? Lin Shufan continued. This month's paycheck just came out, and I barely worked at all, I said. I see. Lin Shufan looked a bit worried. Wang Dahai gave me 5,000 yuan to get close to you when he asked me to, but I returned it. I felt I shouldn't take that money. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? Lin Shufan asked. He just threatened me in the office, and I told him I was recording it. That's good, Lin Shufan sighed in relief. The truth is, I wasn't recording anything. I said that out of fear of retaliation. But he believed me and even tried to grab my phone. All right, Lin Shufan shook her head helplessly. I just promised Zhao Fong over the phone that if she is willing to help you, you would compensate her with 100,000 yuan, giving her 50,000 up front and the remaining 50,000 after the job is done. That's why she agreed to meet you. I changed the subject. Okay, if she can really help me, I will definitely pay. Lin Shufan nodded in agreement. Now we just have to wait for her to arrive. If you two can reach an agreement, we can contact a lawyer to see how they can assist you, I said. Shall you? I never expected you to be the one to help me in the end. I always thought you and Wang Dahai were in cahoots, Lin Shufan said, her face flushing. That night, Lin Shufan was under the influence of the medication and even kissed me voluntarily. If Wang Dahai hadn't barged in, who knows what would have happened between us, but I was always trying to restrain myself. Now Lin Shufan had come out of the shower and changed into a light-colored long dress, looking much more energetic than when she had just been discharged from the hospital. It's all in the past. Once this is resolved, I'll look for a job, I said. Thank you, Lin Shufan said sincerely. We chatted for a while longer until Zhao Fong texted that she was about to arrive at the hotel, at which point I went downstairs to meet her. In the hotel lobby, I saw Zhao Fong. She was wearing a white shirt and jeans, with a pair of platform sneakers. And her hair was tied back in a ponytail, looking quite lively. Sister Zhao, I called out. Xiao Yu, Zhao Fong came up to me. The boss lady is upstairs. I said. Wait, Xiao Yu. Zhao Fong grabbed my hand. What's wrong? I asked. She glanced around and said quietly. Have you talked to the boss lady about my situation with Wang Dahai? She knows everything about it, including Fong Tingting's situation. Wang Dahai and the boss lady divorced because Fong Tingting is pregnant. Don't worry, the boss lady is eager to meet you and will honor her promises. I said. Zhao Fong looked a bit surprised when she learned about Fong Tingting's pregnancy, but nodded shortly after. I led Zhao Fong into the elevator, and before long, we arrived at the room. Boss lady, I'm sorry. As soon as Zhao Fong stepped inside, she apologized. I've heard everything from Xiao Yu. It's not your fault, it's Wang Dahai's issue. You were forced to resign because you didn't want to be with him. I know it's been tough for you. You've contributed a lot to the company, but haven't received the rewards you deserve, Lin Shufan said, stepping forward to hold Zhao Fong's hand, speaking earnestly. As Lin Shufan spoke, Zhao Fong looked a bit ashamed and glanced at me. Let us sit down and talk. I poured Zhao Fong a cup of tea, gesturing for her to take a seat on the sofa in the room. After sitting down, Zhao Fong took a sip from the cup. You know about my divorce with Wang Dahai, right? I trusted him too much. If it weren't for Xiao Yu telling me, I would still be in the dark. Lin Shufan sighed. Boss, what happened to your hand? Zhao Fong asked anxiously. I was foolish. Wang Dahai said he wanted a divorce, and I couldn't think straight at home. Thankfully, Xiao Yu saved me, Lin Shufan explained awkwardly. Zhao Fong looked at the boss in shock. Sister Zhao, I didn't tell you that the boss was hospitalized. She just got out today, I clarified. Are you okay, boss? That scumbag Wang Dahai. How could he be so despicable? Zhao Fong exclaimed angrily. I won't let Wang Dahai off easily. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll give you that 100,000 yuan, Lin Shufan quickly replied. It's not about the money. I'm just afraid of being retaliated against by Wang Dahai, Lin Shufan added hurriedly. Chapter 84. Top lawyer sue unit won't happen. We are living in a society governed by law, Lin Shufan said. The matter between you and Wang Dahai has already attracted police attention. If something were to happen to you, the police would certainly suspect Wang Dahai first. Once they understand the whole situation, they will investigate thoroughly. Wang Dahai is a very cautious person. He wouldn't be foolish enough to use underhanded methods against you. Right now, he's only thinking about self-preservation, so Sister Zhao, you shouldn't feel pressured. I quickly laid out the pros and cons of the situation, hoping to reassure Zhao Fong. Hearing my words, Zhao Fong let out a small sigh. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Shufan before opening her handbag and pulling out a stack of documents. "What is this?" Lin Shufan asked eagerly. "This is the company's financial records, annual revenue and expenditure, the flow of the company account, and employee salaries. I've backed up all the accounts," Zhao Fong explained. Seeing the documents, I felt a surge of joy. This was Zhao Fong's way of pledging her support to Lin Shufan, clearly indicating that she was willing to help. "Thank you, Xiao Zhao. I really appreciate it," Lin Shufan said as she took the documents and began to review them. "Don't worry, boss. These accounts are all up to date. It shows exactly how much money the company currently has, how much is being invested in new projects, and even the external debts are clearly itemized," Zhao Fong continued. Lin Shufan nodded, continuing her review. I stood by quietly, waiting. As long as the two of them could reach an agreement, I could then contact a lawyer. There shouldn't be any issues, except for this large sum of money. Lin Shufan inquired. "I'm not sure about that for $1 million. Wang Dehai was quite anxious at the time. Lin Shufan shook her head. "Could it be the money Wang Dehai used to buy a house and a car for Fong Tingting?" I interjected. "Wang Dehai actually bought a house and a car for Fong Tingting?" Zhao Fong looked at me in surprise. Ever since Fong Tingting became pregnant with twins, Wang Dehai has been completely obedient to her. Not only did he buy her a house and a car, but he also splurged on quite a few luxury items. "That $4 million should match up," I explained. "What a scoundrel." At almost the same time, Lin Shufan and Zhao Fong exclaimed in unison. "Now that we have evidence of Wang Dehai's infidelity and his personal assets can be traced, we can contact a lawyer," I said. Both women nodded. The top lawyer introduced to me by Wang Yin was named Su Yun. I had her WeChat ID and phone number, so at this point, I quickly made a call to her. "Hello, who is this?" A bright voice came through the line. "Hello, is this lawyer Su Yun? I'm a friend of Wang Yin." I introduced myself. "Yes, I know. You must be Mr. Yunnan," Su Yun replied. "That's right. I need your help with something," I said. "What kind of case?" Su Yun asked. "It's about my friend's divorce, involving property division," I stated directly. "Have your friend come to our office and let her explain the details to me," she instructed. "Okay, please send me your office address." As soon as the call ended, I saw Su Yun added me on WeChat and sent me an address. I quickly shared Su Yun's WeChat with Lin Shufan. "We need to go to the law firm at 5 o'clock. That's when lawyer Su will be available," I said. "Okay. Thank you, Xiao Yu." The boss lady nodded earnestly, then turned to Zhao Fong and said, "Xiao Zhao, give me your Alipay." "Sure." Zhao Fong's eyes lit up. Before long, Lin Shufan transferred 100,000 to Zhao Fong. Upon receiving the money, Zhao Fong's face turned red. She had once been Wang Dehai's mistress and never dreamed Lin Shufan would give her such a large sum. "Would you accompany me to the law firm later?" Lin Shufan asked a bit shyly. "Boss lady, don't say that. We will definitely go. Whatever the lawyer needs, we will find a way to get it," Zhao Fong immediately replied. Hearing this, Lin Shufan nodded, and I also understood the power of money. That 100,000 would surely make Zhao Fong loyal to Lin Shufan. As 5 o'clock approached, we arrived at Jinding Law Firm. As soon as we entered, a young woman greeted us with a smile. "Are you here to see Lawyer Su?" she asked. "Yes, we made an appointment over the phone," I replied. "Please follow me." The young woman gestured, and shortly after, she led us to an office. "Sister Su," the young woman said. The beautiful woman who had been on the phone nodded at us, and the young woman indicated for us to sit on the sofa, pouring us a cup of tea. "I'm sorry." The beautiful woman hung up the phone and sat down in front of us. "You must be Mr. Yu. Which of you is the client?" I could tell that the beautiful woman was the top lawyer Su Yun, and the young woman was probably her assistant. "I'm Lin Shufan, the client." Lin Shufan quickly introduced herself. "I came along. My surname is Zhao," Zhao Fong added. "Hello, Ms. Lin, Ms. Zhao. Here is my business card," Su Yun said, shaking hands with Lin Shufan and handing each of us a card from a box. As I took the card and glanced at the words chief lawyer, I realized Wang Yin hadn't lied to me. This lawyer Su Yun was indeed impressive. "Ms. Lin, what do you need me to do for you?" Su Yun smiled. For the next hour, Lin Shufan explained the situation regarding her divorce from Wang Dehai. Whenever there was a gap in the story, Zhao Fong and I would provide additional details and present evidence. After about an hour, Lin Shufan let out a sigh, and both Zhao Fong and I turned to Su Yun. 200,000, and I will help you get everything that belongs to you," Su Yun declared. 200,000? Lin Shufan frowned. "Yes, as long as you agree to give me 200,000, I'll take care of this case," Su Yun continued. Lin Shufan hesitated, and Zhao Fong was also particularly surprised. If it weren't for the large sum of money involved in this case, I would have really liked to charge a bit less. "But Ms. Lin, you should know, this is already the lowest price," Su Yun continued. "Xiao Yu, what do you think?" Lin Shufan looked at me, a bit indecisive. "Since lawyer Su has said so, then 200,000 it is. I prefer a straightforward deal," I replied with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yun nodded slightly, and then turned to Lin Shufan and Zhao Fong. All right, as long as I can get back what's rightfully mine, 200,000 will do. Lin Shufan said. Let's handle the payment first. Su Yun stood up, and a young woman rushed in to take Lin Shufan to make the payment. Mr. Yu, are you familiar with Miss Wang? Su Yun asked, looking at me with a half-smile while Lin Shufan was busy paying. Wang Yin is my college classmate, I replied. Oh, so you two are classmates. I've actually helped Miss Wang's company resolve quite a few tricky cases, Su Yun said with a smile. Chapter 85. JK Girl. When Su Yun spoke, my expression changed. I looked at her in surprise. Su Yun was the most beautiful lawyer I had ever seen, and she was quite capable as well. Wang Yin's company had a notorious reputation for selling products, and countless people had been taken advantage of by her firm. It's remarkable that such an investment company has not gone bankrupt yet, which speaks volumes about the powerful forces behind it. Su Yun's law firm was likely one of their protective shields. After Lin Shufan completed the payment, Su Yun confirmed Wang Dahai's personal information and residence before stating that she would send someone to look into him further. Once we left the law firm, Lin Shufan still seemed worried. Don't worry, everything will be fine, I assured her. Yeah, Lin Shufan nodded. I'll take off now, Zhao Fong said hastily. Aren't we having dinner together? Lin Shufan asked. No, I have something to take care of. Just call me if you need anything. Zhao Fong replied as she got into a taxi and left. Seeing that Zhao Fong wanted to distance herself from this situation, I realized she wanted to cut ties with us now that she had received the 100,000 yuan. She's so eager to wash her hands of this. Lin Shufan said helplessly. A while back, Zhao Fong asked Wang Dahai for 500,000, and he reported her to the police immediately. She was detained just a couple of days ago, I explained. It seems she's done her utmost to help me this time. If it weren't for the 100,000 yuan, she wouldn't have helped at all, Lin Shufan said. Pretty much, I agreed. What about you, Xiaoyu? Why are you helping me? Lin Shufan asked. I just hope you can get what rightfully belongs to you, and not let Wang Dahai and Fong Tingding have it too easy, I replied. Thank you. But I'm feeling quite down right now. I don't even have a car. I have to take a taxi to go out, Lin Shufan said. But taking a taxi isn't too bad. I laughed. Back at the hotel, we went to the restaurant. Just as we were ordering our meals, Lin Shufan's phone rang. It's Wang Dahai, she said hurriedly. He's probably looking to finalize the divorce with you. Didn't he say he wanted you to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to handle it? I remarked. If I didn't know about his infidelity, then sure, I could just go ahead and divorce him. But now, I can't just let it be that simple, Lin Shufan said, decisively hanging up the phone and putting it on silent mode. The dinner was fresh and tasty, and we chatted without too many worries. Since Su Yun had promised to handle the situation, both Lin Shufan and I felt reassured. Xiaoyu, where are you staying now? Lin Shufan inquired. I'm still at my old rental, I replied. This time, I've caused you to lose your job. How about you become my driver starting today? Lin Shufan suggested eagerly. You want me to be your driver? I looked at Lin Shufan in surprise. I had always been Wang Dahai's driver, and now Lin Shufan wanted me to be hers. But the issue was, she didn't seem to have a car, did she? The Volkswagen in the villa was hers, but she hardly drove it. I'll contact a rental company right now to rent a car, Lin Shufan said. All right, I nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, Lin Shufan said that she would go to the hotel lobby soon, as the car rental company would be bringing the car over. Sure enough, when we arrived at the hotel lobby, I saw a black Mercedes-Benz E300. While it wasn't as good as my usual BMW, it was still a very nice car. The handover process went smoothly, and as soon as the rental company representative left, Lin Shufan handed me the keys. Come pick me up tomorrow. I haven't been out for a while, and I'd like to take a little break, Lin Shufan said. All right, I nodded in agreement. See you tomorrow, she smiled, waved goodbye, and walked towards the elevator. Watching her leave, I opened the car door and got in. From now on, I would be Lin Shufan's driver. But it seemed she hadn't mentioned anything about my salary. How much would she pay me for a month? As I pondered these thoughts and started the car, I noticed someone knocking on the window. I rolled down the window and saw a girl dressed in a JK uniform. Hey there, could you give me a ride home? She asked. Her face was quite rosy, and her outfit aimed for a pure and cute look, but upon closer inspection, I found her face somewhat familiar. Have we met before? I asked. The girl continued, I don't remember. I recalled seeing her at the mall when I was having lunch with Zhao Fong. She had been sitting across from a rather greasy-looking uncle. Are you sure? I think I've seen you before, I said. Sorry, but I don't give rides to strangers, I replied. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression stiffened a bit. She pouted and said, as long as you take me home, you can do whatever you want with me. I wouldn't ask for any money. Huh, I frowned. Did I just hear that right? She just said I could do anything to her, and that she didn't want money? Looking her over again, I noticed she had a delicate appearance. She was a little over 5 feet tall and weighed no more than 110 pounds. Her 2 ponytails were tied with pink bows. and her long legs were wrapped in white stockings, complemented by a pair of black shoes. She looked to be around 20, with a youthful face. And her outfit was quite adorable, resembling what people online might call a loli. "Please, it's raining heavily, and it's hard to get a cab," she said, looking a bit desperate. "All right," I finally relented. "Thank you." The girl beamed with joy and hopped into the passenger seat. I glanced at her legs and stockings and asked, "Where do you live?" "I live in Building 5 of the Dingxiang community," she replied with a smile. As soon as I heard that, I pressed the gas pedal, and the car rolled out. "What's your name?" she asked curiously. "My name is Yunnan," I replied. "Nice to meet you," she said cheerfully. "What were you doing at the hotel?" I quickly inquired. "I was eating at the snack street nearby, but it was hard to get a cab. So I came to the hotel entrance to try my luck, and then I saw you," she explained. Looking out at the rain, I nodded slightly. And after about 10 minutes, the car arrived at a gated community. This place was quite upscale, and after the car stopped at the entrance, the girl unfastened her seatbelt. "Why don't you come up to my place for a bit?" she said, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. I hesitated as I glanced at her thighs peeking out from beneath her skirt. "How about a cup of tea at my place?" she continued, her big eyes gazing at me expectantly. "All right," I replied, nodding in agreement. Getting out of the car, I followed her into the building. She was no taller than 5 feet 1 inch, and I wondered if this loli style was really in fashion among young girls these days. She was carrying a cute Mickey Mouse backpack. Once inside the elevator, it didn't take long before we arrived at her apartment. She handed me a pair of slippers and placed her backpack on a rack by the door. After changing into the slippers, she went to boil some water. As I looked around the living room, I noticed it was a 2-bedroom apartment, with a bathroom adjacent to the living area. "Do you live here alone?" I asked. "Yeah, just me," she replied, turning on the TV. "Come on in. Why are you so shy?" "I'm all right," I managed a forced smile. "I'm all wet from the rain. I think I'll take a shower first." As she said this, she walked towards her room and came back with a change of clothes. It wasn't too long after she entered the bathroom that I heard the sound of water running. Could this be one of those infamous setups? I frowned, quickly grabbing my phone, wondering if I should call the police. If they could catch the perpetrator, it would be a clean sweep, but for now, I decided to lock the door just to be safe. Chapter 86. Playing the game of Heavenly Jump. I've seen the Heavenly Jump scheme online, which usually employs the beauty trap. While waiting for the fish to bite, they often call in accomplices to extort money after luring their victim into the bathroom. Sometimes, they even install cameras in the room. They certainly won't give up until they've stripped away another layer. The first time I interacted with the girl, she invited me to her house, and since she was now in the bathroom, there was definitely something off about the situation. I had locked the door, making it difficult for anyone to enter, but I still wanted to confirm whether I had walked into a trap. Some might ask, if you suspected this could be a setup, why didn't you leave right away while the girl was in the shower? I could have easily slipped away. I want to say that I still hope this world isn't that dark. I was genuinely curious about what this girl wanted and why she was willing to bring a stranger home. I quietly approached the bathroom door and silenced my phone to avoid alerting her. Listening carefully, I noticed that apart from the sound of running water, there was no other noise. After about 10 minutes, the water stopped, and I heard footsteps, indicating that the girl had finished her shower and was likely getting dressed. I returned to the living room sofa, pretending to watch TV. Then I heard the sound of a hairdryer, and shortly after, the girl emerged from the bathroom. She was wearing a pink nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features would make many men eager to possess her. "Hey, do you want to take a shower too?" she asked, her face flushed. "A shower?" I frowned. "Yeah, after I'm done, we can go to my room. If you're free tonight, you can stay over," she continued. "Stay at your place? Just because I gave you a ride home, you want to repay me?" I asked. Her words and actions were increasingly resembling a heavenly jump scheme, but I needed to clarify things. "If I said I fell for you at first sight, would you believe me? I don't need you to feel responsible. I just like you," she said, her face turning red at the end. "Falling for me at first sight, without needing me to be responsible? Am I really that charming? I know myself well enough. I'm not so irresistible that a woman would throw herself at me without any concerns, especially not risking an unexpected pregnancy with a stranger. Are you sure?" I asked. She nodded eagerly. I looked at her in surprise, then stood up and wrapped my arms around her waist. "Really sure?" The girl tensed up, instinctively squeezing her legs together. I could tell she was nervous. Although she didn't seem to resist, her body language gave her away. "Do you really like me? Without needing me to feel responsible?" I asked, my gaze fixed intently on her, unabashedly staring at her chest and thighs. She shyly nodded. Hearing her say that, I pulled her in and kissed her directly on the lips. The girl instinctively resisted, trying to push me away, but in the next moment, I pushed her down onto the sofa and leaned in on top of her. "No, please. The girl nervously resisted, trying to protect her last sanctuary. Didn't you say you liked me and that I didn't need to take responsibility? I pretended to lift the hem of her skirt. The girl squeezed her legs tightly together in fear, pushing me away with all her might. I could clearly see that her eyes were glistening with tears. I paused my movements, glanced at the door that I had locked, and then asked, "Tell me, who taught you to do this?" What? The girl was taken aback, nervously adjusting her dress. "Who made you do this?" I continued. "I see your girl avoiding eye contact. You want to have someone come in while I'm taking a shower. And then you two plan to work together to blackmail me, right?" I stared intently at the girl with a cold gaze. "How did you know?" She exclaimed in shock. "Just as I thought." I glanced at the girl's phone tightly gripped in her hand and snatched it away. "What's the password?" I asked. "Bro, who are you?" She replied. The girl was trembling with fear. "Hurry up and tell me." I glared at the girl. 668855, she said quickly. I unlocked the password lock, opened WeChat, and indeed saw a message come in. "Will arrive in half an hour. You must keep this fat sheep occupied, or you know what the consequences will be." The WeChat note for the message is Brother Long. This message was sent half an hour ago, and there are still 10 minutes left until Brother Long and the others arrive. Can you please let me off this time? I don't have any other choice. My mom broke her leg at the city hospital, and I need to raise enough money for her medical expenses. She worked hard to raise me and my brother, and I'm still in school. I'm studying at a media university, and this is my student ID. I'm being forced into this situation. The girl anxiously took out her student ID. "Don't say a word." I coldly opened my mouth and directly dialed 110. They gave me 10 minutes. If the police don't arrive within 10 minutes, I'll be in danger. Is this 110? I've been scammed. I'm at Building 5, Apartment 1201 in the Dingshan community. In 10 minutes, I'll be surrounded by the criminals. Please come and help me. I was busy talking. "All right, sir, I will contact the nearest police station right away. You must ensure your safety." As soon as I hung up the phone, I saw the girl trying to escape through the door. No way she's getting away. I grabbed the girl's skirt tightly. With a loud rip, a large portion of her dress was torn away. "Ah!" she exclaimed. The girl covered her chest with both hands. Her face changed dramatically. "I need to go to the bathroom to change clothes," I said coldly. Although the moment before had momentarily thrown me off balance and I had seen the girl's true qualities, my mind was not on that. "Bro, I'm begging you, please. I can't take it anymore. My mom is really in the hospital, and she urgently needs this medical expense." The girl covered her neck and knelt in front of me. Seeing her tearful eyes, I asked, "You say your mom is in the hospital. What proof do you have?" "I can show you my mom's medical record." The girl said anxiously. "Do you think I would believe that? Your student ID must be fake, right?" I replied, "I'm really a student at the Communication University. Even if I could fake my student ID, there's no way I'd resort to faking my mom's medical history, right? This is my mom's social security card. I genuinely want to get her medical treatment. I thought working as a waitress at a karaoke bar would help me earn some money for her medication. But I had no idea they would make me do this. When I refused, they hit me. Look at this." As the girl spoke, she turned around, revealing her back. Seeing the bruises and whip marks on her back made me frown. Could it be that this girl was really forced into this, with a group of animals behind her pressuring her into prostitution? Just as I was lost in thought, I heard a flurry of footsteps, followed by someone seemingly using a key to unlock the door. "They're here." I glanced at the living room door. I. The girl's eyes darted around, her face filled with anxiety. Looking at her disheveled appearance, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems the police were a bit late. At this point, all I could do was hold on for a while longer. Since it was self-defense, I had to be ready to fight back. I dashed to the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife from the cutting board. Just as I picked up the knife, the girl opened the door. Chapter 87. A clean sweep. The air was thick with tension as the girl, disheveled and panicked, stood beside a group of burly men. The leader, a scar-faced brute with a muscular build, wore a large gold chain around his neck and had a dragon tattoo on his arm. His lean sidekicks brandished nightsticks. "Ready for trouble, dragon." He stole my phone and called the police. The girl exclaimed in distress. "What?" The scar-faced man's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it. You dare to call the cops?" The blonde thug shot a wary glance at the knife I held. Then his anger flared. "You want to play games with me? Let us see what the police have to say about this." Hearing this, the scar-faced man's face darkened. "By the time the police get here, you'll be missing an arm or a leg. Go." The blonde thug waved his hand, leading the charge. In an instant, as they rushed toward me with their clubs, I made up my mind. Since they were threatening my life, I wouldn't hold back. Being merciful to enemies is a sure way to meet your end. And I wasn't about to sit idly by. With a fierce swing of my knife, I charged at the blonde thug. There was a loud clang as my blade met his nightstick, sending it flying back. I swept the knife across at the others closing in on me, and they all instinctively recoiled, clearly not willing to risk their lives. Seeing their hesitation, I advanced boldly, swinging my knife. "Run. This guy is insane," the scar-faced man shouted as he was the first to bolt for the door. "Die," I yelled, swinging my knife at the back of one fleeing thug, then pivoting to strike at the blonde. "Ah!" A scream pierced the air as I caught up to the blonde, delivering another slash. Damn it! He desperately swung his nightstick. With a sharp clang, my knife struck his weapon before slicing down onto his palm. The nightstick fell from his grasp, and in a panic, he took off running. Anoa the girl trembled, screaming in terror. "Shut up," I snapped, slapping her hard across the face. The sound echoed as she staggered and fell to the ground. Why is this elevator taking so long? Voices filled the hallway. Clearly the scar-faced man and the blonde were trying to escape via the elevator. I rushed out, just in time to hear a ding. "Oh crap, the police!" One of the men shouted as he dashed towards the stairwell. I sprinted to the elevator just as officers emerged. "Officer, these guys are trying to pull a fast one," I yelled, quickly pursuing the man who had taken the stairs. Just as he slipped through the door, I landed a kick on his back. He stumbled forward, crashing to the ground, and I pressed down on his neck. Raising my knife. "Don't kill me, please," he cried, hands over his head in surrender. "Sir, don't be impulsive." A female officer appeared before me, expertly producing a pair of handcuffs. The man complied, as if she had just saved his life. Breathing heavily, as I returned to the elevator lobby, I saw the scar-faced man and the others had already been handcuffed. "And that woman, she's an accomplice," I said, upon hearing my words. The leading officer glanced at the kitchen knife I was holding in my hand, then asked, "Were you the one who called the police?" "Yes," I replied. By this time, the girl had emerged, trembling. She clearly knew there was no escape. "Take them all to the station," the officer ordered. "This is her phone. There's evidence on it." I hurriedly handed the phone to the female officer. She took the phone, looked me up and down, and then said, "Sir, please hand me the knife." "Oh, I just realized that issue." I handed the knife to the female officer and followed the police downstairs, where the hallway of the complex was already crowded with people. The scar-faced man and the others, including the girl, were pushed into a police car, and the female officer said, "Sir, could you please come to the station to give a statement?" "Sure," I nodded in agreement. "Get in my car," the female officer said, pulling out her car keys. "Wait, my car is here. Can I drive my own car?" I quickly asked. "That's fine, just follow my car," she nodded. Soon, I followed her car, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, we arrived at the local police station. The female officer took me into an interrogation room, had me sit down, then asked for some basic information and checked my ID. "Now, tell me what happened," she said. I was about to leave the Marriott Hotel when that woman asked for a ride, saying it was raining and hard to get a cab. After I dropped her off at her home, she invited me upstairs for tea. I went up, and then she suddenly went to take a shower. That's when I felt something was off. As time passed, I recounted the whole story to the female officer. Recently, there have been several honey trap cases in Jiangxing, with female college students being used as bait. But today's case is not simple. You say she claimed she was coerced. Does she have her mother's medical records to prove it? Is that correct? The female officer asked. Yes, but she opened the door for the criminals. I think they're in cahoots. I replied. We will investigate thoroughly. Mr. Yu, you need to be less impulsive in the future. But thankfully, it was you who managed to catch all the suspects, the female officer continued. I nodded awkwardly. We will document your identity information. And if there are any doubts in the case, I hope you can assist our investigation, she added. So can I leave now? I asked. Yes. We will handle the follow-up, the female officer nodded. As I stepped out of the police station, I took a deep breath. When I got into my car, I suddenly felt a wave of fear. What if those people sought revenge on me? Thinking this, I hurried back to the police station. What is it? The female officer frowned. Officer, what if those people seek revenge on me? I quickly asked. This case is quite serious, at least 3 years minimum. Don't worry, you're safe. The female officer smiled. And what about that girl? I asked. According to one of my colleagues, that girl really is a student from the Communication University. Her mother is in the hospital, and it seems she was forced into this situation. Out of fear of these people, she had no choice but to go along with them. It's thanks to you that she was rescued from that criminal gang, the female officer explained. Hearing this, I was a bit surprised. So, the girl's personal situation was indeed true. This is a contact card with my phone number on it. If you need anything, feel free to reach out, the officer said, as if she had just thought of something. She pulled out a card. I glanced at the name on it and was taken aback. Ling Aoshua. Who would have thought this female officer had such a beautiful name? Ling Aoshua appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. She stood at 1.68 meters tall, and even in her police uniform, her curvy and slender figure was hard to miss. Her shoulder-length hair was neat and tidy, and she had acted swiftly at the crime scene, indicating that she was quite skilled. Flies don't buzz around an egg without cracks. If someone is being overly attentive, they're either up to something or have ulterior motives. Mr. Yu, you must be careful in the future, Ling Aoshua said with a smile.